Chapter 1. The Unfortunate Angler. At the tender age of 18, Xia Yun has already amassed 4 years of fishing experience, establishing himself as a seasoned angler. Last night, while perusing his WeChat fishing group, he stumbled upon a post from a fellow angler who had caught a colossal catfish weighing over 120 pounds at a reservoir not far from his home. Curiosity piqued, he inundated the individual with inquiries about the bait used, to which the response came rather nonchalantly. Of course, it was snails. What else could it be, corn? The thought of that immense catfish haunted Xia Yun, robbing him of a restful night. It be why the early hours of 4 o'clock, he arose to prepare his gear, hastily consuming a bowl of instant noodles before mounting his little electric scooter and racing towards the market. Arriving at the stall of an elderly woman selling snails, he purchased 5 pounds of the delicacy, followed by 5 ears of corn from a vendor selling vegetables. With the bait secured, he also acquired 15 steamed buns at the market entrance. Thinking, this should suffice for a day's sustenance, a pat on his pocket revealed a pack of cigarettes, which he surmised might not be quite enough. Never mind, I'll figure it out when I reach the reservoir. Given my skills, catching a gigantic catfish is a long shot, but I should be able to reel in a few small crucian carp. By the end of the day, I should manage to catch 30 or 40, which should cover my expenses. Glancing at the front basket of his scooter, he suddenly remembered in his haste that he had forgotten his water bottle. He circled around the shops near the market, only to find them all closed. Resigned, he returned to the bun shop to buy 2 cups of soy milk. After such a lengthy delay, dawn was approaching. As he rode his scooter, humming a tune, he sped towards the reservoir. Barking incessantly, the large yellow dog belonging to the reservoir's owner began to howl. Who's there so early? It's me, Li Ge. I'm Xia Yun. Xia Yun. It's still dark. What brings you here? Don't you have school today? Li Ge, check your phone. It's the weekend, and I rose early to fish. I heard about the 120-pound catfish caught here yesterday. I'm not hoping for a behemoth like that, but if I could land a 10-pound grass carp, I'd be more than satisfied. As they conversed, Li Ge opened the gate, allowing Xia Yun to enter. The yellow dog, still barking in its kennel beside the gate, continued its raucous greeting. After parking his electric scooter, Xia Yun approached the dog, saying, "Oh, you big yellow fellow, every time I come, I feed you buns and sausages, and you still bark at me. How shameless can you be? Bark again, and you won't get any food next time." With that, he tossed the bun in his hand to the dog at the gate. Li Ge, observing this interaction, remarked, "Xia Yun, forget about the dog for now. Come inside and sit for a bit. Wait until it's lighter before you fish. It's a bit dark right now, and it's not safe." Once inside, Xia Yun retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Li Ge. "Don't mind me. I often fish and need to buy bait and rods. My pocket money from my parents isn't enough, so I have to settle for Red Tower cigarettes." As they chatted about the giant catfish of the previous day and Xia Yun's studies, the sky gradually brightened. "Xia Yun, the fishing fee is 80 yuan. The return on fish is 4 yuan per pound. Although we're familiar, I still need to charge you." "Understood, Li Ge." With that, Xia Yun pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code. "Li Ge, I've sent the fishing fee. If I don't catch any fish today, you better refund my fee. Otherwise, I might have to report you to Uncle Li." All right, you've been fishing here for years. When have I ever charged you for a day without a good catch?" With that, Li Ge watched as Xia Yun hurried to his electric scooter, gathering his equipment and his own buns, and dashed towards the reservoir. Li Ge mused. With Xia Yun's small stature, he always brings a dozen or more large buns. How can he possibly finish them all in one day? Seeing Xia Yun already casting his line at the reservoir's edge, Li Ge shook his head and retreated to his house. Fishing without baiting the spot yields little. Cast 3 times, slowly reel in 3 times. Xia Yun settled by the reservoir, murmuring to himself. He began to scatter the snails and corn he had purchased that morning, thinking, everyone dreams of catching a giant catfish, but first, I need to bait the spot. For now, I'll focus on catching crucian carp and see if I can impress Li Ge today. Uncertain about the fish, I'll start with the bait. After over half an hour of waiting, Xia Yun finally hooked a crucian carp weighing around half a pound. By the time he had caught his 6th crucian carp, other anglers began to arrive at the reservoir. Among the throng of anglers, Xia Yun spotted his second uncle approaching with a small stool and a fishing rod in hand, settling down within a few meters of him. "Xia Yun, how many have you caught today?" his uncle inquired. "Please focus on your own fishing, uncle. I arrived before dawn and have only caught 6 or 7 crucian carp, totaling just over 3 pounds. Disregarding his uncle, Xia Yun intently watched the bobber in the water. A gentle dip followed by a dark bob, and with a swift motion, he yanked the rod, only to find the line had snapped. Damn it, I was using a 1.5 line. What kind of fish could break it so easily? Unwilling to accept defeat, Xia Yun replaced it with a 2.0 line. However, no sooner had he cast his bait than he experienced another dark bob within 5 minutes. This time, the hook bent and broke, igniting a fire of frustration within Xia Yun. But he promptly reeled in his current rod and line, opting instead for a heavy-duty rod. Today, I refuse to be thwarted. I'll see just how large this fish truly is, he muttered angrily as he cast his bait once more. Xia Yun's eyes were fixated on the bobber. He awaited the moment the big fish would strike again. After an agonizing half-hour of stillness, just as Xia Yun prepared to lift his rod and change bait, the bobber suddenly dipped darkly. It's here, it's here. His heart raced, hands trembling. Xia Yun abruptly lifted the rod, which bent into a perfect arc. He sensed that if he could land this fish, he would break his personal record. The line screeched as the powerful fish pulled, and Xia Yun's palms began to sweat with excitement. He had never caught such a specimen before, and today he was determined to manage it alone without assistance. During the struggle, the fish below surged with unexpected force, pulling Xia Yun into the water. His uncle, witnessing Xia Yun tumble into the depths, immediately called for help from those nearby. Yet, Xia Yun, stubborn and resolute, shouted for everyone to stand back, insisting he would reel in the fish himself. Gripping the rod tightly, he was resolved to hold on until the very end. Suddenly, he felt something glide past his legs. At that moment, Xia Yun was less than 5 meters from the shore and a sensation akin to something sliding across his leg vanished in an instant, and Xia Yun paid it no mind. However, as he once again prepared to engage with the fish, that eerie feeling returned, sending a shiver of fear through him, for he sensed that whatever it was substantial. Xia Yun retrieved the line from his pocket to attach it to the fishing rod. An immense force suddenly yanked at his legs, dragging him towards the center of the reservoir. In the water, Xia Yun flailed desperately. Mere seconds later, he was pulled beneath the surface, and what he beheld was astonishing. In those final moments of life, he glimpsed a creature, as thick as a barrel, covered in scales, leaving him in a quandary as to whether it was a fish, a snake, or something entirely different. Chapter 2. A gruesome meal. As Xia Yun was dragged into the depths of the reservoir, chaos erupted on the shore. Some called for the police, while others sought assistance. At that moment, Xia Yun's spirit floated upon the water's surface, observing the turmoil on the bank that was stirred up on his behalf. Regret welled within him. He lamented the loss of his young life for the sake of a mere fish. Just as Xia Yun contemplated the cause of his demise, a powerful suction arose from the depths, pulling his spirit downwards. He struggled in the water, yet no ripples were stirred. It dawned on him that he was indeed deceased. The force of the pull intensified, and as he finally comprehended the enormity of what lay beneath, his entire worldview shattered. Just how colossal was this creature? It bore an uncanny resemblance to a serpent, with the suction emanating from its gaping maw. The part he initially assumed to be the body was merely the tip of its tail. Its coiled form was larger than a football field, and he mused that a cadre of scientific enthusiasts ought to capture it and bring it to a research facility for examination, perhaps even to avenge himself. All of this was but a fleeting thought as his spirit drifted towards that great maw, and his life flashed before his eyes like a slideshow. How tragic it was that at the tender age of 18, he had never experienced love, remaining a pure-hearted virgin without even a girlfriend. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, yet it also felt like a mere moment. Xia Yun awakened not to the comfort of a hospital room or the presence of a charming nurse, but to a group of filthy children clad in animal skins, chattering away in a tongue he could not comprehend. Noticing his own hands and hair mirrored those of the children, a sharp pain pierced his head, prompting him to touch it. Ouch! He exclaimed. Memories surged into Xia Yun's mind. The original owner of this body was also named Yun, who had fallen from a tree while reaching for wild fruits, and through this body, he had been granted a second chance at life. Perhaps due to assimilating the original owner's memories, the previously incomprehensible chatter began to make sense. A slightly older child approached him, saying, "Brother Yun, are you okay? When you fell from the tree, you nearly scared us to death. You were on the brink of death. Thankfully, Uncle Shirtu happened by and carried you back, procuring some herbs from the shaman to revive you." Uncle Shirtu said it was all up to your fortune. Shirtu, is that a name? Xia Yun inquired, puzzled. The older child replied, "Yes, Uncle Shirtu is a good man. He cares for us orphans in the tribe." Xia Yun asked. And your name? I'm Sangwa. That one's Wolf Tooth, and that one is White Bird. Sangwa introduced the other children. Xia Yun pondered. Are names given so casually among primitive people? Sangwa pressed on. Brother Yun, did you hit your head too hard? Xia Yun reassured him. I'm fine, just a bump on the head. Some things are hard to recall. Sangwa continued. That's good. You should rest on that animal skin over there. Uncle Liahu will bring us food soon. What kind of food? Is there meat? Xia Yun eagerly inquired, feeling as though he could devour an entire roasted lamb. Meat? What nonsense are you spouting? Sangwa replied. Only warriors eat meat. Us common folk subsist on wild fruits and vegetables. We only get a taste of meat during tribal rituals, and even then, it's just a small spoonful for each. Sangwa gestured towards the wooden spoons resting in the corner, each no larger than a palm. Xia Yun felt a wave of despair wash over him. Would he never eat meat again? He was a true carnivore at heart. Is the tribe truly so stingy as to deny us even a morsel of meat? How can one live on wild fruits and vegetables alone? Xia Yun pressed further. Sangwa hastily responded, Brother Yun, did you really injure your brain? Those meats are not for us. There was once a gluttonous child who stole meat from the storage and bled to death shortly after. As a result, many were punished, even Uncle Shirtu, who was patrolling. Adults in the tribe often warn us children and those who have not yet awakened to never touch meat. If we are desperate, we can catch bugs in the fruit groves on the back mountain. As they spoke, a towering figure over 2 meters tall entered, carrying a massive stone pot. You little rascals, come over and eat. Xia Yun lay on the animal skin, watching the giant as he placed the pot on the ground without a sound. The pot was enormous, far larger than the one his grandmother used for pickling vegetables, filled to the brim with unfamiliar plant tubers and unknown fruits. He estimated that the pot and its contents weighed at least 500 pounds. The colossal man seemed unbothered by the weight, akin to Xia Yun lifting a bottle of mineral water with ease. If he were in his own world, he would surely win first place in weightlifting. To Xia Yun's astonishment, as the giant set the pot down, the filthy children surged forward, eagerly grabbing the tubers and mysterious fruits, shoving them into their mouths. Without a care for the dirt clinging to them, in less than 5 minutes, the pot was nearly empty, and each child's belly visibly bulged, yet they continued to eat voraciously. Sangwa stepped forward. All right, everyone, save some for Brother Yun. He hasn't eaten anything yet. The other children halted their movements, glancing up at the giant who was waiting to collect the pot. Chapter 3. The efficacy of beast's blood. Ultimately, it was Sangwa who stepped forward, timidly addressing the burly man. Uncle Lai Hu, could you possibly assist Brother Yun? He fell from a tree and injured his head, and now he seems disinterested in eating. She gestured towards Xia Yun, who remained motionless upon the animal hide. The giant's reflexes appeared somewhat sluggish as he observed Xia Yun's still figure, then glanced at the meager remnants of tubers and wild fruits at the bottom of the stone jar. Without uttering a word, the giant swiftly approached Xia Yun, lifting the stone jar with ease. Injured? How could he not eat? He stated, as he pinched Xia Yun's mouth gently with his thick fingers, forcing it open. The man named Lai Hu, with one hand holding Xia Yun's mouth, reached into the stone jar, retrieving the few remaining tubers and wild fruits. After mashing them together into a paste, he presented this concoction, which possessed a slightly sour taste intermingled with an indescribable flavor and a hint of earthiness, directly to Xia Yun's lips. Coughing several times, Xia Yun struggled to swallow the mixture. Observing his slow pace, the giant prodded Xia Yun's mouth repeatedly with his robust fingers. At last, seeing Xia Yun finish the paste, the giant nodded in satisfaction. When the hunting party returns in the evening, I will ask the captain for a drop of beast's blood. After consuming it, you shall recover. With that, he gently patted Xia Yun's head with a hand larger than the boy's own. Sangwa, standing nearby and watching Xia Yun consume the mixture, quietly reminded, Uncle Lai Hu, the injury is on his head. The giant chuckled sheepishly, turned, and carried the stone jar out of the children's dwelling. After finishing the paste, Xia Yun felt a slight resurgence of strength. Struggling to his feet, he leaned against the wall and made his way to the entrance of the cave where the group of children resided. It was then he realized they lived on the mountainside, not far from a few adult men armed with spears and bone knives, who were patrolling the area. Seated at the cave's entrance, Xia Yun gazed at the distant, majestic mountains, momentarily entranced by their beauty and grandeur. Time seemed to slip away until he felt a thirst arise within him, prompting him to call out, Sangwa, is there any water? Please give me some. Sangwa. engaged in playful antics with the other children, heard Xia Yun's voice and approached, gently patting his head. Water? Brother Yun, do you want a drink? What's wrong? Doesn't the tribe provide us children with water? She inquired, a hint of helplessness in her tone as she shook her head. Water is something we only have during the rainy season. Usually, only the shaman, the tribal leader, and the captain have a little. We mostly drink the sap from the maple trees, she explained, gesturing towards the robust trees surrounding the tribe, each thick enough to be embraced by a single person. Xia Yun glanced at the trees pointed out by Sangwa. Each tree's leaves appeared somewhat wilted and yellowed, starkly contrasting with the vibrant foliage of the distant trees. Sangwa, there's no water, but would you care for a taste of maple sap? Xia Yun hesitated. Well, I suppose I shall try some. Just as she finished speaking, Sangwa turned and hurried back to the cave, retrieving a wooden spoon from the corner. Without so much as a wipe, he plunged it into a wooden barrel, though it was merely a hollowed-out tree stump fashioned into a container. Sangwa scooped a spoonful of what he called maple sap and rushed back to present it to Xia Yun. Upon seeing the viscous substance in the spoon, Xia Yun felt a wave of nausea. It resembled the thick, unpleasant discharge one experiences when afflicted with a cold. Hastily, she returned the spoon to Sangwa, exclaiming, "You drink it, I shall pass." Sangwa, unfazed by her refusal, immediately brought the spoon to his lips and gulped it down in 2 swift swallows. Xia Yun looked at him with curiosity. Is the maple sap palatable? Sangwa promptly shook his head and replied, "It's utterly bitter and quite unpalatable. Sticky to the throat. Water is far superior." Xia Yun pondered. If the maple sap was so unappetizing, why did everyone still consume it? She pointed towards the large river, less than 5 kilometers from their tribe, and turned to Sangwa, asking, "Isn't that the river? It's not far at all. Even we children could fetch water in no time." Sangwa gazed sorrowfully at the river she indicated, saying, "Although that river is close to our tribe, what good does proximity do? The water beasts there are known to devour humans. Last year, during the final stretch of the drought, our tribe lost over a dozen members to thirst. My sister was among them. My mother, seeing that my sister and I were nearing our end, secretly went to the river to fetch water. However, before she could reach the water's edge, she was ensnared by the tongue of a 3-eyed demon frog and was never seen again." As he recounted this tragic tale, tears began to stream down Sangwa's cheeks. Seeing his sorrow over the loss of family, Xia Yun immediately sought to console him, saying, "Sangwa, please don't cry. I will find a way for everyone to have water in the future." Upon hearing that Xia Yun had a solution to provide water for all, Sangwa excitedly grasped her shoulders, shaking her fervently. "What is this way? All right, Sangwa, please stop shaking me. My head is about to burst." Just then, Sangwa pointed joyfully at the clearing near the foot of the mountain, exclaiming, "The hunting and gathering teams have returned. We shall have fresh fruits to eat." At the sound of Sangwa's shout, the other children in the cave rushed to the entrance. The older children exchanged glances, and like a swarm, they led the younger ones towards the clearing at the foot of the mountain, leaving Xia Yun standing there in a daze. She thought to herself, "Is it really that exciting? It's just some fruit." As she contemplated this, memories of the unappetizing mush they had eaten earlier resurfaced, and a sense of nausea began to rise within her. Xia Yun sighed, concluding that having something to eat was certainly preferable to having nothing at all. He decided to venture down the mountain in search of food. However, as he stood up, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The injury on his head had yet to heal properly. He could only hope that the group of children would return with some food after they finished eating. Reluctantly, Xia Yun sat back down, waiting for the children to return. Instead, today, the one who came was the uncle named Lai who had previously fed him porridge. "My dear Xia Yun, I, Uncle Lai Hu from the Black Wolf family, have managed to procure a drop of the heart's blood from a 4-toothed wild boar after speaking with the captain," he proclaimed, producing a small wooden jar from his cloak and handing it to Xia Yun. As Xia Yun held the exquisitely crafted jar in his hands, he looked up at Uncle Lai Hu, puzzled. "How should I use this?" Noticing the confusion in Xia Yun's eyes, Uncle Lai Hu urged him, "Hurry and drink it. This is a precious substance. I rarely indulge in it myself." As Xia Yun removed the stopper from the jar, a potent, fishy odor assaulted his nostrils, nearly prompting him to toss the jar aside in disgust. Observing Xia Yun's distressed expression, Lai Hu quickly pinched his mouth shut and poured the beast's blood directly into Xia Yun's mouth. Once the blood entered Xia Yun's body, a surge of warmth coursed through him, spreading throughout his being and enveloping him in a comforting sensation. Overwhelmed by the warmth, Xia Yun drifted into a peaceful slumber. After approximately half an hour, Xia Yun finally awoke. Seeing him alert, Uncle Lai Hu promptly encouraged him to test his body and see if he had gained any strength. "How do I test it?" Xia Yun asked, glancing at Uncle Lai Hu with uncertainty. "Come on, young one from the Black Wolf family. Let us see if you can lift your uncle." Xia Yun gazed up at Lai Hu, who towered over 2 meters tall, with arms thicker than his own waist, and weighing perhaps 300 to 400 pounds. Could a mere 10-year-old boy possibly lift him? Noticing Xia Yun's doubtful expression, Lai Hu insisted, "Give it a try." Reluctantly, Xia Yun approached, wrapping his arms around one of Lai Hu's massive thighs. Xia Yun took a deep breath and, with a surge of strength, lifted the massive form of Lai Hu effortlessly. Clutching Lai Hu's thigh, Xia Yun played joyfully for a while. Chapter 4. The Fisherman's Scheme. As Xia Yun reveled in his playful antics, the group of children who had gone out for food finally returned, each bearing an assortment of unfamiliar fruits, intending to present them to Xia Yun. However, upon witnessing Xia Yun's exuberance as he clung to Lai Hu's thigh, their jaws dropped in astonishment. What was happening? How could someone who had yet to awaken possess such strength? Reacting to the commotion behind him, Xia Yun sheepishly released Lai Hu's thigh, turning to the children with a bashful smile. "Thank you all for bringing back the fruits. In the future, if there are any fruits you wish to eat, I will find a way to provide them for you. As you can see, with my current strength, I can get whatever you desire." One child timidly spoke up, "Brother Yun, we are afraid to eat beast meat, but some of the aquatic creatures from the river are safe for us. Could you get us some meat?" The last time they had meat was after last year's rainy season, when floodwaters had washed some creatures ashore, which the tribe had collected. Discovering that certain aquatic meats were suitable for children and those who had not awakened. Watching the child unconsciously wipe away saliva, Xia Yun patted his chest confidently. "I will find a way to procure aquatic meat for everyone. Within 10 sunsets, I shall have it." Upon hearing Xia Yun's promise, the children erupted in cheers. Just then, an untimely voice interrupted, "Brother Yun, didn't you tell me you could find a way to get water? I almost forgot. Now you say you can also get aquatic meat, really? Sangwa, you must believe me. During the time I fell from the tree and knocked my head, I dreamt of some incredible visions." Before Xia Yun could elaborate, Lai Hu, standing nearby, bellowed, "You, pup from the Black Wolf clan. Can you truly find a way to get water?" Xia Yun replied affirmatively, "I will soon devise a solution for the tribe's water shortage. But I have my own conditions." He glanced at Lai Hu beside him. Lai Hu, noticing Xia Yun's gaze, replied solemnly, "Whatever conditions you have, state them freely. As long as they can resolve the tribe's water issue, I will agree to them." "Uncle Lai Hu, the conditions I propose may be beyond your reach. You need to bring someone in charge to discuss them with me." Before Xia Yun could fully comprehend his own words, Lai Hu effortlessly hoisted him onto his shoulder and dashed down the mountain. With Xia Yun perched on Lai Hu's shoulder, he called out to the children, "Do not worry. I will surely procure the aquatic meat for you." After a bumpy ride, Lai Hu halted before a cave, setting Xia Yun down before kicking open the stone door that blocked the entrance. As they entered the cave, the fierce tiger bellowed, "Captain, the whelp from Black Wolf's clan claims to possess a solution to the tribe's water scarcity, but he seeks an authoritative figure to negotiate terms." The captain, Thunder Dragon, observed the impatient fierce tiger and inquired, "Are you certain?" "The whelp from Black Wolf's clan asserts he can resolve the tribe's water dilemma and even procure some aquatic beasts." "Where is he?" "Right at the cave's entrance. I brought him in." "The whelp from Black Wolf's clan, named Yun, is it?" "Without a totem name. Feel free to propose any conditions. As long as they address the tribe's water issue, I shall acquiesce." "I would like to ask Uncle Fierce Tiger, how far from our tribe is it safe to approach the riverbank?" Without hesitation, Fierce Tiger thumped his chest and declared, "By my stride, approximately 30 paces. 30 paces? Uncle Fierce Tiger, take a step forward, let me see the distance." Observing the distance after Fierce Tiger took a step, Xia Yun calculated it to be roughly 40 meters. At such a distance, if equipped with fishhooks, those aquatic beasts would be akin to lambs led to slaughter. With his current strength, he could hurl a stone the size of his fist 60 to 70 meters without issue. As for fishing line, bark twisted into rope would be inadequate, as it was too heavy and would impair his launch distance. Gazing at the pile of animal hides within the captain's cave, Xia Yun's mind sparked with inspiration. "Captain, I require some animal hides and tendons. The hides must possess exceptional toughness, while the tendons should be long and sturdy. Please assist me in cutting the hides to the thickness of my fingers, ensuring the removal of any fur, and that there are no breaks in between. They should connect to a distance equivalent to Uncle Fierce Tiger's 80 paces. The tendons must be prepared, eliminating impurities to retain only the sinews. Additionally, you must help me fashion some fishhooks that are undeniably robust. The captain looked at Xia Yun with a puzzled expression. What is a fishhook? Xia Yun resorted to drawing the shape of a fishhook in the earth with his finger, adding barbs and advising the captain, make it the size of my palm. Prepare at least 2 strips of hide rope and as many tendons as possible. I need no fewer than 5 fishhooks. Once Xia Yun had conveyed all his requests, the captain regarded him. I can accommodate your conditions. The hides and tendons will be ready by tomorrow. As for the fishhooks, they will be completed by sunset. As for the water issue, I shall not concern myself with it. However, when I provide you with these items, I expect to see water. By the way, will you require assistance in fetching the water? No. Simply ensure the items I requested are prepared. Uncle Fierce Tiger can assist me with the water. He alone can manage it. Xia Yun mused, considering how effortlessly Uncle Fierce Tiger could excavate a shallow well 50 meters from the riverbank. Chapter 5. The three-eyed demon frog Fierce Tiger led Xia Yun away from the captain's cave, walking ahead while Xia Yun followed closely. After a while, Xia Yun noticed that Fierce Tiger was not heading toward the cave where he resided. As Summer Cloud traversed the path, he observed that the slightly older children in the tribe wielded wooden sticks or animal bones, engaging in fierce skirmishes amongst themselves. A mere tap to the head would elicit immediate retribution, with another child striking one's back with a stick. Almost every child bore bruises and scars, which left Summer Cloud both astonished and apprehensive. Were these children truly so brutal? Suddenly, the fierce tiger, leading the way, came to an abrupt halt. Unbeknownst to Summer Cloud, who was following closely behind, he collided headfirst into Tiger's rear, causing the latter to stumble. The 2 children standing before Tiger burst into laughter at the sight of him being knocked off balance. "Father, you were actually bumped by a child," they jeered. Upon hearing their laughter, Tiger roared in indignation. "You little rascals, what are you laughing at?" With that, he approached the 2 children and snatched a wooden stick from one of their hands, commencing a vigorous reprimand. As the stick swung through the air, the children's cries mingled with Tiger's scolding. "You 2 little brats have gone too far, daring to mock your father." In defiance, one child shouted, "You old geezer. Just wait. Once I awaken and become a warrior, I will pin you down and thrash you." His companion chimed in eagerly, "I will certainly assist you, and we shall give father a good beating." Hearing their bold declarations, Tiger accelerated his strikes, causing Summer Cloud to witness the stick leaving a blur in the air. The children soon cried out in desperation. Watching Tiger revel in the act of discipline, Summer Cloud couldn't help but reminisce about his father's leather belt. He wondered if his father would feel regret for having disciplined him after his passing. As time passed, the children's cries gradually diminished, and Tiger finally ceased his vigorous swings. When he stepped aside, Summer Cloud beheld the 2 bruised and battered children standing together, whispering, "Father, I was wrong. I will never mock you again." "Understanding your mistake is a start," Tiger replied sternly. "With your current state, do you truly believe you can challenge me? By the time you become warriors, I may very well have attained the rank of a second-tier warrior myself. Now let us head home." The 2 limping children led the way, while Tiger followed closely behind, urging them on. "Hurry up. Your father is eager to return home for a hearty meal." The clouds above the Black Wolf's abode. "You 2 shall accompany me home. Do not concern yourself with the meat. I can offer you some broth." Summer Yun followed Lai Hu to the cave he called home. At the entrance of the cave, a modest stone pot simmered, filled with meat. And even from a considerable distance, Summer Yun could detect the rich aroma wafting through the air. "A duo, I have returned. Quickly, bring forth some wooden bowls." No sooner had the words left his lips than a woman with a buzz cut appeared at the cave's entrance. She handed each person a wooden bowl, and Summer Yun observed that the bowl in her hands was nearly the size of a wash basin at home. Gazing into the pot, everyone was salivating at the sight of the meat. Without uttering a word, Lai Hu plunged his hand into the pot, retrieving all the meat for himself. Summer Yun felt a twinge of disgust as she watched him grab the meat directly from the pot. Once he had filled his bowl, Lai Hu carefully lifted the stone pot from the fire and poured a little of the broth into Summer Yun's bowl. After serving her, he poured some for his 2 sons as well. Summer Yin noticed that the amount of broth in his son's bowls was slightly less than her own, prompting her to cast a puzzled glance at Lai Hu. Observing the questioning look in her eyes, Lai Hu spoke in a deep tone. You have partaken of a drop of the wild boar's heart's blood today, and you have withstood its impact. Thus, having a bit more broth should pose no issue. After finishing his words, he gestured for Summer Yin to drink the broth. Faced with Lai Hu's expectant gaze, she lifted the wooden bowl and gulped down the broth in 2 swift swallows. Initially, Summer Yin thought little of it. After all, it was merely broth. What harm could it do? However, once the liquid settled in her stomach, she regretted her decision, feeling as though she had consumed 2 bottles of strong liquor. She immediately became dizzy and collapsed. Upon witnessing Summer Yin's fall, Lai Hu's 2 children exchanged a glance and promptly drank their broth as well. When Summer Yin regained consciousness, it was already the following morning, and she found herself hoisted on Lai Hu's shoulder, heading toward the cave where the captain had stayed the previous day. Before reaching the captain's cave, Summer Yin noticed a large crowd bustling with activity at the entrance from her vantage point on Lai Hu's shoulder. As they drew nearer, she realized that the individuals were busy crafting knives from beast bones, meticulously slicing through animal hides, while others were hammering away at the sinews of slain beasts with stones. The captain, amidst the throng, spotted Summer Yin perched on Lai Hu's shoulder. The tasks you assigned have been set in motion. By sunset, I expect to see water. Failure to deliver will result in consequences akin to that of the massive wild boar's head at the entrance, he proclaimed, causing Summer Yin to shudder in fear. Are you certain you do not wish for assistance, young one from the Black Wolf's clan? No, she replied. Lai Hu alone suffices. If absolutely necessary, I will enlist the help of the orphans and Lai Hu's 2 children. You all continue your work. Lai Hu and I shall find a way to procure water. After speaking, he hastily urged the fierce tiger beneath him to leave the scene. The fierce tiger glanced up at the summer cloud resting on his shoulder and asked, Where are we headed now? Should we bring any tools? Let us go to the riverside. A simple digging tool will suffice. Summer Cloud replied, Uncle Fierce Tiger, please set me down. I can follow you just fine. Upon returning to his home, the fierce tiger retrieved 2 bone shovels, called upon his 2 sons, and together with Summer Cloud, they made their way towards the riverbank. Before long, they arrived approximately 50 meters from the water's edge. Summer Cloud intended to venture further, but the fierce tiger halted him. They found themselves in a small grove, and the fierce tiger immediately signaled for silence, urging them to remain quiet. Following the direction he indicated, Summer Cloud spotted a herd of goats, yet they appeared oddly large, each the size of a calf. Realizing he had forgotten to bring hunting tools, the fierce tiger could only watch helplessly as the goats, now less than 20 meters away, scampered off. Frustrated by his failure, the fierce tiger plopped down onto the ground. Summer Cloud cautiously inquired, Uncle Fierce Tiger, can we still move forward? The fierce tiger remained silent, picking up a stone from the ground and handing it to Summer Cloud while gesturing toward a nearby open riverbank. Weighing the stone in his hand, Summer Cloud swiftly hurled it away. The stone landed less than 20 meters from the grove, but as it struck the ground, it was instantly ensnared by the tongue of a creature emerging from the river. The 2 children who had just been sitting beside Summer Cloud leapt up in fright. It was the tongue of the 3-eyed demon frog. Run! Before the children could react, their father pressed them down to the ground, simultaneously instructing Summer Cloud to lie still. No sooner had he spoken than a massive figure surged from the water, croaking loudly. A frog the size of a bulldozer landed on the sandy bank, creating a considerable crater upon impact. Fearful, Summer Cloud and the others remained crouched in the grove, too terrified to move. Summer Cloud could distinctly see the fierce tiger's hand trembling. Chapter 6. Water Retrieval and Reward. Observing the fierce tiger's incessantly trembling hand, Summer Cloud understood that he was frightened. Summer Cloud himself felt a profound fear of being swallowed whole by the formidable, 3-eyed demon frog. The corpulent creature lay motionless on the sandy riverbank, its 3 eyes swiveling as if searching for something. Recalling what he had learned, Summer Cloud remembered that frogs only chase after moving objects. Just as he was about to ask the prostrate fierce tiger a question, he noticed the fierce tiger glaring at him with fierce intensity. Sensing the predatory look in his eyes, Summer Cloud quickly sealed his lips. The 3-eyed magic frog lay motionless on the ground, basking in the sun, its eyes comfortably squinted shut. Meanwhile, Xia Yun and his companions, Summer Cloud, dared not move. Fearing that even the slightest sound would disturb the 3-eyed magic frog, which remained by the riverbank, eyes closed and enjoying the warmth. The two parties remained locked in this tense standoff for an indeterminate period. Suddenly, Xia Yun felt a warm liquid trickle across the back of his hand. Glancing sideways, he discovered that one of the sons from the Liehu family had inadvertently urinated on him. In an instant, Xia Yun noticed some white shadows flitting through the nearby grove. The group of goats that had departed earlier had returned. The goats indeed ran swiftly, but the three-eyed magic frog was even faster. With a swift whoosh, an enormous tongue shot forth from the frog's mouth, effortlessly slicing through the trees that obstructed its path. The tongue hurtled towards the grove beside Xia Yun and his companions, and as it retracted, it ensnared two goats. The goats bleated frantically, their legs thrashing in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet this did not impede their rapid journey towards the gaping maw of the three-eyed magic frog. In the blink of an eye, the goats were at the frog's mouth, wailing in terror as it opened its cavernous jaws, swallowing them whole. Xia Yun was astonished to see that this frog possessed a mouth full of sharp teeth. Once the goats disappeared into the depths of the frog's throat, they were instantly silenced. Even from a distance of nearly 30 meters, Xia Yun could distinctly hear the sound of the three-eyed magic frog crunching on their bones. He had no doubt that if this creature were to discover their presence, not a single person among them would escape the grasp of its tongue. As he witnessed the frog devour the two goats without a sound, Xia Yun fervently prayed that it had eaten its fill and would soon return to the river. What would he do if it lingered there as darkness fell? Would he meet the same fate as the goats, either being devoured or having his head severed by that captain known as Leilong? Heaven have mercy, in his previous life, he had died a pure and innocent virgin, merely trying to fish, only to be killed by an unknown serpentine creature. Perhaps the heavens took pity on him, allowing his soul to traverse into this primitive world. Yet, having only just arrived a few days ago, was he to face death once more? Oh, venerable magic frog, please depart swiftly. I promise I shall never disturb you again. Perhaps Xia Yun's prayers truly bore fruit, or perhaps the three-eyed magic frog was indeed satiated. Shortly after consuming the two goats, it turned and leaped back into the river. As the three-eyed magic frog disappeared into the water, a collective sigh of relief escaped from the group. The creature had finally left. They were safe at last. Xia Yun leaned against a nearby tree and slowly rose to his feet, while the Liehu family members gradually stood up as well. Glancing at Uncle Liehu, who was not far from him, Xia Yun suggested, "Shall we find another place? This spot is too frightening. Changing locations is unnecessary. This river is teeming with three-eyed magic frogs, each claiming a section of the waterway. The creatures have just eaten and are unlikely to emerge for a while. Young cub of the black wolf family, what do you propose we do to draw water?" Summer Cloud inquired, casting a glance at the river before assessing their current position. She estimated that if they dug downwards, they would likely encounter water at approximately 5 meters deep. Uncle Fierce Tiger, if we were to excavate a large pit right beneath our feet, would it disturb the three-eyed magic frogs in the river? Uncle Fierce Tiger hesitated, expressing uncertainty. I cannot say for certain whether it would alarm them. I suppose we could give it a try. After all, their tongues cannot reach us here. If a three-eyed magic frog leaps from the water, we can simply lie still and silent, and it shall not detect our presence. Despite her trepidation, Summer Cloud cautioned her companions, "Let us proceed with utmost care and avoid creating excessive noise." With that, they began to take turns using the 2 bone shovels brought from Uncle Fierce Tiger's home, meticulously digging into the ground. As they were cautious not to make too much commotion, their progress was slow. After approximately 2 hours, they had dug down about 3 meters, transitioning from loose sand to gravel. As they delved deeper, the pit's base could now accommodate only 2 individuals at a time. Summer Cloud and the youngest son of Uncle Fierce Tiger were summoned to assist in moving the excavated earth and stones aside. In the meantime, Uncle Fierce Tiger joined them, crafting 2 baskets from branches. Upon reaching a depth of over 4 meters, they encountered a massive rock, prompting Uncle Fierce Tiger's eldest son to ascend as well. Now, only Uncle Fierce Tiger remained in the pit, tirelessly shoveling sand and stones from around the boulder into the baskets. After about half an hour of diligent effort, the rock was finally revealed in its entirety. Once a crevice was carved at its base, Uncle Fierce Tiger removed his animal hide clothing and fashioned a strip of leather, wide enough to serve as a rope, using the edge of his shovel. After securing the leather rope to the boulder, he instructed his 2 sons and Summer Cloud to remove their animal hides and cast them into the pit. Uncle Fierce Tiger then connected the hides of the 3 children, securing them to the leather rope, and climbed out of the pit. With 1 adult and 3 children pulling on the animal hides, they exerted their strength together, gradually dislodging the boulder from the pit's base. As the stone was lifted, a trickle of water began to appear. When they finally pulled the boulder to the surface and looked back into the pit, they discovered that the water had risen to half a meter in depth. Without hesitation, the 2 sons of Uncle Fierce Tiger leaped into the pit, eagerly drinking the murky water without a care for its clarity. After the 2 little rascals at the bottom of the pit had quenched their thirst, they discarded their remaining leather trousers to the side and commenced bathing in the water. Once they had sufficiently indulged in their frolic, they climbed out of the pit, gazing at their father, Liahu, who was cleaning himself in the puddle. In a fit of exasperation, he delivered a sharp slap to their heads. "You little scamps, this water is for everyone to drink, not for you to bathe in." Having reprimanded his sons, Liahu turned his attention to the grimy Xia Yun, who stood nearby. With an awkward chuckle, he suggested, "Why don't you join in for a wash?" Xia Yun, feeling rather disinterested, promptly removed his leather trousers and leapt into the puddle. After cleansing himself of the grime, he felt significantly lighter, a wave of comfort washing over him. The only annoyance was his excessively long hair. Glancing at the bone shovel still lying at the bottom of the pit, Xia Yun seized it without hesitation and began to trim his locks. Once he had cropped his hair to a satisfactory length, Xia Yun shook his head. Meanwhile, Liahu, standing at the edge of the pit, wielded another bone shovel to strip bark from a nearby tree. As Xia Yun emerged from the pit, Liahu approached, carrying a rudimentary wooden bucket fashioned from the bark. Ignoring the 3 clean children at the pit's edge, he jumped into the puddle and quickly rinsed himself off with a few vigorous rubs. Xia Yun suspected that Liahu was too embarrassed to remove his leather trousers in front of the children for a thorough wash. After a hasty cleaning, Liahu filled the makeshift wooden bucket with the murky water from the pit and splashed it over himself. In no time, he had cleared the pit of its dirty water, remaining inside to wait for the water to rise again. When the water level reached about a meter, Liahu did not hesitate. He submerged himself, drinking deeply from the water. After quenching his thirst, he inquired if Xia Yun wished to partake as well, to which Xia Yun nodded affirmatively. Once everyone had satisfied their thirst, Liahu dashed to a large tree to strip more bark, soon recrafting another simple wooden bucket, carefully filling both makeshift buckets with water. The group made their way back towards the tribe. Upon their arrival, they were encircled by a throng of onlookers, all astonished at the sight of the freshly cleaned individuals. Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Did they really just bathe? How wasteful. This is the dry season. A multitude of people surrounded Xia Yun and the others, pointing and murmuring. It was not until someone shouted that Captain Leilong arrived, parting the crowd to create a path. Captain Leilong approached, scrutinizing the pristine figures before him and the rudimentary buckets they held. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, seized one of the smaller buckets, and began to drink heartily from it. Captain Leilong's belly visibly swelled, and fearing that he might burst from overindulgence, Xia Yun hastily advised, "Please drink less. There is plenty of water." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, clamoring, "Where is the water? Where can we find it?" Captain Leilong set down his wooden bucket, his gaze fixated on Xia Yun. The bloodshot eyes of Leilong instilled a sense of dread in Xia Yun, causing him to take a step back. Those eyes were truly terrifying. Immediately, Liahu, standing beside Xia Yun, stepped protectively in front of him, exclaiming, "What is the point of frightening a child? Today, when we went to fetch water, we encountered the 3-eyed demon frog, which nearly terrified me to death." Upon hearing the name of the 3-eyed demon frog, Xia Yun distinctly noted the pallor that swept across the faces of everyone around him. Somewhat vexed, he thought, "It's merely a large frog. Aside from its size and its quick, precise tongue, what else can it do?" Observing the fear etched on their faces, he pondered, "Is it really that serious?" Captain Leilong patted Liahu on the shoulder, acknowledging, to have successfully returned with water after encountering the 3-eyed demon frog is truly commendable. He then inquired, "Liahu, was the method of fetching water perilous?" "Perilous? What danger is there? It's quite safe. As long as one has hands, it's manageable. If you don't believe me, I'll take you there myself to fetch more water." "Very well, wait here while I fetch something to carry the water." Captain Leilong swiftly disappeared, and upon his return, he brought with him a stone jar larger than himself. Astonished, Xia Yun gaped at the jar, realizing that it was ample enough to bathe Liahu in. Let us go, Liahu, Captain Leilong declared, and without allowing Xia Yun a moment to comprehend. He effortlessly lifted him up and dashed towards the waterhole, admonishing the crowd behind them. No one is allowed to follow. This water was exchanged for with great effort. Upon their return to the waterhole, they found the water crystal clear. Giggling foolishly, Liahu and Leilong exchanged mischievous glances. After gently placing the stone jar beside the waterhole, Leilong removed his leather jacket and meticulously cleaned the jar in preparation for filling it with water. Liahu, shedding his previous recklessness, sought a small tree with a clean exterior, stripped it of its bark to fashion a spoon, and broke it to create the handle. To avoid any debris contaminating the water, the two meticulously scraped the bark clean, carefully ladling the clear water from the hole into the jar. Whenever the water level dropped slightly, they paused, waiting for it to rise again. Thus, they toiled for nearly 3 hours, finally filling the massive jar to the brim. Looking at the jar filled with pristine water, the two resumed their silly laughter. Just as Liahu intended to carry the jar back to the tribe, Captain Leilong abruptly shoved him aside, declaring, "This is my family's water. No one is allowed to touch it." In an awkward posture, Leilong carefully cradled a large water tank as he made his way towards the tribe, followed closely by Liahu and Xia Yun, who struggled to suppress their laughter at his clumsy demeanor. Upon their return to the tribe, they found themselves once again encircled by a crowd, which had swelled to at least 300 or 400 people. The throng closed in, eager to glimpse the substantial tank of water Leilong had brought back. Sensing the escalating tension, Leilong swiftly drew the bone knife he had secured at his waist, declaring, "Step back, the water is mine. Anyone who dares to seize it today shall face dire consequences." "Oh, Leilong, your audacity grows bolder. Drawing your blade against Xianjia, what is your intention? If you desire water, procure it yourself. Today, you shall not claim mine. Should you attempt to take it, I will inform the chief and let him deal with you. Threatening me with the chief is futile." Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, Xia Yun interjected, suggesting, "Obtaining water is quite simple. One can dig a deep pit by the grove near the river. Those who wish to fetch water can follow the footprints we left earlier and retrieve it themselves. There is an existing water pit we dug, so there is no need for conflict here." Upon hearing that collecting water was so straightforward, the crowd dispersed in an instant, including Xianjia, who had previously sought to trouble Leilong. After everyone had departed, Leilong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He and Xianjia had never seen eye to eye, and had Xia Yun not intervened, he might have faced another beating today. "Xia Yun, today's water collection was a resounding success. As one of the hunting team leaders of the tribe, I shall gift you this bone knife made from Leilong's teeth, in addition to the conditions you previously mentioned. As for the leather cord and beast tendons you requested, I will ensure they are delivered to the orphan cave tonight. I am unaware of what other leaders and the chief may offer as rewards." With that, he tossed the bone knife to Xia Yun. Chapter 7. The chief's return and Xia Yun's reward. After tossing the bone knife to Xia Yun, Leilong returned to his cave with the water tank. Once Leilong's figure had completely vanished, Liahu swiftly snatched the bone knife from Xia Yun's hands. Liahu examined the knife from various angles, exclaiming, "What a splendid item! A Leilong possesses only 2 teeth suitable for crafting bone knives. By giving you this knife, he signifies his acknowledgement of you. Once you awaken as a reserve, you will be able to join Leilong's hunting team directly. Uncle Liahu, return the knife to me. It was given to me by Leilong, not to you. Look at you, being so petty, just like Leilong." With that, he tossed the bone knife back to Xia Yun. Xia Yun grasped the bone knife in his hand, testing its weight with a careful balance. Neither too light nor too heavy, it felt just right. As for its sharpness, a simple trial would suffice. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the blade gently across his arm. The knife effortlessly sliced through his skin, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. "Ouch, that really hurts." Beside him, Liahu observed Xia Yun's reckless act with the same incredulity one might reserve for their own foolish offspring. Children of this age are all the same, rather foolish, he mused. Yet, this boy appeared to possess a modicum more intelligence than his own 2 sons. After all, who else could devise such a clever method of drawing water? However, this penchant for self-harm warranted some corrective guidance. Seeing Xia Yun wince in pain, Liahu wasted no time in delivering a swift kick to the boy's backside. Just after admonishing him, Liahu heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. When he turned around, he was met by a burly man with a grim visage, who, without a word, delivered a resounding slap across his face. The force of the blow sent Lai Hu sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain. While he muttered under his breath, "Why hit me? That little brat is the one inflicting harm upon himself. I merely nudged him to teach a lesson. What's wrong with that?" After striking Lai Hu, the burly man paid no heed to Xia Yun, who continued to toy with the bone knife. Instead, he pondered to himself. Somewhat vexed, where have all the others gone? This place is usually bustling with activity. Today he had received splendid news. Soon, members of the Tushan clan would be visiting their Xia tribe. If they performed well, they could surely reap considerable benefits from the encounter. During a recent hunting expedition, he had learned from the Shanju tribe that their Xia tribe's black wolf had now advanced to a 5th-level warrior, suggesting promising opportunities for their tribe's future. He had hurried back to the village with the intent of sharing this good news, only to find that it was deserted, save for the foolish Lai Hu. Feeling a tinge of frustration, he kicked at Lai Hu, who remained seated on the ground, and inquired, "Where is everyone? Where have they gone?" It seemed that his voice had been loud enough to stir the reclusive Lei Long, who had been muttering to himself by the water vat. What splendid water! If only others from different tribes could see it, they would be envious. Usually, it was only that old shaman, Wu Gong, who insisted on sending someone into the forest at dawn to gather dew for him, claiming his old age rendered him incapable of consuming the viscous tree sap. What of age? There were others in the tribe who were also elderly, yet they managed to drink the sap. Only that old fool demanded dew collection every day. As Lei Long continued his soliloquy, he caught the sound of voices from within the tribe, and it seemed to bear a resemblance to that most irksome figure, a Fu. Could it be that a Fu had returned? That seemed unlikely. They were not expected back from the hunting grounds until sunset at the very least. Curious, he decided to investigate. With cautious steps, Lei Long approached the edge of the square, peeking out to observe his surroundings. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was already spotted. "Lei Long, you rascal, come here." "Father, why are you back today? Aren't you supposed to return at sunset tomorrow? Did you not see anyone? You should address me as chief. Only at home can you call me father. Now tell me, where has everyone gone?" Lei Long replied nonchalantly, "They went to fetch water." "Where are they getting water?" "Of course from the river," he retorted, but before he could elaborate, his father landed a kick on his backside and bellowed. "Is the river a place one can casually visit? It's dangerous. You know very well that the water beasts there can be deadly. Why are you still sitting there? Get up, and you too, Liahu. Hurry and come with me to rescue them." "Rescue them? No need." Lei Long quickly waved his hand. "Look, isn't that them returning?" In the distance, a group of individuals approached, each cradling wooden barrels or stone jars as they made their way back to the tribe. Among them, Shankai, carrying an enormous stone jar, spotted the returning chief and, disregarding the risk of spilling its contents, dashed towards the tribe. "Chief, how did you come back? What about the others? Have they all been devoured by the ferocious beasts?" The chief rolled his eyes, ignoring Shinkai's question, and instead focused on the water within the stone jar, swallowing hard. Observing the chief's reaction, Shinkai wisely handed the jar to him. The chief struggled to swallow again. Locking eyes with Shinkai, "Is there plenty of water in there? It appears everyone is carrying some." Shinkai casually waved his hand. "There's in abundance. We could fetch as much as we desire." Upon hearing this, the chief hesitated no longer, lifting the massive jar to his lips and indulging in the refreshing liquid. "Oh, this is delightful. Water is truly the best, especially after days filled with tree sap and beast blood." Once the chief quenched his thirst, nearly everyone had returned. As they surrounded him, chattering incessantly, the chief, feeling overwhelmed, shouted, "Silence! Allow me to speak. I have returned unexpectedly to share some good news. I have heard from the people of the Shanin tribe that our tribe's black wolf has now reached the rank of a level 5 warrior and has joined the intermediate hunting team of the Tushan clan. In due time, members of the Tushan clan will visit our tribe. Most of you are aware of the Tushan clan. They are the guardians of the entire Falling Star mountain range. Their power is undeniable and beyond the imagination of us small tribes. According to Tushan clan's regulations, if any tribe has 3 members join their intermediate hunting team, they will grant us a guardian beast, although we may not compare to those large tribes. Once we acquire a guardian beast, the Falling Star mountain range shall no longer be subjected to bullying from other tribes, regardless of their strength. Take, for instance, the Mountain Bull tribe. Their ancestors had 4 members join the Tushan clan's hunting team, earning a young Azure Divine Bull bestowed by the Tushan clan. Today, That azure divine bull has matured into a 6th-tier pure-blood ferocious beast. The prowess of a 6th-tier pure-blood ferocious beast is well understood by all. I cannot predict when the Tushan clan will arrive, but when they do, we must all strive to leave a favorable impression on them. Having shared this uplifting news, the chief finally paused to regard the steadfast Xianjia before him, proclaiming, "I have high hopes for you. You shall be the next warrior to join the Tushan clan." Xianjia beamed with pride at the still-seated Lei Long. His eyes filled with a taunting glimmer that seemed to say, "See, you cannot measure up to me." Infuriated, Lei Long turned away, choosing to ignore him. The chief, undeterred by Lei Long's sulking, patted Xianjia on the shoulder, inquiring, "Who taught you the method of water retrieval? I must reward them handsomely. Furthermore, during this time, ensure that you gather ample water and keep the tribe immaculate. Should the Tushan clan arrive unexpectedly, a clean environment will surely leave a good impression." The chief mused. The Tushan clan. They are exceedingly affluent. Their arrival will undoubtedly bring some benefits to our tribe. As he spoke, a wicked grin spread across his face. At the sight of the chief's malevolent smile, a shiver ran down the spines of those present. They knew all too well that such a smile often heralded mischief. What is the meaning of this expression? Go and inquire within 100 miles. The Mo Horn of the Summer tribe is a truly benevolent soul, beloved by all. From the ground, Lei Long muttered under his breath, "If you, father, are a good person, then there are no bad people in the world." He recalled how his father had struck another from behind and forcibly exchanged a wild bull for a piece of saltstone. Hearing his child speak ill of him, the chief wasted no time and kicked Lei Long, exclaiming, "You little rascal, speak such nonsense again, and I shall break your legs. Clearly, it was your shameless actions. Yet you refused to let anyone speak of them. Who discovered the method of water retrieval?" Sensing an opportunity to speak, Xianjia eagerly replied, "It was that lad over there." He pointed to the side, where Xia Yun played with a bone knife, wearing an expression of innocent curiosity. The chief, looking at the young one before him, asked, "Who is your father? You have resolved the tribe's water shortage. What reward do you seek?" Before Xia Yun could utter a word, the nearby Lu Hu hastily interjected, "He is Yun, and his father is the Black Wolf. Your second son, Lei Long, has already gifted him a bone dagger crafted from the teeth of a thunder dragon. As for the reward you wish to bestow, I leave that to your discretion." As he spoke, he couldn't help but tilt his head back, glancing at Lu Hu, which made the chief seethe with frustration. Clearly, Lu Hu was stirring trouble, and he resolved to teach him a lesson at the earliest opportunity. Having already bestowed a bone dagger upon his own son, he feared that offering a meager reward would diminish his standing in the eyes of the tribe. Xia Yun, observing the unfolding situation, realized it was his moment to shine. He gazed up at the chief with eager anticipation, hoping for a generous reward. As a newcomer university student in the modern world, he was always the first to leap at any opportunity for gain. Feeling the collective gaze of the tribe upon him, Chief Mo Jiao, with a pained expression, withdrew a wooden box from his robe. Upon opening it, he revealed a fruit the size of an egg, radiating a mesmerizing purple glow. "This is the purple cloud fruit," he announced. "Consuming it will enhance your potential, allowing for swifter growth upon awakening." Nearby, hushed whispers circulated. This is indeed the purple cloud fruit. The last time it was discovered was over 20 years ago, and it was snatched away by members of other tribes. As the murmurs continued, Chief Mo Jiao cleared his throat, signaling for silence. "The offspring of the Black Wolf, Yun, correct?" Xia Yun nodded earnestly. "As your reward for obtaining water, I present you with this purple cloud fruit. I hope you will contribute more to the tribe in the future." Receiving the wooden box from the chief, Xia Yun wasted no time, extracting the fruit and swallowing it whole. To his surprise, its sweet and tangy flavor was delightful. Observing this, the chief winced in pain. He turned to the crowd, proclaiming, "I have delivered the news you needed to hear, and the reward for fetching water has been given. Now disperse. I must return to the hunting grounds." He then addressed Xianjiao, instructing, "After I leave, ensure that the clutter within the tribe is tidied up. Gather more water and irrigate the grove of maples in front of the tribe to enhance their greenery. It will make the scenery more pleasing." As the chief prepared to depart, Xia Yun, feeling a surge of anxiety, inquired, "Chief, if I manage to capture some water beasts, what reward might you offer me?" "Water beasts?" the chief exclaimed incredulously. "You jest. No one dares approach the riverbank. How do you intend to procure water beasts?" Xia Yun stroked his chin, pondering the challenge. I cannot say for certain how I will capture them, but I must at least try. What if I succeed? The chief replied, if you truly manage to acquire water beasts, rest assured, your reward will be substantial. At the prospect of a reward, Xia Yun's spirits soared. He could hardly contain his excitement, eager to rush back to the cave with the pelts and sinews promised by Lei Long, to fashion fishing lines and attempt to catch the elusive water beasts. After the chieftain answered Xia Yun's question, he departed from the tribe, with the others following suit, each carrying wooden barrels and stone jars. Only Xia Yun, Lei Long, and Lai Hu remained at the scene, while Xianjia led a group to the riverbank to fetch water from the newly dug pits for irrigation. Lei Long had no intention of assisting with the water gathering. He was eager to inquire about Xia Yun's plans for capturing the water beasts in the river. Xia Yun, however, did not respond to Lei Long's question, instead requesting that both Lai Hu and Lei Long assist him in transporting the animal skins and sinews to the orphan cave. It was not that he lacked trust in the tribe's members. Rather, this was his first attempt at fishing in this primitive world, and he preferred to rely on his own efforts. Furthermore, the creatures and fish in the river were formidable, and he feared that the tribe's members might not take the task seriously, leading to a disastrous first fishing experience. Chapter 8. Making ropes and rendering oil. Xia Yun instructed Lei Long and Lai Hu to return to the orphan cave with the prepared leather ropes and sinews. Although the items appeared numerous, they were not particularly heavy, and the trio swiftly arrived at the orphan cave. After depositing their load, Lei Long intended to assist Xia Yun in crafting the fishing line, to which Xia Yun readily agreed, asking him to fetch some water to soak the stiff leather ropes. As for how to soften the animal hides, Xia Yun was uncertain. He was merely a newly admitted university student, and this exceeded his knowledge. He decided to soak the leather in water and see how it fared. Xia Yun had a vague recollection of his grandfather back home, who once fashioned cowhide ropes. It seemed he would take unwanted scraps of cowhide, soak them in water to soften, and then scrape off the remaining flesh and fat with a small knife. Once the hides dried to a suitable condition, he would brush them repeatedly with rendered lard until both sides glistened. At that point, his grandfather would cut the hides into strips the width of chopsticks and braid them into ropes, which were quite painful when used as a whip. Xia Yun reminisced about how he had often felt the sting of that leather whip in his childhood. His grandfather would lament that if only he could incorporate a bit of sinew into the braiding, the rope would be even more effective. To this, Xia Yun could only sigh, acknowledging that indeed, with age comes a certain eccentricity. Now that he too could craft a leather rope, he was determined to add more sinew. For whether it would be for whipping or binding, it would be of great utility. As he envisioned his future strength, he imagined making a leather whip to use at his discretion. Meanwhile, Lei Long and Lai Hu returned, each carrying a stone jar. Xia Yun instructed them to submerge all the leather ropes in the water jar, weighted down with stones, and then inquired, "Is there any oil in the tribe?" "What is oil?" They exchanged bewildered glances. Xia Yun had to explain that it was the white, fatty substance from the beasts, which dripped down when roasted over fire. Both shook their heads in unison, indicating that such a thing was entirely absent. In the tribe, the dried meat typically stored is predominantly red meat. As the white meat cannot be preserved at all, if left for even a short while, it begins to emit a foul odor, leading to severe digestive distress upon consumption. There have been instances where individuals perished from consuming this white meat, which must be eaten promptly after the hunt. The white meat is difficult to dry and is essentially unsustainable. Must the fierce tiger have that oil? Is it impossible without it? Summer Cloud shook her head, asserting that without the oil, it simply would not work. The animal hides, if not oiled, would break upon gentle folding once dried, making it utterly impossible to fashion fishing lines for those aquatic beasts. At this moment, the usually silent Thunder Dragon interjected. "Isn't it true that more of that white meat is better?" Summer Cloud nodded affirmatively. "If it's merely the white meat, then it becomes simple. Do wait here. I shall accompany the fierce tiger, and we will return shortly." To her surprise, they returned in less than 2 hours, each bearing a wild beast resembling a pig. The Jurassic beast is abundant in white meat, albeit it is foul-smelling and unpalatable. Observing the two beasts before her, Summer Cloud inquired, "Why didn't you slaughter them and bring back the white meat?" "The creatures are reeking. Even their blood is odorous. And should one be splattered with it during the slaughter, the stench could linger for days." "Did you bring them back for me to slaughter?" Both nodded in unison, revealing that they merely wished for her to be a witness. Upon this, They simultaneously rendered the Jurassic beast unconscious and laid it on the ground. With a shared smile, they commenced a playful brawl. Each landed punches and kicks, soon finding themselves bruised and battered, with the fierce tiger ultimately succumbing to defeat. Reluctantly, he dragged the two Jurassic beasts to a maple tree and began to dig a pit. As he dug, he muttered to Thunder Dragon, "You shameless one, just wait. I'll have my revenge next time." While cursing Thunder Dragon, he was interrupted by Xianjia, who was watering the maple tree with others. "Why are you attacking the Jurassic beasts? Planning to eat them? Is your household in dire straits?" Grabbing a handful of the soil he had unearthed, the fierce tiger hurled it at Xianjia. "You are the one in need." Xianjia swiftly dodged. "Once you've finished with these Jurassic beasts, hurry and fetch water for the trees. The chief instructed us to follow your lead in tidying up the area around the tribe." "Xianjia, I am not part of your hunting team, nor do I wish to hear your incessant chatter. Begone." The chief did not mention that I must heed you. "I am not one of those who failed to awaken. I am not under your jurisdiction. With audacity, you should directly report to the leader, Xuanjia." "Just wait," said Xuanjia, storming off in a huff. Upon witnessing Xuanjia's departure, Liahu could not help but smirk, thinking to himself that he had not yet been bested. After driving Xuanjia away, Liahu's spirits seemed to lift considerably, and his pace quickened significantly. After discarding the blood, entrails, and hides of the Jurassic beasts into a pit, Liahu carried the meat of two Jurassic beasts to the cave where Xiayun resided. Upon seeing Liahu return with two large chunks of white meat, Xiayun instructed the nearby Leilong to swiftly procure a stone pot for rendering oil and to also gather some firewood. Before long, Leilong returned with a massive stone pot, dragging behind him a tree trunk over 10 meters long, which he could barely embrace. With the firewood prepared, they were now ready to cut the white meat from the Jurassic beasts and place it into the pot for rendering. Hearing that the white meat needed to be diced into smaller pieces, both Leilong and Liahu promptly shook their heads and retreated to a safe distance. Reluctant to engage in the task of cutting meat, Xiayun had no choice but to wield the bone knife that Leilong had provided and commence the cutting himself. While urging Leilong and Liahu to chop the large tree into smaller pieces, lest it become cumbersome to ignite later, the two retreated to chop wood, leaving Xiayun alone to meticulously slice the white meat from the Jurassic beasts and toss it into the stone pot. In truth, while claiming to chop wood, the two were merely smashing large stones against the trunk of the tree. The fatty white flesh of the Jurassic beast was relatively easy to cut, though it emitted a faint, unpleasant odor, which surely explained the reluctance of the two to assist with the task. Since arriving in this primitive world, Xiayun had never witnessed anyone starting a fire. As he was busy cutting meat, Leilong, who had already hewn some wood, retrieved a small bowl made of stone from his leather pouch and a small wooden box from which he poured a quantity of red powder. Picking up a random stone from the ground, he rubbed it against the red powder, and soon flames erupted. The fire quickly blazed, and somewhat apprehensive of the pot sticking, Xiayun hastily fetched a bit of water from the two stone jars soaking in beast hides and poured it into the stone pot. Xiayun swiftly prepared the white meat of the two Jurassic beasts, casting it into the pot. As the base of the stone vessel heated, a faint, unpleasant odor began to permeate the air. Leilong and Lai, who had retreated some distance away, leaving Xiayun alone. He found a longer stick and, suppressing his aversion to the foul smell, stood beside the pot, continuously stirring. After more than 3 hours of simmering, the white meat had transformed into golden oil, with only fist-sized remnants floating atop, and the noxious odor had dissipated, replaced by a delicate fragrance reminiscent of milk. Attracted by this enticing aroma, Leilong and Lai, who had been observing from afar, returned, gazing at the golden liquid within the stone pot. They marveled at how the white meat of the Jurassic beasts could metamorphose into such an appealing substance, reminiscent of the milk traded by the mountain ox tribe. Unable to resist, Lihu dipped his finger into the bubbling oil, prompting Xiayun to urgently caution him against the scalding heat. Ignoring the warning, Lihu gently tasted the hot oil and found it surprisingly delightful. Observing his reaction, Leilong could not help but follow suit, dipping his hand into the pot and savoring the flavor. Indeed, it was quite delightful. Xiayun watched their antics with bemusement, relieved that the oil was not intended for human consumption. Otherwise, it would have been rather revolting. With the oil now ready, he attended to the next task, processing the beastskin ropes. Approaching the two stone jars where the ropes soaked, he examined a few and confirmed they had softened. He instructed Sangua and the children in the cave to find some stones to scrape off the remaining flesh from the ropes and cautioned them not to taste the scraps, for they were inedible. The children were motivated by the promise of priority access to water beasts, as Xia Yun had devised a method for fetching water. After hearing Xia Yun's enticing offer, Sangua and the other children eagerly retrieved the beast's skin from the jars and sought stones to clean the remnants of flesh. Xia Yun did not shirk his duties. He joined the children in processing the ropes. Once softened, the scraps on the beast's skin were laboriously scraped off by the children using stones, while Xia Yun effortlessly removed them with the bone knife Lei Long had given him. The task proved remarkably easy. In the cave, the children worked diligently, and after more than 2 hours, they had thoroughly cleaned the remaining flesh from the beast's skin. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Lei Long and Lai, who were gathered around the stone pot, continually sampling the oil, visibly noting a decrease of 4 to 5 centimeters in the liquid's level. Xia Yun instructed the children in the cave to bring out all the prepared animal hides for drying. It was then that she noticed 2 of them sneaking glances at the stone pot, indulging in the delicious contents, each taking turns to taste it with delight. Upon realizing Xia Yun had emerged, they hastily ceased their actions, sheepishly hiding their hands behind their backs as they stepped away from the pot, perhaps due to prolonged cooking. The oil within the pot began to emit an increasingly rich aroma reminiscent of milk, which even tempted Xia Yun to dip her hand in and sample a taste. Indeed, it was quite delectable. As the children emerged from the cave carrying the hides, they too caught a whiff of the enticing scent. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they turned to Xia Yun, well aware that the delightful aroma had originated from her. Unable to resist their eager gazes, Xia Yun relented, saying, "All right, Sangua, please fetch a wooden spoon. Each of you shall have a scoop." She then inquired of Uncle Liehu whether the children could partake of the oil. Liehu nodded in affirmation. Sangua swiftly dashed back into the cave, returning with a wooden spoon the size of a fist. He was the first to the stone pot, carefully ladling out a scoop of oil and savoring it with utmost caution. Once he finished, it was the next child's turn, and soon, the oil in the pot diminished by a third. Observing the dwindling supply, Xia Yun felt somewhat exasperated. Both the children and adults had quite the appetite. Xia Yun mused, "This is oil. Surely it must be greasy." Yet, it dawned on her that during her time here, she had yet to encounter a single overweight individual in the tribe, indicating that these primitive folk were indeed in dire need of fats. Even she found the oil to be delectable, let alone these simple people. "If only we could add some salt to this oil, I would gladly have a spoonful every day," she pondered. "Uncle Liehu, does the tribe possess salt?" Liehu inquired if she meant salt stones, hinting at the existence of primitive salt deposits. Xia Yun eagerly nodded. After a moment's thought, she suggested, "If we were to add a bit of salt stone to this oil, might the flavor not improve?" Liehu promptly agreed, acknowledging that a hint of salt would undoubtedly enhance the taste. He then prepared to seek out the salt stones. "Wait a moment, Uncle Liehu," Xia Yun interjected. "I still need the remaining oil. You mustn't consume any more, or there won't be enough. If you wish for more, you may go hunt a few Jurassic beasts, and we can brew another pot. Besides, one should not consume too much oil, as it may lead to an upset stomach." With the alluring scent of animal fat lingering in the air, Liehu and Lei Long promptly departed to hunt Jurassic beasts. After the two departed, Xia Yun refrained from allowing the children to consume excessive oil, fearing it might lead to their distress. The high temperatures of the dry season caused the animal skins hanging outside the cave to gradually dry. Sensing the time was right, Xia Yun enlisted the children within the cave to assist in applying oil to the skins. Once oiled, they would return the skins to the stones for further drying. This repetitive process rendered the skins smooth and lustrous, and upon squeezing them, oil would seep out. Xia Yun felt that these skins were now suitable for weaving into ropes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, gazing at the distant sunset stirred a longing for his parents within Xia Yun. He pondered how they fared after his demise, as he was their sole child. Chapter 9. The tribe's oil extraction. Xia Yun's fishing. While Xia Yun reminisced about his parents, Lei Long was at the foot of the mountain, setting up a stone pot at the entrance of his cave, fueled by a roaring fire, filled to the brim with the white meat of Jurassic beasts. Mimicking Xia Yun, he stirred the contents with a stick. Similarly, at the cave of Liehu, a stone pot was also in use, with its contents being stirred. Seated at the entrance of the orphan cave, Xia Yun observed Lei Long and Lai Hu diligently extracting oil, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Having arrived in this world and tribe, he felt a responsibility to enhance their lives, aspiring to ensure that every member of the tribe would thrive and flourish. Now that they had oil, he mused how wonderful it would be to have an iron pot for stir-frying. However, reflecting on his previous studies in history and archaeology, he lamented that had he known he would traverse to such a primitive world, he would have enrolled in a mining university, thus acquiring valuable ores to forge weapons for self-defense. With the Jurassic beast oil at hand, he contemplated how to transform it into soap, a skill he had never learned. He recalled hearing elders in rural areas mention the addition of wood ash. Why not give it a try? After all, there was still some oil left in the pot. With determination, Xia Yun extracted a bit of oil from the pot and combined it with some ash from the burnt wood at the bottom. Soon, he had crafted a primitive soap-like concoction, and its efficacy remained to be tested. The water used for soaking the rope in the cave had yet to be discarded, so Xia Yun decided to test his newly created soap. After scrubbing for a considerable time, he found it produced little lather and had only mediocre cleansing power, proving less effective than simply rubbing with sand. He mused that if only he had a mobile phone, he could look up the precise method for soap making and its necessary ingredients. But dismissing the thought, he resolved to follow the ways of primitive people, using sand to scrub away the grime from his body. As night fell, those who had accompanied Xianjia to water the maple trees returned. Upon arriving at the tribe, everyone was greeted by a foul stench emanating from the cave where the Jurassic beast's white meat was being rendered into oil, releasing an intense odor of decay. It soon became clear that the source of the repugnant smell was the caves of the fierce tiger and the thunder dragon. Each entrance was adorned with a stone pot, simmering oil. While others were hesitant to confront the duo, Xuanjia boldly approached the thunder dragon's cave, contemplating that after dealing with the thunder dragon, he would then address the fierce tiger, ensuring no one would speak ill of him, as the thunder dragon was his brother. His father had once advised that when a transgression occurs, one must first address their own kin to earn respect from others. Arriving at the thunder dragon's cave, pinching his nose, Xuanjia inquired, "Thunder dragon, what are you up to? Do you need a beating?" The thunder dragon retorted, "Mind your own business. It's one thing to bully me under the guise of our father. However, if you dare strike me today, I will seek out our mother." The thought of their mother brought a myriad of expressions to Xuanjia's face. He mused that as long as the thunder dragon was with him and their father, any grievances would lead the thunder dragon to seek their mother, who, being more formidable than their father, would often deliver a sound thrashing to him first before turning her wrath upon Xuanjia. Even though he might receive a beating, their father would never dare retaliate, for the consequences would be far worse. 6 months prior, their father had punished the thunder dragon for a trivial matter, leading the young one to seek comfort from their mother in the hunting grounds. She had abandoned her duties there, returning to the tribe to break their father's leg and several ribs, leaving him incapacitated for nearly a month. The thunder dragon glared fiercely at Xuanjia, ready to rush to the hunting grounds to summon their mother should the situation escalate. Xuanjia hesitated. He did not wish to provoke their mother over something as trivial as an unpleasant odor. Just as he was about to depart, the white meat in the stone pot had completely melted into a golden liquid, the foul stench dissipating, replaced by a subtle hint of creaminess. Curious, Xuanjia turned and asked, "What is this made of?" "It has a hint of a milky scent." The thunder dragon, with a sense of pride, replied, "That's a secret. I won't tell you." Xuanjia scoffed, "You think by withholding it, I remain uninformed? The fierce tiger is doing the same thing. If he refuses to share, I shall beat him until he reveals it." Not far from the thunder dragon's cave, the fierce tiger also experienced a transformation of scents, as the odor shifted to a milky aroma. While others refrained from troubling the thunder dragon, they were emboldened to confront the fierce tiger, and soon, a crowd encircled his cave. Clutching a wooden stick in trepidation, the fierce tiger addressed the gathering. "What do you want?" "Stay away from my pot." A voice from the crowd chimed in. "Fierce tiger, why are you so anxious?" As the crowd drew nearer, the fierce tiger reluctantly set down the stick he had been holding, although he was not afraid of being struck. Enduring blows for the meager amount of broth made from the white flesh of the Jurassic beast seemed rather unwise. After all, Jurassic beasts were plentiful in the fruit forests of the back mountain. He could simply capture a few more the following day and brew anew. It was hardly a rare commodity. Seeing the fierce tiger relinquish his stick and step aside, everyone surged forward, each eager to sample the broth. Even the cunning Xuanjia, who had been lurking at the back of the crowd, plotting to strike the fierce tiger, found himself devoid of anger. As the oil at the bottom of the pot dwindled, Xuanjia bellowed, "Step aside. I haven't tasted it yet." He plunged his entire hand into the stone pot, withdrew it, and licked it, exclaiming, "Quite fragrant." He then proceeded to lick the oil from his hand clean. Though Xuanjia felt somewhat unsatisfied, he recognized the eager faces of those around him who had yet to taste, and he stepped back. He understood that, at such a moment, tribal customs could not be applied logically. Anyone who dared obstruct his access to food would surely face consequences. The people of the Xia tribe had an insatiable love for delectable fare, just as when they had traded with the Shanyu tribe for milk. No one dared to hoard it. Even one's own father was not permitted to indulge excessively. As the oil in the stone pot diminished further, others instinctively dipped their fingers in, tasting a little before passing it on to the next person. Eventually, the last individual licked the very bottom of the pot clean. All eyes turned to the fierce tiger. Feeling the weight of their gazes, the fierce tiger felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily declared, "This oil is made from the white flesh of the Jurassic beast." Someone inquired, "How is it made?" The fierce tiger explained, "Cut the white flesh of the Jurassic beast into small pieces, place them in the stone pot, add a little water, and stir continuously once the fire is lit." Upon hearing this, some impulsive individuals immediately resolved to venture to the fruit forests in the back mountain to capture a few Jurassic beasts for oil. However, Xuanjia swiftly intervened. "Going out at night is unsafe," he elaborated. "The warriors of the tribe cannot abandon their patrol duties to protect everyone while you seek Jurassic beasts in the back mountain. Those who wish to capture Jurassic beasts must wait until dawn. Anyone daring to leave the tribe tonight will find themselves facing severe consequences." Confronted with Xuanjia's ire, the crowd reluctantly returned to their caves. As the festivities unfolded at the foot of the mountain, Xia Yun had already retreated to his cave, plunging into slumber. With the dawn of the next day, once the ban on the rotating armor was lifted, the entire tribe, adults and children alike, rushed towards the fruit forest on the back mountain. In an instant, the Jurassic creatures inhabiting the forest met their unfortunate fate. When the sun rose again, the jubilant tribe returned, proudly hauling the slain Jurassic beasts. The air was thick with the anguished cries of these creatures intertwined with the hearty laughter of the villagers. Even Xia Yun was roused from his dreams by the cacophony of sorrowful roars and boisterous mirth. In a mere span of time, the Jurassic beasts were mercilessly slaughtered, and the pungent stench of decay enveloped the entire tribe. Upon exiting the cave, Xia Yun was immediately assailed by the overwhelming odor, and he observed the bustling activity of the villagers. He couldn't help but grimace, pondering how many Jurassic creatures had fallen victim to this frenzy, and whether their population would be entirely consumed by the tribe. Judging by the previous day's antics of the Thunder Dragon and the Fierce Tiger, it seemed that once the oil was extracted today, if not moderated, the entire populace might be afflicted by digestive distress before the afternoon arrived. The thought of hundreds simultaneously suffering from such a predicament sent a shiver down Xia Yun's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the cave of the Thunder Dragon, hoping that the elder could advise the villagers, for as a mere child, his voice might not carry the necessary weight. Upon seeing Xia Yun at his cave entrance, the Thunder Dragon was momentarily perplexed by the boy's visit, speculating whether it was regarding the oil extraction and if he sought some advantage. By the time Xia Yun reached the Thunder Dragon's cave, he was slightly out of breath and urgently conveyed his message. The villagers should consume less of the extracted oil at once, for overindulgence could lead to intestinal distress. The Thunder Dragon, albeit reluctantly, accompanied Xia Yun, going from hut to share the warning. Knowing that Xia Yun was the one who had initially refined the oil and had observed his methods, Xia Yun mused that he had disseminated all the necessary information. Should anyone choose to indulge excessively and suffer the consequences later, it would be on their own heads. After addressing the oil matter, Xia Yun returned to the orphan cave, intending to weave ropes. The leather cords, saturated with oil, were remarkably supple. He contemplated seeking out some animal hides from the Thunder Dragon once he completed the ropes, as he wished to craft himself a couple of garments. Currently, he was merely clad in a single piece of animal hide around his waist, which was not entirely comfortable. As for the rope making, it was a task he could manage alone, having learned the skill from his grandfather back in his hometown. Following his grandfather's teachings, Xia Yun commenced the weaving process, incorporating a significant amount of sinew into the leather cords to enhance their durability, ensuring they would withstand the formidable strength of any water beasts that might attempt to sever them. As the sun blazed high in the sky, Xia Yun had successfully woven over 60 meters of rope, and he estimated that within an hour, he would complete his task. When the time comes, he only needs to tie the fishing hooks, and he will be ready to fish. Xia Yun had lost interest in continuing his weaving. The air was thick with a rich aroma of milk. After all, with so many pots simmering oil, he too felt hungry. Hastily, he instructed Sangua, who had been assisting him, to convey a message down the mountain that the oil was ready and no further boiling was necessary. After Sangua departed, Xia Yun gazed at the sun hanging in the sky, sensing that it was already noon. Yet at this hour, no one had come to deliver food to those residing in the orphan cave. Lying on the ground in a daze, he waited until Sangua returned. Cradling a small wooden bucket, Sangua, looking at Xia Yun, explained, "Uncle Lai, who was busy refining oil and forgot to bring us our meal. I was sent to bring back some of the prepared oil for the children." The children in the cave devoured the entire bucket of oil, while Xia Yun abstained, feeling it too rich and unhealthy to consume in excess. What he craved was some meat. Suppressing his hunger, Xia Yun resumed his weaving endeavor. After more than an hour of effort, he finally crafted 80 meters of material, which, according to his previous estimations, should suffice. At least 10 meters would be enough to cast into the water for catching aquatic beasts. In a corner, he found the 5 fishing hooks that Lei Long had polished. Xia Yun pondered, "I might as well tie them as mother and son hooks. Considering they are made of bone, unlike the industrial fishing hooks from my past life, 2 hooks would be more secure." He strung the remaining 3 hooks together with a strip of leather, securing them behind him, the bone knife at his waist, the leather strap coiled over his shoulder. Eagerly, Xia Yun set off to find Lei Long, believing Lei Long's strength to be slightly superior to that of Lai Hu, ensuring that in case of danger, he could at least save his own life. Upon seeing Xia Yun fully armed at his cave entrance, Lei Long looked bewildered. "What are you planning to do?" Xia Yun replied, "I am going to hunt for aquatic beasts. Do you wish to join me?" As he mentioned the term aquatic beasts, he noticed Lei Long's eyes sparkled with interest. Lei Long quickly nodded in agreement and returned to his cave to fetch a spear and a bone knife. Seeing that Lei Long only took a spear and a bone knife, Xia Yun promptly inquired if there was any leftover beast meat in the cave. If so, they should bring some along. Lei Long then turned back and emerged from his cave with a piece of meat weighing over 20 pounds. "This is the leftover meat from the 4-toothed wild boar I hunted last time." Lei Long had originally intended for just the 2 of them to go to the river to hunt aquatic beasts, ensuring that when his father returned, the credit would belong solely to him and Xia Yun, without anyone else taking a share. However, as they passed by Lai Hu's cave, they found him busy cleaning the stone pot used for boiling beast oil that morning. Upon seeing the 2, Lai Hu immediately approached and, upon learning of their plan to hunt aquatic beasts, insisted on joining them. Lai Hu had also noted that this Xia Yun, since his fall from the tree, had transformed entirely. He was a different person from the one he once knew. Following him would surely bring benefits, for this lad had become quite clever. After returning to their cave to retrieve their weapons, Liahu and Lei Long took a detour, determined not to disturb anyone else, lest their spoils be diminished. They soon arrived at the location where Xia Yun and the others had first gathered water. Xia Yun found a tree large enough for a person to embrace, securely tying the end of a rope to it. He tossed the other end, bearing a fishhook, to Lei Long, instructing him to cut 2 pieces of meat and attach them to the hook before casting it into the river. Following Xia Yun's guidance, Lei Long deftly prepared the meat, exposing the sharp tip of the hook, and forcefully cast it into the water. The group lay in wait, anticipating the moment when a river beast would take the bait. Less than a minute after the hook had been cast, Liahu's impatience began to surface. Their previous experience of luring a 3-eyed demon frog with a mere stone had left him restless. Having tested the leather line himself, Xia Yun was acutely aware that if a creature of the 3-eyed frog's caliber were to bite, the line would surely snap. He silently prayed, hoping for a water beast weighing around 100 to 300 pounds. His expectations were modest. Perhaps it was the allure of the meat or the fervor of Xia Yun's prayer that worked wonders. The leather fishing line suddenly tightened, and ripples began to form in the river. Liahu was the most exhilarated, instantly leaping to his feet to pull the line. His excitement was mirrored by Xia Yun, who felt a surge of pride in the fishing line he had crafted. The leather cord creaked under the strain as the force from the river beast surged against it. In this contest of strength, the humans prevailed. Xia Yun alone could lift 300 to 400 pounds, not to mention the warrior-class strength of Lei Long and Liahu. With their combined efforts, the water beast soon revealed itself. A massive fish measuring 7 to 8 meters in length surfaced. Lei Long shouted in excitement, "It's a bullhorn fish! Quick, pull it in." Within mere seconds of the bullhorn fish breaching the surface, Xianyun and the others swiftly drew it closer, the great fish thrashing wildly, its tail slapping against the nearby trees. As Xianyun gazed at the creature now identified by Lei Long as a bullhorn fish, he noted that its two horns indeed resembled those of a cow. Lei Long, brimming with excitement, leapt onto the fish's head, drawing his bone knife from his waist, and swiftly severed the bullhorn fish's spine. Having dispatched the fish, Lei Long approached Xianyun and clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Kid, if anyone in the tribe dares to trouble you in the future, come to me, and I will certainly help you deal with it." Xianyun nodded vigorously in agreement. He then moved to the fish's mouth, extracting the hook, while Lei Long naturally cut 2 more pieces of meat to attach to it before casually tossing it back into the river. Not long after, the leather line tightened once more, pulling a 7 or 8 meter long bullhorn fish from the water. With laughter, the group hauled the fish ashore, prepared it with bait, and cast it back into the river. Upon catching the 6th fish, heavy footsteps echoed from the direction of the tribe, suggesting a large number of people were approaching. Lei Long glanced towards the tribe, aware that his father had returned, and it was time for him to flaunt their catch. Chapter 10. Exhausted from dragging fish. An automatic awakening. Lei Long informed Lai Hu and Xianyun that the hunting party had returned from their expedition, and they too should showcase their own prey. Ensuring everyone knew they had also secured a bounty, specifically the bullhorn fish. Since he could remember, the most delectable thing Lei Long had ever tasted was indeed the bullhorn fish. He found himself lost in memories of his first encounter with its exquisite flavor. During last year's rainy season, when the floods were at their peak, a portion of the maple forest in front of the tribe became stranded with aquatic beasts as the waters receded, including a bullhorn fish far larger than those they had just caught. The first brave soul who dared to sample the fish took a raw bite, confirming its edibility. And soon others began to carve pieces from the fish, cooking them in a stone pot. The result was astonishing, cooked fish meat that was exceptionally sweet and tender. Once they savored the flavor of the bullhorn fish, many hurried back to the fish's remains, carving off chunks larger than themselves and scurrying back to their caves, fearing that others might seize their prize. Initially, Lei Long was also roasting dry jerky alongside his father, but given the mud-laden jungle's post-rainy season, hunting was not an option. They had to survive on the dried meat stored from the dry season. His father, engrossed in his jerky, consumed a little before losing interest, as it was as dry as chewing on wood. Determined to wander around the tribe and observe how far the water had receded, Lei Long chanced upon numerous individuals transporting the bullhorn fish's meat back and forth. He quickly seized one person, inquiring, "Is it delicious?" The individual merely nodded in silence, clutching the fish meat and hurrying to their cave. Having subsisted on jerky for over 3 months during the rainy season, Lei Long yearned for fresh meat. Even if the bullhorn fish's flesh was less than desirable, it would surely surpass the jerky in flavor. With a nonchalant attitude, he approached the carcass of the bullhorn fish, only to discover that the thick meat was nearly depleted, leaving only the head and tail with some remnants. Lei Long resolved to cut off the entire tail, carrying it back to his cave. In the post-rainy season, the tribe was not short on water, so he sliced the tail in half, tossed it into the stone pot with water, and set it over the fire to boil. By the fire, his father, Xianjia, and Amu were chewing on jerky, paying no mind to Lei Long who was boiling the fish tail. He, however, was indifferent to their lack of attention, continually adding fuel to the fire beside the stone pot. The fish tails simmering in the stone pot had long since been thoroughly cooked, exuding a subtle yet delightful fragrance. This was a taste that Lei Long had never encountered before. Unable to resist, he scooped a spoonful of the fish soup with a wooden ladle and savored its sweetness. A touch of salt would undoubtedly enhance its flavor. He then excavated a piece of fish flesh and tasted it, an unprecedented sweetness flooding his palate, so delicious that he nearly bit his own tongue. Both the soup and the fish were scalding hot, prompting Lei Long to move the stone pot away from the fire, awaiting a moment for it to cool so he could indulge himself. And a sprinkle of salt. With that thought, Lei Long, always a man of action, dashed back to his cave in search of the salt. Where had he placed it? Why could he not find it? After rummaging through his belongings, he finally uncovered the salt in a corner. However, upon his return, he discovered that the pot of fish soup and fish flesh had all vanished into the bellies of several family members, who gazed back at him with innocent expressions. Enraged, he tossed the salt to the ground and stormed off in search of the bullhorn fish. Lei Long mused to himself, perhaps if he hurried, there might still be a morsel of flesh left on that bullhorn fish. Yet, when he arrived beside the carcass once more, he found that the meat had been completely devoured by the tribe, leaving only a large fish head behind. Heartbroken, he cradled the fish head and mourned for a long while before finally carrying it back to his cave. Upon seeing Lei Long return with the substantial fish head, his father and older brother, Sun Jia, rushed to him, pulling and grappling to split the head in half, placing it into the stone pot with water and kindling a fire. Once the fish head was fully cooked, Lei Long asserted that he must claim half for himself, or he would fiercely contest it with his father and brother. Lei Long had never imagined that an animal's head could be so delectable. Though it bore a slight fishy taste, it was also incredibly sweet, particularly the meat near the cheeks. While he later caught some other aquatic beasts, none compared to the exquisite flavor of the bullhorn fish. Perhaps recalling past experiences, Lei Long hesitated as he gazed at the few fish at his feet, pondering whether to bring them back to boast. If he did, he would certainly have to share some, and he yearned to keep such a delightful treasure all to himself. Yet, to leave them behind seemed unthinkable. After all, he intended to visit the Tu Shan clan, and at the very least, he aspired to become a leader of the tribe. Beside him, Lai Hu seemed to sense Lei Long's internal conflict. After all, last year, he had not managed to seize any of the bullhorn fish meat, only having tasted a morsel of the soup when Lei Long's family died. That flavor lingered in his memory. Lai Hu stepped forward and patted Lei Long on the shoulder. Lei Long, you are still young. Do not entertain thoughts that are unworthy. As a warrior, upon capturing prey, one must return it to the tribe. Although our undertaking this time was not a hunt, those bullhorn fish are still our quarry and sustenance. Let us bring them back. At the worst, I could plead for leniency, and the three of us would share a single fish, while the remainder would be distributed among the members of the tribe. Upon hearing this, Xia Yun felt a surge of displeasure. After all her efforts, to think that only one fish would be divided among the three of them was simply unacceptable. Immediately, she exclaimed to her companions, one of these 6 fish must belong to me. Xia Yun pointed to the rawhide rope she had fashioned and secured on her back, which included a fish hook, a reward she had exchanged for her water-gathering efforts. The rope was crafted by her own hands, and the two of them had merely assisted with a modicum of labor. Thus, one of these fish must be allocated to her. After all, the children in the cave had lent a hand while she was crafting the rawhide rope, and she had promised them that she would procure some meat from the water beasts. Seeing Xia Yun's determination to secure her share of the fish, Lai Hu and Lei Long exchanged amused glances. With a chuckle, they selected the smallest fish from the 6 bullhorn fish and presented it to Xia Yun. Lei Long remarked, "This fish is yours, but you must carry it back to the tribe yourself. Neither Lai Hu nor I will assist you." According to their calculations, this fish would require at least an adult who had not yet awakened their abilities to drag it along. Given that Xia Yun was just over 10 years old, she was certainly incapable of managing it. As the two waited to witness Xia Yun's struggle, she deftly untied the rawhide rope from her back, threading it through the gills of the fish, and hoisted the fish's head onto her back. Once the weight of the fish settled upon her, her legs began to tremble. Xia Yun yearned for the assistance of Lai Hu and Lei Long, but recalling their earlier attitudes filled her with indignation. Perhaps it was this rebellious spirit that spurred her perseverance. After a brief respite, her legs steadied, and she bent down, laboriously dragging the bullhorn fish forward. As she commenced her arduous journey, Lai Hu and Lei Long, who had been waiting to witness her plight, were rendered speechless. Could this be accomplished by an unawakened child? They lost all urgency to return to the tribe, curious to see just how far Xia Yun could drag the fish. Xia Yun trudged onward, each advance of 50 to 60 meters necessitating a pause to recover. Yet, she dared not sit. The fear of being unable to rise again and providing entertainment for her observers loomed over her. She was acutely aware that Lai Hu and Lei Long were following closely, anticipating her eventual collapse so they could revel in her defeat. Thus, she continued, dragging the fish with a rhythm of stops and starts, progressing from resting every 50 meters to needing a break after merely 20. By now, she was utterly exhausted, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. After more than 2 hours of toil, she had barely covered a kilometer, and the distance to the tribe remained dauntingly long. In that moment, Xia Yun lamented her stubbornness, questioning why she had succumbed once more to the same obstinacy that had plagued her during her school days. This bullhorn fish was far too cumbersome, surpassing her capabilities. Xia Yun could not help but ponder that allowing Lei Long and Lai Hu to assist him would undoubtedly be an effortless endeavor. Yet, driven by a fleeting moment of pride, he had already borne the burden for such a considerable distance that relinquishing it now would result in a loss of face. The expressions of Lei Long and Lai Hu, who had been trailing Xia Yun, transformed from smiles to grave seriousness. Lei Long murmured, "This individual is destined to become an exceptional warrior." Lai Hu, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. At this juncture, the sky had darkened considerably. Xia Yun continued to exert himself, dragging the horned fish, while Lei Long and Lai Hu lingered approximately 30 meters behind him. As time progressed, they yearned to assist Xia Yun, yet they were equally curious to discover the limits of his endurance. The moment Xia Yun faltered, they would rush to his aid without hesitation. Time passed slowly, and Xia Yun felt as though he were enduring an eternity. He was utterly fatigued. If someone were to whisper in his ear that he could rest, he would immediately discard the fish and lie down to sleep. The night had fallen, and the cold, silvery moonlight illuminated the path ahead. Xia Yun could discern the faint glow of firelight emanating from the small square in the tribe. He urged himself to persist just a little longer, convincing himself that rest was within reach. The moonlight cast a chill upon him, and unbeknownst to Xia Yun, blood had begun to seep from his pores. Oblivious to his own condition, he continued to drag the horned fish forward. Meanwhile, Lei Long, who had been observing from a distance, noticed Xia Yun's alarming state. He made a silent gesture to Lai Hu to remain quiet, and stealthily approached Xia Yun from behind, now within a mere meter of him. As Lei Long carefully scrutinized Xia Yun's changes, he gasped in shock. Not only was blood seeping from Xia Yun's pores, but a dark liquid was also oozing forth. Moreover, a distinct aura, one that belonged solely to a warrior, was beginning to brew within him. Lei Long recalled a vague memory, when he had been caught stealing in the room of the former shaman and received a lesson. The shaman had shared tales he had heard from the Tushan clan. It was said that the previous shaman, upon recognizing the current shaman's latent gifts, had sent him to the Tushan clan for training. During his time there, the current shaman had encountered various rumors. Legends spoke of warriors who awakened without the aid of a shaman. Some would suddenly awaken while dining, others would find themselves transformed after a nap, and some would experience an explosive awakening during labor when their strength was depleted. The phenomena of automatic awakening were diverse and could be triggered in myriad ways. Not everyone had the fortune to awaken spontaneously. Those who awaken automatically may, after becoming warriors, find themselves leading unremarkable lives, gradually transforming into ordinary individuals. However, upon awakening, they experience rapid growth in strength, advancing one level each year. Once they reach the rank of a level 3 warrior, they must ascend to level 4 within a single year. Otherwise, they will revert to being an ordinary person. Even those automatic awakeners who transform into normal individuals possess strength far superior to that of an average person, rivaling that of a level 3 warrior. Indeed, a level 3 warrior is a remarkable title. Within the tribe, there are only 2 such warriors, one a novice and the other at mid-stage. Once an automatic awakener breaks through the barrier of level 4, their progression accelerates at the rate of 1 level every 3 years, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary warriors. For typical warriors, reaching level 4 presents significant challenges, primarily due to the resources required, which a small tribe cannot provide. Furthermore, the acquisition of rare herbs and the blood of extraordinary beasts is essential. Warriors beyond level 4 often require substantial quantities of flesh or blood from formidable creatures that exceed their own level, necessitating the assistance of higher-level warriors to obtain these resources. However, automatic awakeners are exempt from these constraints. Upon reaching level 4, they merely need to consume sufficient sustenance to meet their daily energy needs. After 9 years, they can seamlessly ascend to level 6. Upon achieving level 6, their strength stabilizes, and they will no longer regress. Their rate of advancement may slow to that of a normal awakener. Despite this deceleration, their physical prowess remains significantly superior to that of their ordinary counterparts at the same level. As Lei Long reflected upon the tales recounted by the shaman, he observed Xia Yun's current state. This individual was on the verge of automatic awakening. Lei Long cautiously followed behind Xia Yun, careful not to make a sound, lest he disturb him. Dragging a fish, Xia Yun stumbled toward the direction of the tribe, already able to hear the voices of the tribe's people. Lei Long noticed the warrior's aura emanating from Xia Yun, growing increasingly formidable, causing his heart to race with trepidation. As they drew nearer to the tribe, Xia Yun could discern figures straining to maintain their composure, dragging their catches toward the settlement with their last vestiges of strength. Just as Xia Yun prepared to muster his final effort to bring the fish back to the tribe, his warrior's spirit erupted forth, propelling him to run. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lei Long rushed ahead to intercept him. Chapter 11. Keeping Secrets confronted by Lei Long. Xia Yun was puzzled as to why he was being stopped when they were so close to the tribe. Noticing the questioning look on Xia Yun's face, Lei Long felt compelled to explain. Look at yourself. You are able to drag that fish while running. You are already a level 1 novice warrior. Moreover, your awakening has not been facilitated by a shaman. Your current state falls under the category of automatic awakening. I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but I do know that individuals of your kind grow rapidly and will undoubtedly become formidable in the future. Xia Yun pondered. Just how powerful would that be? Could one craft a whip and strike down those who offend them? In his previous life, Xia Yun harbored a dream of becoming a cowboy, riding upon a steed, wielding a small whip, and delivering lashes to wrongdoers he encountered. Upon hearing Lei Long declare that he had now become a warrior, Xia Yun felt a wave of astonishment. Was this truly what it meant to be a warrior? Did he, perhaps, possess a system akin to the elderly grandfathers featured in the fantasy novels of his past life? Xia Yun incessantly called out within his heart, System, where are you? After several attempts yielded no response, he resignedly mused, It seems I am without a system. Could it be that heaven, seeing him struggle to the brink of exhaustion, granted him this awakening? It must be so. Now that he had become a warrior, it was reasonable to assume that his strength had significantly increased. Raising his gaze to the horned fish resting upon his shoulder, Xia Yun grasped the beast-hide rope threaded through its gills and casually tossed it aside, resulting in the horned fish soaring over 20 meters into the air. Xia Yun was aware that awakened warriors possessed great strength, yet he was astonished by the magnitude of his own. With a mere flick of his wrist, he had sent the horned fish, previously a burden, flying high into the sky. Staring in disbelief at the fish suspended aloft, Xia Yun's mouth fell agape. The horned fish, having been flung into the air, began its descent, plummeting directly toward him. Xia Yun was utterly unprepared, while Lei Long, standing nearby, watched in astonishment as the fish soared upward. Lei Long had never fathomed that someone newly awakened could wield such immense power. This exceeded his comprehension entirely. Logically, one would expect a warrior's strength to be incrementally developed through personal effort following their awakening. A colossal crash resounded, and Xia Yun was knocked unconscious by the falling fish. Having been following at a distance, Lai Hu rushed over, dragging the fish upon hearing the commotion. Earlier, Lei Long had sensed that something was amiss with Xia Yun and had instructed Lai Hu to remain silent. Consequently, Lai Hu had maintained a distance of about 100 meters, wary of making any noise. Now, upon hearing the loud bang, he approached, only to find Xia Yun buried in the ground beneath the horned fish, casting an irritated glance at Lei Long. Having been too far away to witness the earlier incident, Lai Hu assumed that Lei Long had used the fish to strike Xia Yun into the earth. Without uttering a word, he discarded the several horned fish he had been dragging. Clenching his fists, Lai Hu launched himself toward the somewhat dazed Lei Long, delivering a swift blow to his chin. Caught off guard, Lei Long found his jaw dislocated by the force of the punch. As the fierce Hu attempted to curse, the astute Lei Long, despite the dislocation of his jaw, hastily covered Hu's mouth with his hand. After having his mouth muffled, Hu thought to himself, How shameless of you, Lei Long. You, a warrior, struck a mere child with a fish, and now you seek to silence any words against it. If this matter were to reach the ears of others, both of us would be rendered crippled. Gazing at Lei Long's hand covering his mouth, Hu bit down fiercely on Lei Long's hand. The pain was excruciating for Lei Long, who had never anticipated that Hu would resort to biting. Enduring the sharp pain in his hand, Lei Long managed to pin Hu down and, with his other hand, reattached his jaw. Leaning close to Hu's ear, he whispered, That boy has awakened and become a warrior. Hu was momentarily bewildered, releasing his grip on Lei Long's hand, muttering in disbelief. How could this be possible? The child is barely over 10 years old, far from the age of awakening. Lei Long suddenly felt relieved, grateful for having sneaked into the shaman's chamber in his youth, where he overheard discussions concerning automatic awakenings. Otherwise, he would have reacted like Hu, first in shock, then in joy, eagerly sharing the news with their tribe that they had produced a warrior who had awakened before the appropriate age. Had he done so, the news might have spread before the chieftain and the shaman could intervene. The consequence would be that this child, Xia Yun, would be severed from their tribe forever. Their ignorance could lead to powerful tribes vying for this child, either to claim him or to eliminate him. Their Xia tribe would be unable to protect him, and with one misstep, they could face annihilation. Contemplating these dire possibilities, Lei Long shuddered. The thought was terrifying. Such events had indeed transpired in the past. A few years prior, a tribe named Jinji, situated 30 sunrises away from their Xia tribe, had inadvertently hatched a 9-colored 3-headed bird from their domesticated fowl. This news, carelessly disseminated among their tribe, eventually reached the ears of the Fisherman clan. Within 3 sunrises, members of the Fisherman clan descended upon the Jinji tribe. Initially, they sought to barter for the 9-colored 3-headed bird, but the Jinji people stubbornly believed it to be the key to their tribe's ascendance. The Fisherman clan departed. Yet soon after, other tribes began to covet the Jinji tribe. Within less than 10 sunrises, the Jinji tribe was annihilated, and the 9-colored 3-headed bird ultimately fell into the hands of the Fisherman clan. Lei Long was unaware of the details of this calamity. He only understood that when an individual or a tribe possesses something that far exceeds their own capabilities, disaster is inevitable. Now, their Xia tribe too found itself in possession of something they should not have. However, currently, only Lei Long and Lai Hu are aware of the situation. As for Xia Yun, who has already awakened automatically, he is not even a consideration for Lei Long. Once Xia Yun regains consciousness, Lei Long intends to convey the gravity of the situation to him. Perhaps the commotion just now has attracted the attention of others. Lei Long distinctly hears footsteps approaching their direction. Lei Long, observing the dazed expression on Lai Hu's face, swiftly delivers a slap to his cheek to rouse him from his stupor. Finally, Lai Hu regains his senses, albeit still in shock as he gazes at Xia Yun, who is pinned beneath a fish. Noticing that Lai Hu's gaze is still fixated on Xia Yun, Lei Long, in exasperation, administers another slap, instructing him to prepare a story. Should anyone arrive, they are to claim that the two of them quarreled over these horned fish and ended up fighting. He must assert that Xia Yun was inadvertently knocked unconscious by a fisheye through. The fact that Xia Yun has awakened must remain a secret, otherwise, our tribe will face annihilation. Upon hearing the word annihilation, Lai Hu promptly nods in agreement, stating that he will tell anyone who inquires that Xia Yun was knocked out by a fish thrown by him. Aware of his own slow-wittedness, Lai Hu resolves to heed Lei Long's advice, fully trusting his judgment. I will take Xia Yun back to the tribe immediately, Lei Long declares. Lai Hu, remember, this is no trivial matter. If the news of Xia Yun's awakening gets out, my father will undoubtedly be the first to kill you, followed by me. Seeing Lai Hu's serious nod, Lei Long wastes no time, lifting Xia Yun and hastening towards the tribe. Lei Long understands all too well that news of an automatic awakening must not reach the ears of the tribe. The fewer individuals privy to this information, the better it will be for Xia Yun's development. Should the tribe's hunters encounter members of other tribes during their expeditions and inadvertently reveal such information, the consequences would be unfathomable. Moreover, if other tribes learn of Xia Yun's awakening, it is likely he would not survive long enough to mature. All tribesmen would prefer not to have a formidable competitor arise in their vicinity. Should any other tribe discover a chosen one, they would collectively devise ways to eliminate him before he has the chance to grow. To bypass the crowds, Lei Long deliberately seeks out a secluded path. Upon returning to the tribe, he dares not return to his own cave, but instead rushes to the cave of the shaman while still cradling Xia Yun. Standing before the ancient stone door, Lei Long knocks decisively. Before long, an elderly man with white hair and a face lined with wrinkles opens the door. Lei Long, what brings you here? Lei Long, looking at the elder, hastily responds, Shaman, a momentous event has transpired. We must discuss it inside. What momentous event warrants such a trip? The shaman inquires, his curiosity piqued. And who is this child you are carrying? As Lei Long gazed at the unconscious Xia Yun in his arms, a foolish grin crept across his face. After gently placing Xia Yun on the bed of the elder Wu Gong, Lei Long pointed at the slumbering figure and, with a sense of pride, exclaimed, Guess what? I bet you can't guess. The elder, stroking his grizzled beard, replied, You still have not found a partner. Could this be your illegitimate child? Old sir, What nonsense are you talking about? I am merely 16 years old and have no intention of seeking a partner just yet. If I were to find one, she must be gentle and charming, certainly not someone like my mother. When my mother gets angry, everyone in the tribe trembles in fear. Without further ado, Lei Long continued. This child has awakened spontaneously. He gestured towards Xia Yun, who lay in a deep stupor. Upon hearing the words spontaneously awakened, the elder halted his hand, fixated on Lei Long's eyes, and inquired, "Are you speaking the truth?" "Of course, I wouldn't dare deceive you," Lei Long replied. "Then why is he unconscious?" The elder pressed. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Lei Long scratched his head and explained, "This little fellow was knocked out by a fish." The elder, momentarily bewildered, pondered how a person could be rendered unconscious by a fish. Noticing the elder's confusion, Lei Long elaborated, "Recently, Xia Yun has been teaching everyone how to fetch water and refine oil. Today he took me and Lai Hu fishing." "Fishing by the river?" the elder bellowed, slamming his palm on the stone table. "Who permitted you to fetch water from the river? And you dare to go fishing? Are you all tired of living? The water beasts in that river do not take kindly to intruders. Do you have any idea how many lives are lost in that river every year? Just look at our neighboring Zhuyu tribe. Last dry season, several warriors perished trying to fetch water." Hastily, Lei Long defended. "We didn't need to go to the riverbank for water or fishing. We conducted both activities about 40 paces from the river in a small grove. Even the furthest attacking triangle demon frog cannot reach us there. We are fully capable of escaping if an attack occurs." Hearing that they did not venture to the water's edge, the elder burst into laughter. "That's good. That's good." Lei Long continued, "You remember the horned fish? The half bowl of fish soup I brought you last year?" At the mention of fish soup, the elder's eyes widened in anger. Recalling how Lei Long's family had consumed all the meat, leaving only a small amount of fish soup that they had poured into a stone bowl for him. Pointing at the bed where Xia Yun lay, Lei Long said, "This guy made a sturdy leather cord all by himself. Today Lai Hu and I, along with this little fellow, caught 6 horned fish using that very cord." He then demonstrated the approximate length of the 6 horned fish by drawing lines on the cave floor with his long legs. As for how Xia Yun was knocked unconscious by a fish, it happened when he first awakened and tested his strength. He tossed the horned fish into the air, only to be struck down by it upon its descent. The elder gazed at the young Summer Yun lying on the bed, pondering. This little one not only awakened spontaneously, but also displayed remarkable intellect by devising methods for fetching water and fishing. What about Lei Long? Who else knows of this child's spontaneous awakening? Lei Long replied solemnly, "Apart from me, there is also Lai Hu, and then there is you." The elder fell silent for a moment before addressing Lei Long. "Go fetch your father, mother, and elder brother Xianjia, and bring Lai Hu to me as well." As Lei Long departed to gather the others, the elder continued to contemplate the sleeping Summer Yun. If this child truly grows, perhaps they might one day return to the Summer clan. After Lei Long carried Summer Yun away, Lai Hu prepared to haul several bullhorn fish back to the tribe. However, he had not ventured far when he was intercepted by a figure. Lai Hu regarded the person before him and inquired, "Gujia, what do you want?" Gujia replied, "Xianjia sent me to check what caused the commotion. I hope nothing untoward has occurred. By the way, what are you dragging behind you?" Lai Hu casually remarked, "These bullhorn fish were caught by the offspring of the Black Wolf family, alongside Lei Long and me." Noticing the glint in Gujia's eyes, Lai Hu cautioned, "Do not be too eager to claim these fish. One of them must be shared with the offspring of the Black Wolf family and the children from the orphan cave, as they have contributed significantly to this fishing endeavor. I believe no one in the tribe would dare to seize a child's catch. Should anyone attempt such a thing, they might want to consider how the warriors would respond." Upon hearing Lai Hu's words, Gujia could only manage a sheepish smile before turning away. In the tribe's small square, a large crowd gathered around a bonfire, bustling with activity as they butchered an unknown wild beast. They discarded inedible parts, cutting the remainder into chunks and strips, everyone engaged in their tasks. A frantic voice echoed from a distance. "Father, father, where are you? The shaman seeks you," along with mother and Xianjia, covered in blood. Mo Jiao emerged from the crowd and slapped Lei Long on the head, exclaiming, "What are you shouting for? We have already come." Seeing the group before him, Lei Long quickly interjected, "The shaman has business with you. He wants you to hurry over. I need to find Lai Hu." After urging his parents and brother to leave, Lei Long hastened to find Lai Hu, who was still dragging the fish. "Lai Hu, why are you so slow? Hurry and bring the fish back to the tribe." The shaman wants to discuss some matters with us. Frustrated, Lai Hu retorted, why don't you try dragging these 6 fish by yourself? Lei Long promptly assisted Lai Hu in hauling the fish, sprinting toward the tribe, fish scales flying in all directions. Upon reaching the small square, Lei Long instructed everyone not to touch the fish and pulled Lai Hu toward the shaman's cave. Breathless, Lei Long and Lai Hu arrived at the shaman's dwelling. The elder spoke gravely. Now that everyone is present, it is time to discuss what we shall do with this child. Lei Long, please elucidate the situation regarding this child. The elder instructed. Lei Long could only disclose everything he knew about automatic awakening to the assembled individuals, who grew increasingly astonished as he spoke. When they learned that those who achieve automatic awakening can ascend to level 6 as long as they meet their daily energy needs, beginning from level 4. Their astonishment reached a peak. What does it mean to be a level 6 warrior? In a radius of 100 miles. The most formidable entity is the Black Wolf of the Xia tribe, which only reaches level 5 within the Tushan clan. Why is that? It is simply because these small tribes cannot support warriors after they reach level 4. Lai Tiger understood all too well that he had heard things not meant for him today. Upon leaving this cave, he must forget everything he had heard, for uttering a single word could lead to his demise at the hands of those present. The elder rapped on the stone table and said, I have revealed all that I needed to. Now, shall we endeavor to cultivate the child ourselves? Or shall we inform his father, the Black Wolf, to bring him back to the Tushan clan? If the Tushan clan wishes to take the child, they will undoubtedly offer us something in return. Once that child is taken, our ties with him will be severed. Shall we exhaust the entirety of our tribe's resources to nurture this child, or send him to the Tushan clan? A decision must be made. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Finally, the elder broke the stillness. I wish for this child to remain here. Once he reaches the status of a level 6 warrior, I shall ensure that his father returns to escort him to the Tushan clan. An automatically awakened warrior who attains the late stage of level 6 will surely be welcomed by the Tushan clan. At that time, the benefits he receives will be far greater than what his father could achieve, who is limited to retaining only 40% of his hunts. Mo Jiao. Do you recall what the former chief instructed you upon your ascension to leadership? The chief, Mo Jiao, looked at the elder across from him and replied in a hushed tone, I remember well, and I will never forget the words spoken to me by the former chief. The elder continued, since you remember those words, you should understand what this child signifies for us. Standing nearby, Xuanjia, Lei Long, Lai Tiger, and others were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the discourse among the elders. The elder then declared, in that case, we shall keep this child and raise him ourselves. If anyone inquires, we shall say that the child has awakened with the gift of becoming a shaman. Should anyone let slip a word, they shall not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Upon hearing the elder's words, the young men trembled in fear, their legs shaking. Chapter 12. Food is paramount. As the young men quaked in fear, Summer Yun, lying on the bed, opened his eyes, observing the multitude gathered around him. He asked in astonishment, what is everyone doing? Why am I lying here? Lei Long hurriedly approached the bedside, and it suddenly dawned on Yun that she indeed had been struck unconscious by the fish she had thrown into the air. It appeared she was truly a warrior. With newfound determination, she sprang from the bed, observing the silence among those present. Why was everyone so reticent? Lei Long quickly explained the events that had transpired, including her automatic awakening. The elder gently tapped the table and addressed Yun, saying, Child, now that you have awakened, do you harbor any other thoughts? If you choose to remain in the tribe, I, along with the chief and others, will dedicate all our resources to your cultivation. However, if you seek greater opportunities, I can summon your father to bring you to the Tushan clan. There, you shall find a brighter future, with the most experienced hunters teaching you the art of hunting, and the strongest warriors instructing you in combat. You will also have peers of similar talent to grow alongside you. Should you decide to stay in the tribe, you will find no one capable of truly teaching you, not even Chief Ma Jiao. They can only impart basic knowledge of hunting, and the rest you must discover on your own. As for me, I can share some insights into the lore of shamanic medicine. What do you think, child? Tushan clan. A place brimming with formidable individuals. Wouldn't someone discover her origins and bring about her demise? The thought sent a shiver down Yun's spine, prompting her to reflect. The Tushan clan was not a destination for her at present. She could only aspire to reach it once she had gained sufficient strength. Why had she chosen to delve into the realms of history and archaeology in her previous life? simply because there were fewer competitors. As the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Did the Tushan clan lack geniuses? Even if they did, surely they had their share. As for the Xia tribe, it was devoid of talent in her current situation. Remaining there was undoubtedly her wisest choice. Without further hesitation, Xiaoyun declared her intention to stay within the tribe, eschewing the Tushan clan. Upon hearing her decision, the elder and the chief smiled, but soon their expressions transformed into tears. The young onlookers found themselves utterly perplexed by the elders and chief's emotional oscillation. Once they had wept enough and laughed sufficiently, the elder, stroking his grizzled beard, looked at Xiaoyun with a twinkle in his eye and said, "Since you have chosen to remain, you must act as if you are an ordinary person who has not awakened, concealing any signs of your true nature. To the outside world, you shall claim that you have awakened to the gifts of a shaman." After imparting this crucial instruction, the elder turned solemnly to the gathered crowd, stating with unwavering resolve, "All that has been discussed here today must never be mentioned beyond this door. Should I discover that anyone in the tribe is aware of this matter, I need not elaborate on the consequences. I trust you comprehend how I would deal with a traitor. Now, everyone, return to your duties." Dismissed. Upon hearing the elder's words, all present began to file out in an orderly manner. Just as they exited the cave, Xiaoyun turned to Lei Long, who was walking ahead, and inquired, "What about the fish we caught?" At the mention of fish, Lei Long immediately panicked, seizing Xiaoyun's arm and hurrying toward the small square. As they rushed towards the cave where Wu resided, the 6 bullhorn fish left behind by the two were quickly surrounded by a gathering crowd. Those who had tasted the bullhorn fish last year were eager to seize the opportunity to claim the fish on the ground. At that moment, Bone Armor stepped forward and bellowed, "These fish were caught by the children of the orphan cave. Do you intend to rob a group of children of their hard-earned catch?" Everyone retreated, and those who dared to advance were warned not to expect any mercy. Brandishing a bone knife from his waist, Bone Armor instilled fear in the crowd, causing them to withdraw, as no one wished to bear the shame of snatching from children. Such individuals would be scorned by all. Upon reaching the small square, Lei Long discovered that the fish were still on the ground, and he exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, the fish remained. Otherwise, he would not know how to face Xiaoyun. "Where have you been, Lai Hu? Hurry and help Xiaoyun carry the fish to the orphan cave." Lei Long glanced at Xiaoyun beside him, increasingly pleased, thinking, since this young lad is willing to stay, the tribe will surely treat him well. Following him, he would undoubtedly reap numerous benefits. It was essential to cultivate a good relationship with him, for in the future, when this lad became formidable, he could offer assistance in return. Lai Hu rushed over, and Lei Long's intentions were clear. He wanted to transport all the fish on the ground to Xiaoyun at the orphan cave. Xiaoyun smiled, indicating that a single fish would suffice, for there were only about 10 children, including himself, who could not possibly consume so much. Lai Hu glanced between Xiaoyun and Lei Long, uncertain of whose instructions to follow. Observing Lai Hu's awkward demeanor, Xiaoyun pointed to one of the fish on the ground and said, "Could you please help me carry this fish to the orphan cave, Uncle Lai Hu?" Lai Hu dragged the fish back to the orphan cave with Xiaoyun. Upon entering the cave, Xiaoyun was greeted by the sight of abundant wild fruits and tubers piled before each child. Puzzled, he turned to the still dragging Lai Hu and, sensing the shift in Lai Hu's gaze, he explained, "I fell and hit my head while climbing a tree to pick fruit last time, and I've forgotten some things. It's just taking me a moment to recall." Internally, he berated himself, realizing that primitive folks were not foolish. He must never again commit such a naive blunder. Lai Hu understood that Xiaoyun had indeed suffered a head injury while climbing, which might have caused him to forget previous events. After all, such incidents had occurred in the tribe before. The fierce tiger gazed at Xiaoyun and promptly elucidated, "The tribe's hunting party, upon their return, brings back a substantial bounty. The beast meat must be diligently processed that very night. Otherwise, by dawn, it will have spoiled and gone to waste. The elders are preoccupied with handling the meat, while the children are tasked with categorizing the wild fruits and edible tubers brought back by the hunters. Once the moisture has evaporated from their surface, they will use the woven baskets provided by the tribe to transport the provisions to the food storage cave. Everyone is acutely aware that during the dry season, they must frantically stockpile food to endure the scarcity that accompanies the rainy season and the harsh winter. Today, the hunting party returned with a plethora of wild fruits and various edible tubers, which the children in the cave eagerly divided among themselves, each before a generous pile. Xia Yun, however, did not hasten to prepare the fish he had caught. Instead, he joined the children in organizing the wild fruits and tubers on the ground. At one point, Xia Yun suggested peeling some of the fruits and tubers, slicing them, and drying them out, only to be met with the children's firm refusal. Their reasoning was that the skins were edible. Anything consumable should never be wasted, for it might represent the last morsel of sustenance during winter, a means to survive. Witnessing the resolute expressions on the children's faces, Xia Yun felt a pang of compassion. He understood the divine purpose that brought him here was to ensure these children would be nourished, free from the anxieties of hunger. If he wished to guarantee their fullness, he must commence from this very day. Xia Yun set aside the wild fruit in his hands and looked towards the waiting fierce tiger at the cave entrance. "Uncle Liahu, could you kindly fetch some water for me?" he requested, pointing to the 2 stone jars used a couple of days prior for soaking animal hide ropes. "Just 1 jar of water will suffice. Also, please bring some firewood and salt." After receiving a prompt affirmation from Liahu, he dashed down the mountain. Ignoring the busy children categorizing the wild fruits and tubers within the cave, Xia Yun drew the bone knife bestowed upon him by the thunder dragon and aimed it at the head of the bullhorn fish, severing it with a decisive strike. Once the head was removed, the next tasks included scaling the fish, removing the entrails, and cutting the flesh into chunks. By the time Xia Yun had meticulously prepared the fish, Liahu returned with water and firewood in tow. Once Liahu had kindled the fire, he intended to depart to assist with the processing of the beast meat below, but Xia Yun halted him. "Uncle Liahu, there are already numerous hands at work with the beast meat down there. Your presence would neither add nor detract significantly. Please remain here. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you." After filling the 2 stone jars with water and placing the fish within, the fire was ready, and they awaited the cooking of the fish. Xia Yun settled beside the fire, continuously adding kindling, gesturing for Liahu to join him. "Uncle Liahu, you have seen today's bounty. Just those 6 bullhorn fish alone are sufficient to feed many. I propose that starting tomorrow, you, I, and Leilong, along with Xuanjia, shall venture to the riverbank to set 2 ropes. Each rope will yield a daily catch of 10 fish, amounting to 20 in total. Can you envision the sheer abundance of meat that 20 fish represents?" Simultaneously, the tribe's hunting party will no longer need to gather wild fruits and tubers for the common folk, allowing them to pursue larger game. After all, foraging demands considerable manpower. Should we desire wild fruits, we can readily trade our meat with other tribes, who would likely be more than willing to exchange their surplus fruits with us. In that moment, Liahu was enchanted by the vivid imagery painted by Xia Yun. He couldn't help but ponder, if such an abundance of fish were indeed available, the tribe could free up personnel to hunt even more game, ensuring that when winter returns, no one would suffer from hunger. Observing Liahu lost in thought, Xia Yun hastily interjected, cautioning him not to celebrate too soon. After all, the outcomes of fishing are notoriously unpredictable, and one must not forget that the river harbors not only horned fish, but also the terrifying 3-eyed toads, creatures we are ill-equipped to confront. The mere thought of the 3-eyed toad caused Liahu to wilt. Such fearsome entities are beyond human capability to contend with. They are beasts of a savage nature, incomparable to ordinary wild animals or even pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Only the larger tribes and clans possess the means to confront them. A heavy silence enveloped the two as Xia Yun contemplated strategies to eliminate a 3-eyed toad. As long as such monsters exist, they pose a threat to their fishing endeavors. Since human strength is inadequate, alternative methods must be devised. The next encounter with a 3-eyed toad must be met with careful observation to identify any weaknesses. The enticing aroma of fish interrupted their reverie, prompting both to rise and approach the stone vat, where the fish meat rolled in the milky broth. They could not help but swallow in anticipation. It was Xia Yun who first regained composure, calling out towards the cave entrance, "Sangwa, summon the others. It is time to feast on meat." Upon hearing of the meal, the children inside the cave rushed out in a frenzy. As they emerged, the tantalizing scent of the fish meat wafted towards them, drawing the children in to greedily inhale the delicious aroma emanating from the stone vat. Observing the children's grimy hands, Xia Yun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He instructed them to fetch something suitable for holding the fish meat, and all the children instinctively extended their hands. With a sigh of resignation, Xia Yun rose to seek a piece of wood that had not yet been burnt, crafting uneven wooden boards with a bone knife. Once he placed a board in each child's hands, he deftly apportioned fist-sized morsels of fish onto their makeshift plates, urging them to eat. Yet, Xia Yun underestimated the voracity with which these children consumed their food. He tirelessly continued to serve fish meat onto the boards, and soon, a barrel full of fish was entirely devoured by the children, their bellies visibly swollen. The smallest among them looked as if his stomach had transformed into a small ball. Unable even to sit, yet he still held out his board. Xia Yun recognized that these children were driven by fear of hunger. They had endured prolonged periods of food scarcity. When food was available, they would ravenously fill their bellies. The beast meat was beyond their reach, and they typically subsisted on wild fruits and tubers to stave off hunger. It was reminiscent of his own awakening in the cave, where a vast stone vat of food had been consumed entirely by a mere handful of children, an unfathomable sight. Perhaps in their eyes, only an abundant meal could offer a glimmer of hope for survival. Watching the child before him, still raising the board in silent plea for more food, Xia Yun felt a swell of emotion, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. He gently told the child, "You have eaten enough. You must not consume any more. If you do, your body may not withstand it." The child reluctantly set down the board and quietly retreated to the back of the group, as if he had committed some transgression. Standing beside the stone vat, Xia Yun raised his bone knife and called out, "Listen to me, everyone. Those whose bellies are already swollen must refrain from eating further. I assure you, there will be meat for all tomorrow, and no one will go hungry." A small voice from the crowd inquired, "Is that true?" Meeting the child's gaze, Xia Yun patted his chest with the knife, affirming, "Indeed, it is true. However, remember to bring something to hold the meat tomorrow. Now, line up from tallest to shortest. Sangua, please fetch the wooden spoon we usually use for drinking water. Everyone, let us queue for some fish soup. After drinking, you may return to sleep. As for dividing the fruits, we shall attend to that at dawn." The children obediently formed a line to drink the fish soup. As Xia Yun turned away, he noticed Lai Hu's eyes were red, as if he had been crying. "Uncle Lai Hu, what troubles you?" Lai Hu quickly wiped his eyes, erasing the traces of tears, and choked out, "Xia Yun, thank you for your kindness towards these children. On behalf of their parents, I sincerely express my gratitude." With that, Lai Hu clenched his right fist and struck it against his chest, bowing deeply to Xia Yun. Chapter 13. The Fishing Expedition, Part 1. Observing Liahu bowing respectfully, Xia Yun swiftly approached to assist him. "Uncle Liahu, please don't do that. The lad is still quite young and cannot bear such burdens." He continued, "Do you know, after I fell from the tree and injured my head, I had an extensive dream where every child was well fed and warmly clothed. Thus, I aspire for the children in the orphan cave to enjoy the same comforts. This endeavor cannot rely solely on my efforts. It requires a collective commitment from all. Now, Uncle Liahu, please indulge in the fish." Upon hearing the mention of fish, Liahu immediately perked up, reaching for the fish in the vat. Xia Yun couldn't help but frown, intercepting him before he could eat with his hands. He scavenged a piece of wood from the ground and, after a brief moment, fashioned 2 wooden bowls the size of small basins. While they were referred to as bowls, they were merely hollowed-out blocks of wood. Xia Yun filled one bowl to the brim with fish, adding a touch of fish soup, and fashioned a rudimentary fork from a twig. Satisfied, he settled on the ground to enjoy his meal. The moment the fish touched his palate, he understood why the hornfish was deemed exquisite. Its flavor was remarkably fresh and sweet. In his previous life, though not affluent, his family was comfortable, receiving a monthly allowance of 5,000 yuan, allowing him to purchase anything he desired. He could swear that none of the delectable dishes he had ever tasted in his past life could compare to the exquisite flavor of the fish before him. Perhaps it was the pristine nature of this untouched world, free from industrial pollution. Soon, Xia Yun finished the fish in his bowl and savored the soup, patting his belly in contentment. Glancing at Liahu, who was voraciously consuming his share, Xia Yun was left in awe. Liahu was shoving pieces of fish, the size of his fist, into his mouth, barely chewing before swallowing them whole, bones and all. Could this be the legendary individual who devours meat without spitting out the bones? Before long, Liahu's belly swelled, yet some fish remained in the vat. He looked at Xia Yun, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he scratched his head and asked, "May I take the leftover fish back for the 2 children at home to taste?" Xia Yun smiled and nodded. As soon as he received permission, Liahu eagerly lifted the vat and dashed down the mountain. Xia Yun glanced at the hornfish entrails he had carelessly discarded nearby, feeling a pang of worry. He couldn't help but marvel at the incredible appetites of these tribespeople. With a total of 17 children, including Liahu, nearly all of a 500-pound fish had been consumed. Upon reaching this thought, Xia Yun retraced his steps to the cave, where he retrieved the remaining animal hide ropes and sinews from his previous endeavors. Armed with these preparations, he returned once more to the small square at the foot of the mountain, where the atmosphere remained vibrant and bustling. Seated under the moonlight at the entrance of the orphan cave, Xia Yun commenced the intricate task of weaving another rope suitable for fishing. As time slipped by, the throng in the square gradually began to disperse. Beneath the silvery glow of the moon, Xia Yun found himself alone, diligently crafting the rope. Although he yearned to retreat into the cave and rest, the sight of the dozen or so children nestled within compelled him to persist. For the sake of those little ones, and for his own aspirations, he resolved to continue his work. When the first rays of dawn illuminated the tribe, Xia Yun felt the weight of drowsiness settling upon him. He glanced at the finished rope in his hands, contemplating a brief respite within the cave. Just then, a deep, resonant horn echoed through the air. A band of warriors, armed with bones, spears, and daggers, began to gather in the square. The sight invigorated Xia Yun's spirit, igniting a fervent desire to join their ranks. Spotting the shaman, he instinctively cast aside the rope and dashed toward the foot of the mountain. Even if he could not yet participate, he was eager to witness the unfolding events. Upon arriving at the square, he realized that the crowd had already surged forth into the wilderness under the leader's command, and he was a step too late. Upon seeing Xia Yun, the elder's face bore a hint of reproach. "Child, you must not act so impulsively. With the speed at which you just descended, you far exceed the average person. Do not repeat such recklessness." Xia Yun recognized the truth in the elder's words. He had indeed acted with haste. Fortunately, the hunting party had departed unnoticed, and he had no desire to meet an untimely end. Once he became strong enough, he vowed to venture out and explore this magnificent primitive world, which he believed to be far more exhilarating than his former life. After imparting his advice, the elder returned to his cave, leaving only Lei Long and Xia Yun behind. In a hushed tone, Lei Long inquired, "Shall we go fishing today?" Xia Yun nodded. Having shaken off his earlier impulsiveness, he felt revitalized. He instructed Lei Long to return and prepare bait, while also calling upon Lai Hu and Xianjia to join them. Xia Yun himself went back to the orphan cave to fetch the rope and hooks. Before long, the four of them, Lei Long, Lai Hu, Xia Yun, and Xianjia, convened in the small square. They conferred quietly, deciding it prudent to avoid alarming others and to fish first, discussing their plans once they had made a catch. As they approached the grove by the river, dawn had just broken. Xia Yun meticulously inspected the rope and the fish hooks for any damage, as these were crafted from bone. After securely fastening the hooks to the newly woven rope, he handed one of the ropes to Lei Long, instructing him to team up with Xianjia, while he paired with Lai Hu, maintaining a distance of approximately 20 meters between the two groups. At the same time, he reminded Lei Long to securely tie the other end of the leather cord to a sturdy tree, lest they inadvertently allow the fish to drag it into the river. After all, crafting a leather cord is a task that demands considerable time and effort. With the bait attached to the hook, the two leather cords were cast into the flowing water, leaving the rest to the passage of time. Approximately half an hour later, the two cords tightened almost simultaneously. Upon witnessing this, Liahu was filled with excitement, pulling on the cord with fervor while Xia Yun assisted from behind. Soon, the surface of the water began to churn violently, revealing a fish head the size of a millstone, adorned with several long whiskers. "Is it a catfish?" he thought, dismissing the question. No matter. He would deal with it once it was pulled up. The leather cord creaked under the strain of their efforts, poised to snap at any moment. Xia Yun instructed Liahu to ease the tension for a moment. When the time felt right, they both exerted their strength to pull back, engaging in a tug-of-war. Meanwhile, Xuanjia and Lei Long enjoyed better fortune, hooking a bullhorn fish, which they quickly reeled in towards a thicket. Just as Lei Long was about to leap forward to end the fish's life with a swift strike, Xuanjia kicked him aside. Xuanjia's intention was clear. Having never killed a bullhorn fish before, he wished to experience the sensation of dispatching one. Reluctantly, Lei Long stepped aside, waiting for Xuanjia to finish off the fish before retrieving the hook from its mouth, reattaching the bait, and casting it back into the river. On the other side, Xia Yun continued his battle with the catfish. Before long, beads of sweat adorned both his and Liahu's foreheads. The fish was massive, and they dared not exert too much force, fearing the cord might snap. Not long after, Leilong hooked another fish, an impressive bullhorn fish nearly 8 meters long. The two brothers joyfully pulled it up and swiftly dispatched it. Xiaoyun felt a pang of frustration, while they had already caught 2 bullhorn fish. He was still struggling to reel in his own. Feeling agitated, Liahu, seeing that his companions had already caught 2 fish while they had yet to land even one, grew increasingly impatient. Without hesitation, he retrieved a short spear, typically used for hunting, from behind him. "Xiaoyun, hold the cord steady. I will take a shot at this big fellow," he declared, and with that, he hurled the spear. The spear flew through the air, piercing the catfish's head with remarkable precision, leaving only a hand's length of the shaft protruding. A splash of crimson spread through the water. Witnessing the outcome of Liahu's throw, Xiaoyun felt an overwhelming urge to applaud for 3 minutes straight. Liahu's throwing technique was astonishing, covering nearly 70 meters, and despite the fish's thrashing, he had struck true. Stars sparkled in Xiaoyun's eyes. He yearned to learn such a skill from Liahu. Following the throw, Liahu immediately seized the leather cord and began to pull with all his might, prompting Xiaoyun to join in the effort as well. Soon, this enormous catfish was dragged into the small grove by Xiaoyun and Liahu. The sheer size of the creature left Xiaoyun astounded, as he estimated its length to be no less than 24 meters. Liahu pointed to the catfish's massive mouth and explained to Xiaoyun, "The people in our tribe refer to this fish as the swallowing fish. It can be consumed by ordinary folks, although it possesses a rather strong, earthy flavor. While it may not be as delectable as the horned fish, it is still a rare and valuable food source. This creature has very few internal organs. It is almost entirely composed of meat, and its flesh is incredibly filling, enough to sustain all the ordinary people and children in the tribe for about 10 days. What we have here is merely a small specimen. During the rainy season, when the tribe is surrounded by water, I have even witnessed swallowing fish exceeding 100 meters in length. What does it mean for a creature to surpass 100 meters in length?" Xiaoyun couldn't help but marvel. Individuals from his past life would surely be terrified at the sight of the fish before them, let alone one of such monstrous proportions. Xiaoyun knew he could not afford to delay. Time was of the essence, and with meat, the children of the tribe could be nourished. As he extracted the fishhook from the creature's mouth, he noticed the leather line had suffered considerable wear and tear, compelling him to sever the section nearest the fish's mouth with his bone knife. After reattaching the hook and baiting it with flesh, he cast it back into the river. Almost immediately, the line stirred, and Xiaoyun and Liahu hastily began to reel it in. A large fish, adorned with sharp teeth, emerged from the water. Upon its arrival in the grove, Xiaoyun realized that this 2-meter-long fish, bristling with jagged teeth, bore an uncanny resemblance to the piranhas from his former life. Albeit on a grander scale, the fish's razor-sharp teeth and blood-red eyes spoke volumes of its ferocity. Even the bone hook had been gnawed to the point of being severely damaged, and the segment of leather line connecting to the hook had been bitten through, leaving only a few strands of beast sinew still attached. Xiaoyun intended to remove the hook, but with a gentle tug, it snapped in two, rendering it useless. In that moment, he felt a wave of despair. He possessed only one spare hook. What was he to do now? Reattaching the hook would likely result in yet another severing by those ravenous piranhas. Staring at the broken remnants of the fishhook, Liahu stood in stunned silence. Uncertain of the next step, Xiaoyun racked his brain for a solution. Gazing at the piranha's menacing teeth, an inspiration struck him. He instructed Liahu to gather materials and began to extract all the teeth from the piranha's mouth. Armed with his bone knife, he cut down branches the thickness of his fingers. Liahu quickly removed the sharp teeth from the fish's maw, while Xiaoyun cut a segment from the leather line that had been attached to the hook, dismantling it entirely. Using his bone knife, Xiaoyun carved grooves into the branches, positioning the piranha's teeth at a 45-degree angle within, meticulously binding them with the sinew. Once all the teeth had been utilized, 3 1-meter-long sticks adorned with the piranha's teeth, angled at 45 degrees, lay upon the ground. Xiaoyun deftly wove 3 wooden sticks, adorned with sharp fangs, into the leather cord once more. This time, he infused it with a substantial amount of beast sinew to prevent it from being severed by the piranhas lurking in the river. While Xiaoyun was engaged in this meticulous task, Liahu utilized a bone knife to slice a piece of piranha flesh for tasting. Although the energy it contained was quite feeble, it was still unsuitable for consumption by an ordinary person. Fortunately, The size was considerable enough, if dried. It could serve as a treat for the palate. This intricate reweaving consumed a significant amount of Xia Yun's time, leaving his hands sore from the prolonged effort. After tying the final knot, he surveyed his creation with satisfaction, confident that the leather cord would withstand the gnashing of the river's aquatic beasts. He handed the modified fishhook, resembling a spiked club, to Lai Hu, instructing him to attach some minced meat and cast it into the river. The newly enhanced fishhook proved to be remarkably effective, reeling in 4 or 5 piranhas without significant wear. However, when the spiked club fishhook was cast into the water once more, an eerie stillness enveloped the scene, and the leather cord fell silent. Observing their bounty, Xia Yun noted a large swallower fish alongside 5 or 6 piranhas. In stark contrast, Lei Long and his companions had amassed a substantial catch of bullhorn fish, numbering around 30, piled high like a small hill. Comparatively, Xia Yun's haul appeared rather meager. Suddenly, the leather cord stirred again, albeit with a slight tremor. Lai Hu, captivated by the movement, was restrained by Xia Yun, who suggested waiting a bit longer in hopes of a more intriguing catch. After a considerable interval, the leather cord continued its subtle quivering, prompting Xia Yun to reluctantly instruct Lai Hu to haul it up for inspection. As the cord was gradually drawn from the water, a colossal claw emerged. Chapter 14. The Ongoing Fishing Expedition, Part 2. Upon the emergence of the immense claw, Lai Hu's hand quivered with excitement as he exclaimed, "It's a Qingyue crab." He cautiously released his grip on the leather cord, tugging at Xia Yun, who was still processing the unfolding scene, and whispered, "Slowly retreat, and do not make a sound." After imparting this advice, Lai Hu stealthily departed to alert Lei Long and Xin Jia. Xia Yun had barely taken a few steps back when he beheld a gigantic crab surfacing from the river, its body a mesmerizing blend of azure and white, rivaling the size of the previously encountered three-eyed demon frog. He could distinctly see that the modified fishhook, shaped like a spiked club, was firmly lodged in the crab's mandibles. The creature brandished pincers the size of a pickup truck, repeatedly clamping down on the leather cord. However, the numerous gaps in its pincers rendered it incapable of severing the cord. After 10 attempts, it still could not break the leather or dislodge the fishhook from its mouth. And Xia Yun observed as the crab's previously black and white eyes transformed into a striking crimson. The fierce tiger, the thunder dragon, and the rotating armor hastily approached. And upon witnessing the predicament of the giant crab in the river, Thunder Dragon whispered with concern, "This clear moon crab is about to go berserk." Initially, Xia Yun was bewildered by the term berserk, yet the subsequent events vividly illustrated the terrifying nature of such a state. The clear moon crab, the size of a bulldozer, flailed its formidable pincers wildly, wreaking havoc upon the hapless piranhas and horned fish nearby. Xia Yun and his companions watched in trepidation as a nearly 10-meter-long horned fish was brutally cleaved in two by the crab's pincers, while a 3 to 4 meter long piranha met a similar fate. In an instant, the river was stained crimson with blood, and the surrounding fish scattered in terror. The agitated clear moon crab leaped from the water, charging towards the small grove on the riverbank, propelled by a primal fury. Thunder Dragon, startled, leaped in place and seized Xia Yun, urging him to flee towards the tribe. The fierce tiger and rotating armor swiftly followed suit. As they ran, Thunder Dragon shouted desperately, "Help! The clear moon crab has come ashore to devour us." Within moments, they had sprinted over 100 meters, yet the relentless crab pursued them relentlessly. Suddenly, a piercing shriek shattered the air, penetrating their eardrums. Brief as it was, the sound interrupted their frantic escape, causing them to tumble like rolling gourds. Xia Yun, flung by Thunder Dragon, collided headfirst with a tree, while Thunder Dragon himself landed face first, sliding several meters away. The fierce tiger and rotating armor also crashed against the trees. Though fortune favored them, one struck with his back, the other collided sideways. Rubbing his aching head, Xia Yun turned to see the clear moon crab had come to a halt, sprawled on the ground, utterly motionless. Upon closer inspection, Xia Yun realized that the creature's mandibles, along with its innards, had been torn out by the fishhook he had ingeniously crafted from a wolf's tooth, rendering it unmistakably dead. The tether was rendered useless, marked by numerous frayed sections, barely held together by the remaining sinews. Approaching the lifeless crab, Xia Yun kicked one of its pincers in frustration, exclaiming, "Let that teach you to chase me." However, as he did so, a sharp crack echoed, and he realized with dismay that he had dislocated his foot. Sitting on the ground, he began to wail for assistance. The fierce tiger was the first to reach Xia Yun, glancing down at his dislocated foot and chiding, "Stop your wailing. It's not a big deal." Without allowing Xia Yun a moment to react, he grasped Xia Yun's foot and calf, and with a decisive crack, reset the dislocation. Rotating armor arrived a tad late. Having been the swiftest runner among them, faced with the colossal carcass of the clear moon crab, they found themselves in a quandary. The creature was far too large for any one individual to carry, while a few individuals deliberated on how to transport the crab carcasses back to their village. A sudden sound emanated from the river. Quack, quack, quack. Lei Long's expression immediately soured as he lamented, "Why must that accursed three-eyed frog return now? Can it not wait until I have transported the fish and crabs back to the village?" The group could only helplessly crouch on the ground, peering through the pincers of the clear moon crab at the three-eyed frog that had appeared in the water. This time, the three-eyed frog did not venture ashore. Rather, it used its flexible tongue to ensnare the carcasses of large fish from the river, consuming them piece by piece. Among them was a piranha that was not quite dead yet. Xia Yun observed as a nearly 5-meter-long piranha was caught by the frog's tongue, immediately thrashing violently. Attempting to bite the frog's tongue with its sharp teeth, Xia Yun quietly urged the piranha, "Bite it to death. Bite harder, give it your all." Xia Yun recalled what Lai Hu had said. Three-eyed frogs possess territorial instincts. If they could eliminate this one, the stretch of river before them would pose little threat, allowing them to fish with peace of mind. However, the piranha failed to bring Xia Yun the excitement he had hoped for. When it was delivered to the three-eyed frog's mouth, the tongue merely lost a bit of skin to its teeth. Xia Yun strained his eyes and noticed a mere trickle of blood on the tongue, a wound almost imperceptible. Perhaps satiated, the three-eyed frog ceased its predatory actions, slowly crawling onto the riverbank, closing its eyes to bask in the sun. Although Xia Yun and his companions were dissatisfied with the three-eyed frog's behavior, they felt powerless against its might. Even an ordinary clear moon crab could send them fleeing in panic, let alone a beast of such formidable caliber as the three-eyed frog. Xia Yun, resting beside the pincers of the clear moon crab, gazed at the sunbathing frog with a sense of resignation, continuously praying in his heart, "Oh, great frog, please depart soon. If you linger for a few more hours, those fish will surely spoil." They dared not process the fish carcasses in the nearby thicket, for the scent of blood would attract unknown beasts, posing too great a risk. More than 2 hours had passed, and Xia Yun was on the verge of dozing off, having barely slept the night before. After what felt like an eternity, the three-eyed frog finally croaked and then leaped into the water, disappearing from sight. The group, who had been crouched by the crab pincers, let out a collective sigh of relief, yet none dared to move first, fearful of the frog's return. After approximately half an hour with no signs of disturbance in the water, they finally felt secure enough to stand. Lei Long wished to resume fishing, but Xia Yun and the others restrained him. The priority, for now, was to return the fish and crabs they had already caught back to the village. Though the thicket was not overly warm, prolonged exposure would lead to the spoilage of the fish. A few individuals deliberated and decided to drag all the fish to the vicinity of the crab's carcass, as this location was considerably cooler than the stretch near the riverbank. Without further ado, after half an hour of strenuous effort, all the fish were successfully transported to the area adjacent to the crab's remains. Upon counting, they found 37 bullhorn fish, 2 giant mouth fish, 11 piranhas, and 1 clear moon crab. Gazing at the mound of fish before them, Lei Long and his companions erupted into foolish laughter. Xia Yun made a rough estimate, concluding that they had approximately 20,000 pounds of fish. Given their limited number, it was uncertain how long it would take them to transport all of it. Nevertheless, they decided to proceed. Lei Long and Lai Hu dragged the bullhorn fish, while Xianjia exerted himself to pull in Xia Yun and the others. As the strongest among them, he was tasked with the 20-meter-long giant mouth fish. Xia Yun managed to haul a 2-meter-long piranha by himself, not due to reluctance to handle larger ones, but because Lei Long and the others were concerned about revealing his capabilities to the ordinary members of the tribe. Upon their return to the tribe, a crowd instantly gathered, chattering animatedly, causing Xia Yun's eardrums to throb with discomfort. Observing the idle demeanor of the crowd, Xia Yun realized they needed to be engaged in some activity. Voices emerged from the throng. "Look at the giant mouth fish dragged by Captain Xianjia. It's truly massive. The bullhorn fish being hauled by Lai Hu and Lei Long are impressive as well." But it's the dry season. Did they really go fishing in the river? The mere mention of the river sent shivers through the crowd, their faces paling at the thought. The river in front of the tribe was notorious, claiming the lives of ordinary members each year, particularly during the rainy season when one could never anticipate the deadly creatures that might emerge as the waters encroached upon the tribe. The somber mood of the crowd deepened. But Xianjia quickly leapt atop the head of the giant-mouthed fish, proclaiming loudly, "Fear not, everyone. We did not need to venture into the river to catch these fish and aquatic beasts. With the fishing tools I crafted, we could safely retrieve them from the waters." He gestured toward Xia Yun. The crowd's gaze converged upon Xia Yun, who nodded in acknowledgement and reassured them. "Rest assured. I will create more fishing tools so that everyone can have their fill." However, doubts arose among the crowd regarding whether it was truly feasible to ensure everyone's satiety. Xia Yun refrained from elaborating further and immediately instructed Lei Long to gather a team to bring back all the fish from near the clear moon crab's carcass. He also informed Lei Long that he would seek out the shaman to oversee some essential tasks, for the old man held considerable authority within the tribe. His word was seldom disputed. Xia Yun understood the necessity of establishing authority. However, to achieve this, he first required others to heed his words. This necessitated the support of an ally, and with the leader absent, he had no choice but to seek the backing of the shaman. While Lei Long and his companions went to catch fish, Xia Yun made his way to the shaman's cave. Without knocking, Xia Yun pushed the door open. The elder paused his tasks and regarded the young lad who entered. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "Shaman, I wish to ask if during the rainy season and winter, there are instances of starvation within the tribe, or even deaths due to hunger." The elder nodded in response. Xia Yun continued, "I wish to propose some changes for the tribe, though I am uncertain of their feasibility. Yet, I need your support." The elder, stroking his beard with a smile, encouraged. "Do share your thoughts." Xia Yun then stated, "Today, I, along with Lei Long, Lai Hu, and Xianjia, caught some fish by the river, and I would like to discuss the distribution of these fish with you." The elder stood momentarily dumbfounded, his brow furrowing with curiosity. "How many fish are we speaking of?" Xia Yun began to count on his fingers. 37 bullhorn fish, 2 giant-mouthed fish, 11 piranhas, and 1 chingua crab. The elder, astonished, inadvertently tugged at several of his beard hairs, exclaiming, "Is this what you call a few fish? This quantity is sufficient to feed the entire tribe for more than a month." With a twinkle in his eye, the elder asked, "How do you propose to distribute these fish?" Xia Yun replied resolutely, "Fish that the common folk can consume, aside from the heads and tails allotted to the warriors, should be dried and stored to mitigate the food shortages during the rainy season and winter." The shaman regarded Xia Yun calmly and said, "Child, your idea is commendable, but can you guarantee that you can catch such a quantity of fish daily? With less than 30 sunrises remaining before the rainy season arrives, if you can assure me of such a catch each day, I will agree to support you." Xia Yun found himself in a dilemma. Could he guarantee it? No, he could not, especially with the presence of the three-eyed magical frog. As long as that creature lingered in the river, his assurance would remain elusive. Muttering softly, he lamented, "If only that three-eyed frog were not there. I could undoubtedly catch more fish. Even if another chingua crab were to appear, I would not fear. But what of the children in the cave if he could not deliver?" After much contemplation, Xia Yun ultimately thumped his chest and vowed, "I can catch the fish." For the sake of the children in the cave, he had to take a risk. If necessary, he would change locations. If the upstream was unproductive, he would venture downstream, no matter the extra distance required. Upon hearing Xia Yun's pledge, the elder bellowed, "Very well, I shall accompany you." When Xia Yun and the elder reached the small square, Lei Long and his team had already returned with all the fish and the chingua crab. Witnessing the pile of fish that resembled a small mountain before them, the elder beamed with delight. Upon reaching the crowd, the elder leaned on his cane, and an instant silence enveloped the gathering as they turned to look at him. Standing behind him, Xia Yun gestured for him to speak. Glancing at the assembly before him and then at the elder beside him, Xia Yun cleared his throat. He pointed at the towering pile of fish before them and calmly stated, "These fish were caught by me, Lei Long, Lai Hu, and Xianjia, using tools that I crafted myself. Any fish suitable for ordinary consumption must have its flesh preserved by drying, to sustain the common folk through the rainy season and winter. Of course, the heads, tails, and entrails can be consumed today. Everyone is welcome to partake. As for the piranhas, feel free to handle them as you wish. But do leave me the sharp teeth, I have other uses for them. Upon hearing Xia Yun's words, the elder bellowed, "Is there anyone who disagrees? If so, come speak to me privately." Standing by the fish pile, Lei Long muttered quietly, "Why would I seek out this old coot alone? That is akin to courting death." Lei Long, what are you saying?" the elder inquired. Lei Long quickly waved his hands, insisting, "I didn't say anything." After resolving the distribution of the fish, Xia Yun accompanied the elder back to the cave. In the small square, observing the still-dazed crowd, Xianjia shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Get to work. Do you need me to help you?" In an instant, everyone became industrious, segregating the fish heads and tails into one pile, while slicing the fish flesh into strips for drying. Chapter 15. Fishing in Progress, Part 3. The crowd in the small square remained busy until dusk, finally completing the cleaning of the fish. Xianjia then organized the manpower to process the heads and tails. Before long, over 30 stone vats were set up in the open area, into which the prepared fish heads and tails were placed, filled with water, and set to boil. The entrails, piled together in the open space, were sifted through by children and women, collecting all the edible portions. The inedible remnants were systematically transported by the men to a pre-dug pit for burial. Otherwise, the rotting entrails would attract wild beasts to the tribe. In the cave where the shaman resided, Xia Yun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "I apologize for the trouble today. Regarding the fishing, I can only do my best, especially since that three-eyed toad has been lurking in the river segment before the tribe, occasionally leaping from the waters. I wonder if you have a solution for dealing with the three-eyed toad?" The elder shook his head in resignation, saying, "That creature is a savage beast, not an ordinary ferocious one. The tribe lacks the capability to confront it. Even all the warriors combined would prove ineffective. The toad's skin is remarkably tough, and our current bone spears cannot pierce it. Its only weakness lies in its three eyes. However, no hunting team can guarantee that they can pierce all three eyes simultaneously with bone spears. Even the most coordinated warriors would struggle to respond identically at the same moment." Xia Yun, somewhat reluctant to give up, continued to inquire, "Is there any poison or similar substances here that could eliminate it?" The elder shook his head, a look of helplessness crossing his face as he replied, "In the past, during the rainy season, someone in the tribe attempted to use highly toxic herbs or insects, binding them to living prey and driving them to the water's edge where the three-eyed demon frog would consume them. Yet it proved utterly ineffective. The venom of the corrosive worm is indeed potent. Even a mere touch would cause flesh to decay instantly. The toxicity of the sunfire flower is formidable as well. Anyone or any beast within a yard of it would feel an unbearable heat, ultimately leading to their demise. Upon dissecting its body, one would find the insides of beasts fully cooked, yet the exterior would bear no wounds. The three-eyed demon frog, that brutish creature, is impervious to any poison or weapon. One can only await its natural death or the arrival of a stronger beast to vanquish it. Return home, child. The likes of the three-eyed demon frog are not for you to slay at this moment. When you have truly matured, you will be able to handle it effortlessly. Your most pressing task now is not to catch a multitude of fish or to procure food for the tribe, but rather to grow safely to the level you are destined to attain." Having received none of the answers she sought from the elder, Xia Yun could only turn back toward the small square with a sense of resignation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a faint fishy odor lingered in the air above the square, where the men of the tribe gathered around a stone vat, engaged in lively conversation. The women and children busied themselves nearby, gathering the unwanted fish entrails and some edible innards, which were considered rare sustenance. They wasted nothing that could fill their bellies. Seeing Xia Yun approach, Xianjia immediately came forward, curiosity etched on his face. "What did you discuss with the elder?" he asked. Xia Yun replied nonchalantly, "I merely inquired if there was a way to eliminate the three-eyed demon frog." Nearby, hearing the commotion, Lei Long quickly joined them, his curiosity piqued. "Does that old fellow, the elder, have a method to kill the three-eyed demon frog?" Observing the two brothers, Xia Yun shook her head in exasperation. "The elder has no means to defeat the three-eyed demon frog. We must be more cautious when fishing from now on. By the way, Lei Long, do you have any better beast hides or tendons? That clear moon crab ruined one of my fishing lines today, and I need to make a new one quickly." Lei Long responded immediately, "Yes, I have a hide from a unicorn ox in my cave, and I've been saving the tendons for tying firewood. They are quite sturdy. However, the hide is rather thick, about the thickness of a hand." Hearing this, Xianjia promptly pushed Lei Long aside and coldly remarked, "Get out of the way. Can the hide of a unicorn ox be of any use? Even the mountain wolves won't touch that stuff. I confide in you, Xia Yun, that within my father's cavern lies a cherished relic, a black-scaled python skin, preserved with reverence over the years. It is both supple and resilient, making it an ideal material for crafting a sturdy leather cord, impervious to the weight of even the largest fish. Remarkably, even during the fierce skirmishes between my father and mother, that black-scaled python skin has endured countless tugs without sustaining any damage." Set aside, Lei Long murmured softly, "Should you dare to fashion that black-scaled python skin into a leather cord, upon our next return from the hunt, father will surely deliver a sound thrashing." Yet, Xianjia, undaunted, declared, "What is there to fear? If we catch enough fish, that old man would not dare to strike me. Xia Yun, prepare yourself. I shall fetch the black-scaled python skin for you at once." Once Xianjia departed, Lei Long leaned closer to Xia Yun and whispered, "Just watch. When my father returns from the hunt, Xianjia will undoubtedly face a severe beating, regardless of how many fish he brings back. The difference lies in the quantity. If he returns with too few fish, he will be punished in front of everyone. If he catches an ample haul, father will drag him into the cavern for a private reprimand." Before long, Xianjia returned, carrying a sizable bundle of snakeskin. Gazing at its impressive width, Xia Yun found it difficult to fathom the sheer size of the black-scaled python in its lifetime. Curiosity piqued. She pondered what sustenance could allow such a creature to grow to such dimensions. As she examined the skin before her, she noted the minuscule scales, even those near the abdomen, markedly different from the scales of serpents in her past life. Doubt crept in. Was this black-scaled python skin truly that of a serpent? With care, Xia Yun sliced off a section of the skin, about the width of her finger, and tugged at it, discovering it to be significantly more resilient than the animal hides previously used for crafting leather cords. With the material secured, she instructed Lei Long to procure some sturdy fishhooks after he finished his share of the fish. The fish soup in the stone vat bubbled vigorously, a rich aroma wafting across the square. Lacking fish meat, the vat contained only heads and tails, and some individuals, feeling insufficiently sated, added fish entrails and viscera. Though the meat was scant, everyone relished the meal. The enormous Qingwei crab was also divided into smaller portions, some roasted over the fire, while others were tossed into the broth. As far as the eye could see, the scene was one of harmonious enjoyment, with laughter and merriment as everyone savored their food. Xia Yun, too, indulged in the succulent crab meat and sipped from the fish soup. However, upon surveying her surroundings, she noticed the absence of the orphans from the cavern. After contemplating, she decided against calling the children from the cavern, as it was a considerable distance from the square. Once she had finished her meal, she could return with provisions for the little ones. Sensing that she had eaten her fill, Xia Yun instructed Lei Long to gather some fish entrails and viscera, along with 2 fish heads, to boil before transporting them to the orphan cavern, as her own mobility was constrained. Upon returning to the orphan cave, Xia Yun found a small fire already crackling at the entrance. The remnants of fish entrails and innards, which he had carelessly abandoned nearby the previous day, were skewered on branches and being roasted by the children inside the cave. The putrid stench of the charred fish entrails wafted through the air, and in that moment, Xia Yun felt a pang of guilt. He should have returned sooner. He hurriedly instructed Sanggua and the other children to discard the entrails into the fire, forbidding them from consuming any more. Simultaneously, he urged Lei Long to bring over the stone jar. The children instinctively formed a line in front of the stone jar, each holding a rudimentary wooden basin crafted from timber, eagerly awaiting Xia Yun to distribute their rations. Observing the wooden basins in their hands, Xia Yun smiled. These children simply needed to be obedient. Education must begin in childhood, and for now, they would use their wooden basins. In time, when he had the opportunity, he would craft each of them a wooden bowl, along with some forks and chopsticks. During his time in the tribe, Xia Yun had observed that change could not be achieved overnight. The adult tribespeople had long been accustomed to eating with their hands, and such a habit could not be altered abruptly. Thus, the first step was to influence the children, who would then inspire change in the adults. He meticulously portioned the food into the wooden basins. Larger children received a bit more, while smaller ones received less, with the remaining broth for them to drink. Although the meat may not have been as plentiful as the day before, it was certainly enough to satiate the children, and the leftover broth would ensure that each child's belly was full. Once the children's mealtime issues were resolved, Xia Yun enlisted Lei Long's help in cutting the skin of the black-scaled python. By the time the children, their bellies round and satisfied, returned to the cave, the python's skin had been neatly sliced into strips the width of a finger. Xia Yun tested the durability of the python's skin and found it unnecessary to add animal tendons. It could be woven directly, saving a considerable amount of time. Lei Long wished to stay and assist further, but Xia Yun sent him back, instructing him to bring fishing hooks to the small square early the next morning. As night fell, the crowd in the small square began to disperse after their meal. Lai Hu arrived, brandishing a torch and carrying a beast hide bag filled with the sharp teeth of piranhas. He intended to help, but Xia Yun declined, citing that Lai Hu's hands were too clumsy for the task of weaving leather straps. Thanks to the absence of the need for animal tendons, Xia Yun managed to weave 2 leather straps in under 4 hours, one of which he fashioned into a pike with the piranha teeth, resembling a spiked club. After completing the leather straps, Xia Yun returned to the cave and fell into a deep slumber. Before dawn, he was roused by Lei Long, who had stealthily entered the cave, informing him that Lai Hu and Xianjia were already waiting in the small square. Reluctantly, Xia Yun rose and followed Lei Long to the square, where he bemusedly inquired, "Must you be up so early?" With the torch held high, Lai Hu grinned broadly and chuckled. "It's getting late. The dawn will break soon. We must head out early today to catch more fish." Shortly thereafter, the group, brandishing their torches, arrived at the small grove by the riverbank. The division of labor remained unchanged from before. New fishing hooks were carefully affixed to a freshly made leather strap and handed to Xuanjiao and Lei Long. The old strap, bearing scars from previous encounters, was passed to Lei Hu by Sheyun, who replaced the worn hook with a new one. As for the newly crafted wolf-tooth hook, Sheyun had mounted some meat on it and cast it directly into the river, surmising that the piranhas were likely still slumbering. After ensuring that Lei Hu was vigilant with the 2 leather straps, Sheyun sought refuge behind a tree and drifted into slumber, believing that there would be no fish at this hour and that a brief rest was in order. However, it was not long before Lei Hu roused him, placing a finger to his lips to signal silence as he gestured towards the river. Following the direction of Lei Hu's finger, Sheyun discerned a soft, flickering white light beneath the water's surface. Uncertain of what the ethereal glow might be, he tugged at the animal hide draped over Lei Hu's shoulders and pointed back towards their tribe, implying that they should retreat. Yet, Lei Hu dismissed Sheyun's suggestion, urging him to wait and see. Suddenly, the white light vanished completely, and the newly fashioned leather strap was yanked taut. Without a moment's hesitation, Lei Hu charged forward to pull, and though reluctant, Sheyun joined in to assist, telling himself that he could always flee if trouble arose. Meanwhile, he thought to himself that Lei Hu was quite reckless, diving into action without grasping the situation. The 2 exerted all their strength, yet the strap remained immovable. Sheyun then called for Lei Long and Xuanjia, who were not far off, to lend their aid. With the combined strength of 4, they finally managed to shift the strap. As it began to yield, they beheld a colossal clam, roughly the size of a truck. Sheyun glanced at the other 3, who all shook their heads in unison, indicating they had never seen such a creature. As the giant clam was gradually drawn closer, it eventually lodged itself just outside the grove. Sheyun cautiously approached the massive mollusk, now less than 15 meters away, with Lei Long and the others following closely behind. The wolf-tooth hook, still attached to the leather strap, was inserted into the clam, but despite their vigorous efforts to pull, it remained unresponsive. Even with their bone knives and spears prying between the 2 halves of the shell, they achieved no success. After toiling through the night, the clam's shell remained stubbornly shut. Ultimately, Sheyun resolved to tie the leather strap to the clam itself, planning to catch fish that day and return it to the tribe, where he would place it over the fire, confident that it would yield. After considerable effort, they managed to drag the clam into the grove. Once the clam was dealt with, everything returned to its usual rhythm. That day, fortune smiled upon Sheyun and his companions, as they encountered no 3-eyed magic frogs. The bullhead fish, the giant-mouthed fish, and the piranha were caught one after another. As the number of fish piled up before Xia Yun, he found himself in a predicament. There were far too many. The fish had accumulated to such an extent that they had to stand atop the heap to pull them in. Observing the frenzy of his companions still hauling in more fish, Xia Yun hastily interjected, insisting they could no longer continue. The quantity had reached a point where they could not bring them all back before dusk. Chapter 16. A sudden change in the river. Xia Yun realized they had enough fish. Just as he sought to halt the fishing, Lei Long chimed in, "No worries. We can always return to the tribe for assistance." However, even Xianjia, who stood nearby, shook his head in disapproval. This was the riverbank, and no one could predict what sort of beasts or aquatic creatures might emerge at any moment. The only viable option was for the warriors to drag the fish to the maple woods outside the tribe, allowing the ordinary folk to transport them back later. Xia Yun offered to remain behind to guard the caught fish, while Lei Long and the others took a few back to the tribe, suggesting they notify the patrolling warriors to transport the fish first. After Lei Long and his companions departed with the fish, Xia Yun crouched beside the immense clam, pondering its size. It was far larger than the giant tridacna fossil he had discovered during his initial archaeological endeavors with his teacher. He wondered if it might contain pearls, and if so, how large they could be. As Xia Yun was engrossed in his examination of the giant clam, Xianjia returned to the tribe, dragging fish behind him, only to encounter the patrolling warrior, Bone Armor. Upon seeing Xianjia hauling fish, Bone Armor smiled and inquired, "Did you go fishing again? How many did you catch? Do you need help?" Xianjia immediately straightened his posture, pride evident on his face, and replied, "You should gather the patrolling warriors and summon all those lightly injured in the tribe to assemble at the small square." Bone Armor complied and left. When Xianjia and the others arrived at the small square with the fish, the patrolling warriors had already congregated, several of whom were nursing broken arms and had been called over. Addressing the assembled warriors, Xianjia declared, "Listen up, everyone. We have caught an abundance of fish today. The patrolling warriors can leave 5 to guard the perimeter of the tribe. The rest should follow me to drag the fish from the riverside thicket." Murmurs arose among the crowd, with one questioning, "Is there truly that many fish? Do we need to mobilize the patrol and the injured warriors?" Another nudged the murmurer, admonishing, "What are you saying? The captain's orders are final. Just follow along and spare us the chatter." Seeing the skepticism, the fiery Lei Long stepped forward. "If you wish to join, then come. If not, return to your burrow and sleep. Let me be clear. Those who do not want to help in dragging the fish will not receive their share of the catch, nor a drop of fish soup. Those willing to assist, follow me immediately. Those unwilling may depart," the mighty Lei Long declared, as a throng of individuals surged towards the grove by the riverbank. Upon sighting the abundant pile of fish, the patrolling warriors gasped in astonishment. There were far more fish than they could capture in a single hunt. Observing the exhilarated crowd before him, Xia Yun leaped atop a giant clam and exclaimed, "Everyone, exercise restraint. Drag them out one by one. Once we've finished, we can continue fishing. There will be an endless supply of fish for all." Over 40 individuals engaged in the task of dragging the fish, while Lei Long, and Xianjia chose to relocate to another fishing spot. Xia Yun, not intending to assist them further, decided to wait until the majority of the fish had been collected. He instructed those returning with the haul to bring back some knives and spears on their next visit. Xia Yun explained that he possessed a fishing line ensnared within the clam, and once it was pried open, they could catch even more fish. As he gestured towards the clam, entangled in the leather cord, the crowd, upon hearing the promise of more fish, eagerly pledged to return shortly with hunting tools. Before long, the group returned equipped with hunting implements, surrounding the giant clam as they inserted their tools into the crevice between its shells. A multitude of hands worked together, prying at the clam, while Xia Yun rallied them with a chant of 1, 2, pry. Despite the collective effort of over 40 individuals, the clam remained steadfast, prompting Xia Yun to concede and instruct everyone to drag the clam back to the tribe. Meanwhile, Lei Long and his companions, engaged in fishing, were soon encircled by the patrolling warriors who had returned with the haul. Observing how effortlessly Lei Long and his companions pulled fish from the water, removed the bone hooks, baited them with meat, and cast them back into the river, the warriors were inspired to try their hand at fishing as well. In no time, the pile of fish behind them grew into a small mountain. As the bounty accumulated, Lei Long hurriedly urged the patrolling warriors to return the fish to the tribe, suggesting that anyone wishing to continue fishing could craft their own fishing line. He thought to himself that he had not yet caught his fill and could not part with his line. The warriors, joyfully dragging in fish one by one, made their way back to the tribe. This left the ordinary members of the tribe in a predicament, for in the village square, fish had amassed into a mountain, surpassing the yield of 2 hunting expeditions. Despite the overwhelming number of fish to process, the villagers were elated. They could feast to their heart's content and prepare ample jerky to sustain them through the rainy season and winter. As the ordinary villagers tackled the towering pile of fish, the patrolling warriors returned to their caves after depositing their catch. Each warrior rummaged through their own caves to retrieve what they deemed to be fine animal hides, cutting them into pieces. Those skilled in weaving utilized the cut hides to craft a fishing line that met their satisfaction. Lacking the skill of weaving, he merely connected the pre-cut hides and fashioned a fishhook from a piece of bone. Whenever someone completed their own leather cord and secured the hook, they would eagerly rush to the small grove by the riverbank to consult with Lei Long and his companions about any precautions. Subsequently, they would prepare bait on the hooks and cast them into the water. The newcomers, upon casting their leather cords into the river, would soon feel the cords tighten. However, when they attempted to reel in their catch, the cords they had crafted themselves could not withstand the strain and snapped with ease. In some instances, the leather cords broke mid-air when launching the bait into the river. This led to a cacophony of lamentations echoing through the grove. Eventually, someone recalled that the leather cords were made by Xia Yun and suggested they inquire with him about the crafting process. The crowd then surged towards Xia Yun. After directing others to relocate the giant clams, Xia Yun lay beneath a tree and fell asleep. Upon awakening, he found himself encircled by eager onlookers, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Startled, Xia Yun stood up and exclaimed, "What do you want? Keep your distance." At that moment, an older warrior recognized the impropriety of surrounding Xia Yun, a person esteemed even by the shaman. Fearing the consequences of incurring Xia Yun's displeasure, he hastily urged the crowd to give him space and explained, "We have come to seek your guidance on how to make leather cords for fishing." Observing the warriors clutching their crude cords, which had not been treated or reinforced with sinew for added durability, Xia Yun understood the reason behind their failures. He proceeded to elucidate. The hides must first be soaked in water, then meticulously cleaned of any residual hair and flesh using a bone knife or stone shard. They should be air-dried to a semi-dry state. Finally, these strips of leather must be repeatedly coated with the animal oil we prepared earlier until they can absorb no more, before being woven into fishing cords. Moreover, the weaving process necessitates a substantial quantity of sinew, significantly enhancing the cord's resilience and preventing them from breaking. He instructed them to gather the required materials and assured them that he would teach the method of weaving leather cords after sunset upon their return to the tribe. After dismissing the patrolling warriors, Xia Yun approached Lei Long and his group. From a considerable distance, he could hear Lei Long's shouts, as a dozen individuals struggled over the last remaining leather cord. Upon closer inspection, Xia Yun discovered that the cord he had previously crafted had already snapped, and what remained was a leather cord made from the hide of a black-scaled python, still valiantly enduring the strain. Xia Yun observed the river's water churning in a peculiar manner, utterly oblivious to the source of the tethered rope submerged within. Although he intended to assist, a single glance from Xianjia deterred him, reminding Xia Yun of his distinct identity as an awakened being, a secret he must keep. The more he gazed, the more he sensed something amiss in the river. His attention was drawn to a large tree nearby, and he swiftly ascended its trunk. Perched atop the canopy, he discerned a massive shadow lurking in the water, comparable in size to the enormous clam they had previously pulled, yet elongated, approximately 30 meters in length. Just as Xia Yun was contemplating the creature's form, he suddenly spotted a colossal frog-like silhouette rapidly approaching from downstream. Startled, he tumbled from the treetop and scrambled to join Lei Long and the others, urgently exclaiming, "The three-eyed demon frog is coming. Retreat." Upon hearing this, the entire group abandoned their rope and fled in a frantic rush, each attempting to outpace the other. Before Xia Yun could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself alone, until Xianjia turned back and seized him, pulling him along to catch up with the retreating crowd. Once they had reached a safe distance, Xia Yun finally spotted the others who had fled. They lay low on the ground, cautiously observing the riverbank. Irritation welled up within Xia Yun. The tribespeople displayed a remarkable lack of camaraderie, fleeing at the first sign of danger while abandoning him, the messenger. Sensing his frustration, Xianjia whispered in his ear, "When faced with an overwhelming foe, the tribe prioritizes survival. Every individual strives to ensure the continuation of our lineage. In dire circumstances, the strongest or most gifted among us is often chosen to escape, while others remain to hold the line. Should the tribe ever confront annihilation, I, along with my brethren and Father A and Mother M, will shield you, allowing your escape. Only your survival can ensure the tribe's legacy, and when you attain sufficient strength, you will be able to protect those you wish to safeguard. Xia Yun felt a surge of emotion at Xianjia's words. Perhaps in this primal world, such actions were necessary to secure the continuity of humanity and its eventual strength. The croaking of frogs resonated from the river, and the creature previously caught by the thunder dragon and his companions surfaced. A serpent with a single horn on its head burst forth from the water, letting out a piercing shriek towards the heavens. Xianjia trembled as he exclaimed, "How could it be the horned sky serpent? How could it be?" He hoped that these two ferocious beasts would annihilate each other, for if either were to devour the other, it would ascend to a second-tier beast. Once a ferocious beast evolves, it would voraciously consume blood essence. If the aquatic creature in the river could not satiate the evolved beast's hunger, it would venture ashore to attack the nearest tribe, which was their own Xia tribe. At this juncture, Xianjia turned to the thunder dragon, who stood nearby, and commanded, "Immediately proceed to the hunting grounds and find Father Amu and the hunting team. Lai Tiger, return to the tribe at once and inform Shaman Gong to summon everyone. We must swiftly awaken the totem in the forbidden grounds. Bone armor, gather all warriors capable of battle and bring them here, equipped with all weapons." Once the few departed, Xianjia instructed everyone to remain on standby. "No one is to move or leave without my command," he declared, while reassuring Xia Yun, who stood beside him. "Do not fear. If necessary, I will ensure your safety." Xia Yun disregarded Xianjia's words, her gaze fixed intently upon the two colossal beasts in the river, the cacophony of croaking frogs and hissing serpents intertwining. Suddenly, the serpent's head whipped violently, dislodging the fishhook lodged in its mouth, unimpeded by the thunder dragon and his companions. In that fleeting moment, the three-eyed demon frog lunged, sinking its jaws into the vulnerable spot of the horned sky serpent. In agony, the serpent coiled itself tightly around the three-eyed demon frog. As it did so, the frog's body swelled like a balloon, attempting to use its inflated form to break free from the serpent's constriction. Both ferocious beasts fought with fervor, while the three-eyed demon frog struggled to expand its body. Its razor-sharp teeth gnawed relentlessly at the serpent's vulnerable area. The horned sky serpent tightened its grip, distorting the frog's form, and Xia Yun could even hear the sound of bones cracking. Blood began to seep from beneath the scales near the serpent's tail, while the three-eyed demon frog also bled profusely, though it was uncertain whether it was from its own injuries or from the wound inflicted upon the serpent. The two ferocious beasts rolled tumultuously in the river, neither daring to relent. As their blood mingled with the water, it attracted the attention of distant piranhas and other aquatic creatures. The blood of ferocious beasts is exceedingly precious, and the water-dwelling creatures and fish eager for advancement swarmed toward the entangled beasts, all vying for a share of the feast. Chapter 17. The oncoming beast tied in the swirling waters of the river. Two savage beasts engaged in a fierce struggle, creating towering waves. As the blood of these beasts mingled with the river, the aquatic creatures and fish within it descended into madness, hastily converging upon the entangled beasts. The commotion in the water grew increasingly tumultuous, and Xia Yun, filled with trepidation, tugged at his companion Xianjia, whispering in his ear, "Let us venture to the edge of the grove. Perhaps we might seize some advantage. We are presently too distant from the battlefield." After instructing those beside him, Xianjia crawled forward alongside Xia Yun towards the riverbank. Upon their arrival at the grove by the shore, they witnessed the serpent tail of the unicorn serpent having slipped completely from the grasp of the three-eyed demon frog, now lifelessly floating atop the water. The hind legs of the three-eyed demon frog lay still, with only its forelegs thrashing desperately in the water. Both beasts were now drenched in crimson, surrounded by ordinary aquatic creatures and fish that were closing in. The first to reach the two beasts were a swarm of piranhas, driven into a frenzy by the scent of blood, heedlessly attacking the serpent's tail and the hind legs of the frog. In an instant, the river became a boiling cauldron of chaos. Piranhas, bullhorn fish, giant-mouthed fish, and crocodiles, all manner of aquatic creatures surged towards the two savage beasts. Initially, the skin of the three-eyed demon frog offered some defense, but under the relentless assault of the beasts and fish, it was ultimately breached. Once the skin was torn, the water creatures and fish erupted into sheer madness. The throng of beasts and fish clogged the river, and Xia Yun and Xianjia could clearly see the water level rising at an alarming rate. indicating the sheer volume of creatures that had gathered around the two savage beasts. On the other hand, the unicorn serpent fared no better. Many scales near its tail had been ripped away and consumed by the other aquatic creatures. Increasingly, more fish and water beasts surged towards the two savage creatures, transforming the entire river into a dark mass, with some weaker aquatic beings being forced ashore. Yet, the three-eyed demon frog and the unicorn serpent showed no sign of relinquishing their grip. The unicorn serpent tightened its coils in a desperate attempt to strangle the frog. The three-eyed demon frog was now covered in piranhas, and from the grove at the riverbank, Xia Yun could distinctly see one of its hind legs being devoured down to the bone by the fish. The tail of the unicorn serpent had been reduced to mere bone over a span of 3 to 4 meters. Both beasts sustained grievous injuries, yet their wounds seemed to fuel their ferocity. The forelimbs of the three-eyed demon frog thrashed violently against the water's surface, each strike capable of killing fish or aquatic beasts measuring over 10 meters in length. The lifeless bodies of fish and aquatic creatures are swiftly replaced by their counterparts, as the carcasses are consumed almost instantaneously by fellow denizens of the waters. The unicorn serpent, exhibiting merciless ferocity, sheds a coil that had ensnared the three-eyed demon frog. Its tail, still oozing blood, relentlessly lashes out against the surface of the water. With each strike, unfortunate victims are sent flying or severed in two. Not far from Xia Yun and Xianjia, a colossal crocodile, measuring over 10 meters in length, is hurled through the air by the unicorn serpent, landing with a thud and falling silent, leaving one to ponder the excruciating sensation of being struck by such a creature's tail. The number of deceased aquatic beasts and fish continues to swell, staining the river a deep crimson, yet more creatures persistently surge toward this chaotic scene. The later arrivals, unable to penetrate the fray, begin to turn on one another under the influence of the bloodshed, transforming the nearly 500-meter-wide riverway into a veritable hell on earth, replete with corpses and torrents of blood. Xia Yun, overwhelmed by the grotesque spectacle before him, retches, while he notices Xianjia's complexion growing increasingly pale, his body beginning to tremble. Xia Yun tugs at the beast hide draped over Xianjia, inquiring if he is well. Xianjia, his face ashen, shakes his head and says in a quavering voice, "The struggle between these two beasts has sparked a minor beast tide. I have an ominous feeling that if their battle remains unresolved, the thickening stench of blood will attract even more formidable creatures." In light of the current predicament, Xia Yun can only place his hopes in the Thunder Dragon, wishing for its swift return with the hunting party. Only when the entire hunting team is back can they hope to contend with the evolved beasts. For now, they must wait, anticipating the complete victory of either the three-eyed demon frog or the unicorn serpent, hoping that the victor, upon ascending to the second tier, can be vanquished by the combined strength of their tribe. If, after such ascension, they find themselves unable to prevail against the victor, relocation will be their only option, necessitating the search for a new habitat. Should the conflict between the three-eyed demon frog and the unicorn serpent linger, attracting even more powerful beasts, immediate evacuation will be imperative. There can be no delay. The battle rages on in the river, and Xianjia, observing Xia Yun beside him, shakes his head in resignation. Let us return to the tribe at once. The situation has escalated beyond our control, and remaining here serves no purpose. We must ensure that the ordinary folk and children reach the forbidden grounds without delay. Should a more formidable beast arrive, we must retreat immediately, while the hunting party will remain to cover our escape. Xia Yun feels a profound sense of confusion. He had only just begun to find joy in this primitive world. Yet before he could savor it, Xianjia informs him that their current location is no longer tenable, and they must flee, lest they all perish. Observing Xuanjia, Xia Yun, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Should we bring back that Xuanjia and the giant crocodile to the tribe?" Xuanjia calmly shook his head, urging, "We must leave at once. Perhaps in the next moment, none of us will be able to escape." Bewildered, Xia Yun followed Xuanjia back to the gathering of people still waiting behind the small grove. Upon seeing the crowd, Xuanjia immediately commanded, "Everyone, return to the tribe. The clash between those two savage beasts has triggered a minor beast tide. The situation has exceeded my expectations." Upon hearing Xuanjia's words, the crowd rose silently, sprinting towards the tribe without uttering another word. As they entered the tribe, Liu, accompanied by a few patrolling members, approached them. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Liahu could not restrain himself from asking, "What is the matter? What happened? Why are you back so soon?" Xuanjia explained the events that transpired in the river to Liahu, whose complexion instantly turned pale, along with the other patrolling members. Xuanjia whispered a few words into Liahu's ear, but Xia Yun could not discern their conversation. However, upon hearing Xuanjia's remarks, Liahu led his group to the area where ordinary tribespeople resided. After Liahu departed, Xuanjia instructed all the warriors following him to remain on standby, as there were certain matters he needed to discuss with the shaman. "Xia Yun, come with me," he beckoned. Confused, Xia Yun followed Xuanjia towards the cave where the shaman resided. Before they reached the cave, they spotted the elder waiting in the small square, accompanied by several elderly men with graying hair. Upon seeing Xia Yun and Xuanjia approach, the shaman silently gestured toward a massive clam positioned at the center of the square. "Do you know what this is?" he asked. "This is a falling star. Based on my observations, it harbors at least one falling star pearl within. As for its quality, I cannot ascertain. It can only be revealed once opened. Even the most inferior specimen can be exchanged for at least 22nd tier vitality blood pills from the Tushan clan." Upon hearing that the falling star pearl could be traded for 22nd tier vitality blood pills, Xuanjia exclaimed with excitement, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us open it immediately." The shaman cast a calm glance at Xuanjia and replied, "Do you think there is still time?" Xuanjia forced a wry smile, acknowledging, "Perhaps it truly is too late. Our time is running short. That segment of the river has already given rise to a minor beast tide, and no one knows what may transpire next." Before Xuanjia could utter another word, Liahu returned with a group of elderly men, all with hair as white as snow. As they approached, the shaman, Xuanjia, Liahu, and the several elderly men beside the shaman all bowed in respect. Xia Yun stood to the side, bewildered by the scene, unable to comprehend why Xuanjia and the others were paying their respects to the elderly men. However, what transpired next was utterly beyond his acceptance. The shaman addressed the assembly of white-haired elders, stating, "I presume you are all aware of the situation at hand. Now that matters have escalated to this point, you understand what needs to be done. If the tribe were to evacuate, no one would be left to care for you. The warriors of the tribe must devote their efforts to safeguarding the children and women. For the sake of the tribe, you must take action yourselves." The elderly, brought by the fierce tiger, exchanged knowing glances before simultaneously drawing bone knives from their waists. They inflicted deep cuts across their own necks, and blood immediately gushed forth from the severed arteries, splattering hot droplets onto Xia Yun's face. When the blood of the elders sprayed onto him, Xia Yun collapsed to the ground, unable to comprehend the sight before him as the elders took their own lives. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with despair, murmuring to himself, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't gone fishing, I wouldn't have provoked the unicorn serpent. Had the serpent not lingered too long, the three-eyed demon frog would not have engaged it in battle. If the frog and serpent hadn't fought, those elders would not have perished. It's all my fault, all my fault." Xia Yun cried out in anguish, observing Xia Yun's descent into madness. Xianjia approached and struck him on the nape of the neck, rendering him unconscious. After subduing Xia Yun, Xianjia turned to the shaman standing nearby and quietly explained, "Please do not blame him. He simply could not bear the shock and believes that everything happening now is his fault, attributing the deaths of those elders to himself. On the contrary, I do not perceive this as anyone else's fault. I feel grateful that this young child led the tribe to fish and was able to detect the threat posed by the unicorn serpent in time. Had the serpent not been caught by the tribe, given more time to grow stronger, it could have silently devoured the three-eyed demon frog, leading to even graver consequences. Normally, the three-eyed demon frog would not venture ashore. It is accustomed to living in the river. The unicorn serpent, however, prefers the jungle, where it frequently claims the lives of unsuspecting individuals." Just as Xianjia intended to continue, the shaman interrupted him. "I am aware of what you say, and thus no one will blame him. Now it rests upon him to confront this reality. Such matters must be faced alone, for no one can assist him. Wake him up," the shaman instructed. Xianjia approached Xia Yun and delivered a few sharp slaps, stirring him from his stupor. Xianjia looked at Xia Yun with concern and inquired, "Are you feeling better?" Xia Yun nodded vacantly. Yet, when he beheld the lifeless bodies of the elders lying nearby, a wave of guilt washed over him. Xia Yun had only wished to alleviate the food scarcity faced by the ordinary members of the tribe. He had never anticipated that his actions would lead to the demise of others. Now, with lives lost due to his choices, he found himself unable to overcome the burden of his conscience. Xuanjia gazed at Xianyun, whose face was still etched with remorse, and consoled her. This is no one's fault. Thankfully, we discovered it in time. Most of the tribe can still survive. It is quite normal to sacrifice a few elderly and frail individuals. Some matters will become clear to you once you truly mature, so do not dwell on them too much. Wugong stepped forward and addressed Xianyun. If you genuinely wish to take action, then live well. Only when you have acquired sufficient strength can you safeguard what you wish to protect. Now, go and incinerate the bodies of those dozen elders. We must not allow their remains to be desecrated by beasts. With that, Wugong handed Xianyun a torch. As the torch was cast onto the corpses, flames began to soar. Watching the flickering fire, Xianyun suddenly recalled the beast oil that had been refined in the tribe recently. Perhaps the situation was not as irredeemable as it seemed. Just then, Thunder Dragon returned with the hunting party, a fierce battalion of 600 or 700 warriors. Storming into the tribe, each warrior's bone knives and spears were splattered with blood, and some bore serious injuries. Thunder Dragon had a massive gash on his arm, exposing flesh beneath the skin. In a hushed tone, Xianyun leaned closer to Xuanjia and whispered, "Do you still have any of that beast oil we refined recently? Bring me some." "What do you need that for?" Xuanjia inquired. A sudden thought crossed her mind. Perhaps it could resolve the tribe's current crisis. "Xuanjia, wait for me. I shall return promptly." Chapter 18. Fire attack. After Xuanjia departed, Chief Ma Jiao rushed over, urgency etched on his face. "Have the ordinary people and women evacuated the tribe?" Wugong nodded and replied calmly, "All able-bodied adults and women have retreated into the tunnel leading to the forbidden area. The children have been placed beside the totem." No sooner had Wugong finished speaking than Xuanjia burst in, cradling a stone jar. With a thud, he set it down and turned to Xianyun. Without uttering a word, Xianyun approached the jar, scooped out a chunk of solidified beast oil, and hurled it onto the still-burning corpses. Upon contact, the oil ignited, sending flames soaring into the sky, forcing everyone to retreat from the heat. A faint smile crept across Xianyun's lips as she thought, perhaps with the aid of this beast oil, the tribe could avert disaster. She quickly instructed Xuanjia to fetch another water jar and fill it with more water. She wished to experiment with the burning properties of the beast oil in water. Xuanjia, without hesitation, dashed off to retrieve the water jar. Xianyun then scooped another piece of beast oil and placed it in the water jar. As expected, the beast oil floated on the surface, refusing to sink. Xianyun attempted to ignite the oil floating atop the water with her torch. After several failed attempts, it became evident that the pure beast oil could not be ignited without a combustible material. Using her bone knife, she cut a piece from the animal skin she wore and applied some beast oil to it. After igniting the animal skin, she tossed it into the water jar, where the flames continued to blaze without extinguishing. The piece of beast oil, which had previously been placed in the water tank by Xianyun, gradually melted under the scorching flames, forming a thin layer upon the water's surface. The flames began to spread from the hide until they enveloped the entirety of the water's expanse. Upon witnessing the entire stone tank ablaze, the weight on Xianyun's heart finally lifted. He was uncertain whether the fire ignited by the beast oil would incinerate all the aquatic beasts and fish within the river. Yet he was hopeful that at the very least, it would injure some, possibly prompting the fish and creatures to vacate the area. The flames within the tank burned for quite some time before they began to flicker and die down. Addressing the onlookers, Xianyun articulated his thoughts. He intended to use fire as a means to resolve the imminent crisis faced by the tribe. An air of silence enveloped the crowd, as none could discern the viability of his proposal. Ultimately, it was the shaman who broke the tension by tapping his staff upon the ground, urging everyone to voice any alternative ideas. Chief Mo Jiao remained silent for a moment before expressing, "For the tribe to seek a new habitat is exceedingly arduous. Much of the land suitable for human habitation has already been claimed by other tribes. To establish a new dwelling place, we would need to contend with the ferocious beasts of the mountains. These creatures do not engage in trade like humans. They demand the lives of our warriors in battle." The tribe's current dwelling was secured through the blood and lives of their ancestors, and he was unwilling to abandon it without a fight. Chief Mo Jiao's stance was unequivocal. He resolved to take a stand and at least attempt to defend their home. The shaman, leaning upon his staff, quietly remarked, "Indeed, this land has been won through the sacrifices of our forebears. Abandoning it is not a choice we take lightly." Generations have thrived here. Moreover, as you all know, our tribe's totem is the summer tree. The damage inflicted by a single relocation on our totem is severe, as surely your ancestors have recounted in tales. Consider this. Without the protection of our totem, how long could we endure upon this earth? I am aware that some of you have heard tales of our tribe possessing 7th-tier warriors a millennium ago. I can assure you, it is no mere legend. According to the records of the shaman, our tribe once boasted 3 7th-tier warriors who commanded a territory spanning 1,000 miles. With tens of thousands of warriors at their disposal and over 30,000 common folk, the totem tree soared to a height of 1,000 feet. Yet now, we have fewer than 1,000 warriors and less than 2,000 commoners. The mightiest among us, the Black Wolf, only ascended to a 5th-tier warrior with the aid of the Two Mountain clan. Our totem tree, the summer tree, now stands at less than 10 feet tall. As the leader of the tribe, Mo Jiao, do you not feel a sense of shame? Upon hearing this, Mo Jiao lowered his head in embarrassment. The shaman continued, the origin of all these troubles stems from a 5th-level savage beast that incited a beast tide, known as the mountain crossing beast. At that time, the tribe sacrificed 2 7th-level warriors. After severely injuring the mountain crossing beast, the remaining 7th-level warrior led the shaman and several ordinary people to escape to this location. Here, they engaged in a fierce battle with the 4-winged flying tiger, ultimately securing the current habitat of the tribe. The totem, the summer tree, suffered significant damage during these 2 fierce confrontations, and since their arrival here, it has not grown an inch taller. For the summer tree to recover, it can only be restored through the sacrifice of savage beasts or pure-blood ferocious beasts of 4th level or above. To hunt such creatures, at least a 4th-level warrior is required, and if there is only one 4th-level warrior, he must be exceptionally powerful, capable of rivaling a 5th-level warrior. After all, whether it be ferocious beasts or savage beasts, their strength far surpasses that of humans, necessitating a greater power to have any hope of defeating them. Xia Yun quietly listened. Yet after so long, there were still aspects he did not fully comprehend. During his time in this primitive world, he had frequently heard discussions about savage beasts, ferocious beasts, and pure-blood ferocious beasts, but he remained unclear about how these creatures were classified in terms of their levels. Not understanding, he posed his question to the gathered crowd. The shaman, observing Xia Yun, chuckled and said, "You are not yet a warrior. There are certain things I chose not to disclose initially. However, since you have asked, I shall enlighten you. Savage beasts possess little to no intelligence. They act solely on instinct and can grow to a maximum of 7th level. Once they reach this level, they can rival pure-blood ferocious beasts of 9th level. Ferocious beasts evolve from ordinary wild animals. Some achieve this through accidental consumption of spiritual fruits or herbs, while others inadvertently consume the flesh or blood of beasts of a higher level, leading to their evolution. In the jungle, the most common occurrences involve animals that accidentally evolve into ferocious beasts, and the warriors of the tribe primarily rely on ordinary ferocious beasts for sustenance. As for pure-blood ferocious beasts, they possess a certain degree of intelligence from birth, with higher levels corresponding to greater wisdom. Some exceptional individuals can even transcend the 9th tier, aspiring to reach the exalted status of divine beasts, although their numbers are scarce, and their reproduction is exceedingly challenging. The remainder consists of various exotic creatures. For instance, the well-known Jinji tribe once hatched a 9-colored 3-headed bird, an exotic beast that often possesses unique talents, the specifics of which remain unknown to all. After the shaman's explanation, Xia Yun finally grasped the implications of the 2 savage beasts clashing in the river. If a 2nd-level savage beast were to emerge, the tribe would have no choice but to flee. Following his explanations, the shaman turned to the gathered assembly. Have you all made your decisions? Chief Mo Jiao nodded, and his companion, the Amuli tiger, who is also Xin Jia, nodded in agreement. Do any others have objections? The shaman inquired, and the rest of the assembly shook their heads. Observing the absence of dissent, the shaman turned to Xia Yun and declared, since the notion of using fire as an offensive strategy originated from you, it shall be your responsibility to execute this plan. The others will follow your commands. As for the outcome of this fiery endeavor, it remains uncertain. We can only attempt it, as we must not deviate from our course. As he spoke, he glanced at the elderly men beside him, their hair as white as snow. The group of venerable warriors stepped forward, signaling their intent to remain and cover the retreat of the tribe. The sight of these elder warriors brought tears to the eyes of Mo Jiao and the other fighters, for they were the last remnants of a bygone generation of valiant warriors. One elder approached Li Hu, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes with his aged hand. Ali, you are now a level 3 warrior. There is no need for tears. Your 2 little ones are watching, and I am still here, alive and well. It is not yet time for farewells. Did not the cub from the Black Wolf clan suggest we first employ fire? The results of such an assault remain unknown. Perhaps the aquatic beasts and fish will perish in the flames, and I will not need to hold the rear. Xia Yun, observing the despondency in the crowd, cleared his throat twice, understanding that further delay was unwarranted. Action was imperative. He glanced at the shaman, who nodded in affirmation, and then addressed the assembly with urgency. Firstly, dispatch individuals to the grove near the riverbank to closely monitor the condition of the 2 wounded beasts, as well as the gathering of ordinary aquatic creatures. Pay particular attention to whether the conflict between the 2 beasts attracts higher-tier predators. Secondly, gather all the beast oil available in the tribe and tally the quantity to ascertain if it is sufficient. If not, send someone to capture more Jurassic beasts for oil extraction immediately. Thirdly, have people construct a large number of wooden barrels. The more, the better. If time is short, we may resort to using animal skin bags as substitutes. After outlining these 3 directives, Xia Yun surveyed the crowd and inquired, "Does anyone have anything to add?" Everyone shook their heads in agreement, as they were at a loss for further arrangements. Seeing this, Xia Yun promptly stated, "In that case, I shall assign tasks. Xianjia, you and your father will take a team and proceed to the grove by the riverbank at once. Keep a vigilant eye on the movements of the aquatic beasts and the wild beasts, and observe if any other animal groups join the fray. Any subtle changes must be reported back to me immediately. Lei Long, you will swiftly gather all the beast oil from the tribe and bring it to the square. Make haste to ignite a fire, ensuring the oil melts as quickly as possible. Uncle Lai Hu, you will lead a team to the fruit grove on the back mountain and capture any Jurassic beast you can find. Just bring back the white meat." The remaining individuals promptly gathered all the timber available in the tribe, striving to craft as many wooden barrels as possible. If supplies proved insufficient, they would resort to felling half of the maple grove in front of the tribe. The women were not to be idle. They collected all the unused animal hides within the tribe and fashioned them into leather pouches. The stitching did not need to be overly robust, as long as the animal oil contained within did not leak excessively. Under Xia Yun's meticulous orchestration, everyone began to perform their designated tasks with fervor. Observing Xia Yun's leadership, the shamaness' eyes twinkled with delight as he repeatedly praised her efforts. Before long, Lei Long and his team transported all the animal oil previously prepared to the small square. After inspecting the supplies, Xia Yun realized they were still lacking. She left a few individuals to stoke the fire beneath the stone jars containing the oil while redirecting the majority to the area where the barrels were being processed. Meanwhile, Lai Hu and his group returned with an abundance of the white flesh from the Jurassic beasts, filling over 40 stone jars, each manned by someone tasked with heating the oil. Once he had assigned the task of rendering the oil, Lai Hu approached Xia Yun to inquire about further requirements. Xia Yun deliberated and instructed Lai Hu to assemble a few men to create wooden spears, wrapping the tips with some scrap animal hides and coating them with animal oil. There was no need for an excessive quantity. 100 would suffice. At the riverbank, the Xuanjia sent reports back to Xia Yun regarding the movements of the aquatic beasts and the ongoing skirmish between 2 feral creatures. The entire tribe was bustling with activity, while Xia Yun diligently inspected various areas, dispatching individuals to expedite progress wherever necessary, even enlisting the orphaned children from the cave to assist. As the preparations for the animal oil neared completion, it became evident that the demand for barrels and leather pouches was still substantial. Observing the maple grove, Xia Yun decided to send workers to fell half of the trees to facilitate barrel production. To hasten the process, she instructed that holes be hollowed directly into the cut logs without further smoothing. Reports from the riverbank grew increasingly frequent, and Xia Yun realized that waiting was no longer an option. They must immediately transport the animal oil to the riverbank. She urged Lei Hu and Lei Long to organize the manpower swiftly, ensuring that all the oil was poured into the newly crafted barrels and leather pouches. The group soon filled all the prepared barrels and pouches, yet with a dozen jars of animal oil still remaining in the tribe's south small square. Xia Yun could only shake her head in resigned disbelief. They were running out of time and had to transport the oil to the river immediately. A portion of the warriors remained to patrol the area, led by Lei Long, Smu Li Hu. Xia Yun, accompanied by the remaining warriors, hurried towards the small grove by the river, bearing the animal oil. Upon their return to the riverside grove, Xia Yun observed that the herd in the water had indeed doubled since their last departure. Xuan Jiao approached Xia Yun, visibly anxious, and questioned whether their plan would succeed. Xia Yun, equally uncertain, replied that they had no choice but to attempt it. Xia Yun stood before the warriors, his expression solemn as he commanded. Everyone must throw the animal skin bags and wooden barrels into the river. Throw them as far as you can, aiming for the areas where the beasts are congregated. At his command, over 500 warriors hurled their wooden barrels and animal skin bags toward the throng of beasts in the water. Upon impact, the barrels and bags ruptured, releasing the animal oil which began to coat the creatures. After approximately 3 minutes, Xia Yun deemed it sufficient and instructed Lai Hu to ignite the previously prepared oil-soaked wooden spears, casting them fiercely into the river. Chapter 19. The struggle after victory as hundreds of flaming wooden spears soared toward the surface of the river. They plunged into the midst of the beastly horde, igniting a conflagration that soared into the sky. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the entire group of beasts, even consuming the three-eyed magic frog and the single-horned soaring serpent in their fiery embrace. The river was soon filled with anguished cries. Even from their sheltered position among the trees on the riverbank, Xia Yun and his companions were overwhelmed by the cacophony of suffering. The scene in the water resembled a hellish inferno, with flames raging everywhere. Although the aquatic creatures struggled to extinguish the flames by submerging themselves, they were often forced back to the surface by other beasts or fish. The remnants of burning animal oil on the water's surface reignited upon their return, ensuring that no creature could escape the torment. Some water-dwelling beasts capable of reaching the shore began to claw their way toward the bank, but many perished before they could reach the sand, while those fortunate enough to make it were met with spears from the tribal warriors. Across the river, additional creatures, also ablaze, attempted to crawl toward the bank, prompting a grim expression from Chief Mo Jiao. Xia Yun's countenance mirrored the leader's concern as he discreetly inquired of Xian Jia whether the flaming beasts crossing into the forest might inadvertently ignite a wildfire that could draw unwanted trouble upon them. Xian Jia nodded affirmatively, explaining, "The Tianxing tribe resides not far from our riverbank, much like our Xia tribe. Should the fire reach their territory and consume the sacred Tianxing grass, they will undoubtedly come seeking retribution against us." Xia Yun then asked, "What if we sought assistance from the Tianxing tribe?" Xian Jia replied, "The Tianxing tribe would surely demand compensation for their aid. While our tribes often engage in trade and mutual support during travels, they are shrewd and will not tolerate any losses." As Xian Jia elucidated the situation, Chief Mo Jiao dispatched Gu Jia to inquire how to resolve the predicament. Xian Jia swiftly took Xia Yun to seek counsel from his father. Xia Yun gazed upon the leader, Mo Jiao, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Xia Yun inquired, "Is there any way to contact the Tianxing tribe across the river?" The leader shook his head, indicating there was none. Xia Yun's eyes fell upon the raging inferno reflected in the river, then shifted to the flanks of the beast horde, where some water creatures and fish had begun to retreat from the battlefield. Once they escaped, they darted away like arrows shot from a bow, fleeing into the distance. In the center of the river, the three-eyed demon frog and the unicorn serpent, after the fire erupted, released their grips on each other, yet remained locked in a tense standoff. The two hulking beasts stood resolute amidst the flames, seemingly unaffected by the scorching heat, as if the fire posed no threat to them. They remained statuesque in the river's midst, but the wounds on their bodies were charred under the blaze, with even some of their skin beginning to curl. This indicated that they too were not impervious to the flames. From Xia Yun's observations, the likelihood of these two beasts calling a truce was high. Having gathered sufficient insights, Xia Yun turned to Mo Jiao and spoke in a grave tone. "There are now two viable courses of action. The first is to dispatch individuals swiftly upstream or downstream, to areas devoid of beasts, to reach the opposite shore. As long as they maintain a distance of approximately 80 paces from the beast horde, they should be safe. Even the escaping water creatures and fish would likely refrain from attacking humans. We could enlist the help of the Tianxing tribe to handle the water beasts that make it to shore. This would be the simplest and quickest solution." However, it comes at the cost of sharing the corpses of the deceased water creatures and fish with the Tianqing tribe once this beast conflict concludes. The second option is to send warriors from the Xia tribe to the opposite shore to manage the water beasts that have landed. The advantage here is that the Xia tribe would retain sole possession of the corpses of the dead water creatures and fish after the conflict ends. Xia Yun also shared his observations with the leader, estimating that these two beasts might ultimately opt for a truce. Given the current state of battle, neither beast possessed sufficient strength to vanquish the other, making a cessation of hostilities the most prudent choice, unless, of course, they had both succumbed to madness. There exists a far less favorable option, to wait until one of the beasts departs or falls in battle. Once the beasts have left, they could effortlessly rush to the opposite shore to deal with the flaming water beasts. However, this plan is fraught with uncertainty, and Xia Yun advised against pursuing it. Xia Yun conveyed all the possibilities he could conceive to the leader, placing the decision firmly in Mo Jiao's hands, absolving himself of any further responsibility. He had always relished the act of deflecting blame. Xia Yun, Xin Jia, and Gu Jia awaited the leader's verdict, yet after a few contemplative turns, Mo Jiao's gaze returned to Xia Yun, and with a hint of trepidation, he asked, "What do you believe we should do?" The detestable old man, indeed, grows more wicked with age. He has once again shifted the blame onto himself, thought Xia Yun. Mimicking the leader Mo Jiao, Xia Yun also spun around a few times. When he halted and cast his gaze upon the others, he noticed that each one averted their eyes. Xia Yun seethed with indignation. This group was utterly shameless. Was it truly so arduous to make a choice? Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Xia Yun declared, "If it were up to me, I would choose the first option. Although this war necessitates some division of spoils, we have successfully implicated the Tianqing tribe. Should the two savage beasts encounter any uncontrollable mishaps, at the very least, we shall have allies to share the risks with us." Upon hearing Xia Yun's words, leader Mo Jiao chuckled, unable to contain his delight. "You, my boy, are indeed clever," he exclaimed, giving Xian Jiao a playful slap on the head. "Look at you, growing so big yet still not as astute as this child." Xia Yun then interjected, "Since we have resolved to seek assistance from the Tianqing tribe, who shall be the emissaries?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, prompting Xia Yun to shake his head vigorously. "Do not select me. I am unfamiliar with the Tianqing tribe, and they do not know me either." Ultimately, it was leader Mo Jiao who made the decision, sending Xin Jia and Gu Jia on the errand. The duo chose to cross the river upstream, and following Xia Yun's guidance, they entered the water approximately 100 meters from the rear of the beast horde, swimming towards the opposite bank. They swam swiftly, occasionally encountering aquatic beasts or fish that passed by, yet none attacked them. Perhaps the skirmish between the two savage beasts or the recent conflagration had frightened them away. All living creatures possess an innate instinct for survival, driven by the question of how to endure. Once Xin Jia and Gu Jia reached the opposite shore, Xia Yun's anxious heart finally found solace. Sitting in a small grove, he observed the warriors relentlessly hurling their spears. Remarkably, nearly every spear that was cast managed to pierce a water beast attempting to crawl ashore. Xia Yun could not help but marvel at the accuracy of these primitive warriors. He resolved to learn from them in the future. As time trickled by, the warriors continued to launch their spears. Growing weary of the spectacle, Xia Yun turned his attention back to the two savage beasts in the river. The three-eyed magic frog had sustained severe injuries, with one of its hind legs having fractured under prolonged exposure to the searing heat. Meanwhile, the one-horned serpentine creature revealed exposed bones near its tail, its scales beginning to shed, and as it flicked its tail, a segment of its skeletal structure snapped. The standoff between the two beasts persisted. Approximately half an hour later, Xia Yun spotted a group of individuals clad in grass skirts and brandishing spears emerging from afar, charging toward within 30 meters of the riverbank while shouting fiercely. Xia Yun marveled at their audacity, pondering, those two savage beasts have not yet departed, and these fools dare to approach the river so closely? Are they courting death? As thoughts swirled in his mind, the leader, Mo Jiao, bellowed, "Charge with me." Xia Yun observed as Mo Jiao, accompanied by over 500 warriors, surged forward with fervor. Halting approximately 30 meters from the riverbank, the assembly of warriors on either side of the river had exceeded 1,000, each brandishing a spear, vociferously shouting at the two monstrous beasts in the water. Indeed, in any realm, when a multitude gathers, fear dissipates, regardless of the foe they confront. The clamorous cries from the riverbank escalated, with some individuals, in fervor, hurling their spears at the creatures in the water, unperturbed by the potential wrath they might provoke. Xia Yun stood amidst the small grove by the riverbank, reluctant to join the fray, as those primitive beings exhibited a reckless fervor. Should either beast emerge from the depths, they could easily sweep them away. A voice rang out, urging the crowd to launch their spears. Over 1,000 projectiles soared toward the two beasts, intertwining the roars of the monsters with the shouts of the crowd. Xia Yun observed the single-horned serpent, its sinuous body arching before it submerged into the river, forcefully parting the aquatic creatures in its path. As it retreated, the three-eyed frog also dove below the surface, pushing through the throng of beasts striving downstream. Meanwhile, the single-horned serpent, having cleared the path, surged upstream with vigor. Witnessing the departure of the two creatures, the throngs on both banks erupted in a raucous cheer. Armed with spears, the crowd rushed toward the river, heedless of the lingering flames and the aquatic beasts still alive in the water. Eagerly, they hurled their spears into the depths, using them to catapult the creatures onto the sandy shore. In an instant, the riverbanks transformed into a scene of slaughter, as aquatic beasts and fish were pierced and flung ashore, creating a burgeoning mound of flesh resembling a small hill. The warriors in the river moved with increasing haste, as fish and beasts became mere phantoms, flung onto the banks. The primitive people were relentless, fearful of falling behind their peers in this frenzied hunt. Xia Yin distinctly saw individuals, bitten by the creatures, laughing heartily as they plunged their spears into the very beasts that had wounded them. Before long, Xia Yun spotted a bloodied figure rushing toward him. As the figure drew near, he recognized it as Xianjia. Xia Yun inquired why he had emerged so swiftly, wondering if he had been bitten. Xianjia shook his head fervently, replying, "I was not harmed. My father believes our tribe has suffered losses. The fire was set by us, and the fish were caught by us. Now, it seems we are at a disadvantage against the others. He sent me back to gather reinforcements." With that, Xianjia darted back toward the tribe. It was not long before Xia Yun saw Xianjia return, leading nearly all the warriors from their tribe. As Xuanjia passed by Xieyun, he repeatedly cautioned him not to descend, lest they reveal their intentions. With Xuanjia recently having brought a group of individuals into the Xia tribe, their efficiency had evidently surpassed that of the opposing Tianqing tribe. Observing the increase in numbers on the Xia side, the Tianqing tribe promptly dispatched reinforcements. Upon the arrival of their support, the numbers on both sides became relatively equal, although the Tianqing tribe exhibited swifter movements in their fishing endeavors. The mound of flesh along the riverbank expanded at a remarkable rate, soon becoming so vast that Xieyun, crouching in a small grove, could no longer see the throngs of people. In pursuit of witnessing the fierce competition between the two tribes for the fish, he chose a sturdy tree and ascended to its pinnacle. The throng in the river appeared tireless, having already cleared the water beasts and fish near the bank. The individuals from both sides surged toward the cluster of beasts in the river's center, each more ferocious and rapid than the last. Xieyun pondered the contradiction. Was it not said that one should not approach the riverbank due to the ferocity of the water beasts? Why then were they now so eager? Fearing to lag behind their peers and disregarding the dangers posed by the fish and water creatures, the contest for supremacy among the beasts in the river raged on, while the mound on the bank bore witness to the water creatures and fish slipping back into the water. Yet, at this moment, no one cared about those losses. All were fervently vying for the mass of beasts at the river's center. When the final colossal crocodile in the middle was seized by both sides simultaneously, a tug-of-war ensued. The Xia tribe proclaimed, "The unicorn serpent was caught by us. The fire was ignited by us. We kindly summoned you to partake. Yet you shamelessly assert that the last crocodile belongs to us." The Tianqing tribe retorted, "Without the Tianqing tribe's intervention, could the two savage beasts have been driven off by merely your Xia tribe? This crocodile rightfully belongs to us." A verbal skirmish erupted, culminating in an agreement shouted by an unknown voice. "Let us split it down the middle." With the matter of the final crocodile settled, the crowds retreated to the riverbank, simultaneously tossing the previously fallen water creatures and fish ashore. Chapter 20. The delight of being surrounded by flesh as all the water beasts and fish were finally dragged ashore. The sun began its descent. Among the crowd, many warriors, utterly exhausted, lay on the sandy beach, fast asleep, while others tended to their wounds. Some, driven by hunger, eagerly gnawed on the carcasses of the fish and water beasts. Observing the scene, Xiaoyun realized he ought to lend a hand. Yet he knew he could not manage it alone. The throng on the bank busied themselves with their respective tasks, and noticing no one was paying attention to him, Xiaoyun leaped down from the tree. He did not head to the riverbank, but resolved to return to the tribe to seek assistance. Upon entering the tribe, he spotted Li Hu, who was leading a patrol. Seeing her, Xiaoyun quickly bowed, reflecting on the fact that this woman was undoubtedly the most formidable force within the tribe at present. After discussing the situation by the riverbank with the tiger spirit, he accompanied Xiaoyun to seek the elder Wu. Upon meeting Wu, Xia informed him that the crisis in the river had been averted. However, numerous warriors were injured along the riverbank, and the carcasses of fish and water beasts urgently required disposal. With dusk approaching and an overwhelming number of remains, it was deemed necessary to process them on site, salvaging all that was edible and usable, while the rest could be discarded back into the river to be carried downstream. Given the circumstances, it was imperative to mobilize the entire tribe to assist the warriors in handling the carcasses. As for the issue of nighttime illumination, the tribe had recently prepared several barrels of beast oil that could be utilized. Under Wu's summons, all remaining adults of the tribe were gathered at the small square. After deliberations among Xiaoyun, Wu, and the tiger spirit, it was decided that the tiger spirit would lead 10 warriors to protect Wu and the children, while the remaining members would follow Xiaoyun to the riverbank to offer assistance. When Xiaoyun and the assembly reached the riverbank, they were rendered speechless by the sight of a massive mound of flesh, over 60 meters wide and more than 200 meters long. As darkness enveloped the sky, Xia quickly instructed the team to position the barrels of beast oil at both ends of the mound and contributed several beast skin garments. One end of the skins was immersed in the barrels filled with beast oil, and after applying oil to the other end, they were ignited. In an instant, the area around the Xia tribe was illuminated as if it were daylight, while the opposing Tianqing tribe continued to labor in darkness. Amidst the flickering flames, the crowd became a whirlwind of activity, each person engrossed in their own tasks. Observing the ensuing chaos, Xiaoyun, feeling overwhelmed, sought the assistance of Xianjia and Lei Long to help maintain order. Xia first instructed Xianjia to lead 100 individuals to transport a portion of the processed carcasses back for division. Those who accompanied Xianjia would not be required to return after completing their task. A contingent of 200 individuals was to remain at the riverbank, dedicated to transporting the carcasses of fish and water beasts back to the tribe. The remaining personnel by the river were organized into groups of 1 warrior and 5 ordinary individuals, with the warriors responsible for dissecting the remains of the fish and water beasts. 2 ordinary individuals, after the warriors had dissected the aquatic beasts or fish carcasses, were tasked with swiftly dragging the remains to a predetermined location. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 were to meticulously separate the extracted entrails of the aquatic creatures, placing the edible portions aside, while discarding the rest into the river, allowing the current to carry them away. Under the meticulous organization of Xiaoyun, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Each person was diligently occupied with their tasks, and the mountain of flesh gradually diminished amidst their relentless efforts. Xiaoyun himself was far from idle, constantly moving about, orchestrating the processing of the aquatic beasts and fish. In stark contrast to the orderly nature of Xia's tribe, the Tianqing tribe across the river appeared chaotic. Bathed in moonlight, Xiaoyun observed the individuals on the opposite bank, who, after gutting the aquatic beasts and fish, carelessly tossed the entrails directly into the river. The warriors of the Tianqing tribe did not enlist the help of the common folk, hastily disposing of the carcasses and shouldering them back towards their settlement. Consequently, the crowd fluctuated between hundreds and just a few individuals, a situation Xiaoyun regarded with indifference, as there was an abundance of meat, rendering any waste inconsequential. On the Xia tribe's side, Xiaoyun recalled hearing from Li Hu about past instances of starvation within the tribe, which instilled in him a reluctance to discard any edible items. After all, the intestines of the bullhorn fish were quite delectable, crisp and chewy. He personally relished them. As dawn broke on the horizon, the mountain of flesh along the riverbank had significantly diminished. Observing the remaining carcasses, Xiaoyun estimated that in just over 2 more hours, the processing would be complete. That night had exhausted him. His continuous shouting had left his voice hoarse. At that moment, Xiaoyun perched atop the head of a massive crocodile, his eyelids waging a war against each other. It was only when a hand gently patted his shoulder that he jolted awake. Upon looking up, he found Lei Long approaching, and Xia Yun hastily inquired about his presence. Lei Long gestured for Xia Yun to shift aside. With a great effort, Xia Yun descended from the crocodile's head. Following his departure, Lei Long remained silent, like a somnambulist, as he turned to drag the crocodile's carcass towards the riverbank. Once at the river's edge, Lei Long knelt and, using a bone knife, laboriously opened the crocodile's belly, extracting the entrails and casting them onto the ground. He rinsed the corpse in the water, then struggled to drag it onto the adjacent sandy shore. After accomplishing these tasks, he collapsed onto the beach, motionless. The 5 ordinary individuals who had been assisting Lei Long, upon witnessing his collapse, received no attention. They too were fatigued. 2 of them stepped forward to collect the edible entrails, while the remaining 3 laboriously moved the crocodile's carcass forward. However, after only a few steps, they were too exhausted to continue, collapsing onto the ground in defeat. The riverbank was strewn with individuals lying motionless, resembling the fallen. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the slumbering Lei Long was roused by a gentle kick. Upon opening his eyes, he saw it was his father. With a hint of annoyance, Lei Long protested, "Father, why do you disturb me? Let me sleep a little longer. The chief, Mo Jiao, is still asleep. You should see, most of the people have already departed." Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Lei Long noticed that indeed, the banks of the river were much less crowded, with only a few stragglers remaining. Reluctantly, he rose to his feet and followed his father toward the tribe. Passing by Xia Yun, who lay soundly asleep on the ground, Lei Long effortlessly scooped him up and placed him upon his shoulder. The chief, Mo Jiao, glanced back at his younger son, who was still unaware on Lei Long's shoulder, and couldn't help but smile, remarking, "With you around, the future is indeed promising." As Lei Long approached his father, he received a light kick on his backside and heard a low reprimand. "You little rascal, hurry up." When Xia Yun finally awoke, it was already evening. Feeling a pang of hunger, he was presented with a wild fruit held to his lips. It was Sangua who offered it, exclaiming, "You're truly remarkable. Everyone in the tribe says that your efforts were instrumental in driving away those 2 savage beasts from the river and securing so much meat. Eat this wild fruit to tide you over. I will prepare some fish for you shortly. I must tell you, Sangua, the tribe is overflowing with meat now. Even the chief has declared we should eat freely, consume as much as we desire. The area surrounding our orphan cave is festooned with dried fish. And aside from the meat in the small square, which is off limits to us ordinary folk and children, there is plenty elsewhere for us to enjoy. By the way, would you prefer fish intestines or fish meat?" Seeing the eager anticipation in Sangua's eyes, Xia Yun replied, "Let us have both, fish meat and fish intestines." Sangua went off to cook the fish, while Xia Yun sat on a hide, lost in thought. He mused to himself, "Just a few days ago, I was starving daily, and now, meat abounds, so much that one cannot consume it all. The ancients speak truly. Danger and opportunity coexist, and the greater the peril, the greater the reward." This conflict with the 2 savage beasts, though they had both suffered and retreated, still necessitated vigilance. One of them might recover first and launch a surprise attack on the other, potentially advancing to a second-tier savage beast. At that point, the current bounty would be nothing more than an ephemeral illusion, shattering at the slightest touch. But enough of such thoughts. I shall first satisfy my hunger, and then consult with the chief and the shaman on how to address this matter. Perhaps it was the prolonged hunger, but the enticing aroma of fish wafting from outside prompted Xia Yun to step out of the cave. Observing the bubbling fish within the stone pot, he, like the primitive folk, disregarded hygiene and plunged his hand into the pot to seize a piece of fish. After savoring several morsels, Xia Yun fished out a piece of intestines, which, perhaps due to the drying process, had an especially delightful crispness. Having indulged in fish and its entrails, Xia Yun then requested Sangua to bring over a wooden bowl, from which he eagerly scooped a bowl of fish soup, unperturbed by its heat, and drank it down with gusto. Sated, he patted his belly contentedly. Strolling along the mountain path, Xia Yun meandered towards the cave where Lei Long resided, noticing the landscape adorned with drying meat. Upon reaching the entrance of Lei Long's cave, he found the stone door obstructing his way. After several vigorous knocks yielded no response, he pushed against the stone door until it toppled over. The noise roused Lei Long, who had been blissfully asleep on a hide, and upon seeing Xia Yun at his cave's entrance, he was left speechless, wondering why this persistent child had come to disturb his slumber. Unable to contain his amusement at Lei Long's disheartened expression, Xia Yun chuckled. I am unaware of which cave your father resides in. Would you kindly guide me there? I have a matter to discuss with him. Lei Long inquired. What business do you have with my father? Unless it is of utmost urgency, I would advise you to wait until tomorrow. Right now, he is in a deeper slumber than I am, and anyone who disrupts his dreams at this hour will likely face his wrath. Upon hearing the prospect of a beating, Xia Yun reconsidered, realizing that the situation was not pressing, as the two savage beasts in the river would not recover from their injuries anytime soon. Having soothed Lei Long's wounded spirit, Xia Yun took his leave. Returning to the orphan cave, he found the tribe enveloped in tranquility, save for the occasional footsteps of patrolling warriors and the quiet munching of children sneaking bites from the drying meat. The atmosphere was serene, with even the children who had eaten their fill dozing off on the ground. Upon entering the orphan cave, Xia Yun noticed that apart from Sanghua, the other children were still asleep. In a hushed tone, he inquired with Sanghua, learning that the previous day, they, along with other children, had been taken to the forbidden area near the summer tree. The shaman had informed them that not far from the tribe, two savage beasts were engaged in relentless combat, which had drawn a tide of beasts. The shaman instructed all the children to remain close to the summer tree, assuring them that should any irreversible situation arise, he would protect them and lead them away from the tribe. All the children huddled cautiously beside the summer tree. Their appetites for the food brought from the tribe diminished in the face of fear. They waited anxiously until nightfall when the shaman returned to announce that the crisis had been averted. Upon hearing this, the children rushed to the food previously sent from the tribe. After satisfying their hunger, the shaman escorted them out of the forbidden area, telling them they could return home to sleep soundly. However, as the children exited the forbidden area, they observed warriors continuously dragging fish and water beast carcasses back to the tribe. Some warriors were busy dissecting the retrieved bodies, while others transported the prepared meat to different locations for drying. As the children prepared to return to rest, the eldest among them, Dahu, was called by his father, Lai Hu, to assist in moving the dissected meat. As the children observed Big Tiger assisting in the transportation of meat, a voice suddenly called out, "We are also members of the tribe, and we shall help carry as well." Consequently, all the children joined the ranks of meat carriers, some even engaging in a friendly competition, exclaiming, "I will carry 1 piece, and you shall carry 2. I will carry 2, and you shall carry 3. Along the way, the shaman paid a visit, yet he did not intervene. He merely smiled before retreating to his cave. The children continued their labor until the dawn approached, at which point they were persuaded by the warriors to return. Xia Yun looked at Sanghua, who sat opposite him, and inquired, "Are you not tired? Do you not wish to sleep?" Sanghua felt somewhat fatigued and indeed longed for rest. However, the sight of the meat outside the cave kept him awake, fearing that if he fell asleep, it might vanish, along with his mother and younger brother. Sanghua's response left Xia Yun at a loss for words, and he could only offer gentle reassurances. "Fear not, sleep peacefully. The meat will not sprout legs and escape. When you awaken tomorrow, it will still be there, safe and sound." As the moon gradually ascended in the sky, Xia Yun returned to the cave, lying down upon his fur bed and succumbing to a deep slumber. When the sunlight once again illuminated the Xia tribe, he awoke with drowsy eyes and emerged from the cave. The shouts of warriors echoed from above, reaching Xia Yun's ears. Looking up, he observed a group of warriors tirelessly excavating near the mountain's summit. Following the mountain path, Xia Yun made his way toward the peak. Upon arriving at the excavation site, he discovered a substantial cave had already been created. Noticing Xia Yun's approach, Xianjia discarded his bone shovel. As Xianjia stood beside him, Xia Yun could not help but inquire, "What is everyone doing? Are you digging a dwelling?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xianjia grinned widely and replied, "There is an abundance of meat. My father instructed me to bring the others to dig another cave for food storage, as the existing one cannot accommodate the current supply." After hearing Xianjia's explanation, Xia Yun simply smiled and greeted him before descending the mountain. Upon returning to the orphan cave, he found the children diligently transporting meat into the cave. When Sanghua saw Xia Yun return, he hurried over, urging Xia Yun to assist in carrying the meat while explaining that the chief had declared the meat quantity was excessive, and the food storage cave could not contain it all. Everyone was tasked with moving as much as they could into their individual caves. Reluctantly, Xia Yun joined the children in their efforts, careful not to carry too much at once. Before long, the orphan cave was filled to the brim, leaving only enough space for the children to sleep, with even the wooden barrel for water relocated to the entrance. Observing the cave brimming with meat, a child murmured softly, "It feels wonderful to be surrounded by meat." Chapter 21. Gains and losses. Observing the contented smiles of the children within the cave, Xia Yun refrained from uttering another word and turned to leave. He intended to consult with the chief and the shaman regarding the matters that had occupied his thoughts the previous day. This time, Xia Yun ambled leisurely towards the shaman's cave, and as he passed through the small square, he noticed that the enormous clam, which had been brought back to the tribe, had vanished without a trace. The shaman had remarked that it was a valuable item. Given its size, perhaps it had merely been relocated elsewhere, he mused. As Xia Yun approached the shaman's cave, he observed some warriors pouring water into a large pit in front of it. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the gigantic clam had been moved to the entrance of the shaman's cave. Xia Yun knocked on the shaman's door, and an ancient voice called from within, "Come in." Upon seeing Xia Yun, the elder's eyes crinkled with a smile. "Child, what brings you here?" "Respected shaman, I had initially intended to seek out Chief Mo Jiao, but I was unable to locate him yesterday and have not seen him today either. Reluctantly, I have chosen to come to you." The three-eyed demon frog and the unicorn serpent in the river, while both gravely injured, have fled. However, no one knows when they might return. I am deeply concerned that one may recover and ambush the other. If one of these beasts successfully attacks and evolves into a second-tier creature, our tribe will face grave peril. Therefore, I propose that the tribe dispatch a hunting party to patrol the riverbank regularly. Should either beast show signs of activity, we must intervene to prevent another confrontation at all costs. After listening to Xia Yun's concerns, the shaman pondered for a moment. "Your apprehensions are not unfounded. I shall discuss this matter with the chief and request that he send a hunting party to the riverbank. If we can endure until the rainy season, those two beasts will become insignificant, as stronger aquatic creatures will then arrive. Whether they can survive their injuries is uncertain, after all. By the way, Xia Yun, in a few days, the Tushan clan will arrive. Your adoptive father may send someone to bring you something. Be cautious and ensure that the Tushan clan does not discover your awakening. I will provide you with an item to help conceal this matter. As for your significant contributions to the tribe and the bounty of food you have secured, I shall reward you on the day of the Winter Solstice Festival. Now, you may leave." After departing from the shaman's cave, Xia Yun resolved to seek out Lei Long. Earlier that day, he had not seen Lei Long at the site where he was digging. He inquired with Xianjia, who informed him that Lei Long might still be nestled in his cave, sleeping. Upon reaching the entrance of Lei Long's cave, Xia Yun was greeted by the sound of heavy, labored breathing. Initially, he suspected that Lei Long was engaged in some sort of clandestine activity, only to discover that he was sharpening his bone knife and spear. Noticing Xia Yun's entrance, Lei Long looked up and asked, "Do you know what our finest partner is?" Xia Yun responded with some confusion, inquiring about family, friends, or partners. Lei Long, somewhat irate, replied, "It is bones. With these sturdy bones, we can fashion bone knives or create long spears. They will assist us in procuring food and provide protection against fierce beasts. Therefore, when our bone knives and spears become dull, we must promptly sharpen them, for only then will they serve us well. Remember this for next time. Do not disturb a warrior while he is honing his bone knife and spear." Xia Yun nodded vigorously, understanding. "Next time, when you are sharpening your bone knife and spear, I shall not interrupt you. Today, I sought you out to ask if you could help me acquire 2 goats. They would be useful." Lei Long, intrigued, asked, "What use do you have for them?" Xia Yun pondered whether to reveal that his idea of making long woolen shorts had arisen when he first spotted the goats by the riverbank. He looked at Lei Long and continued, "As for their use, I will not disclose it just yet. Once we catch the goats and I craft what I intend, you will naturally comprehend." During his time in this primitive world, the absence of shorts had been exceedingly uncomfortable. Xia Yun had attempted to fashion a rudimentary pair from animal hides, yet they proved too uncomfortable and lacked breathability. Lei Long's response was straightforward. "Those goats run too swiftly. You won't even get a chance to throw a spear." Unperturbed, Xia Yun pressed on. "Do you know where there might be more goats? I will catch them myself." Upon hearing Xia Yun's intent to capture the goats alone, Lei Long sprang to his feet, abandoning the bone knife he was sharpening. His father had once admonished him that Xia Yun's affairs were the tribe's affairs, his own affairs, and a task that Lei Long must undertake with utmost dedication. He could not allow Xia Yun to venture alone. If news of Xia Yun's awakening were to spread, the hope for their tribe's ascendance would be extinguished. With urgency, Lei Long exclaimed, "It's just a few goats. A trivial matter. I will lead a team to assist you in capturing them." Xia Yun, somewhat at a loss for words, regarded Lei Long earnestly, saying, "All I need is for you to inform me where these goats frequently roam. I can set the traps myself." "Set traps?" Lei Long questioned. "Do you mean digging pits?" "I must tell you, those goats leap with astonishing speed, covering 10 steps in a heartbeat, and can jump over 2 men in height. In all my years, I have never seen anyone in the tribe catch a goat." Xia Yun had witnessed the traps set by the villagers, which involved digging a large pit, placing wooden stakes inside, and covering them with dry branches and leaves. However, such rudimentary traps would not deter the wild beasts of the jungle. Xia Yun patiently explained to Lei Long the concept of setting a snare, which involved using a rope to ensnare the animal's neck or legs, a method distinctly different from digging a pit. After Lei Long finished listening to Xia Yun, he too was eager to try setting a trap to catch a goat, promptly grasping Xia Yun's hand and rushing towards the cave entrance. Xia Yun nearly stumbled as Lei Long pulled him along, quickly clarifying that he had yet to prepare the rope for the trap and suggested they wait until tomorrow. After inquiring about the goat's whereabouts, Xia Yun returned to the orphan cave. He rummaged through the corner where he slept for quite some time before finally locating the previously discarded animal hides and sinews that had not yet been used. Since he intended to set a trap, the rope needed to be sufficiently slender. Xia Yun had no choice but to cut the previous animal hide rope down to the thickness of chopsticks and also slice the leftover black-scaled python skin into thin strands. The new rope, a mixture of various animal hides, black-scaled python skin, and sinew, was only as thick as his little finger. When he attempted to pull it, he found that it could not withstand his strength. By the time Xia Yun finished weaving the rope, the sun had already set. Initially planning to venture out for some food, he was instead presented by Sangwa with a wooden basin filled to the brim with fish meat and fish intestines. After finishing the meal, he handed the basin back to Sangwa, gesturing for him to take it outside for cleaning. Upon collecting the basin, Sangwa noticed the delicate ropes on Xia Yun's bed and timidly inquired, "Brother Yun, what are those ropes for? Are you planning to go fishing again?" With an air of mystery, Xia Yun replied, "As for what I intend to do with them, you shall find out by sunset tomorrow." Gazing at the ropes on his bed, Xia Yun calculated that each trap would require approximately 15 meters of rope, and lamented that he could only make 5 with the materials at hand, unsure if it would suffice. He recognized that 5 was indeed somewhat insufficient. Yet there were no more materials available to continue crafting, leaving everything to await the morrow. Before dawn on the following day, Lei Long stealthily approached the entrance of the orphan cave. Without disturbing the other children, he made his way to Xia Yun's bedside, signaling for him to remain silent and simply follow with his belongings. The two continued until they were outside the boundaries of the tribe, at which point Lei Long explained, "The goats typically forage in the orchard on the back mountain just as dawn approaches. I brought you out secretly. If other warriors saw us heading to the orchard, they would gossip." The orchard on the back mountain was a place frequented by the ordinary members of the tribe seeking food, belonging to the common folk and children. The hunting teams, upon returning, often did not bring back sufficient wild fruits and roots for the ordinary members to consume, rendering the orchard the last bastion for the tribe's common folk and children in their search for sustenance. Xia Yun's father had once warned the warriors of the tribe not to entertain thoughts of hunting in the back mountain orchard, lest they face dire consequences. After hearing Lei Long's explanation, Xia Yun was left speechless. He looked at Lei Long with a serious expression and remarked, "Are the ordinary people in the tribe truly lacking food? Do they really need those wild fruits? Even if one were to indulge in a feast, the available fish and aquatic creatures for the common folk would still be insufficient to satiate their hunger." After hearing Xia Yun's words, Lei Long smiled sheepishly, realizing, "I forgot that our tribe is no longer in want of food." Xia Yun urged him to hasten their pace, suggesting they reach the fruit grove on the back mountain soon to set the snares. Quietly, the two of them made their way to the fruit grove, where they beheld an abundance of wild fruits adorning every tree, some ripe and others still green. Lei Long casually plucked 2 spiky red fruits, handing one to Xia Yun while explaining, "These are the very fruits that the goats relish once they ripen. If you intend to set a snare, it's best to choose an area abundant in these red spiky fruits." As soon as Lei Long finished speaking, Xia Yun had already peeled the fruit he was given and popped it into his mouth. An overwhelming blend of sour and astringent flavors engulfed his palate, leaving him momentarily devoid of taste. Meanwhile, Lei Long, witnessing Xia Yun consume the red fruit, was taken aback, exclaiming in alarm. This was not something meant for human consumption. He had stumbled upon the goat's fondness for these fruits during his childhood visits to this place. The lingering sourness of the fruit had tormented him for 3 days, rendering everything tasteless and causing relentless drooling, an ordeal he could hardly bear. In a rush, Lei Long clasped Xia Yun's mouth, whispering urgently, "Spit it out." "This is not for humans." Xia Yun complied, expelling the fruit's flesh from his mouth. However, within a mere 20 minutes, he found his taste completely numbed. With only the lingering sourness remaining, saliva trickling persistently from the corners of his lips. Suppressing the drool, Xia Yun managed to retrieve 5 snares, placing them in areas where the red fruits were most abundant. After securing and camouflaging them, he and Lei Long retreated to a distance to observe. Once they had distanced themselves, they found a thicket to crouch in. Finally able to open his mouth after holding back saliva for so long, Xia Yun intended to speak, but was halted by Lei Long. In a hushed tone, Lei Long cautioned, "From this moment on, we must maintain absolute silence. The goats are exceedingly alert. Even the slightest rustle may send them bounding away." Resigned, they lay in the underbrush, waiting until dawn, when a few white figures finally appeared in the distance. Lei Long whispered to Xia Yun, "They've arrived." After patiently waiting for the herd of goats to satiate themselves and depart, and seeing no traps triggered, Lei Long, with a look of disappointment, was about to rise when Xia Yun stopped him. Xia Yun discovered that the group of goats, after devouring the red thorn fruit, had moved to a nearby clearing, seemingly scratching at something with their hooves. The distance was too great for Xia Yun to discern their actions clearly. After the goats had entirely departed, he rose and, accompanied by Lei Long, ventured to the spot where the goats had been digging. With saliva pooling in his mouth and a numbing sensation rendering him quite uncomfortable, Xia Yun believed that the goats, after consuming the red thorn fruit, were likely in a similar predicament to his own. By observing what the goats had feasted upon, he reasoned that he could alleviate his own discomfort. As his teacher had once imparted in his previous life, all things arise and counteract one another. By meticulously observing what the animals consumed, one could avoid severe repercussions. Upon reaching the goats' digging site, Xia Yun was at a loss. Those creatures had eaten with such thoroughness that he could find no trace of their meal, save for the knowledge that it must have been something rooted in the soil. He mumbled to Lei Long, urging him to assist in unearthing the nearby earth to uncover any unusual objects, instructing him to report any findings immediately. Xia Yun himself began to excavate with a bone knife, and after a considerable time, he stumbled upon a plant that bore resemblance to peanuts from his past life. As he muttered a few indistinct words, he resumed digging, and before long, he unearthed something that bore a striking similarity to peanuts, albeit significantly larger, about the size of his arm. Upon peeling away the white outer shell, he revealed a fist-sized peanut kernel, covered by a layer of red membrane. When he sliced through this membrane with his bone knife, a sweet fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He lifted the peanut-like object from the pit and placed it on the ground. Just as he was about to take a bite of the fist-sized kernel, Lei Long's voice rang out from a short distance away, halting him. Lei Long, irate, rushed to Xia Yun's side and forcefully knocked the kernel from his hand, exclaiming, "How can you eat something you've never tried before? What if it's poisonous?" He continued, "Moreover, this thing is so vividly red and bright. According to the tribe's wisdom, the more vibrant the appearance, the more potent the toxicity." Glancing at the fruit that had just been knocked from Xia Yun's grasp, its bright red exterior clearly indicated its potential danger. Faced with Lei Long's flushed expression, Xia Yun felt a sense of helplessness. He understood that Lei Long was acting out of concern for his well-being, but the sweet aroma was undeniably alluring. The two sat on the ground, locked in a standoff. Xia Yun argued that the goats must have consumed these very items. The sweet fragrance that emanated from the peeled outer layer could not be deceiving. It was certain to remedy the aftereffects of the red thorn fruit. If the goats could safely partake, surely humans could as well. As he drooled and glared defiantly at Lei Long, Xia Yun's determination remained steadfast. Ultimately, Lei Long relented, but insisted that he would eat first, reasoning that should it prove toxic, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. He recalled the private discussions he had had with his father and the shaman, who had both expressed that Xia Yun was the greatest hope of their tribe. Xia Yun had no choice but to pick up the fruit that had been knocked off by the Thunder Dragon and hand it to him, urging him to eat it first. Gazing at the vibrant red fruit in his hand, the Thunder Dragon continuously motivated himself, thinking that if he were to perish, so be it. He resolved to do it for Xia Yun's sake. After mentally preparing himself, the Thunder Dragon savagely bit into the fruit, swallowing it whole without chewing. An hour later, as he observed the Thunder Dragon's unresponsive demeanor, Xia Yun inquired, "May I eat now?" The Thunder Dragon responded, "Why not wait a little longer? Perhaps this fruit has a mild toxin with a delayed reaction." Ignoring the Thunder Dragon, Xia Yun seized a peanut and took a bite. Relishing the sweet flavor that lingered in his mouth, reminiscent of the freshly unearthed peanuts from his homeland in a previous life. After consuming one peanut, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, Xia Yun devoured the remaining handful as well. Once he finished the peanuts, Xia Yun sensed the return of sensation to his mouth. Seeing Xia Yun consume the remaining fruit without any adverse effects, the Thunder Dragon finally felt reassured enough to eat the peanut he held. An unprecedented sweetness erupted in his mouth. Tempted by the delightful taste, the Thunder Dragon scrutinized the peanut plant that Xia Yun had unearthed and began searching the surroundings. After more than 2 hours of searching, the two managed to excavate all the peanuts they could find. In comparison to the large fish and aquatic beasts in the river, this heap of peanuts appeared rather inconspicuous. After consuming several peanuts, the Thunder Dragon yearned for more, but was halted by Xia Yun. Xia Yun explained that they could not consume the remaining peanuts, nor could they take them back to the tribe. He intended to attempt planting them the following year. The Thunder Dragon found the concept of planting perplexing. Xia Yun clarified, "With this pile of peanuts, we can sow them in a piece of land next year and reap several times, even dozens of times, the amount of peanuts." At that moment, Xia Yun couldn't help but think. Although they had not caught a goat today, discovering peanuts was still a fortuitous event. Chapter 22. Peanuts. Xia Yun gathered some tree vines from the underbrush and tied together the arm-length peanuts, securing them around both their bodies for storage. As for the snares he had previously set, Xia Yun decided to leave them in place, reasoning that perhaps a hapless goat might become ensnared the next day. When the two arrived back at the tribe, adorned with the bound peanuts, they were noticed by some members. A patrolling skeletal warrior approached them and pointed at the vines encircling the Thunder Dragon's neck, exclaiming, "What are these things you're wearing, Thunder Dragon? Are they edible?" Upon hearing the words of bone armor, Xia Yun hastily signaled to Lei Long, yet the foolish Lei Long, brimming with pride, completely disregarded Xia Yun and proclaimed, "Of course. It's something to eat. It's absolutely delicious. Don't believe me? Try one." With that, he extracted a peanut the length of his arm from the vines adorning him and presented it to Bone Armor. Before Bone Armor could reach for it, Lei Long, as if showcasing a treasure, cracked open the shell and, without hesitation, popped a raw peanut into his mouth, munching it with audible crunches. After savoring one, feeling unsatisfied, he continued to consume another until only a single peanut remained in the shell he had opened, which he reluctantly handed over to Bone Armor. Bone Armor imitated Lei Long, swiftly popping the peanut into his mouth and chewing it. Once that solitary peanut settled in his stomach, he displayed an expression of profound satisfaction and, unable to restrain himself, attempted to pluck another peanut from Lei Long. However, his hand was swiftly swatted away by Lei Long. Bone Armor glared at Lei Long in irritation, while Lei Long hurriedly signaled him, indicating that these treasures belonged to Xia Yun, not to him. Seeing Lei Long shift the focus onto him, Xia Yun chuckled awkwardly and offered Bone Armor a few arm-length peanuts from his own stash. He also informed Bone Armor that these delectable treats could be found in the fruit grove on the back mountain, and he could simply go dig them up if he desired. Just as he sent Bone Armor on his way, he noticed others approaching from a distance and urged Lei Long to leave quickly. Otherwise, before they reached the tribe, their precious peanuts would be entirely distributed among others. As they walked, Xia Yun pondered how to manage these peanuts upon their return. Perhaps they could not be taken back to the orphan cave, as the children's eager appetites might lead to them being devoured by morning. If entrusted to Lei Long to take back, it was likely he would consume them all within a short span. After much contemplation, it seemed that the cave of the shaman would be the safest place. Others would likely not act too recklessly there. If he proposed to the shaman his intention to cultivate these peanuts, the elder would likely agree. Upon their return to the tribe, they noticed individuals already hauling meat into the cave atop the mountain. although they intended to remain inconspicuous. Their presence was promptly detected by Xianjia. Upon seeing them, Xianjia hurriedly descended from the peak and approached, curiosity piqued by the items they carried. Xia Yun briefly explained that these were edible, and that their quantity was limited. The remainder he intended to save as seeds, unable to share any further. He would only offer Xianjia 3 peanuts, which he could not give him just yet. Those would be reserved for Lei Long, who could collect them later when no one was around. After bidding farewell to Xianjia, Lei Long and Xia Yun hurriedly departed, racing towards the shaman's cave with no intention of lingering. They dared not stop, for any interruption could lead to significant losses. Upon reaching the shaman's cave, both appeared somewhat breathless from their earlier sprint. At that moment, the entrance to the witch's cave stood ajar, revealing the panting figures of Xia Yun and Lei Long. The elderly man's gaze flickered with surprise upon noticing the peanuts in their hands. Was this truly food? Before Xia Yun could respond, Lei Long eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Let me tell you, old man. Witch. This delicacy is simply delightful, sweet and fragrant, with every bite. Please, have one and taste for yourself." As he spoke, he extracted a peanut from his possession, prying it open to reveal 4 sizable, red-coated kernels nestled within. With a grin, he tossed one into his mouth, savoring its flavor. Observing Lei Long's rather insufferable demeanor, Xia Yun felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. The elder, meanwhile, made no move to join in, instead casually flicking his cane upward. The 3 peanuts, which had been comfortably resting in Lei Long's hand, arced gracefully through the air and landed perfectly before the elderly man. Just as the peanuts neared the waist of the elder, a gnarled hand shot out with lightning speed, halting the peanuts a mere 2 centimeters above the palm. Witnessing this phenomenon, Xia Yun's mind momentarily short-circuited. What was the principle behind this? It clearly defied the laws of physics. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he leaned closer to the elder's hand but remained baffled as to why the peanuts hovered above the palm, refusing to descend. Beside him, Lei Long, noticing Xia Yun's bewildered expression, scoffed and muttered, "What's the big deal? This old man is even more formidable when he is playing tricks. Anyone who crosses him will find it hard to escape their fate." Though Lei Long's voice was barely above a whisper, the elder caught wind of his words. A cold snort interrupted Lei Long's complaints, causing him to freeze in place, akin to a startled quail. Having instilled fear in Lei Long, the elder plucked a peanut, took a bite, and chewed with an expression of satisfaction. Observing the elder's pleased demeanor, a smile unconsciously crept onto Lei Long's lips, and even his eyes began to gaze skyward. This entire scene seemed to narrate his disdain and contempt for the elder, regardless of how subtle Lei Long's expressions were. They did not escape the elder's keen perception. The cane, which had previously been planted on the ground, now appeared at an uncanny angle against Lei Long's forehead, delivering a gentle yet stinging tap that sent him crumpling to the ground. The speed with which the elder wielded his cane was astonishing, too swift for Xia Yun to comprehend the motion. After reprimanding Lei Long, the elder turned his kindly gaze towards Xia Yun. "You are a good child. Do not follow Lei Long's poor example. Now, tell me, how did you discover this delightful treat?" Xia Yun replied, "How do you know I was the one who found it?" The elder chuckled softly, gesturing with the tip of his cane towards the seated Lei Long. He lacks the intellect, just like his father and brothers, always acting so recklessly. Moreover, it is evident that this peculiar item grows underground. Given the wooden head of the Thunder Dragon, do you truly believe I would trust his ability to uncover such a thing? Xia Yun gazed at the elder before him, compelled to admire his sagacity. Indeed, age brings wisdom. He then proceeded to elucidate the process of discovering peanuts. Initially, he intended to capture a few goats, but the lasso he prepared failed to ensnare them. Instead, after consuming the red thorn fruit, the goats ventured to a nearby clearing. In that very clearing, he observed the goats incessantly digging with their hooves, seemingly unearthing something they subsequently devoured. Prior to setting the lasso, he had inadvertently tasted the red thorn fruit, and his mouth watered incessantly, reflecting on the fact that the goats had also consumed the red thorn fruit and were now excavating unknown items. He followed their lead and serendipitously discovered the peanuts. The elder regarded Xia Yun and inquired, "How do you know this item is called a peanut?" Xia Yun replied, "I had never seen such a thing before. I simply coined the name on the spot. I initially intended to call it ground bean." The elder scrutinized Xia Yun, asking, "There are not many of these. Do you have other intentions for bringing them back?" Xia Yun promptly explained, Elder Wu. Since this plant can thrive in the fruit grove on the back mountain, with each plant yielding a dozen or more, why should we not attempt to cultivate it ourselves? If they can flourish beneath the trees, surely we could find a suitable plot of land to plant them, and perhaps they would grow even larger and more plentiful. Elder Wu regarded Xia Yun with curiosity and questioned, cultivation? You seek my assistance in finding laborers to help you plant these peanuts? Xia Yun quickly clarified. The rainy season is fast approaching. It may soon be too late to plant peanuts. I came to ask you, Elder Wu, to store these existing peanuts here, as I am uneasy leaving them elsewhere, fearing they may be consumed by others. Furthermore, I need your help in gathering some individuals to search the fruit grove on the back mountain for any overlooked peanuts. Upon hearing Xia Yun's explanation, Elder Wu nodded in agreement, saying, since you wish to plant these peanuts, then do so. Our tribe is not lacking in food at present. Thunder Dragon, go on a journey. Bring along more people, search thoroughly, and retrieve every peanut you can find. Upon being tasked with finding peanuts, Thunder Dragon immediately discarded all the peanuts he had on him onto the ground and dashed away. After Thunder Dragon's departure, Xia Yun gazed in astonishment at the peanuts still hovering above Elder Wu's palm and inquired, what is this ability? Can I learn it? Elder Wu regarded Xia Yun solemnly and replied, this is a power belonging to the shaman, while you are a born warrior. You are destined to tread the path of a warrior, for that is the path most suited to you. The shaman's path is fraught with difficulty. Many shamans remain trapped in the human shaman stage for their entire lives. Only 1 in 10,000 may ascend to the earth shaman, let alone the exalted sky shaman. When you reach the realm of the sky shaman, the realms of spirits and deities above are realms you have scarcely heard of, existing only in legend. Even in the present day, the highest realm within the Tushan clan is merely that of a pinnacle shaman. Upon hearing the elder's words, Xia Yun gazed intently at the venerable figure before him and inquired, and what about you? What realm do you currently inhabit? The elder replied, I am but a mediocre shaman, vastly different from those true shamans of distinction. Undeterred, Xia Yun pressed on with his inquiries. Is it possible for someone to simultaneously embody both a warrior and a shaman? The elder responded, are you referring to the practice of dual cultivation of shaman and martial skills? I have not encountered such individuals, yet that does not imply their non-existence. Perhaps within the ranks of those formidable clans, there are indeed such beings. As for you, my young friend, do not dwell on this. It is sufficient for you to focus on being a warrior. Your future choices are beyond my influence. After 3 years, you shall reach the pinnacle of a Tier 3 warrior. Once you break through to Tier 4, you will be free to pursue any path you desire, unimpeded by anyone. However, should you fail to transcend the threshold of Tier 3, you will become an ordinary person. If you still wish to pursue shamanism at that point, I will be willing to teach you. Before you ascend to Tier 4, your utmost priority should be to diligently hone your hunting skills. For the strongest warrior in the tribe, AMU of the Thunder Dragon, is currently only at the mid-stage of Tier 3, while Chief Ma Jiao remains at the early stage of Tier 3. Once you advance to Tier 4, you will be responsible for hunting the beast meat required for your sustenance. No one can assist you, unless you desire to join the Tushan clan. For now, it is advisable to maintain a facade of being an ordinary person within the tribe. The matter of your automatic awakening should remain concealed. Some truths will become clear to you as you mature. When you reach Tier 4, the tribe will support you. After all, our Xia tribe was once a great clan, and we still possess a measure of heritage. You need not bear excessive pressure. Moreover, there is no need for prolonged concealment. By the upcoming winter solstice's ritual, you will be able to openly declare yourself a warrior. Upon hearing this, Xia Yun could only lower his head in a bittersweet smile, realizing that he was still too weak. Noticing Xia Yun's despondent mood, the elder gently patted his head and cheerfully asked, did you not wish to catch a few goats? I have a splendid method. Would you care to learn it? Xia Yun eagerly nodded, and the elder rummaged through his leather pouch, producing a pitch-black stone vial. He handed the vial to Xia Yun, instructing him to sprinkle its contents at the snares he had set, assuring him it would ensnare the goats. Taking the vial, Xia Yun set aside the peanuts he had gathered and dashed towards the fruit grove on the back mountain, eager to test the efficacy of the elder's potion. As Xia Yun departed, Lei Long had already spread out with a group in the fruit grove, searching for peanuts. After considerable time, Lei Long once again unearthed peanuts. Uncertain, he knelt down and dug half a meter deep, discovering the peanuts anew. He He promptly summoned the others to observe the leaves left on the ground by the peanuts, warning them that this was a directive from the elder and that no one was permitted to pilfer them. Once the samples were obtained, the search among the crowd began to accelerate. Often, upon discovering one, another would appear not far away. In the orchard, the sounds of digging echoed throughout. When Xia Yun arrived at the fruit grove, he discovered a clearing not far from the red thorn fruit trees, piled high with peanuts the length of an arm. Xia Yun couldn't help but marvel at the strength of numbers. Since so many people were already excavating peanuts in the grove, why not clear a patch of land now? Loosening the soil a bit would facilitate next year's peanut cultivation. After wandering in the woods for quite a while, Xia Yun still couldn't find a piece of land that satisfied him. Moreover, if he planted within the grove, what if it was devoured by the Jurassic beasts or goats? Reluctantly, Xia Yun had no choice but to abandon his search. Unable to find a suitable place for peanut planting, he returned to the area where he had previously set traps, took out the stone bottle given to him by the shaman, and sprinkled some light yellow powder around the traps. Upon returning to the spot where the peanuts were piled, he found it already crowded with people. Even before reaching the place, Xia Yun heard the thunderous voice of Lei Long exclaiming, "This is something the shaman instructed me to let everyone dig up. I've tasted it before, and it's quite delicious. We've gathered everything we could find nearby. With so many, is it unreasonable for each of us to have two?" In unison, the crowd replied, "Not unreasonable." Lei Long continued, "Then let us each take two. After eating, bury the shells in a pit. Don't speak of this when you return, or I'll be in trouble with that old man again." With that, Lei Long led the way, taking 2 peanuts from the pile, sitting down, and peeling them to eat. Seeing Lei Long already indulging, the others instinctively followed suit, retrieving 2 peanuts each from the pile and settling down to eat. Chapter 23. The detestable goat Xia Yun stood a short distance away, watching the others sitting on the ground, enjoying their peanuts, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. By this time next year, he would ensure that everyone in the tribe could enjoy peanuts. Xia Yun chose not to disturb them, given Lei Long's fear of the shaman. He trusted Lei Long to manage the remaining peanuts well. Leaving the fruit grove, Xia Yun intended to find Lai Hu to teach him how to throw a spear. However, after searching the tribe, he could not find any trace of Lai Hu. Feeling somewhat dejected at not locating Lai Hu, Xia Yun was about to return to the orphan cave for a nap when he encountered the patrolling Bone Armor. Seeing Xia Yun looking downcast, Bone Armor smiled and inquired, "What troubles you? Is something amiss?" Xia Yun explained to Bone Armor his intention to find Lai Hu to learn spear throwing, but despite his efforts, he had found no sign of him. Bone Armor regarded Xia Yun and casually remarked, "Spear throwing is such a simple task. Anyone could teach you. The crux of the matter is that you are still too young, and your body has yet to fully develop. The short spears used by us adult warriors are simply beyond your capability. You will need to find a way to create your own." In the tribe, each warrior is required to forge their own weapon, as each individual's striking habits differ, resulting in subtle distinctions among the weapons utilized. Take, for instance, the short spear used for projection. I typically select a leg bone of considerable hardness for the spearhead. I refrain from sharpening the tip excessively, for such sharpness would lead it to snap upon contact. I prefer to fashion the spearhead in a flatter form, enabling it to be projected farther. Conversely, the armored warriors tend to favor a rounded spearhead. Furthermore, during hunts, the short spear's projection is utterly insufficient to slay those wild beasts and formidable creatures. Within the jungle, the short spear only serves a supportive function. The ultimate decisive factor lies in the long spear we wield, which is of paramount importance. As for the bone knife, it is reserved for those moments of desperate struggle. In the jungle, one would never wish to resort to a bone knife for dispatching prey, as the risks involved are far too great. After concluding his explanation, Bone Armor gazed earnestly at Xia Yun and inquired, "Would you like to learn how to throw a spear?" Xia Yun quickly nodded, expressing his eagerness to learn. Noticing Xia Yun's adoration, Bone Armor bashfully scratched his head and declared, "In that case, pay close attention. I shall demonstrate for you." With that, Bone Armor pointed to a maple tree, roughly the thickness of an adult's thigh, not far from them. Perhaps sensing the proximity of the tree, he retreated over 20 paces. "Now, little pup of the black wolf family, observe closely. I shall demonstrate. How much you comprehend depends on your own perception." With that, Bone Armor withdrew a short spear from his back. Adhering to my customary approach, before throwing the spear, I would first twist my body, firmly planting my right foot while pushing off with my left. This utilizes the strength of my legs to engage my waist, which acts as the fulcrum, channeling the power of my entire body into my right arm. With my eyes fixed on the target, I released the spear. Xia Yun was momentarily astounded, perceiving a dark shadow flash by, followed by a piercing sound of wind. When he looked again, the spear had pierced through the trunk of the maple tree and was embedded in the ground. Xia Yun stood frozen, contemplating. If such terrifying force cannot fell the beasts and ferocious creatures of the jungle, how could he have once considered crafting a bow? Compared to this short spear, a bow seemed utterly futile. Bone Armor silently rejoiced at his success, relieved that he had not faltered. Otherwise, he would have faced great embarrassment. Xia Yun, with great difficulty, swallowed hard and said, Bone Armor, may I borrow the spear you threw for reference? I wish to craft 2 spears inspired by yours. Upon hearing Xia Yun's intention to use his spear as a model, Bone Armor generously thumped his chest, encouraging Xia Yun to take it, promising to provide him with a leg bone later. Thank you very much, Xia Yun exclaimed eagerly. With the spear in hand, he cheerfully made his way toward the orphan cave. After Xia Yun departed, Bone Armor wore a pained expression, lamenting the loss. With a resounding slap to his own face, he exclaimed, "What pretense is this? Crafting a short spear is no simple task. It requires at least 3 or 4 days, not to mention the necessity of suitable beast bones." Now, he found himself having squandered a spear and even having to part with a leg bone. When Xia Yun returned to the orphan cave, wielding the short spear, the gazes of the other children shifted, some filled with envy, others with trepidation, and many with fear. Observing the curious looks directed at him, Xia Yun glanced at the spear in his hand and suddenly came to a realization. With a smile, he explained to the children that the spear had been lent to him by a warrior known as Bone Armor, as he wished to learn the art of spear throwing. Despite Xia Yun's attempts to clarify, in the eyes of the children, he had already become distinct from them. First, he had taught the tribe how to refine beast oil. Next, he crafted fishing lines from hides and successfully caught numerous fish. Just days ago, he had resolved a significant crisis for the tribe. And now he had even borrowed weapons used by the warriors. Noticing the lingering odd looks from the children, Xia Yun reassured them. This spear is merely a sample for me to learn how to make my own. I shall return it to Bone Armor once I have completed my spear. When it is ready, anyone interested in learning may join me. Upon hearing this, the children erupted with enthusiastic cheers. They too could now learn hunting skills, just like children from normal families. Listening to their words, Xia Yun felt a pang of sorrow. These children had started their journey too late. To catch up with those from regular households, they would need to exert far more effort. As dusk fell outside the cave, no one brought food for the children within. For the past couple of days, everyone in the tribe had been preoccupied with processing the meat of the water beasts and fish. It was understood that the children in the cave had already secured ample meat and would not go hungry. Thus, each day, only a small supply of firewood and water was delivered to them. Under the setting sun, the children gathered at the cave entrance, surrounding the stone pot to kindle a fire, pour water, and add the meat. As the aroma of the fish meat wafted from the pot, the children took their handmade wooden bowls and used wooden spoons to serve themselves. They ate with great care, even scraping every last morsel from the crevices of the fish bones. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, the other children returned to the cave, leaving only Xia Yun sitting at the entrance, gazing at the crescent moon rising in the sky. Xia Yun was waiting, anticipating the arrival of Bone Armor with a leg bone. He remained there for an indeterminate amount of time, yet Bone Armor's figure never materialized. Rather than retreating to the cave, Xia Yun sought a comfortable spot near the entrance and closed his eyes. Before he knew it, he had drifted into slumber. In his dream, he found himself riding a beast resembling a wild boar. However, it lacked tusks, and 2 horns resembling those of a cow adorned its head. The creature's massive body was capable of leaping over mountains with ease, and it could speak, introducing itself as Li Tian. When Xia Yun awoke, it was already the following morning, not by his own volition but rather by the nudging of Lei Long. Upon seeing Xia Yun awaken, Lei Long hastily pulled him up, accompanied by the stealthy arrival of Lai Hu, and the trio made their way to the fruit grove on the back mountain. Xia Yun felt a tinge of irritation. Why had these two roused him at such an early hour? Lei Long remained silent, gesturing towards a struggling goat ensnared in a lasso not far ahead. Nearby, 2 lambs bleated incessantly around their trapped mother. Observing the struggling ewe, Lei Long shook his head regretfully and informed Xia Yun of the tribe's customs. It was forbidden to hunt mother animals with young ones or those that were pregnant. Such rules were to be strictly adhered to. Lai Hu, shaking his head, brandished a bone knife, preparing to release the goat. Xia Yun quickly interjected, suggesting that if hunting was off the table, perhaps they could take it back to the tribe and raise it instead. Where would you keep it? How would you feed it? What if it attracts other wild or ferocious beasts? The two responded in unison. Upon hearing this, Xia Yun reluctantly set aside his plan to raise the sheep. What if I just shear a bit of wool? He proposed. Lei Long asked, what do you need that for? Xia Yun cryptically replied, once I have that wool, you will understand. Lai Hu, bewildered by their exchange, could only muster a caution. If you do go for the wool, take only a little. The rainy season is approaching, and that you will need it for warmth. Cautiously, Xia Yun approached the ewe, attempting to offer it some comfort. However, as his hand reached the top of the ewe's head, it suddenly stood and charged at him, colliding with his face. Caught off guard, Xia Yun was sent sprawling several meters away, realizing upon sitting up that the impact had knocked out 2 of his front teeth. Fuming with anger, Xia Yun had initially intended to soothe the ewe and take a small amount of wool, but now, infuriated, he drew his bone knife, ready to slay the animal. Observing this scene, Lei Long and Lai Hu, who had been laughing nearby, rushed over to seize Xia Yun's arm. Don't be impulsive, Lei Long shouted. You are still quite young. After all, you have merely lost 2 teeth. Return and let the shaman treat you, and in a couple of days, they shall grow back. Do not deviate from the customary practices. Should that old shaman find out, you may not perish, but you will certainly endure a great deal of suffering. Upon hearing that his 2 front teeth could indeed regrow, Xia Yun had relinquished his murderous intentions. Yet he remained quite incensed. He instructed Lei Long and Lai Hu to restrain the ewe, then approached it, declaring, you were the one who provoked me first. I intended merely to shear a bit of your wool and release you, yet you knocked out my 2 teeth. It would be unjust not to take a substantial amount of wool from you now. As Xia Yun uttered these words, Lei Long and Lai Hu struggled to suppress their laughter, inadvertently applying more pressure, causing the ewe to sit down on the ground. Xia Yun mounted the sheep, wielding a bone knife, and commenced shearing its wool, muttering indignantly, let us see if you dare to challenge me again next time. At last, Lei Long could no longer contain himself and released his grip on the goat, collapsing onto the ground in fits of laughter to the point of coughing. Lai Hu, still holding the sheep, was also fighting back laughter, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Observing the two before him, Xia Yun felt his cheeks flush as he suddenly realized the absurdity of his earlier words. At a loss for what to say, he endured the embarrassment and continued to shear a few more handfuls of wool from the goat. Noticing Lai Hu's face turning beet red and Lei Long, still on the ground, gasping for breath from laughter, Xia Yun shouted in frustration, have you two finished laughing yet? Finally unable to hold back any longer, Lai Hu erupted into laughter. In a fit of indignation and embarrassment, Xia Yun leapt from the sheep's back, clutching the wool, and dashed toward the tribe. Upon reaching the entrance of the orphan cave, he spotted Sangua. Brother Yun, why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell? I didn't see you this morning. I thought you had gone out for something. Someone just delivered a rather large bone, said it was for you. As he spoke, Sangua pointed to a bone, towering beside the entrance of the cave. Staring at the imposing bone, Xia Yun instinctively opened his mouth. This must be the gift from the bone armor. Standing beside him, Sangua quickly noticed Xia Yun's missing front teeth and inquired, Brother Yun, what happened to your teeth? Hearing Sangua's question, Xia Yun's already flushed face grew even redder as he hastily explained, it's nothing. This morning, while I was climbing a tree in the fruit grove, I accidentally knocked them out when I fell. Observing Xia Yun's increasingly crimson complexion, Sangua, ever curious, pressed further, it was just your front teeth that were knocked out. Why is your face so red? Perhaps you should see the shaman for a checkup? Mention of the shaman reminded Xia Yun of what Lei Long and Lai Hu had said about losing teeth and seeking the shaman's remedy for a swift recovery. Realizing the situation, Xia Yun handed the wool in her hands to Sangua, instructing her to place it on her bed before dashing towards the cave of the shaman without a backward glance. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave once more, she noticed the elderly man seated there and spoke. Shaman, could you assist me with a favor? I accidentally knocked out a tooth today. I heard from Lei Long and Lai Hu that you could help me heal it. The shaman inquired, oh, how did you manage to lose your tooth? Xia Yun's face flushed red again as she stammered, it was knocked out by a goat. Knocked out by a goat. The old man's voice shifted in tone, filled with surprise. By all accounts, you are now a warrior, yet a mere goat could dislodge your tooth. I am genuinely curious about how such a thing occurred. Ignoring the elder's question, Xia Yun retorted, just tell me whether you will treat it or not. If not, I shall take my leave. Seeing her irritation, the old man merely chuckled. Very well, open your mouth. Xia Yun complied, and as she did, the shaman's fingertips manifested a faint, ethereal orb. When the orb settled upon the spot where her tooth had fallen, Xia Yun immediately felt a tingling sensation. This peculiar feeling was fleeting, and soon the old man proclaimed, "It is done." Chapter 24. Exhaustion. Once the tingling sensation faded, Xia Yun distinctly felt something emerging from the roots of the two teeth that had been knocked out. A peculiar itchiness ensued. Gazing at the smiling visage of the shaman, she asked, "How long until my teeth grow back?" "At the soonest, 2 to 3 days. At the slowest, 3 to 5 days, and they should emerge," he replied. "Xia Yun, although you have awakened as a warrior, you have yet to undergo any training. Your reflexes and strength are still too feeble. Once the awakening concludes before winter's arrival, I will arrange for someone to train you specifically." Remembering something, Xia Yun added, "Shaman, I had a dream today. In that dream, I rode atop a beast of colossal size, soaring amidst the mountains, and astonishingly, that beast could speak. Have you ever heard of a talking beast or a formidable creature?" The elder pondered for a moment. "I have not heard of any such talking beasts or fierce creatures. But that does not imply they do not exist. It was merely a dream. Do not dwell upon it too much." After the elder finished speaking, Xia Yun rose to take her leave. She intended to return to the orphan cave to contemplate how to fashion the wool into trousers and how to transform the bone gifted to her into a bone spear. On her way to the orphan cave, Xia Yun encountered Lei Long and Lai Hu, who were returning from their own errands. Sensing their intent to mock her, she quickly interjected, warning them not to spread the news of her knocked-out tooth, as it was too embarrassing. The two could only stifle their laughter and agreed to her request. After cautioning them, Xia Yun casually mentioned, "If I had a bone taller than a person, how might I craft it into a spear or a throwing dart?" Upon hearing that Xia Yun possessed a bone of such stature, Lei Long's mouth fell open in astonishment. "Where did you acquire such a bone? Where is it?" Xia Yun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, recounted, "Yesterday, I had intended to seek out Uncle Liahu to learn the art of spear throwing. However, after searching high and low, I was unable to locate him. With no other choice, I returned to the orphan cave. On my way back, I fortuitously encountered Bone Armor on patrol. He demonstrated the use of his own short spear and even lent it to me for reference in crafting my own. As for the bone he gifted me, I only discovered its existence upon returning from the fruit grove today." Upon hearing Xia Yun's account, both Lei Long and Liahu exclaimed in unison, "Take us to see that bone armor gifted you. We must ascertain its quality." Reluctantly, Xia Yun led Lei Long and Liahu back to the orphan cave, where the imposing bone, taller than a person, lay beside the entrance. Upon sighting the bone, the two immediately dashed over, inspecting it with keen interest. Liahu, after a thorough examination and a few taps, confidently declared, "This is undoubtedly a leg bone from a Tyrannosaurus." Meanwhile, Lei Long leaned in to take a deep sniff, affirming, "Indeed, this is a leg bone from a Tyrannosaurus, though it remains uncertain whether it is from the toe region or the thigh. The segment closer to the toes is deemed superior, being more resilient and possessing commendable hardness. A spear crafted from it would easily pierce the hide of a second-tier ferocious beast. However, the finest materials from a Tyrannosaurus are its teeth. Utilizing the two largest teeth as spear tips and combining them with thunder bamboo for the shaft would yield a weapon capable of slaying a third-tier beast in a single thrust." While Lei Long continued to elaborate on the utility of other bones from the Tyrannosaurus, Liahu interrupted him, noting that they only had a leg bone at hand, which he deduced was from the thigh region. When it came to transforming this bone into a spear, there was but one solution: to grind it down. At the mention of grinding, Xia Yun appeared utterly perplexed. How could such a large bone be fashioned into a spear? He questioned, voicing his uncertainty about the process of refining the bone before him. Liahu, with a grin, looked toward Lei Long, stating, "When it comes to the speed of weapon crafting, Lei Long is unmatched in our tribe." Hearing the praise for his weapon crafting speed, Lei Long beamed with pride, affirming, "Of course, in our tribe, my speed in weapon crafting is indeed the fastest." After reveling in his boast, Lei Long turned serious, fixing his gaze on Xia Yun. Since bone armor entrusted you with this Tyrannosaurus leg bone, he surely desires for you to undertake the grinding process yourself, rather than handing it over to me. However, this leg bone is quite precious. Should you damage it during the polishing process, it would be a tremendous waste. Henceforth, I shall closely monitor your work. For the art of weapon polishing is a skill every warrior in the tribe must master. Shortly, I shall send over 2 grinding stones. After saying this, Lei Long took Li Hu away, while Xiaoyun became lost in thought, staring at the sizable bone before him. According to Lei Long's words, it must be meticulously polished with stone. And Xiaoyun returned to the cave with a look of despair, pondering how long it would take to refine such a large bone. He resolved to first investigate how to transform the wool into thread. Within the orphan cave, Xiaoyun sat upon his bed, examining the wool while recalling how his grandmother used to craft hemp thread. As he contemplated, a vague outline began to form in his mind. At the top, a small hook, slender above and broader below, adorned with spiral patterns, approximately the length of a chopstick, with 2 copper coins as weights at the bottom. Seizing the moment while the image lingered in his mind, Xiaoyun hurriedly instructed Sangwa to fetch a piece of wood as thick as an arm from outside. Once he had the wood, Xiaoyun commenced his creation. With the bone knife continuously slicing away, the object in his mind began to take shape. And the children in the cave gathered around, their faces alight with curiosity, unsure of the purpose behind Xiaoyun's peculiar woodwork. Unable to contain his curiosity, Sangwa inquired, "Brother Yun, what is the purpose of cutting the wood in this manner?" With a mysterious smile, Xiaoyun replied, "It serves a significant purpose. I shall craft one to test its feasibility. If it proves successful, this tool will become an essential part of your daily labor." As time trickled by, the wood in Xiaoyun's hands gradually diminished, and the object in his mind began to resemble his handiwork by about 70%. However, he was unable to resolve the issue of weighting, thus leaving a substantial piece of wood at the bottom. As Xiaoyun gazed at the object before him, an irresistible urge to test its functionality overcame him. He affixed a small tuft of wool to the tiny hook at the top and gently rubbed the rod against his thigh. To his delight, the item began to spin rapidly like a top, and the wool at its apex began to intertwine, transforming into a short length of yarn. A smile of joy spread across Xiaoyun's face. Indeed, it was effective and remarkably smooth. As the wool hanging above gradually diminished, he wound the spun yarn around the wooden rod near its base and added more wool to the end that had yet to fully transform into yarn. A gentle rub produced yet another segment of woolen thread. While Xiaoyun busied himself with his yarn-making endeavor, the entrance of the orphan cave resonated with the heavy breaths of Lei Long. "Xiaoyun, hurry out. I've brought the grinding stone." Reluctantly, Xiaoyun set aside his work. Upon reaching the cave mouth, he gazed in awe at the towering stone, exceeding his own height. "How am I to grind such a massive stone?" Upon seeing Xiaoyun, Lei Long chuckled and gently placed the grinding stone, which he had carried on his shoulder, onto the ground. "Come, I shall teach you how to grind down the 2 joint balls of the bone." Lei Long commenced his demonstration, placing the towering bone beside the cave entrance onto the ground. He then procured several sizable stones from a distance to press down on the bone for stabilization. Next, he picked up the grinding stone and explained to Xiaoyun to fracture the bone. You must first position the narrower side of the stone atop the bone and pull it back and forth. When that narrow side becomes thickened, you will need to remove the stone and strike it to thin it out, allowing for a quicker cut of the bone before you. With that, Lei Long began to hammer the grinding stone vigorously. He incessantly struck the stone with his bone knife, and as fragments fell away, the once thick stone became as sharp as the edge of the knife. After chiseling a segment of stone blade, Lei Long placed the grinding stone on the ground, encouraging Xiaoyun to try his hand at it. Xiaoyun drew forth his bone knife and began to strike the stone while inquiring about the proper force to apply without damaging it. After an arduous hour of effort, Xiaoyun finally finished with the grinding stone. In stark contrast to the expertly crafted segment Lei Long had produced initially, Xiaoyun's attempt was abysmal, resembling something gnawed by a dog. Feeling a pang of self-reproach, Xiaoyun looked at Lei Long with an expression of innocence, only to see Lei Long's lips tremble with frustration. "I have never encountered anyone as clumsy as you." Ignoring Xiaoyun's plight, Lei Long picked up the grinding stone and gently positioned it against the joint ball of the bone, beginning to pull it back and forth. As Lei Long continued his motions, a slight indentation quickly emerged on the firmly anchored bone. After demonstrating the technique, Lei Long entrusted the grinding stone to Xiaoyun, urging him to attempt it on his own. Xia Yun, mimicking Lei Long's actions, strained to maneuver the stone, which was still excessively large for him. Before long, he felt his arms grow weary, unable to exert any further strength. Although Xia Yun was determined to persevere, after enduring for approximately an hour, he found himself exhausted. Collapsing to the ground, his limbs devoid of sensation. Observing Xia Yun sprawled on the ground, Lei Long wore a look of incredulity. How could one who had awakened as a warrior be so feeble? In the days of my own awakening, I could toil with such a massive grinding stone for an entire day without fatigue. This shouldn't be the case. A warrior's strength should be boundless. Could it be that this fellow awakened incorrectly, or perhaps his nourishment is lacking? Yet, the ferocious aura he had displayed while fishing that day unmistakably belonged to a warrior, and his strength exceeded that of the average person by a considerable margin. Nourishment? Lei Long slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that since Xia Yun's awakening, he had not consumed a single morsel of beast meat, nor had he tasted the blood of a fierce beast. Without the sustenance of beast blood and flesh, even the strongest warrior would succumb to weakness. Thus it was no wonder that Xia Yun was utterly spent from merely grinding stones. Lei Long patted Xia Yun on the shoulder, urging him to stand. Xia Yun attempted to push himself up with his hands, but found himself utterly drained of strength. Seeing Xia Yun in such a state, Lei Long said nothing more and hoisted him onto his back, hastening towards his cave. Upon returning to his cave, Lei Long immediately shifted a stone slab to block the entrance, and, after lighting a torch, ventured deeper into the cave. When he emerged once more, he carried a beast hide pouch and a piece of meat, approaching Xia Yun. Without uttering a word, Lei Long pried open Xia Yun's mouth and poured the contents of the pouch into it. A pungent, metallic scent flooded Xia Yun's mouth, a taste he instinctively recoiled from. Yet, his body's primal instincts urged him to accept this substance as a necessary replenishment. As the contents of the beast hide pouch diminished, Xia Yun realized he was consuming blood. A nauseating sensation surged within him, and as he was about to retch, Lei Long covered his mouth. Do not vomit. This is the blood of a ferocious, giant deer. I had to plead with my father for quite some time before he agreed to let me bring it back. The giant deer, being a second-tier fierce beast, would have its blood swiftly consumed by the warriors of the hunting grounds after it was slain. Very few would be fortunate enough to bring any back to the tribe. So how does it feel? Are you starting to feel better? Xia Yun nodded. As the blood coursed through him, a warm sensation spread from his stomach to his limbs, restoring a modicum of strength to his previously limp arms. Witnessing Xia Yun's noticeable recovery, Lei Long promptly sliced off a piece of raw meat with a bone knife and offered it to him, signaling for him to eat. Looking at the raw meat presented to him, Xia Yun gazed at Lei Long with innocent eyes. Are you certain you want me to eat raw meat? Lei Long replied. In your current condition, it is best to consume it raw. Cooking the fierce beast meat will result in a significant loss of energy. Eat up, and do so quickly. Xia Yun could only open his mouth to swallow the raw meat handed to him by the Thunder Dragon. After chewing a few times, he swallowed it whole. After finishing one piece of raw meat, the Thunder Dragon continued to offer him another. After consuming approximately 3 pounds of raw meat, Xia Yun felt that his stomach was already full. Upon rising again, he realized he no longer felt as weak as before. The Thunder Dragon suggested that he take his time to recuperate in the cave before returning to the orphan cave. With a hint of embarrassment, he added, in recent days, there have been so many matters in the tribe that we have all forgotten about your awakening and did not have the opportunity to prepare beast blood and meat for you, which led to your current state of exhaustion. Xia Yun smiled and replied, It's all right. I was unaware that I needed to consume beast blood and meat frequently to meet my normal requirements after awakening. Today's meal of beast blood and meat shall count as a favor owed to you. However, the matter of my awakening must remain confidential. I cannot join you in hunting for the time being, and will trouble you to prepare food for me instead. Chapter 25. Sheep's blood as medicine. Xia Yun remained in the Thunder Dragon's cave until evening, when he finally felt his body returning to normal. Before departing, the Thunder Dragon cut him a piece of meat roughly the size of a palm to take back and consume before bedtime. After bidding farewell to the Thunder Dragon, Xia Yun made his way toward the orphan cave. Upon reaching the cave entrance again, he noticed that the bones secured by the Thunder Dragon had been worn down by 2 centimeters, creating a notch. Once inside the cave, Xia Yun discovered that it was the older children, including Seng Gua and Bai Niao, who had assisted in this task. The rationale of these older children was simple. Xia Yun had brought them meat, so they were willing to help him with whatever they could. In that case, Xia Yun declared, I shall teach you some things. If you do well, I will provide you with certain benefits. Sangua, the most eager among them, promptly inquired. What benefits? Xia Yun found himself momentarily uncertain about what rewards to offer these children. Observing their eager eyes, he suggested, why don't you think of what you want? As long as I can fulfill it, I will agree. Really? Xia Yun confirmed, indeed. Sangua, anxious, urged, Brother Yun, please tell us what you want us to do. Xia Yun pointed to the tool previously used to spin wool into yarn and said, you don't need to assist with much. Just use that tool to spin the wool into yarn, and I will handle the rest. Sangua asked, what is that tool called? Xia Yun chuckled. It's quite small, so let us call it a spinning hammer. Come here, and I will teach you how to use this spinning hammer. First, select a few longer strands of wool from the pile and hang the midsection on the small hook above. Then, grasp the wooden rod and gently rub it against your leg. This will cause the spindle to spin. The rotation of the spindle will draw the wool above, weaving it into a fine thread. Next, simply add more wool to the unfinished end. After demonstrating this to the children, Xia Yun instructed Sangua to fetch a few more pieces of wood, as he intended to create several more spindles. Since he had successfully made wool threads, it would be prudent to craft some sinew threads as well, for they might prove useful in the future. As for the source of the sinew, he could rely on Lei Long to assist him in gathering it. However, having just incurred a favor from Lei Long, it seemed somewhat inappropriate to ask him again for assistance. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yun decided to set aside the matter of the sinew for now, focusing instead on crafting the bone spear. Yet, the grinding stone that Lei Long had provided was exceedingly large and cumbersome, prompting him to seek a more efficient method. While he was deep in thought, Sangua returned with the wood in no time. Xia Yun efficiently completed 7 additional spindles, which, combined with the previous one, would be sufficient for the children in the cave. Once he finished all these tasks, the crescent moon had quietly ascended into the sky, and a small fire had been kindled at the cave entrance, where the children began to gather around the stone pot to prepare their meal. As the fish and meat in the pot cooked, the children, no longer as frantic as when Xia Yun first arrived, began to line up, taking wooden spoons to serve themselves portions of meat into their bowls. Xia Yun sat nearby, observing the children and reflecting on how the development of order stemmed from the availability of food. As long as there was an ample supply of sustenance, there would be no need for competition. He recalled a lesson from his past life, where his teacher had shared that in her youth, it was a struggle for common folk to find enough to eat, and even tragic events of cannibalism had occurred during famines. In those desperate times, survival relied heavily on sheer luck. When the famine finally subsided, his teacher had developed a habit of conserving food, and Xia Yun had often noticed her picking up even a single grain of rice left in her bowl with her chopsticks to consume. The children before him, much like his teacher in her youth, displayed a remarkable cleanliness in their eating habits, never wasting a morsel. However, the eldest among them, Sangua, noticed an anomaly. She had not seen Xia Yun approach to eat. Turning around, she spotted him sitting with a smile, watching them. Yungu, why aren't you coming to eat? Aren't you hungry? Xia Yun looked at Sangua, who had come close, and replied, I have already eaten with Lei Long. I'm not hungry at the moment. You should go and enjoy your meal. Upon hearing Xia Yun's words, Sangua decisively rushed to the stone tank, adding several pieces of fish meat into her wooden basin. Once all the children had finished their meal and returned to the cave to sleep, Xia Yun cautiously unearthed the piece of meat that the thunder dragon had given him, lightly roasting it over the embers of the fire before consuming it. After casting a glance at the moon in the sky, Xia Yun too retired to the cave for the night. The following day, as the horizon began to lighten, Xia Yun was pulled from the cave by the thunder dragon. From his beast skin pouch, the thunder dragon produced a piece of meat and offered it to Xia Yun, urging him to eat first. After Xia Yun had eaten, the thunder dragon began to hasten him, insisting that he quickly grind the bones. Reluctantly, Xia Yun approached the leg bone, picking up the grinding stone to commence his work. While grinding, he reminded the thunder dragon to check the fruit grove on the back mountain to see if any goats had been caught in snares. Upon hearing the possibility of a goat being ensnared, the thunder dragon vanished in an instant, leaving Xia Yun to chuckle helplessly. Once the thunder dragon departed, Xia Yun immersed himself in grinding, diligently working away. He became engrossed in the task until an excited shout echoed from afar. I caught a goat! I caught a goat! When Xia Yun raised his head, he saw the thunder dragon charging toward him. carrying a goat the size of a calf. Upon reaching Xiaoyun, the thunder dragon, panting and with an air of triumph, began to recount his tale of discovery. As soon as I arrived at the fruit grove on the back mountain, I heard the goat bleating from a distance. Upon closer inspection, I found this fellow had gotten its head stuck in a snare and was desperately trying to break free. I gave it a swift punch to the head, and it fainted immediately. The thunder dragon continued to circle around Xiaoyun, animatedly narrating for nearly half an hour until his mouth became dry. Xiaoyun, indifferent to the tale, continued his grinding until the thunder dragon finally paused. To which Xiaoyun calmly remarked, "Are you finished?" The thunder dragon chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, I just wanted to discuss how we should prepare this goat for consumption." While Xiaoyun had numerous ideas for preparing goat meat, the current circumstances limited him to either boiling it in the stone tank or skewering it for roasting. Considering the meal, Xiaoyun inquired, "Can the children in the cave eat this goat meat?" The thunder dragon replied, "I'm not certain if the children can consume it. No one in the tribe has ever eaten goat meat before. We lack experience. We could test it on one of the children. To be cautious," he added, "you should drink a bit of the goat's blood first." At the mention of drinking blood, Xiaoyun felt a wave of nausea. The thunder dragon produced a bone knife and made a small incision on the goat's neck, allowing the blood to flow forth. Xiaoyun, battling his discomfort, leaned in to drink. As he approached the goat's neck, a strong, pungent odor of goat filled his nostrils, and he forcefully suppressed his aversion, swallowing several mouthfuls of goat blood. After Summer-Yin finished drinking the goat's blood, Leilong hurriedly inquired, "How do you feel? Do you sense a faint warmth within your abdomen?" Summer-Yin shook his head, expressing that he felt nothing. "The experience is entirely different from the blood of the giant deer I drank in your cave yesterday." Upon hearing that Summer-Yin had no notable sensations, Leilong suggested that he summon a child from the cave to try the goat's blood instead. Approaching the cave's entrance, Summer-Yin called out, "Sangwa, come here, I need to discuss something with you." "Yingu, what is it you wish to talk about?" Sangwa responded. Summer-Yin pointed to the goat resting nearby and said, "Go drink some of this goat's blood and see how it feels." At this suggestion, Sangwa's face paled. "Yingu, we ordinary children are not permitted to consume the blood of wild or fierce beasts. Only severely injured individuals in the tribe are given a small amount of such blood to aid in their recovery. The last time you received a drop of heart's blood from a wild boar was because you had a head injury, courtesy of Uncle Liahu." Observing Sangwa's ashen complexion, Summer-Yin reassured her, "I caught this goat myself with a snare. It is merely a matter of a little blood. You need not worry, just drink." As Sangwa hesitated, Leilong urged her, "Come on, little one, don't dawdle." Reluctantly, Sangwa stepped forward, looking up cautiously at the warrior before her. Leilong squeezed some blood from the goat's neck wound and dripped a few drops into Sangwa's mouth. Almost instantly, a peculiar flush appeared on her face and body. Summer-Yin approached and felt her skin, which was unusually warm. Leilong, releasing the goat, moved closer to observe Sangwa intently. His expression turned serious as he whispered to Summer-Yin, "If her temperature does not subside soon, we must take her to the shaman." Time seemed to stretch agonizingly, the weight of anxiety pressing upon Summer-Yin as he feared that his words might inadvertently cause harm to Sangwa. After approximately 3 minutes, Sangwa's temperature began to gradually decrease. Seeing this, Leilong sighed in relief, thankful that all was well. If anything had happened to the child today, both he and Summer-Yin would have faced dire consequences. After another 2 minutes, Sangwa's skin returned to its normal hue. Leilong softly asked, "How do you feel, little one?" Sangwa moved her body and turned toward the grinding stone, struggling to lift it. "Yingu, I think my strength has increased. Yesterday, I found it very difficult to lift it alone. I needed Bai Niao's help." Summer-Yin, witnessing Sangwa's newfound vigor, promptly said, "Since you are stronger now, go help me retrieve the leather thong from beneath that maple tree up ahead. Remember to run swiftly." Upon hearing this, Sangwa turned and dashed toward the distant maple tree. Leilong smiled, filled with joy as he watched her run. Before long, Sangwa returned with the leather thong in hand. With a beaming face, he handed the leather strap to Xiaoyun, exclaiming, "Look how fast I can run. We, Sangwa, are the swiftest. Go and summon the other children." In no time, Sangwa had gathered all the other children from the cave, who stood neatly before Xiaoyun. Gazing at the scene in wonder, Longlei appeared somewhat perplexed, casting a glance at Xiaoyun, who smiled and explained, "Perhaps these children have grown accustomed to lining up for meals during this time." After finishing her explanation, Xiaoyun found a wooden spoon and handed it to Longlei. gesturing for him to scoop some sheep's blood inside. Accepting the wooden spoon from Xiayun, Longlei squeezed a bit more sheep's blood into it. Carrying the spoon filled with sheep's blood, Xiayun approached the children, instructing them to open their mouths. Trusting Xiayun, the children obediently complied. She casually picked up a twig from the ground and sharpened one end. Dipping the pointed end into the wooden spoon, she dripped the sheep's blood into each child's mouth, ensuring that every child received a drop. Soon after, each child felt a surge of warmth, their skin flushed. This sensation would fade away after about 5 minutes. Once the children returned to normal, Xiayun encouraged them to test their strength, and to their delight, each child's power had increased to some extent, their running speed noticeably enhanced. Although Xiayun was uncertain if the effects of the sheep's blood were temporary or would yield lasting benefits, the results of today as sheep were indeed remarkable. Grateful for the benefits they had received, the children rushed to Xiayun, promising to work diligently for her in the future. Meanwhile, Longlei, witnessing the effects of the sheep's blood, promptly turned and ran off with the sheep. Upon seeing Longlei sprint away with the sheep, Xiayun's heart sank in despair, lamenting, "My skewers of lamb, my roasted legs of lamb, my mutton soup." Noticing Xiayun's displeasure, Sangwa ushered the children back to the cave to continue their work with the wool. In a fit of indignation, Xiayun retrieved 2 pieces of jerky from the cave, seated herself beside the grinding stone, and took a hefty bite, grumbling about Longlei's betrayal. "He promised me lamb, yet he ran off with the sheep." After munching on the jerky, Xiayun vented her frustration on the grinding stone, vigorously pulling it back and forth against the bones on the ground. After grinding for over 3 hours, Xiayun felt her arms growing sore from such laborious efforts. Glancing at the leather straps Sangwa had brought back, an idea sparked in her mind. There was an abundance of wood at the cave entrance. So she selected 3 sturdy pieces and used the leather strap to bind one end of each, creating a simple tripod that she set firmly on the ground. After completing the first tripod, she fashioned another and secured a robust-looking piece of wood between the 2 tripods. Employing a swing-making technique, she tied the grinding stone at both ends and suspended it in midair, finally placing the bone from the ground beneath the tripod. After securing the bone, Xiayun began to adjust the height of the grinding stone. Once everything was in place, he tugged at the leather strap tied to one end of the stone. Realizing that each pull would cause at least half of the stone's edge to glide across the bone, which made the task considerably easier. Finding a more comfortable spot to recline, Xiayun lay down, grasping a piece of grass between his teeth, occasionally tugging at the leather strap while comfortably squinting his eyes in relaxation. However, this tranquil moment was short-lived, as he was soon roused by the boisterous voice of Lei Long. Noticing the bewildered expression on Xiayun's face, Lei Long promptly lifted him off the ground. The shaman had mentioned that while the sheep's blood might not benefit warriors, it greatly aids ordinary people and children, significantly enhancing the chances of awakening an ordinary person into a warrior. The shaman urged them to capture more goats and instructed Lei Long to set more snares on the mountain, even providing him with several small stone vials. Chapter 26. Crafting the snare. Gazing at the small stone vials handed to him by Lei Long, Xiayun sighed, expressing his frustration. "Even if I wish to create more snares, I lack sufficient leather straps, and I have already exhausted the beast tendons at my disposal." As for the leather strap used to suspend the grinding stone, it was far too thick to be repurposed for snares. With hands raised in exasperation, he conveyed his helplessness to Lei Long. Without materials, he could do nothing. Upon hearing this, Lei Long immediately patted his chest, assuring Xiayun that he would soon procure animal hides and tendons. With that, he dashed down the mountain. Xiayun resumed his position on the ground, continuously tugging at the leather strap to keep the grinding stone working on the bone. After approximately half an hour, Lei Long returned, looking dejected while clutching a few beast tendons as thick as his arms. Addressing Xiayun, who was still lying on the ground, he sheepishly admitted, "I couldn't find suitable hides, but I managed to acquire these thicker tendons recently, due to the fire that ravaged the beast herd. Nearly all usable hides in the tribe have been fashioned into pouches for storing beast oil. Our tribe is currently experiencing a severe shortage of hides. My father plans to hunt in the mountains soon to alleviate this shortage. I might have to accompany him on the hunt." At the mention of Lei Long joining the hunt, Xiayun finally opened his eyes. He observed the leather strap in his hands, and then glanced at the joint ball at the front end of the bone. Perhaps when Lei Long set out for the hunt, he could craft something to offer him. With this thought in mind, Xiayun inquired, The giant deer meat you shared with me previously was quite delectable. Are you planning to hunt it again this time? Immediately, Lei Long nodded in agreement. The giant deer, while fierce, lacked strong offensive capabilities. Its agility made it exceedingly difficult to predict its next move. Hunting such a creature typically required a large group. And in the chaotic pursuit, the deer's blood would often be nearly drained before they could successfully capture it. The blood of the giant deer possesses numerous benefits. It has the ability to mend the not-so-serious hidden wounds of warriors. Therefore, at the moment the giant deer falls, all warriors rush to encircle its lifeless body to partake in its blood. Now, you surely understand why I offered you the blood of the giant deer that day, as I had initially intended to reserve it for myself. That day, witnessing your severe exhaustion and recognizing your immense value to the tribe compelled me to act otherwise. Once again, Lei Long exhibited his loquacious nature. Xia Yun quickly interjected, suggesting, "What if we could capture a live giant deer?" Without hesitation, Lei Long replied, "Of course. We would raise it, just like that goat I sent to the shaman." Lei Long seemed to recall something, a hint of embarrassment washing over him as he confessed. "When I caught that goat today, I was overly excited and struck it a bit too hard. It is still recuperating at the shaman's." The mere thought of the goat potentially dying sent a shiver down his spine. Imagining the old shaman would have quite the reckoning with him. Noticing the alarmed expression on Lei Long's face, Xia Yun guessed his thoughts and quickly reassured him, "It's just a goat. It's not a major concern. As long as there are still goats passing through the fruit grove on the back mountain, perhaps we can ensnare another one when the opportunity arises. By the way, Lei Long, how large do you think those giant deer are? What is the width between their legs, and how far apart are their front and hind legs?" Lei Long looked at Xia Yun with confusion. "Why do you ask such things?" Xia Yun merely smiled, offering no reply. "Just tell me." Recalling a previous instance when the tribe faced a water shortage, Lei Long remembered how Xia Yun had claimed he could resolve the issue, and indeed, the water problem had been swiftly rectified. Subsequently, when he wished to fish, he succeeded in catching them. Just days ago, it was Xia Yun who thwarted the beast tide caused by those two savage creatures at the river in front of the tribe. Whatever challenge arose within the tribe, it seemed that in Xia Yun's capable hands, solutions were always at hand. Now, as he inquired about the giant deer, could it be that he had devised a method to capture one? With this thought, Lei Long regarded Xia Yun with a smile. "Have you come up with a plan to capture a giant deer alive?" Feeling a chill at the lewd look Lei Long cast upon him, Xia Yun quickly said, "I do have a concept, but it requires further experimentation. Please find 4 stones and arrange them on the ground to represent the width between the giant deer's legs, as well as the distance between its front and hind legs." Lei Long scoured the ground for 4 stones, setting them to approximate the width between the giant deer's legs and the length between its front and hind limbs. Observing the arrangement, Xia Yun estimated. The width appears to be around 2 meters, while the length is approximately 6 meters. He then inquired of Lei Long, "How tall do you believe the giant deer is?" Lei Long's response was that it was slightly higher than the combined weight of 2 individuals. Based on Lei Long's data, Xia Yun roughly estimated that a giant deer weighed between 6 to 8 tons. The impact force generated by such a colossal terrestrial beast at full gallop was indeed formidable. After arriving at this approximate conclusion, Xia Yun pondered the implications. Since the giant deer was classified as a second-tier ferocious beast, how much power could a second-tier warrior unleash in a critical situation compared to it? Lei Long scratched his head, contemplating for a long while before concluding that the burst of power should not differ significantly. However, in terms of endurance, the giant deer would undoubtedly prevail. Lei Long turned to Xia Yun and inquired if he meant to find a second-tier warrior for testing. Xia Yun nodded gently. "All right, wait here. I shall fetch a second-tier warrior immediately." As Xia Yun sat at the cave entrance, he observed Lei Long sprinting down the hill like a frenzied wild stallion. Feeling somewhat bored, Xia Yun began to tug at the leather cord connected to the bone armor he had received. Gazing at the fine scales on the leather cord, Xia Yun mused that it was likely beyond salvaging. This cord was crafted entirely from the skin of a black phosphor python and had proven invaluable. It was used to haul the massive clam that now rested in the puddle outside the Witch King's cave. That clam had been brought back to the tribe attached to this very cord, and it was only due to the Witch King's ingenuity that the cord was retrieved and returned to him. After reclaiming the cord, Xia Yun detached the fishhook resembling a wolf's fang from one end and tossed it into the cave. He often maintained the cord with beast oil. The thought of the tasks ahead filled Xia Yun with a sense of melancholy. Even the act of continuing to pull the cord and polish the bone felt devoid of spirit. Half-heartedly tugging at the cord, he caught sight of Railong approaching with someone who seemed somewhat familiar. As the figure drew nearer, Xia Yun recognized it as Uncle Shirtu, who had previously provided him with the heart's blood of the four-toothed wild boar. Before the man even arrived, his voice echoed with irritation. Railong, you little rascal. What do you want? You mentioned a test? Do you not know that your father and I are busy charting the route for our next hunt? We have no time for your nonsense. Uncle Shirtu, please listen, Railong implored, pulling Uncle Shirtu closer to Xia Yun. You certainly know him, right? He has resolved many issues within the tribe recently. Just days ago, when two feral beasts caused a stampede in the river, it was his suggestion to use fire as a means of resolution. Uncle Shirtu responded, Oh, you mean the cub of the Black Wolf family? He is indeed a good child, but what does that have to do with me? Railong, growing increasingly anxious, pointed at Xia Yun and exclaimed, He has a method to capture the giant deer alive. Capture the giant deer alive? Uncle Shirtu scrutinized Xia Yun with a serious expression. Are you certain you can truly achieve this? Xia Yun nodded gently. At present, I have some ideas, but further testing is required to ascertain their viability. Upon hearing this, Uncle Shirtu immediately patted his chest in assurance, declaring that he would not refuse any task necessary to achieve this goal, as long as it was within his power. After uttering these words, Uncle Stone resumed his stern expression, while Lei Long appeared visibly anxious. Observing their demeanor, Xia Yun turned to dismantle the labor-saving device he had just crafted, meticulously untying the leather straps. With the straps completely undone, he made his way towards the two maple trees where he had previously hung the leather. He gestured for Lei Long and Uncle Stone to follow. Upon reaching the two majestic maples, Xia Yun requested Uncle Stone to give one of them a push for testing. Puzzled, Uncle Stone inquired, How much force should I exert? Xia Yun simply replied, With all your strength. Bending slightly, Uncle Stone placed both hands on one of the trees, a low grunt escaping him as he exerted his full might. His feet sank approximately 20 centimeters into the ground, and the trunk of the tree, which could be embraced by a single individual, bore the imprint of his hands, sinking in to a depth of 2 palms. Witnessing this, Xia Yun urged, Uncle Stone, shake it 2 times with vigor. Once assured that the maple could withstand Uncle Stone's force, Xia Yun allowed him a moment of respite. For safety, he tied both ends of the leather strap to the 2 maples, stretching it taut. He then found 2 slender branches to insert into the ground, spaced about 3 meters apart, upon which the leather strap would hang suspended in the air. With everything prepared, Uncle Stone approached, asking how he should proceed. Xia Yun instructed him to unleash his utmost strength and speed as he dashed toward the hanging leather strap. Just as Xia Yun finished speaking, Uncle Stone turned to depart. Preparing for the impact, Xia Yun hurriedly intervened. The leather strap was only slightly thicker than a finger, and given the warrior's running speed and strength in the tribe, he feared Uncle Stone might sustain an injury. Quickly, Xia Yun directed the still-dazed Lei Long to fetch some animal hides from the orphan cave and to gather a few sturdier pieces of wood from the cave entrance, ensuring the wood would be shorter in length. Upon hearing this, Lei Long promptly turned and sprinted towards the orphan cave. Before long, Lei Long returned, bringing with him the wood and animal hides. After wrapping the hides securely around Uncle Stone's chest and fastening the wood, Xia Yun stepped back, signaling that Uncle Stone was ready for the impact test. Inquiring about the appropriate distance for the test, Xia Yun learned from Lei Long that they could typically approach the giant deer at a distance of about 80 steps. After Summer Cloud instructed Uncle Stone to retreat 100 paces, he unleashed all of his strength and speed, dashing towards the predetermined segment of rope. In an instant, Summer Cloud perceived a fleeting shadow racing past, moving with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible, heading straight for the taut leather cord he had set up earlier. Just 5 or 6 seconds after Uncle Stone charged forward, the previously slack leather cord suddenly tightened, emitting a creaking sound under the string. Upon being halted by the cord, Uncle Stone was propelled backward, soaring through the air for 4 or 5 seconds before crashing to the ground, a resounding thud echoing from afar. Upon hearing the noise, Summer Cloud and Thunder Dragon rushed forward. Uncle Stone shook his head and sat up. The animal hides and wood that had previously bound him were now completely severed, leaving a vivid red mark on his skin. After a closer inspection, Thunder Dragon's expression darkened as he remarked, 2 ribs are broken. On the ground, Uncle Stone waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I'll be fine in a few days. However, today I've taken some damage at your place, Black Wolf-S cub. Have you contemplated your plan for capturing a giant deer? Is it feasible? Summer Cloud nodded affirmatively. I have devised a method for capturing the giant deer, but I am still short on materials. The tribe currently lacks usable animal hides. I can only dismantle the leather cord I just utilized. Yet I need a substantial amount of animal sinew, specifically the most elastic and resilient kind. After a moment of silence, Uncle Stone responded, Indeed, there are no available animal hides in the tribe. However, I know a few elder warriors who should have some sinew in stock. I will deliver it to you later today. With that, Uncle Stone turned and made his way down the mountain. Thunder Dragon quickly inquired what he should do. Summer Cloud cast a weary glance at him. You should soak the animal sinew we collected today in water, then pound out the fibers. Once Thunder Dragon left, Summer Cloud removed the leather cord from the tree, carefully coiling it over his shoulder as he headed towards the orphan cave, where he needed the children's assistance in dismantling the cord. Upon returning to the orphan cave with the leather cord, he found a ball of yarn the size of a basketball resting on his bed. The children inside were still busy crafting wool yarn, though their supply was dwindling. Summer Cloud instructed the children to set aside their tasks, as he required their help to completely disassemble the leather cord, gently caressing the leather cord slung over his shoulder. Summer Cloud sighed. Since I have decided to undertake this, I shall proceed. The width between the giant deer's legs was approximately 2 meters, so a snare of 7 meters in length should suffice. Once the dimensions were confirmed, Summer Cloud commenced cutting a complete length of black-scaled python leather cord, swiftly dividing it into 9 segments. He picked up one piece, scrutinizing it carefully. Many of the sinews he had previously integrated had snapped during Uncle Stone's charge. Setting aside the leather cord in her hand, Xia Yun turned and exited the cave. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, she beheld Lei Long, who was laboriously striking a piece of stone against the previously soaked beast sinew, his rhythm erratic and lacking any discernible pattern. In some of the thinner sections, he had directly smashed them into 2 pieces. At this rate, the entire sinew would be rendered unusable before he even managed to extract the strands. Fortunately, Lei Long did not waste too much material, as Xia Yun intervened to halt his assault on the sinew, redirecting him to the task of grinding bones, a skill in which he excelled. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Xia Yun took a brief survey around the cave entrance, but could not find a suitable implement. Consequently, she resorted to locating a sturdy piece of wood, shaping it into a hammer with her bone knife. Testing its heft in her hand, she found it adequate, albeit with a slightly oversized head. She then placed a relatively flat stone on the ground and set a beast sinew, as thick as her arm, atop it. With the wooden hammer in hand, she began to strike. Thud, thud, thud. The hammer maintained a steady rhythm, consistently impacting the sinew. As time passed, the reddish-brown sinew gradually began to whiten, becoming more pliable. Moments trickled by like fine strands of hair, and as the sinew transformed into delicate filaments, Xia Yun diminished her force until no more of the tiny white particles appeared, and it had completely morphed into thread-like strands. When Xia Yun finally ceased her hammering, Lei Long, who had been grinding bones with a whetstone, turned to look. Upon witnessing the sinew transformed into fine strands, he abandoned his stone and rushed over. With a mixture of astonishment and curiosity, Lei Long asked, "How did you achieve that?" Xia Yun remained silent, placing the completed strands aside before picking up another piece of sinew to continue her work. After more than half an hour of diligent hammering, she had once again fashioned the sinew into delicate threads. Glancing up at Lei Long, she remarked, "It's quite simple. Very easy. Would you like to give it a try?" Upon hearing this, Lei Long eagerly accepted the wooden hammer from Xia Yun and placed a piece of sinew on the stone, commencing his own hammering. Initially, he seemed to grasp the required force for shaping the sinew with surprising ease. Just as Xia Yun prepared to return to the orphan cave to check on how the children were dismantling the leather cords, a faint cracking sound interrupted her stride. Turning back, she saw Lei Long sheepishly smiling, raising the broken wooden handle in his hand. Witnessing this scene, Xia Yun was not surprised, for she had encountered a similar mishap during her last attempt to create leather cords from black-scaled python skin. Newly awakened to her warrior strength, she had struggled to master it, often breaking the sinew or failing to control her force, resulting in cords that were inconsistently tight and loose. After wasting a considerable amount of sinew, she gradually acclimated to her own power, enabling her to lift with relative ease. From Xia Yun's observations, The warriors within the tribe predominantly adhered to the belief that strength begets miracles. Regardless of the task at hand, power invariably took precedence. These immensely powerful warriors often appear exceedingly awkward when tasked with activities that require minimal strength. Xia Yun has observed on numerous occasions that some warriors, with a mere slip, could easily damage more delicate tools. With a smile, Xia Yun approached Lei Long and inquired, "Lei Long, how long have you been awakened? What level are you at now?" Lei Long stood up and pondered for a moment, recalling that it had been 3 years, and he had reached the pinnacle of level 1. In that case, continue working on the beast tendons. I shall return to the cave. With that, Xia Yun turned away, clutching the hammer-shaped tendons he had prepared. Lei Long, somewhat bewildered by Xia Yun's question, took out his bone knife and began to craft a makeshift wooden hammer. Upon returning to the cave, Xia Yun discovered that the children had nearly dismantled the leather cord, with strips of leather, each the width of a finger, neatly arranged nearby. He instructed the children to take a short break before approaching his bed, where he gazed at a ball of yarn the size of a basketball, lost in contemplation. The skin of the black-scaled python was too rigid, and after the previous weaving, it had lost its flatness. To process it into finer strips, a mere bone knife would no longer suffice. Thus, he needed to create a specialized tool for slicing the python skin. As a standard bone knife could not perform the task, Xia Yun glanced at the bone knife gifted by Lei Long, knowing he would have to sacrifice its tip. With these thoughts in mind, Xia Yun sought Lei Long's assistance, remembering that last time Lai Hu had mentioned that Lei Long was the fastest at honing bones in the tribe. Upon returning to the cave entrance, he found Lei Long still hammering the beast tendons. Approaching him, Xia Yun instructed him to cease his current work, for he had a matter of greater importance to discuss. Xia Yun presented the bone knife and explained that he needed Lei Long to completely flatten the knife's tip, then create a notch 3 millimeters wide at the tip, with a depth of at least 5 millimeters, deeper if possible. For these measurements, Xia Yun could only find some wooden scraps on the ground, which he cut to the required size to aid Lei Long's understanding. Finally, he requested that Lei Long sharpen both sides of the notch to an exceptionally keen edge. After hearing Xia Yun's requests, Lei Long's forehead beaded with sweat, and he replied with a troubled expression. "Creating such a feature at the front of the bone knife is exceedingly difficult for me. I would require a bone knife even harder than Lei Long's teeth to fulfill your request." With a nervous glance at Xia Yun, he asked, "Is this item of utmost urgency for you?" Xia Yun nodded affirmatively, emphasizing that the creation of a tool for capturing giant deer necessitated this special bone knife, ideally with a spare as well. After listening to Xia Yun's explanation, Lei Long nodded in dismay. "Wait for me. I shall do my utmost to accomplish this." Holding the bone knife, Lei Long ambled down the mountain, taking deliberate steps rather than running. Observing Lei Long's demeanor, Xia Yun understood that this request might indeed be demanding for him. To fashion a snare capable of ensnaring a giant deer, the black-scaled python skins, each as wide as a finger, must be meticulously sliced into strips no wider than 2 to 3 millimeters. To ensure the snare possesses sufficient flexibility, it is imperative to incorporate a substantial amount of sinew, and ideally, a cotton cord should be added as a core material to serve as a buffer for the leather strands. However, he lacked cotton thread and only had wool yarn, which he originally intended to use for crafting his own undergarments. It appears that his plans for the undergarments must now be abandoned. Gazing at the remnants of beast sinew on the ground, Xia Yun could only sit down and continue pounding the sinew. After he had finished hammering all the sinew, Lei Long had still not returned, and Xia Yun had no choice but to carry the sinew he had prepared back to the cave. Upon seeing Xia Yun's return, Sangwa hurried over. "Brother Yun, we have completely dismantled those leather strips. Is there anything else you would like us to do?" Xia Yun glanced at the sinew in his hand and handed it to Sangwa. "Then let us transform these sinews into thread." The children swiftly set to work. After more than 3 hours, the sinew had been spun into thread by the spinning wheel and formed into a ball, which was placed upon Xia Yun's bed. Once all tasks were completed, the sun had already begun to set. Sangwa, along with the other children, went to the cave entrance to prepare a meal. Xia Yun noticed that the children had eaten significantly less than usual that day, a realization that puzzled him. Typically, these children consumed food with the fervor of starving souls, always eager to eat as much as possible, never displaying the lethargy evident now. He called out to Bai Niao, who had just finished eating and was heading back to the cave. "Why did you eat so little today? I usually see you eat the most." The young boy, Bai Niao, blushed instantly and shyly replied, "Brother Yun, I haven't had a bowel movement in several days, and my stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. I can't eat much." Observing the boy, Xia Yun inquired, "Are there many others in your situation?" Bai Niao mentioned that aside from Sangua and a child named Yinduo, the rest had not had a bowel movement during this period. Xia Yun then recalled that he too had not had a bowel movement in 4 or 5 days. He patted Bai Niao's shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry, your body is fine. It is merely a result of consuming too much meat lately. Tomorrow, let us venture to the fruit grove on the back mountain to gather some wild fruits. Remember to bring the other children along." Bai Niao nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. As night began to fall, Xia Yun spotted a figure approaching him, cradling something in their arms. It turned out to be Uncle Shi, coming to deliver the beast's sinew. Uncle Shi handed the sinew to Xia Yun and informed him that if the sinew proved insufficient, he should send Lei Long to seek him out, and he would devise further solutions. After Uncle Shi departed, Xia Yun waited until the moon rose high in the sky. Yet Lei Long still had not arrived, compelling him to return to the cave to rest. The following morning, Xia Yun stretched languidly. Sitting up in bed with a twinge of hunger in her belly, she casually grabbed 2 pieces of dried meat from the cave and began to nibble on them. Approaching the cave entrance, she placed the beast tendons that Uncle Stone had delivered the previous evening into a stone vat to soak. After approximately half an hour, Xia Yun commenced the laborious task of pounding the tendons. The rhythmic sound of her hammering resonated until noon, and at last, she completed the task. Returning to the cave, she set aside the processed tendons. On that day, all the children had ventured to the fruit grove on the back mountain, leaving Xia Yun alone in the spacious cave. Lost in thought upon her bed, a slightly hoarse shout jolted her back to reality, prompting her to turn around. There stood Lei Long, battered and bruised, at the cave's entrance. Observing Lei Long's disheveled state, Xia Yun hurriedly inquired, "What happened to you?" With difficulty, Lei Long explained, "After returning home yesterday, I searched the tribe for a satisfactory bone knife, but found none. I then turned my attention to the shaman. I knew he possessed a rather exquisite bone knife, gifted to him many years ago by the Tushan clan upon his return. Thus, I stealthily took the shaman's bone knife. Indeed, it was remarkably sharp. However, while I was carving grooves for your knife and my own, I accidentally broke the tip of the shaman's knife. Unfortunately, my father caught me in the act. The outcome was predictable. He nearly beat me to death. Had it not been for the shaman's intervention, I might not have made it here today, perhaps crawling my way over." Upon hearing this, Xia Yun found it both amusing and perplexing. "It's just a bone knife. Is it really worth such trouble?" she said, quickly offering comfort. "Once the tools are ready, I will entrust you with the responsibility of distributing them. You may give them to whomever you choose." Upon hearing Xia Yun's intention to assign the distribution of resources to him, Lei Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's splendid. When I capture the giant deer, I will surely flaunt it before that old codger, my father. When he asks for tools, I shall refuse him and relish in his frustration. When I came here, the shaman mentioned that he would willingly offer his bone knife if needed." "Very well," Xia Yun replied. "You may proceed as you wish when the time comes." Producing the bone knife, she examined it, and Lei Long drew 2 bone knives from behind his waist, presenting them to Xia Yun. Observing the meticulously crafted knives, Xia Yun picked up a strip of black-scaled python skin from the ground and tested it. The uneven, curved strip was sliced into a chord of about 3 millimeters in diameter within the knife's grooves. Satisfied that the bone knife was up to the task, she instructed Lei Long to assist her in cutting the skin strips. Xia Yun decided to craft the rope core by first procuring a spinning hammer. She suspended 2 strands of wool yarn and 1 strand of sinew in a 2-to-1 ratio to create the line. Xia Yun was diligently engaged in this task until she had exhausted all the beast's sinew prepared by the children the previous day, at which point she paused. With no beast sinew left to utilize, she resorted to using the sinew she had forged that morning to create her own beast sinew. Xia Yun and Lei Long toiled until the light within the cave began to dim. At that moment, Xia Yun still had approximately half of her sinew remaining, while Lei Long's leather strips were nearly down to a quarter. As Lei Long prepared to depart, Xia Yun shyly inquired, "Do you have any other beast meat? Please bring me some when you come tomorrow. Also, remember to bring 2 heavier stones or bones, ideally of equal weight." Upon realizing that he had forgotten to bring meat for Xia Yun, Lei Long quickly promised to ensure that he would bring some the following day. Not long after Lei Long left, the children from the cave began to return, one by one, from the fruit grove on the back mountain, each clutching several fruits. Upon seeing Xia Yun, Sangwa stuffed a wild fruit into her hand, and the other children followed suit, nearly all offering her a fruit. Perhaps the children had tired themselves out from playing in the grove, as they soon retreated into the cave to rest. After consuming a few wild fruits herself, Xia Yun placed the remaining fruits into a wooden bucket. Glancing at Sangwa, who slept beside her, Xia Yun too succumbed to slumber. When sunlight once again illuminated the tribe, Lei Long arrived at the orphan cave's entrance with 2 pitch-black stones. He quietly approached Xia Yun's bedside and roused her. With the rope core she had crafted the previous day and the leather strips cut by Lei Long, they ventured outside the cave to begin weaving. After more than 3 hours of weaving, a 7-meter-long rope, interwoven with black and yellow strands, came into view for both Xia Yun and Lei Long. Xia Yun took the 2 black stones that Lei Long had prepared in advance and weighed them in her hands. They were quite heavy. She harbored some doubts that these stones might be a form of, or, yet she pondered, what could she do with that knowledge? She lacked the means to refine them. Even if she could refine them, what would be the outcome? They might not surpass the utility of these wild beast bones. With the newly created rope secured at both ends by the black stones, Xia Yun handed it to Lei Long, encouraging him to test it. How do you use this? Lei Long asked. Xia Yun pointed towards 2 maple trees they had previously tested the rope on. Imagine one of those trees as the leg of a giant deer. Grasp the stone at one end of the rope and swing it, then aim and let it go. After several attempts, during which Lei Long accidentally hurled the rope into the air, he finally struck the maple tree. At the moment the rope made contact with the trunk, the stones at both ends, under the force of gravity, wrapped around the tree several times. After additional trials, he found that he was able to hit the target each time. Xia Yun instructed Lei Long to summon Uncle Stone for a test, as the tree was lifeless while a human was not. Upon hearing this, Lei Long swiftly dashed down the mountain and soon returned with Uncle Stone in tow. Xia Yun provided a brief introduction on how to utilize the device he had crafted. After throwing it at the maple tree a few times, Uncle Stone decided that Lei Long should run ahead while he would throw from behind. Xia Yun advised them to maintain a suitable distance, and after a shout of start, Lei Long began to dart around in front, while Uncle Stone waited for the opportune moment to hurl the snare. With a resounding thud, Lei Long fell to the ground, his legs ensnared tightly by the rope. From his position on the ground, he exclaimed, "This is unfair. I am a level 1 warrior, and Uncle Stone is merely a level 2 warrior. His reflexes are far quicker than mine." In response to Lei Long's protest, Uncle Stone replied nonchalantly, "Then let us switch roles." This time, Uncle Stone took the lead, running from side to side, while Lei Long aimed from behind. The snare shot forth, and Uncle Stone fell face first into the dirt. Seeing Uncle Stone also caught in the snare, Lei Long burst into laughter. However, his mirth was short-lived, interrupted by a chilling voice. "Have you had enough laughter?" It turned out that Uncle Stone had already freed himself from the snare and approached Lei Long. The laughter abruptly ceased. Subsequently, Xia Yun witnessed Uncle Stone deftly bring Lei Long down to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving only Lei Long's cries of agony and pleas for mercy in the aftermath. After imparting his lesson to Lei Long, Uncle Stone approached Xia Yun and inquired, "What do you call this contraption?" Noticing the stern expression on Uncle Stone's face, Xia Yun, fearful of receiving a beating, quickly responded, "This device is designed for capturing giant deer. Let us call it the deer snare." "Deer snare, what a splendid name. Make several more of these for me," Uncle Stone insisted. Xia Yun could only smile ruefully and reply, "Currently, I lack sufficient materials. I can only produce 5 or 6 at most." Upon hearing that only 5 or 6 could be made, Uncle Stone's demeanor instantly soured, dismayed by the lack of materials. "What other materials do you require?" he pressed. Xia Yun replied, "If you provide me with enough beast tendons, I could craft up to 9 deer snares." Uncle Stone's expression remained grim upon hearing that only 9 could be produced. Xia Yun hastily elaborated, "To create more, we must seek hides from creatures like the black-scaled python. They cannot be too thick, and they must possess ample flexibility and strength. Ideally, they should not be inferior to the python hide. However, mere materials are not sufficient. A considerable amount of time is also necessary. Processing the beast tendons does not take much time, but the hides require extensive effort. First, the hides must be softened, with all residual flesh and hair meticulously removed. Next, they must be sun-dried to a semi-dry state, followed by repeatedly applying beast oil until the hide can absorb no more. The entire process requires no less than 5 to 7 days. And an additional day is needed to cut the prepared animal hides into fine strands suitable for weaving deer snares. Xia Yun regarded the elder stone with a solemn expression and remarked, "If you can procure sufficient animal hides and sinews now, I could craft a batch of deer snares in 10 days. Are you certain you can wait that long? Moreover, I have heard from Lei Long that you are scheduled to go hunting in a few days." Upon hearing Xia Yun's words, the elder stone shook his head in resignation. "Very well then. Once I acquire fine animal hides and sinews, I shall return to seek your assistance in crafting the deer snares. I assure you, I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded." After stating this, the elder stone prepared to leave. He glanced back at the deer snares he had discarded earlier in his attempt to reprimand Lei Long, approached silently, picked them up, secured them around his waist, and turned to depart. Not far from his exit, Lei Long, still sprawled on the ground, suddenly cried out, "That's mine. It's mine." Hearing Lei Long's voice, the elder stone turned his head, casting a fierce glare at him. Instantly, Lei Long shrank down like a quail, lying silently upon the ground. Once the elder stone had completely vanished from sight, Lei Long sat on the ground, weeping in distress. None of these old folks are decent people. They take advantage of their age and strength to seize what belongs to others. It's utterly shameless. Lei Long felt truly wronged, having already endured 2 beatings in the past 2 days. Seeing Lei Long's continued lamentation, Xia Yun approached him to offer comfort. The elder stone only took 1. With the materials we currently possess, we can still create 3 more. When the children return, I will have them assist in turning the leftover sinews from yesterday into threads. I estimate that the remaining sinews can be woven into 2 more deer snares. With the materials at our disposal, we can produce a maximum of 5 to 6 deer snares. As for whether you can keep them, that depends on you." Sitting on the ground, Lei Long pondered for a moment. Could he truly safeguard such valuable items? In the tribe, strength was paramount, and his prowess was hardly noteworthy. Not to mention, his father and mother would undoubtedly demand a snare each, and he could not contend with the formidable Xianjia. He was obliged to yield one. Now, he could only place his hopes on the elder stone, wishing that he would not disclose the existence of the deer snares within the tribe. If that were the case, he might manage to keep 1 or 2. Otherwise, he would be unable to retain even a single snare. Any warrior slightly stronger than him could easily snatch it away. Contemplating this, Lei Long lay back on the ground, devoid of motivation. After all, he would end up with no deer snares at all. Why toil for the belongings of others? Xia Yun, noticing Lei Long's despondency, sat beside him and softly said, "Rest assured, I will secretly reserve 1 for you." Upon hearing Xia Yun's assurance, Lei Long rolled over and sprang to his feet. "Is there anything you need me to do? Xia Yun, please bring back some of those black stones you had before, and while you're at it, bring me some beast meat." Lei Long sheepishly scratched his head, explaining that he had forgotten to bring the meat when he came this morning, but he would fetch it for me shortly. Just as Lei Long was departing from Xia Yun, several middle-aged men in the cave of Chief Imo Jiao at the foot of the mountain were engaged in fervent discussion. One of them remarked, "Bing Feng, yesterday Old Stone took a few beast tendons from me, claiming they were useful. Initially, I had no intention of giving them to him, but he said you had already provided him with 5 tendons. Out of courtesy, I had no choice but to part with a few from my own stock. I wonder what that old rascal intends to do with so many beast tendons. Aside from making a bit of broth for recovery from injuries, they seem rather useless." As they conversed, a figure appeared at the cave entrance. "Old Stone, you finally returned. We have already deliberated on the hunting route. All that remains is to divide into groups. Which side do you wish to join?" Stone ignored the men and confidently strode to the stone table where they were gathered, uncoiling the snares tied around his waist and placing them on the table. With a triumphant expression, he proclaimed, "Everyone, take a look at this. Guess what it is for. And if anyone gets it right, I, Old Stone, will owe you a favor." Chief Mo Jiao picked up the snare from the table and began to scrutinize it. Observing the black and yellow patterns, he realized that the black material appeared to be the skin of a black-scaled python. However, his precious black-scaled python skin had already been pilfered by that rascal Lei Long for fishing lines. What, then, could this be? He knew that this snare must have been crafted by Xia Yun, but what use could such a short snare serve, especially with 2 black stones tied at either end? Was it yet another fishing tool? However, the fishing lines he had seen were not woven this finely. It must be a new fishing device created by that little rascal. After pondering for a moment, Mo Jiao, observing the gleeful expression on Stone's face, confidently declared. This must be the new fishing tool made by the pup from the Black Wolf clan. Stone quickly shook his head. It is not for fishing. Guess again. A group of men gathered around the snare on the stone table, engaging in animated discussion, yet after much deliberation, they still arrived at no conclusion. Eventually, it was Bing Fong, the middle-aged man, who could no longer contain himself and called out to Stone, "Old Stone, what on earth is this thing for? Just tell us directly, why all the fuss? If you don't speak soon, we might just leave." Recognizing that he could no longer remain silent, Stone surmised that everyone present must have tasted the blood of a giant deer and savored its meat. This device is designed for capturing giant deer alive. Upon hearing that this contraption could capture a giant deer, one man scoffed, "Old Stone, have you lost your wits? With such a trivial item, do you truly believe you can capture a giant deer? Those creatures are only caught when their blood is nearly drained. And that was under the circumstances of a collective hunt. Who would believe that this thing could capture a giant deer alive? Do you believe it?" one asked. To which the other shook his head in disbelief, expressing skepticism about the possibility of capturing a giant deer alive. Upon hearing their doubts regarding the rope he had brought, Shirtu, filled with indignation, leaped onto the table, challenging anyone to test its efficacy. "Let us see if anyone dares to try," came a retort. "Let us do it then." Another replied, emboldened by the challenge. The leader, Imo Jiao, initially sought to mediate, but the fervor in the air compelled him to relent. Among the group, one individual ventured outside the cave, addressing Shirtu. "In the mountains, the closest we can usually approach a giant deer is around 80 paces. Just as he was about to elaborate, Shirtu interjected, "You can walk a full 100 paces. Once you reach that distance, feel free to move freely. Just like those giant deer." The man shot Shirtu a challenging glance, retorting, "That's what you claim. If you lose, I demand half the blood from this hunt." Shirtu responded, "And if you lose, the same condition applies. Leader, bear witness." Mo Jiao, caught in the middle, could only nod in agreement. "Let us begin," Shirtu declared. The provocateur strode forward, halting at the 100 paces mark, then started running from side to side. Seizing the moment, Shirtu hurled the rope, ensnaring the man, who fell to the ground, shouting in protest, "I wasn't ready. If you have the skill, do it again." Reluctantly, Shirtu complied, approaching the man to free him from the rope before returning to his position. "Once you're prepared, start running." Upon hearing this, the man dashed with greater speed than before. With the rope again flying from Shirtu's hands, the man was once more securely bound, crashing to the ground. This spectacle was witnessed by Leilong, who couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Leilong muttered softly, "These old folks, always bullying us young warriors. When faced with equals, they falter and still take what belongs to us. How shameless." After uttering his grievances, he spat on the ground as a further insult to those he scorned. Unbeknownst to him, the individuals he derided were all significantly stronger and had keen hearing. His words were clearly heard, especially by the one who had just been ensnared. Having enjoyed the commotion, Leilong decided to return to his cave to gather Shirtu and some meat before seeking out Sheyun. Upon arriving at his cave, Leilong collected several pieces of black stone and cut a portion of beast meat, stowing it in a hide bag. Just as he reached the entrance, a figure obstructed his view. Looking up, Leilong confronted the figure. "Uncle C, what brings you here?" The young dragon, Leilong, was scrutinized by his uncle, who regarded him with a playful glimmer in his eyes. "I never expected you to be so young, yet harbor such numerous thoughts. Have you been speaking ill of us elders behind our backs?" The old man, brazen and audacious, had the audacity to question who uttered such words as stealing from the youth. Leilong's complexion paled instantly, an ominous premonition washing over him. Once again, Leilong found himself on the receiving end of a beating, this time far more grievous. One eye was rendered a deep shade of blue, blood streamed from his nose, and even his ankle was dislocated. After the man, whom Leilong referred to as Uncle C, had vented his anger, Imo Jiao, who had been lurking nearby, stepped forward to gaze at his son sprawled on the ground, rendered speechless. He addressed Leilong, "You may indulge in watching the spectacle, but why must you blurt out such nonsense? This beating was entirely unwarranted, wasn't it? Next time, remember to be more circumspect with your words." Leilong could only respond, his speech slurred, "Father, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall not repeat it." Once everyone had departed, Leilong struggled to rise, carefully repositioning his dislocated ankle, and grasping his leather pouch, he hobbled toward the orphan cave. After a considerable time spent resting intermittently, he finally arrived before Xia Yun. Upon witnessing Lei Long's disheveled state, Xia Yun was taken aback and inquired about the cause of his distress. Lei Long, with difficulty articulating, stammered, "I saw Uncle Shi at the foot of the mountain, playing with a snare meant for deer, so I paused to observe the commotion and muttered a few careless remarks, which led to my beating." Although Xia Yun was unaware of the specifics of Lei Long's words or actions, he surmised that, given Lei Long's nature, he had likely spoken ill of someone within earshot. Such incidents were not unprecedented. Lei Long had frequently criticized his father and the shaman in front of Xia Yun and Xianjia, and not just once. This young man was blunt and unreserved, often speaking without forethought, eager to involve himself in advantageous endeavors, yet his own abilities were insufficient to safeguard his gains. Take the matter of the deer snare, for instance. He was the first to learn about it and had invested considerable effort into its creation. Yet, the likelihood of him being the last to benefit from it was high, and even then, he would require assistance to secure just one snare. Reflecting on this, Xia Yun could not help but lament that, whether in his past life or the present, to retain what one desires, commensurate strength is essential. Without it, even what one acquires may be seized away. Noticing Xia Yun's silence, Lei Long grew anxious and tapped him on the shoulder. Xia Yun, realizing he needed to offer some words of wisdom, spoke. "Lei Long, I understand you are forthright and may not always think before you speak, which is indeed a flaw. There are things we cannot say openly in front of others. Even if it concerns someone else's shortcomings, it should remain a private discourse, hidden from prying eyes. Within the clan, a careless word may only result in a beating, and since we are of the same tribe, no one will go too far. However, once you step outside the clan and encounter members of other tribes, you must be mindful of your words and consider whether they might provoke unfavorable repercussions." "Why do you say that too, Lei Long?" "My father and mother have told me that within the tribe, no one cares, and one can act as one wishes. However, when encountering outsiders, I am silenced and forbidden to speak." In response, Xia Yun was truly at a loss for words as he looked at Lei Long and inquired, "Has no one ever taught you?" Lei Long shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattle drum, gazing at this tall young man, who was 5 years his senior. Xia Yun could only say, "This rainy season and winter, I shall teach you." After Xia Yun finished speaking, Lei Long handed over the meat and black stone he had brought, expressing with a tinge of sadness, "I plan not to come out for the next couple of days. To avoid unnecessary misfortunes. If you find yourself hungry, you can come to my cave." Observing Lei Long's expression, Xia Yun was at a loss for words, only able to comfort him, assuring that he would certainly leave a snare for the deer for him. Indeed, Lei Long had been quite unfortunate in recent days, having been beaten several times in a row. Once Lei Long departed, Xia Yun took a few bites of the fierce beast meat before resuming his task of weaving ropes on the ground. He was engrossed in his work until the children returned, at which point he had managed to complete 2 deer snares. However, upon attempting to create more, he realized he lacked sufficient materials and had no choice but to cease his efforts. Upon returning to the cave, Xia Yun took a sip of water and instructed the children to assist in spinning all the sinews they had prepared the previous day into thread. He himself needed to venture down the mountain to procure some wool from the shaman, as the wool thread he had previously made was no longer sufficient. As Xia Yun left the orphan cave and had not traveled far, he encountered Uncle Shi, who approached him. "Where are you headed?" "The pup of the Black Wolf family. I caught a goat with Lei Long earlier, and he took it to the shaman. I am going to request some wool to make wool thread, as it is necessary for weaving the core of the deer snares." Uncle Shi, upon hearing Xia Yun's explanation, could only exclaim, "I never realized making deer snares was so troublesome. I came to deliver you some beast sinews and to see if there are any finished deer snares. The chief sent me to fetch them." Realizing the purpose of Uncle Shi's visit, Xia Yun understood he was there for the snares, which were placed at the entrance of the orphan cave. "You can leave the beast sinews at the cave entrance. I will handle them upon my return." After speaking with Uncle Shi, Xia Yun made his way toward the shaman's cave. Before reaching the shaman's dwelling, Xia Yun heard the bleating of goats and, upon approaching, discovered the old man leisurely riding a goat at the cave's entrance. Upon seeing Xia Yun approach, the elder rode up to him and asked, "What business do you have with me, young man?" Xia Yun did not immediately respond, but instead circled around the goat-riding elder, astonished, exclaiming, "I never knew you had such a peculiar hobby." The goat, now adorned with pristine white wool, had been groomed and was free of the twigs and debris it bore when captured by Lei Long. It was evident that it had been well cared for. Even the goat's gaze seemed to convey a sense of disdain towards Xia Yun. Xia Yun never anticipated that he would be belittled by a mere goat. He immediately cast a fierce glare at the creature, which, unsurprisingly, turned its head away and ceased to regard him. Observing this, the shaman cast a reproachful glance at Xia Yun, questioning why he was bullying Little White, as it was merely a goat, not a human. Inwardly, Xia Yun grumbled about how, within just a few days, this old man had even bestowed a name upon the goat. According to his plans, he intended to utilize the goat as a source of blood, for its blood could significantly enhance the health of the children in the tribe. However, with a name now given, it was clear the goat could no longer serve that purpose. Even attempting to shear some wool would likely prove difficult. Indeed, it seems that in every world, old men share a fondness for nurturing small animals as they reach a certain age. Xia Yun tilted his head, addressing the elder atop the goat's back, stating he had a matter to discuss and intended to shear some wool for yarn. Upon hearing Xia Yun's words, the elder leapt from the goat's back and led him to a pit where a pile of disheveled wool lay scattered. Take what you want, if you desire it. If not, then forget it, he declared, dismissing any further thoughts of shearing the goat's wool. After relaying his message, the elder called out to Little White, who promptly trotted over from where they had just come, halting before the elder and lying down. Once the elder mounted the goat again, it stood up and trotted away with a light and rhythmic gait. As the goat, bearing the elder, ambled off into the distance, Xia Yun closed his mouth in disbelief. Was this the same goat that had knocked out his two front teeth? How could it be so obedient? It far surpassed the large yellow dog he had raised in his previous life. Left with no choice, Xia Yun gathered the wool the elder had combed into a bundle and cradled it in his arms, pondering how he would have to trouble the children upon his return. As he passed by the entrance of the Thunder Dragon's cave, he decided to venture inside to see the creature. He placed the wool on the ground and pushed aside the stone door that had been blocking the entrance. Upon entering the cave, Xia Yun found the Thunder Dragon sprawled out on a fur bed, gazing vacantly at the cave ceiling. When the dragon noticed his presence, it reluctantly sat up. The Thunder Dragon felt a flicker of confusion. Had he not already made it clear that he did not wish to venture out in the past few days? If Xia Yun was hungry, he could simply come and take some meat from him. Could it be that the portions he had brought over at noon were insufficient? Finally, the Thunder Dragon voiced his concern. Did you finish the meat I brought you at noon? Was it not enough? Seeing the bewildered expression on the dragon's face, Xia Yun was compelled to clarify that he had come to collect wool and had just seen the shaman riding the goat, wandering about. Riding a goat and wandering about? The Thunder Dragon mused, recalling that the goat he had delivered to the elder had been on the verge of collapse that day. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the cave, shouting, "Little White, run faster. Don't let those fools catch up to us." Upon hearing the sound, Lei Long immediately leapt from his bed and, alongside Xia Yun, rushed toward the cave entrance. As they arrived, they beheld the shaman standing atop a sheep, clutching a tuft of wool, speeding forth with several figures in relentless pursuit. As the figures drew nearer, Xia Yun discerned that the foremost among them was the leader, Mo Jiao. Their eyes met briefly, and after a sharp turn, Mo Jiao dashed toward Xia Yun. Noticing Lei Long's presence, he urgently instructed the pair to enter and secure the stone door. After warning them, Mo Jiao resumed his chase after the shaman on the sheep. Reluctantly, Lei Long and Xia Yun returned to the cave, sealing the stone door behind them. Driven by curiosity, Lei Long stealthily created a small opening in the door. Xia Yun crouched below, while Lei Long peered over, both observing the unfolding scene outside. An elderly man galloped on the sheep ahead, pursued by several individuals. Despite the prolonged chase, the pursuers were ultimately outmatched. Witnessing this spectacle, Lei Long muttered under his breath, "The sheep is inherently swift. Under normal circumstances, humans cannot keep pace. These old fools are foolishly trailing behind, merely eating dust." Upon hearing this, Xia Yun hastily covered Lei Long's mouth, whispering in his ear, "Have you forgotten the reason you were last reprimanded?" At this, Lei Long promptly closed his mouth, his eyes still darting about. Outside, a voice boomed, "Shaman, please halt. Let us converse calmly." The square was shrouded in dust from the extended chase, rendering the figures indistinct. Inside the cave, Xia Yun and Lei Long could only vaguely see the shaman dismounting from the sheep. Then, Xia Yun heard the old man exclaim, "In my youth, I rode wolves and bears in the Two Mountain clan, but never a sheep. Who would have thought they could run so swiftly?" Just as the old man was about to continue, an untimely voice interrupted. Who is causing this ruckus? Is there no decorum? You've stirred up a storm of dust in the tribe. Step forward, all of you. Upon hearing this voice, Xia Yun noticed a change in Lei Long's expression. He wore a wicked grin. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Prepare for an entertaining spectacle." Indeed, the figure delivering the reprimand seemed to have realized something, and their words abruptly ceased. "Father, is that you? Uncle C, you're here too? What brings you to this place?" The questioned individuals offered no reply, merely encircling the one who had spoken. Someone, with a fierce tone, declared, "Who permitted your presence here?" Following this, a flurry of punches and kicks ensued. Inside the cave, Lei Long and Xia Yun could clearly hear the sounds of blows and the cries of those being beaten, their lamentations growing louder. Before long, Xia Yun heard the shaman's aged voice resonate. "Enough of this. What skill is there in bullying a child? Return to your homes." As we stepped outside the cave, a profound silence enveloped the square until a figure approached the entrance of the cave, forcefully knocking on the stone door. Cautiously, Lei Long moved aside the stone barrier, and as the door creaked open, he was met with the bruised visage of Xian Jia standing before them. Lei Long hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "I heard from within the cave that it was your father and Uncle C who had beaten you. Am I correct?" Xian Jia nodded. "It's nothing, you see. I too have endured blows, courtesy of Uncle C." Observing his brother's limping gait and the swelling still evident on his face, Xian Jia let out a resigned sigh and plopped down onto Lei Long's bed. Xia Yun, watching these two unfortunate brothers, incessantly reminded himself to be cautious in his words from now on, lest he find himself subjected to an unwarranted beating. It seemed Lei Long had recalled something. Turning to Xia Yun, he remarked, "If the venerable Wu Gong can ride a sheep, might I not capture one for myself to ride as well?" Xian Jia, taken aback, questioned his own hearing. Had he truly just heard that the venerable Wu Gong rode a sheep? The dust outside had obscured his view, and he had been surrounded by his father and others. Noticing Xian Jia's dubious expression, Xia Yun hurriedly recounted the astonishing scene he had witnessed earlier. The sheep was remarkably obedient, doing precisely as instructed, walking when told to walk, halting when commanded to stop. Even more astonishingly, to facilitate Wu Gong's ascent, the sheep would lie down before him, making it easy for him to mount. Upon hearing this, the brothers gaped in astonishment. Xian Jia swallowed hard and queried, "Is this truly the case?" Xia Yun affirmed with a nod, "I witnessed it with my own eyes." With Xia Yun's confirmation, Xian Jia disregarded his own injuries and hastily departed. Once his brother had left, Lei Long quietly asked, "Have you collected the few snares from the fruit grove on the back mountain?" Xia Yun shook his head in response. Observing this, Lei Long limped towards the direction of the fruit grove, intent on checking whether any sheep had been ensnared. Realizing that everyone had departed, Xia Yun decided it was time for him to leave as well. Exiting Lei Long's cave, he picked up the tuft of sheep wool he had previously discarded at the entrance and made his way towards the orphan cave. Before reaching the orphan cave, he spotted Lei Long limping down the mountain, a piece of broken leather thong in hand. As Lei Long approached, he handed the broken piece of leather to Xia Yun for inspection. Upon receiving it, Xia Yun examined the severed end closely, deducing that it had likely been worn down by some object, presumably by the sheep. With this realization, Lei Long felt a wave of frustration. He should have checked the snares sooner, but the events of the day had been overwhelming, and after being beaten, he lacked the motivation to do so. Just as Lei Long was about to leave, Xia Yun called out to him, "Do you remember those small stone vials you brought me that day?" Lei Long nodded. The pale yellow powder in the stone bottle is intended to lure goats into the noose. By sprinkling that powder within the noose, there exists a substantial probability of enticing a goat to venture in. I shall accompany you to the orchard in the back mountains before dawn tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lei Long hastily urged Xia Yun to fetch a stone bottle for him, as he intended to head to the orchard. Noting Lei Long's anxious demeanor, Xia Yun returned to the orphan cave, retrieved a stone bottle, and handed it to Lei Long. Once in possession of the bottle, Lei Long dashed towards the back mountains. Upon returning to the entrance of the cave, he observed the beast tendons that Uncle Stone had left there. Glancing up at the sky, he resolved to finish pounding them before nightfall. After soaking the tendons in a water vat for a while, Xia Yun settled on the ground and began to pound them. He toiled away until darkness fell, finally completing the processing of the tendons. During this time, he noted that Lei Long had not returned since he left with the bottle. Perhaps he descended the mountain from another route, Xia Yun mused. After a long day, Xia Yun was utterly exhausted and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. The following morning, before dawn, Xia Yun was awakened by the incessant bleating of a goat. Stepping outside the cave, he beheld Lei Long, who was shouldering a goat that was bleating incessantly. Xia Yun was somewhat perplexed by the situation. What was this fellow doing with a goat? Lei Long flashed a broad grin, displaying his teeth. Observing Lei Long's expression, Xia Yun inquired, "It is not yet dawn. What brings you here with a goat?" Lei Long replied, "I have ridden goats before, as you saw yesterday when the shaman was riding one. I wanted to seek your guidance on how to ride this goat." Xia Yun explained, "I already mentioned that when I saw the shaman, he was already riding the goat and wandering about. As for how to make the goat obey, you must consult the shaman. I truly do not know." Having sent Lei Long on his way, Xia Yun intended to return to his bed for a few more moments of rest. However, it was not long before he was once again disturbed by Lei Long's voice. Chapter 30. The dispute over raising beasts. Lying on his bed, Xia Yun was once again roused by Lei Long's cries. With no choice but to rise and investigate, he found Lei Long weeping even louder. Between sobs, he choked out, "I just arrived at the shaman's cave, carrying the goat. When my uncle came to find the shaman and snatched it away from me, I tried to resist, but it was futile. I ended up getting beaten by my uncle." Xia Yun, feeling a headache coming on, patted Lei Long's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, saying, "It is merely a goat. If it has been taken, so be it. You can catch another one later. I will fetch you a small stone bottle." Hearing that Xia Yun intended to assist him in capturing a goat, Lei Long shook his head. "I no longer wish to catch one. Even if I did, I could not keep it unless the goat would listen to me." Looking into Lei Long's eyes, Xia Yun replied, exasperated, "Then why did you come to me? I can help you with capturing a goat. But if you wish to make it obey, you must consult the shaman." Lei Long lamented, "I have already asked the shaman, but he will not tell me. He sent me to find you," thought Xia Yun. This old man truly knows how to shift blame. However, since the shaman entrusted him with this matter, he must devise a way to provide an answer to Lei Long. After pondering for a moment, Xia Yun looked at Lei Long and suggested, "You could publicly disclose the method for capturing sheep, allowing anyone interested to attempt it. Since the shaman possesses a technique to train the sheep to obey, why not inform everyone that he has the means to do so? If you wish to capture a sheep rider, you should at least wait until the majority of the warriors in the tribe possess one before you start your training, thus preventing others from seizing it. But have you considered that sheep, despite their speed, lack significant offensive power? Do you truly wish to ride a sheep for the rest of your life? Why not explore other wild beasts? Now that we have the deer snare, the chances of capturing other creatures have increased. Adult beasts are notoriously difficult to train, so we could focus our efforts on the young ones, beginning their training from an early age. I believe that since the shaman has a method for taming goats, he surely possesses techniques for other beasts as well. In a few days, we will go hunting. You could capture a young creature that you favor. Wouldn't that be a superior choice? You must also consider whether you can afford to care for it. After all, wild animals consume more than humans. Once you bring a young beast home, you must be prepared with its food and a suitable habitat." Feeling somewhat parched, Xia Yun gazed at Lei Long. "What do you think? Do you still insist on riding sheep?" Upon hearing this, Lei Long quickly shook his head. "I no longer want sheep. I wish to capture other wild beasts, either fiercer ones or those with tough hides. The former can assist me in battle, while the latter can absorb blows." Xia Yun found this peculiar line of reasoning somewhat baffling. At the same time, Xia Yun expressed that on the eve of their hunting expedition, Lei Long could come to him for the deer snare he had prepared in advance, preferably at midnight. Otherwise, Lei Long might not be able to safeguard the snare himself. After sending Lei Long away, Xia Yun returned to his cave, glancing at the sun just rising on the horizon, prompting him to wake the other children to help him process the sinews and wool, as he had business to discuss with the shaman. In addressing Lei Long's dilemma, he had inadvertently shifted the burden back onto the shaman, fearing any repercussions that might arise. Upon reaching the entrance of the shaman's cave, Xia Yun overheard voices within. "Shaman, how did you train this sheep? Please teach me. This boy Lei Long captured a sheep at dawn, and I happened to witness it and took it from him." Just as Xia Yun hesitated on whether to enter, the shaman's aged voice called out, "Since you are here, come inside." Inside, he noticed the leader, Mo Jiao, standing nearby with a sheep at his feet, its forehooves bound, occasionally bleeding. Xia Yun thought to himself, how shameless of Mo Jiao to even seize his own son's catch. As Xia Yun contemplated how to articulate to Elder Wu Gong the incessant annoyance caused by the Thunder Dragon, the Elder spoke first. The Thunder Dragon has sought you out. Xia Yun nodded. How did you converse with the Thunder Dragon? Inquired Wu Gong. After a moment of reflection, Xia Yun replied. I instructed the Thunder Dragon to convey to all that you, esteemed Elder, possess the ability to tame sheep and command their obedience. However, since we already have the hindrance of the deer rope, why not consider the other wild beasts within the jungle? Given your prowess in taming sheep, I am confident you can also master other creatures, whether they be wild or ferocious. Upon hearing Xia Yun's words, Chief Mo Jiao ceased his attention to the sheep at his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Gong. The elder did not rush to explain. Instead, he shared a story with Xia Yun and Mo Jiao. In my youth, I was chosen by the shaman of our tribe to become an apprentice. Before long, I was dispatched by the tribe's chief to the Two Mountain clan for my education. There, I encountered many children like myself, whose daily tasks revolved around learning the ways of a shaman and how to help our tribe flourish in this world. Their days were filled with study and rest. Until the shaman of their tribe aged, they would remain at the Two Mountain clan, awaiting their return. At the Two Mountain clan, I witnessed many extraordinary things. Numerous formidable warriors reared battle beasts, living and sharing meals with them as if they were family. When young, these battle beasts required the protection of their warriors. As they matured, they accompanied their masters into the jungle to hunt and engage in combat. Some of these creatures, I believe you have encountered, Mo Jiao. 8 years ago, when you sent Xue Feng to the Two Mountain clan, you must have seen those colossal jungle wolves. Chief Mo Jiao silently nodded, reminiscing about the time he sent Xue Feng to the Two Mountain clan. At that time, I was entrusted by my father to escort the tribe's next shaman to the Two Mountain clan. After a journey spanning 15 days and nights, we finally arrived at our destination. It was my first encounter with a city wall. Those towering structures built of massive stones were taller than any tree I had ever seen. Surrounding the walls were warriors patrolling atop jungle wolves, each one more formidable than I. As we approached the walls, a group of riders atop giant wolves barred our passage. The leader, seated upon a wolf, inquired about our purpose for visiting the Two Mountain clan. As he rode closer, one of our party, stricken with fear, sat down on the ground, frozen in place. When the leader was about 10 paces away, he leapt down from his mount, and the others followed suit, circling around us. It was only when the leader discerned the totem marking on Xue Feng's forehead that the accompanying wolves retreated at his gesture. Upon receiving Xue Feng from my hands, he simply remarked, "You have all worked hard." Turning around, I embraced Snow Phoenix and leaped onto the back of the colossal wolf, heading towards the city wall. Just a few paces away, as if recalling something, the man turned the wolf's head, unfastened a beast skin pouch from its body, and tossed it towards us, casually exclaiming, "This is the meat of the violent giant ape. Do not let it go to waste." It was precisely due to the meat of those violent giant apes that I had been able to ascend 3 levels. And those who accompanied me also experienced a boost in strength after consuming it. On the way back, I continuously pondered the prospect of one day riding a jungle giant wolf, relishing the freedom of roaming far and wide. Alas, despite yearning for this for many years, it remained unfulfilled until yesterday, when the esteemed shaman was seen ambling through the tribe atop a goat. In that moment, my desire to ride a beast was rekindled. While a giant wolf may be unattainable, riding a goat would still suffice, as it would at least be swift. Thus, upon discovering that Thunder Dragon had captured a goat, I promptly seized it for myself. It was only after Mo Jiao finished speaking that the elder turned to Xia Yun, saying, "Tell Thunder Dragon that I can tame wild beasts. This is within my capabilities. There are 2 methods. One is to exert control through totemic power, and the other is to cultivate a bond with the war beast from a young age, so that it willingly obeys your commands and fights alongside you. Additionally, there exists a rather crude method to beat the beast into submission. However, this approach often leads to the wild or ferocious creature losing its sanity, potentially harming innocent lives in the process. Controlling a beast through totemic power would destroy its path to advancement. It remains at the level it was when captured, forever stagnant. The most prudent approach would be to capture a few young ones and nurture them gradually, yet the tribe's food resources do not permit such actions." When the shaman mentioned food, Chief Mo Jiao turned to Xia Yun with a broad smile. Xia Yun, startled, exclaimed, "Why are you looking at me? I'm still just a child, and can at most help the tribe catch a few more fish. Moreover, I've already given you all the materials for the deer snares I recently crafted. The remaining supplies can only make 2 more. Just have Uncle Shirtu come and collect them from me by this evening." The shaman cast a glance at Chief Mo Jiao, remarking, "Look at how frightened you've made this child." Chief Mo Jiao replied, "I meant no offense. I am merely pleased. This child has helped the tribe acquire a substantial amount of food recently, sufficient for the rainy season and winter. Since you have mentioned that war beasts are best nurtured from a young age, we shall endeavor to capture several young ones during this outing. And I shall gift you this goat." With that, the chief prepared to depart, but Xia Yun hastily intervened, glancing at the shaman. Looking into the chief's eyes, Xia Yun asserted firmly, "I believe it is best not to be overly optimistic. Given the current food reserves in the tribe, it would be wise to capture fewer beasts. Otherwise, we risk wasting a significant amount of food without properly nurturing the war beasts. What do you think, shaman?" The elder fell silent for a moment, acknowledging the child's concerns were not without merit. Indeed, young ones could be raised. It would be more prudent to initially rear fewer beasts and observe the situation, contemplating whether to increase their numbers come spring. The chief, Mo Jiao, looked at the shaman and inquired, "How many should we rear?" The elder glanced at Xia Yun, paused thoughtfully, and suggested, "Perhaps we could start with 20? 20 seems a tad insufficient." Chief Mo Jiao, Xia Yun countered, "That's far too many. We should limit ourselves to 10 at most, 5 herbivores and 5 carnivores." Though Xia Yun was uncertain of the dietary requirements of the wild beasts in this realm, his past experience in caring for dogs had taught him that quadrupeds invariably consume more than bipeds. With this in mind, Xia Yun added, "Whoever takes on the responsibility of rearing must do so without drawing from the tribe's existing food supplies." Observing the 2 older individuals before him, who were considerably his seniors, he sensed their indecision. Thus, he continued, "I have heard from the tribe that during the rainy and winter seasons, there were times when individuals often faced starvation, and some even perished from hunger. Are we truly willing to squander food for the sake of an uncertain war beast? The rainy season is nearly upon us. And considering the lengthy duration of both the rainy and winter seasons, do you realize how much food a single war beast would require? I propose that even 10 is excessive. We should rear only 3 to 5 initially, and if all goes well, we can consider increasing their numbers in the spring." After Xia Yun concluded his remarks, the shaman and the chief exchanged glances, leading to yet another round of deliberation. Ultimately, they resolved to rear 10 beasts as a trial. As for who would take care of the young beasts, it would be determined by whoever first brought them back to the tribe, ensuring that the total reached 10. Moreover, the caretaker would be responsible for their sustenance without utilizing the tribe's provisions. Once a decision was reached, Xia Yun turned to leave, while the shaman and the chief appeared to have further discussions to undertake. Passing by the cave of Lei Long, Xia Yun decided it prudent to inform him of this development, allowing him to prepare accordingly. Upon meeting Lei Long, Xia Yun directly conveyed, "The tribe plans to rear 10 war beasts. Whoever brings back the young ones will claim them. Furthermore, those who retrieve them must care for them. If they cannot sustain them, they must either slay them or release them back into the wild." Xia Yun advised Lei Long to select a herbivore, as he could enlist the help of the children in the cave for its care. After sharing this information, Xia Yun procured some beast meat from Lei Long and returned to the orphan cave, for he still needed to craft a snare for deer. On his way back, as he savored the beast meat, Xia Yun pondered what kind of fierce beast or wild animal he might rear for riding in the future. The vividness of a past dream lingered in his mind, wherein a creature that soared through the forest with him had spoken, introducing itself as Li Tian. Lost in thought, Xia Yun arrived at the entrance of the orphan cave. Upon entering, he discovered that the children had already spun the sinew and wool he had prepared the previous day into thread. With his materials in hand, Xia Yun settled at the cave entrance and began crafting the deer snares, remaining diligently occupied until dusk, at which point he had successfully woven 3 snares. 2 ropes were placed at the entrance, awaiting Uncle Stone to come and collect them. One was secretly tucked away in his embrace and brought back to the cave, where it was hidden beneath his bed, anticipating the arrival of Thunder Dragon. As dusk approached, Uncle Stone arrived and greeted Summer Cloud before taking the 2 ropes intended for ensnaring deer. In the ensuing days, Summer Cloud finally liberated his hands from the task of weaving ropes and resumed polishing the leg bone of the bone armor gifted to him. That night, Thunder Dragon stealthily approached the entrance of the orphan cave, silently making his way to Summer Cloud's bedside, rousing him from slumber. Upon seeing Thunder Dragon, Summer Cloud handed over the prepared rope for ensnaring deer, simultaneously learning from Thunder Dragon that they would embark on their hunting expedition at dawn the following day. For several subsequent days, Summer Cloud busied himself either polishing the leg bone or foraging for wild fruits in the orchard with the children. It was not until the third night after Thunder Dragon's group had set out for hunting that the orphan cave was illuminated by a torch, startling Summer Cloud awake. Faced with the two figures before him, a mix of surprise and joy washed over him. He was astonished that Thunder Dragon and Xianjia had returned in the middle of the night, and elated to see that each brother cradled a plump cub in their arms. Chapter 31. The Cub Confrontation. Observing the cubs nestled in Thunder Dragon and Xianjia's embrace, Summer Cloud inquired with curiosity, "What brings you back at such an hour? Where are the others?" As Xianjia prepared to respond, his brother Thunder Dragon interrupted. "On the second day after we entered the jungle, we divided into groups and commenced our hunt. I must say, the rope you provided is indeed effective. Any long-legged beast or ferocious creature we encountered was swiftly ensnared. We captured a multitude of wild animals." That evening, they paused their hunting to butcher a four-toothed wild boar for sustenance, roasting it for a feast. After devouring the boar, the group prepared to rest. However, Xianjia, feeling unwell, ventured outside for a moment and heard faint growls of beasts. He called for Thunder Dragon to accompany him in investigating the source of the sounds. To their astonishment, not far from their campsite, they encountered a freshly calved armored rhinoceros. Attracted by the blood of the recently birthed creature, a host of other jungle hunters, including fissured bears, spotted tigers, and the loathsome wind wolves, gathered nearby. The armored rhinoceros, fiercely protective of its cubs, engaged in a fierce struggle with the intruders, allowing Xianjia and Thunder Dragon to stealthily seize two of the cubs. Having successfully acquired the rhinoceros cubs, they dared not linger, giving a quick salute to their hunting leader before hastily retreating back to their camp. These were the cubs of a fourth-tier ferocious beast, and given the dangers of the jungle, they felt compelled to bring them back to the tribe without delay. Looking at the two brothers before him, Summer Cloud could not restrain his curiosity. "You may return, but why bring the cubs to me? Moreover, these little ones have yet to open their eyes. They must be in need of milk. Do you have any? Is it true that the two of you can find beasts capable of producing milk or ferocious creatures?" The heads of the two men shook vigorously, akin to rattling drums. "Be careful," murmured Lei Long. "The shaman said to seek you out if anything arose." Xia Yun, filled with indignation, shouted, "The shaman sent you to me. Do you think I can provide you with milk?" Internally, he berated the old man for burdening him with such trivial matters. Xia Yun's outburst roused the slumbering children in the cave, their bright, round eyes now fixed upon him. He quickly soothed them, urging them to return to sleep, while he led Lei Long and Xianjia outside. Upon stepping into the open air, a biting wind stirred, causing the cubs nestled in their arms to stir, emitting soft whimpers. The tender cries of the young ones heightened the urgency of Lei Long and Xianjia, who looked to Xia Yun, seeking his assistance in devising a solution. Furrowing his brow, Xia Yun pondered for a moment before deciding they should head to Lei Long's den, for prolonged exposure to the cold might prove unbearable for the cubs. Once inside Lei Long's cave, the cubs noticeably quieted, yet Xia Yun's concern deepened. This predicament could not persist, and food must be procured for the young ones. He explained to the brothers that without sustenance, the cubs would not survive long, and they could only hope for a miracle. In unison, the two brothers replied, "Very well, we shall follow your lead. If you happen to possess the bones of a plated rhinoceros, gather some. Otherwise, any bones from herbivorous beasts will suffice." He instructed them to crush the fish meat thoroughly and place it in a stone jar, adding a small amount of beast bones, mashing them, and incorporating ample water to simmer longer. Lei Long, seek out a piece of wood and carve it into a funnel shape, hollowing it out, ensuring to create a small opening at the narrower end. Xianjia, venture outside to collect some dry grass and softer hides to create a nest for these little ones. Remember, they are siblings, it is best not to separate them. Having conveyed his instructions, Xia Yun prepared to depart, but before he could reach the cave's entrance, the two brothers halted him. Lei Long, with a sorrowful expression and pleading eyes, implored Xia Yun to remain and assist in feeding the cubs for their first meal before he left. The brothers, busy with their tasks, placed the young creatures directly into Xia Yun's embrace. Lei Long set off to find wood for the funnel, while Xianjia dashed away to gather grass for their nest. Lei Long had already damaged several pieces of wood, prompting Xia Yun to call out for him to stop, assuring him that he would handle it himself. Let the Thunder Dragon kindle the fire first, preparing the food for the cubs. Before long, the Thunder Dragon returned with a substantial bundle of dried fish, inquiring how much Summer Cloud needed. Having just settled the two young beasts onto the Thunder Dragon's bed, Summer Cloud, who was carving wood, looked up and replied, "Just 5 or 6 pieces will suffice. Remember to crush some of it." After posing the question, the Thunder Dragon busied himself with mashing the fish. He gazed at the fish meat in the stone jar, now reduced to a pulp, and smiled with satisfaction. Next, he added water and set about igniting the fire. After adding water and lighting the fire, the Thunder Dragon seemed somewhat uncertain, pulling Summer Cloud over for a second opinion on whether he had added too much or too little water. Observing the pulpy fish meat and the water, Summer Cloud felt it was about right. He then turned to ask, "Have you added the beast bone?" The Thunder Dragon, still preoccupied with mashing the fish, admitted, "I forgot." "Then hurry and find it." "What are you waiting for?" Summer Cloud urged. The Thunder Dragon rummaged through his cave for quite some time, but failed to locate the armor-plated rhinoceros bone. He returned to Summer Cloud, saying, "I couldn't find the armor-plated rhinoceros bone." Summer Cloud, visibly frustrated, replied, "Did I not say? If you cannot find the armor-plated rhinoceros bone, seek out the bones of other herbivorous ferocious beasts as substitutes." "What herbivorous ferocious beast bones can you find? Preferably ones that have not been cooked." The Thunder Dragon squatted on the ground, pondering for a moment before responding, "The only bones I can find are from the unicorn bull and the giant deer. And the only uncooked one left is from the unicorn bull I hunted in spring." "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly bring it here," Summer Cloud commanded. In response, the Thunder Dragon hurriedly retrieved the unicorn bull bones he had tossed aside in the cave. Upon seeing the dusty bones, Summer Cloud was so enraged that he felt speechless. He quickly washed them, checking for any signs of spoilage. After rinsing the unicorn bull bone, Summer Cloud broke a piece open and examined the marrow inside. Noting it was still white and presumably edible, he instructed the Thunder Dragon to crush the entire arm-length bone into smaller pieces and place them in the stone jar for boiling. Finally, after the Thunder Dragon completed his tasks, Summer Cloud turned his attention to the area beside the Thunder Dragon's bed, where he laid down a sizable pile of hay, around 8 square meters, covered with long, soft animal skins. Summer Cloud approached, reclined upon it, and found it far more comfortable than his previous bed. With a new nest established, he decided to move the 2 cubs there, leaving the Thunder Dragon's foul and rigid bed behind. Summer Cloud instructed the Thunder Dragon to carry the 2 cubs to the newly prepared nest while he needed to hurry back to craft a funnel for feeding the cubs. After over half an hour of carving and polishing, the piece of wood in Summer Cloud's hands gradually transformed into a funnel-shaped object. He approached the stone jar filled with water, scooped up a ladle of water with a wooden spoon, poured it in for a test, and found it satisfactory. Believing it would not flow too quickly, he had deliberately made the funnel's opening slightly smaller to prevent any choking hazards for the little ones. All preparations are complete. Now it is merely a matter of waiting for the food in the stone vat to reach perfection. During this interval, Xia Yun ventured into the lair of the Thunder Dragon to procure a piece of beast meat, which he skewered on a branch and set to roast. As the meat sizzled, Xia Yun cast a glance at the swirling fish bones and small fragments of beast bone within the vat, his brow furrowing. Should these items find their way into the bodies of the 2 cubs, it could spell disaster for them. It was imperative to craft a sufficiently fine filter. With this thought in mind, Xia Yun summoned the Thunder Dragon, instructing him to acquire some wool from the shaman. Under the watchful eyes of Xia Yun and Xianjia, the Thunder Dragon began his cautious approach to the shaman's cave, glancing back occasionally. Before long, the 2 heard the bleating of sheep, accompanied by the shaman's irate shouts. "You little rascal, how dare you attempt to pilfer from me? Why are you back so early? Have you captured the cubs?" The Thunder Dragon could only nod in response to the elderly man. The shaman continued, "If you have indeed captured the cubs, what need have you to steal my wool?" "The little rascal Xia Yun instructed me to collect some wool to create a filter, claiming that should the fish bones and fragments enter the cubs' bodies, they would perish," the Thunder Dragon explained. "Very well, let us go and see," the shaman conceded. As they approached the cave entrance, the broth within the stone vat had transformed into a milky white concoction. Xia Yun glanced up at the Thunder Dragon and then at the shaman beside him, calmly inquiring, "Have you brought back the wool?" The Thunder Dragon quickly retrieved the freshly pilfered wool from his clothing. Upon receiving the wool, Xia Yun swiftly departed to attend to his tasks, leaving the Thunder Dragon and Xianjia to guide the shaman to behold the two cubs. Upon seeing the two cubs quietly resting on the animal hide, the shaman expressed his surprise. I had not anticipated that such a colossal creature as the armored rhinoceros would produce such small, endearing offspring. Have you named them yet? The brothers shook their heads in unison. The shaman stroked his beard, stating, since you have not named them, let us call one Dunce and the other Egg, for together they form Dunce Egg, a fitting name for you two brothers. The Thunder Dragon and his brother exchanged glances, bemused by the peculiar names. However, they could not disregard the elder's sentiments and merely nodded in agreement, resolving to rename them later if necessary. Meanwhile, Xia Yun examined the wool in his hands. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to spin the wool into thread before crafting the filter. Instead, he hastily gathered two soft branches from the ground, bending them into a semicircle and binding them with leather strips. He then carefully layered the wool, creating 3 overlapping layers before pausing. Once satisfied that it was secure, Xia Yun meticulously tied it down with leather strips, realizing that he could only ascertain the filter's efficacy once the broth in the stone vat had finished simmering. Observing the broth, he noted it had diminished significantly since the Thunder Dragon had added water, and after scooping a spoonful with a wooden ladle for careful inspection, he felt confident that it was nearly ready. However, at this moment, he found himself engulfed in a twinge of hesitation. Xia Yun sat on the ground, pondering intently, sensing that the broth seemed to lack a certain something. Recalling a moment from his past life while watching the animal world, he remembered that wild creatures often sought out exposed salt on the ground. Thus, could it be that the milk within those animals contained some natural salinity? Was there truly salt within the milk? Never mind, he thought. A mere touch would suffice. With this resolution, Xia Yun called out, Lei Long, fetch me a piece of salt rock. Upon hearing Xia Yun's summons, Lei Long hurried to a corner of the cave, retrieved a piece of salt rock, and presented it to Xia Yun. Observing the broth in the stone vat, Xia Yun carefully scraped some salt into it with a bone knife. Instructing Lei Long to find a wooden bucket to hold the filtered broth, taking the sieve in hand, he positioned it above the wooden bucket, allowing Lei Long to ladle the prepared broth from the stone vat onto the sieve. Whenever residue accumulated on the sieve, Xia Yun disposed of it to the side. After filtering all the broth, the makeshift sieve remained intact. Next, he waited for the broth to reach an appropriate temperature before administering it to the two young ones, eager to observe the results. After approximately 20 minutes, Xia Yun tasted the broth and deemed the temperature satisfactory. He then embraced the wooden bucket filled with broth and approached the nest of the two young ones. He handed Lei Long the funnel he had crafted earlier, instructing him to insert it into the mouth of one of the young creatures. Once Lei Long completed the task, Xia Yun scooped a ladle of broth from the bucket and poured it into the funnel. The funnel proved surprisingly effective, as Xia Yun continuously filled it with broth until the belly of the young creature in Lei Long's arms swelled. After satiating Lei Long's young one, he turned his attention to the one belonging to Xianjia. Once both young creatures were thoroughly nourished, it was now left to time to determine whether their concocted broth could sustain the young ones. Having completed these tasks, Lei Long and Wu Gong began to engage in light conversation. Upon learning that their hunting party had captured numerous wild beasts and ferocious creatures, Wu Gong patted his chest and assured them that he could ensure the survival of the young ones. In Lei Long's cave, they remained from dawn until noon, and then into the night. Fortunately, the two young creatures breathed steadily without any complications, allowing Xia Yun to depart with a sense of relief. He was utterly exhausted and yearned for rest. After Xia Yun's departure, Wu Gong turned to Lei Long and Xianjia, advising them, "It is best for the two of you to remain with these young ones, never depart, until the moment their eyes open and they gaze upon you. By doing so, they will regard you as their true parents. Therefore, during their nurturing, you must take personal responsibility and not delegate this task to others." As Xia Yun awakened once more, it was the ferocious roars of beasts that roused him from slumber. Stepping out from the entrance of the orphan cave, he beheld the tribal square teeming with wild and ferocious creatures. Massive deer the size of elephants, boars as large as cattle, unicorn-like bulls, and earth-splitting bears. While Xia Yun pondered the scene before him, his view was obstructed by none other than Uncle Liahu, who cradled a blind fawn in his arms. With excitement, Uncle Liahu exclaimed, "I have learned that you assisted Xuanjia and Lei Long in successfully nurturing 2 juvenile armored rhinos. Pray tell, What sustenance does this fawn require to thrive? Xia Yun patiently reiterated the formula he had provided to the brothers Leilong for their young. He advised Uncle Liahu that if he had any uncertainties, he could consult the brothers, and regarding the filtration mesh, he would need to procure wool from the shaman to assist with the task. Having dismissed Uncle Liahu, another figure approached, Uncle Shirtu, who held a spotted tiger cub in his arms. Xia Yun once again recounted the formula, but emphasized that the inclusion of beast bones must be replaced with those of the spotted tiger or a similar ferocious beast. As inquiries continued to arise from the villagers, Xia Yun found himself endlessly repeating the same information. The most audacious visitor was Bone Armor, who brought with him a large egg. Questioning Xia Yun on how to incubate it, having snatched it from the clutches of a terror bird. Chapter 32. The chief's instructions. Xia Yun glanced at the egg in Bone Armor's grasp, comparable in size to a human head. Do you know what creature this egg belongs to? He inquired. Bone Armor explained. While hunting, I spotted a terror bird clutching this egg in its talons, frantically fleeing towards our hunting grounds. At the time, I was unaware of the predator pursuing the terror bird. We merely heard its roars, likely from some carnivorous beast. During our expedition, the chief had mentioned the tribe's need to rear younglings, yet we encountered none. Upon seeing this egg, I acted impulsively and seized it from the terror bird's claws. In my mind, others had captured younglings while I had not. How embarrassing would that be? Now, with this egg in hand, I can at least save face. Whatever hatches from it, we shall see. If nothing emerges, we can simply cook and consume it. Bone Armor gazed earnestly at Xia Yun. I have already inquired with others. Anyone involved in nurturing younglings has sought your counsel. The broth those young ones consume is of your concoction. Please, ponder deeply how I should incubate this egg. Just a few days ago, I gifted you a leg bone. The skeletal armor spoke, and Xia Yun pondered deeply. After a considerable time, he recalled his childhood days spent in kindergarten, where his grandmother's old hen hatched chicks. Gazing into the eyes of the skeletal armor, he tentatively remarked, I believe you have encountered in the jungle those beasts or ferocious creatures that hatch from eggs. They must remain perched on their eggs, relying solely on their body heat for incubation. Perhaps you could attempt this method upon your return. However, it would be prudent to wrap yourself tightly in animal hides and cradle the egg in your arms to prevent any fluctuations in temperature, which could hinder the hatching of the beast or ferocious creature. Upon hearing Xia Yun's words, the skeletal armor departed with a grim face, nearly stumbling as it turned to leave. Xia Yun, feeling helpless, could not conceive of any alternative methods for incubating the egg. He could only hope that the egg would hatch soon or that the skeletal armor would, in impatience, resort to boiling it. After the skeletal armor's departure, Xia Yun made his way to the small square in the tribe, where a significant number of ferocious beasts and wild animals were currently being slaughtered. It was a task he would eventually undertake himself, so it would be wise to observe the proceedings to avoid any future embarrassment. Upon arriving at the small square, he observed the beast chief, Mo Jiao, orchestrating the activities with great efficiency. Some were digging pits, others were collecting beast blood in stone jars, while others skinned the animals or busied themselves transporting waste in wooden barrels to the prepared pits. Whenever a pit neared completion, someone would come to cover it with soil and plant a sapling maple tree. Everyone resembled workers on an assembly line, each engrossed in their respective tasks, with no one exchanging a word. Noticing Xia Yun's arrival, Chief Mo Jiao beckoned him over and explained, each time we venture out to hunt and return with our prey, the living beasts must be bled immediately to collect their blood for the refinement of blood essence pills. As the name suggests, these pills serve to enhance a warrior's vitality and bolster their foundational energies. The esteemed shaman is capable of refining them. As the chief elaborated, Xia Yun opened his mouth to interject, but was swiftly interrupted. The chief continued, there have been suggestions in the past regarding the long-term maintenance of these living beasts and ferocious creatures for continuous blood extraction, and the tribe has experimented with this. However, the dietary needs of these beasts are immense. We simply lack the resources to sustain them. Prolonged blood extraction leads to a significant depletion of their vitality. Therefore, when we bring beasts and ferocious creatures back to the tribe, we must drain every drop of blood from their bodies while they are still alive. Once bled, the beasts and ferocious creatures, devoid of blood, experience rapid decay of their internal organs. It is imperative to swiftly remove their entrails to prevent the spoiled organs from contaminating the meat. Should you capture a beast or ferocious creature in the jungle that is already deceased, you must immediately extract its entrails for burial. After completing this, promptly depart with the meat and hides. Otherwise, the ferocious beasts and wild animals, sensing the scent of blood in the jungle, would swarm towards you, and by then, it would be too late for you to escape. Xia Yun understood that the leader shared this knowledge with him to impart survival wisdom within the jungle. The leader, Mo Jiao, continued, stating that within the tribe, such concerns would be alleviated. One merely needed to bury the inedible internal organs after excavating a pit and plant maple trees. These particular maple trees, cultivated by the tribe over centuries, possess the remarkable ability to absorb the foul substances buried in the soil, preventing their odors from permeating the air. Once these maple trees mature, they would provide us with maple sap, ensuring that our tribe does not succumb to thirst during the dry season. However, with water now available, the necessity for sap has diminished. After completing these tasks, it is essential to decompose and dry the beast meat as swiftly as possible for preservation. Following this, Mo Jiao gazed at Xia Yun and inquired, "Do you know why I am telling you all of this?" Xia Yun, bewildered, shook his head in ignorance. The leader patted Xia Yun on the shoulder and recounted, "That day, you, I, and Wu Gong were deliberating on the number of cubs to rear. After finalizing the count, you departed. Upon your departure, Wu Gong and I reached a unanimous decision for you to succeed as the next leader." Xia Yun was momentarily taken aback, thinking, "What is this? I am but a child. How could a mere child lead such a vast tribe?" He stammered, "Are you certain you want me to become the next leader? But I am still just a child, not yet of age." Observing Xia Yun's startled expression, the beast leader Mo Jiao chuckled, "Do not be afraid. It is not that I am appointing you as leader immediately, but should any misfortune befall me, the tribe will rely on you. In recent days, your performance has been noted by everyone. You are the most suitable candidate. A leader does not necessarily need to possess tremendous strength. Rather, they must possess foresight, understanding what the tribe needs and what it does not. Lei Long tends to speak without thinking, easily offending others, while Xianjia is solely immersed in hunting. Others are either too old with no hope for advancement or, like Xianjia, only focus on hunting. Yet you are different. You are young and intelligent, an automatic awakener, and even at your weakest, you can reach the pinnacle of a level 3 warrior. I have already informed Lei Long's mother. If anything were to happen to me, she would assist you wholeheartedly. Of course, all of this is predicated on the occurrence of any misfortune on my part. My greatest hope is to see you become a level 6 warrior, leading the tribe to conquer vast stretches of jungle, ensuring no one goes hungry." Chapter 33. Transmutation through blood. Xia Yun found himself in a state of stupor, his mind clouded and unclear. Perhaps sensing something amiss with Xia Yun's demeanor, the leader gently tapped his head, saying, "Today, I share this with you merely to prepare you mentally, so that you are not flustered when the time comes. Rest assured, my dear Mo Jiao, I have yet to experience enough of life. I shall strive to endure, to witness the moment you ascend to the rank of a level 6 warrior, leading the summer tribe towards renewed glory. Now, go and enjoy yourself. If you wish to observe those warriors dismantling beast flesh, feel free to do so." With that, Chief Mo Jiao turned and departed. After the chief's exit, more than 10 minutes passed before Xia Yun finally regained his senses, shaking his somewhat dazed head and leaving the spot. For a moment, he was uncertain where to go, wandering until he arrived at the entrance of the Thunder Dragon's cave. Since he was here, he might as well venture inside. Upon entering the cave, Xia Yun beheld Thunder Dragon and Xianjia seated upon a newly crafted straw bed, each cradling a small cub in their arms, gently rocking them as if soothing a child. Xia Yun observed clearly as the two cubs, rocked by the duo, began to regurgitate, their short little legs flailing about in a comical manner. Xia Yun approached and inquired of Thunder Dragon, "Who taught you this method?" Thunder Dragon, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "This morning, I inquired with Amu. When Xianjia and I were young, we were cradled and rocked to sleep by Amu." Xianjia, sitting nearby and continuing to rock the cubs, eagerly nodded in agreement. Xia Yun pointed to the corners of the cubs' mouths, saying, "Look, you've made them sick. You should place them on the animal skins and stop rocking them." After hearing Xia Yun's words, the two brothers, albeit with some skepticism, gently placed the cubs upon the animal skins. Shortly thereafter, the cubs settled down, their little legs ceasing their frantic movements. Having liberated their hands, the two promptly expressed their gratitude to Xia Yun. Before they could fully relish their relief, a person approached the cave entrance. He called out to the brothers. The shaman is looking for you. He requests that those of you caring for the cubs go into the mountains to gather some honey. By the way, has anyone seen Bone Armor? I've searched for him everywhere and cannot find him. Xia Yun casually remarked. Isn't Bone Armor back at the nest hatching eggs? You didn't know? The man looked at Xia Yun with some confusion. Bone Armor is hatching eggs? What eggs is he hatching? In an instant, Thunder Dragon and Xianjia also cast bewildered glances at Xia Yun. Noting their expressions, Xia Yun quickly waved his hands, indicating he was unaware of Bone Armor's whereabouts. At that moment, Xia Yun realized he had misspoken. Bone Armor had concealed his whereabouts, implying he did not wish for anyone to know he was hatching eggs. His slip of the tongue could very well lead to a reprimand from Bone Armor. Upon seeing Xia Yun's gestures of ignorance regarding Bone Armor's location, the man seemed to deduce something and did not press the matter further, simply instructing the Thunder Dragon brothers to gather at the small square promptly. Once the messenger departed, the brothers' expressions fell, each more dismal than the last. Xianjia took his leave, while Thunder Dragon silently approached his bed, pulling out the bottom layer of a single-horned ox hide, and after a moment's thought, retrieved 2 more animal skins from beneath it. Xia Yun, puzzled, wondered why so many animal skins were necessary for merely collecting honey. The very hide of that unicorn bull was as thick as a finger. Lei Long meticulously rolled several animal skins and slung them across his back, making his way toward the cave entrance. Before departing, he urged Xia Yun to look after the 2 young armored rhinos for him and Xinjia. Xia Yun felt that the number of animal skins Lei Long bore was already quite extravagant, yet upon glancing towards the small square, he noticed that others carried even more impressive loads. Uncle Lai, who had the most skins, stacked to a height surpassing that of a person, while the others, though slightly less than Uncle Lai who, still bore a considerable amount. Xia Yun was immensely curious to follow and discover what kind of bees could instill such fear in these tribespeople. After bidding farewell to those laden with skins, he returned to Lei Long's cave to tend to the 2 young rhinos. As evening approached, Xia Yun still had not seen those who had departed return. The young rhinos were growing hungry and began to whimper. With no choice left, he rose to prepare a broth of fish and bone for them. Once he had fed the young ones, he finally spotted the return of the individuals who had gone out with the skins. From a distance, Xia Yun noticed that some were limping painfully, while others were being carried. When he beheld the 2 brothers, he was taken aback by their condition. Lei Long's face was so swollen it scarcely resembled a human visage, with his bare skin riddled with gaping wounds, while his fingers were swollen to the size of carrots. Xianjia, who supported him, fared little better. Upon seeing Xia Yun, Lei Long managed to utter a few indistinct words before losing consciousness, and with his collapse, Xianjia followed suit. Witnessing the brothers faint one after the other sent Xia Yun into a panic. He sprang up, intent on seeking help. As he reached the cave entrance, he spotted the messenger from earlier rushing towards him, yet he paid Xia Yun no heed. Instead, he approached the 2 brothers, retrieved a stone vial from his cloak, pried their mouths open, and poured a greenish liquid down their throats before tossing them onto the bed. After completing these tasks, the man turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he glanced back at Xia Yun and said, "Shortly, the shaman will concoct the blood essence pill. If you are interested, you may observe." Xia Yun's curiosity was piqued, and after ensuring the 2 brothers were comfortable on the bed, he too departed the cave. Outside, night had already fallen, and the fierce beasts and wild animals brought back to the tribe in the morning had been processed. The small square was now illuminated by 4 towering bonfires. From the direction of the shaman's cave came the sound of chants. A dozen warriors, bare-chested, bore a massive 4-legged stone vat over 5 meters high, stepping steadily toward the square. With a resounding thud, the colossal vat settled firmly amidst the bonfires. Once it landed, individuals began approaching with smaller stone vats, and Xia Yun gradually made his way toward the gathering, eager to witness the spectacle up close. Upon approaching, Xia Yun discerned that the smaller stone jars were entirely filled with beast blood. The warriors clutching the smaller jars advanced towards the colossal stone vat, casting their jars upward for the comrades stationed atop the vat's rim to catch. They poured the beast blood into the giant vessel until it brimmed with the crimson liquid. Only after this task was completed did the warriors descend from their perch. Subsequently, several individuals pushed wooden logs towards the 4 bonfires, directing all gazes towards the cavern of the shaman, as if anticipating something monumental. In the flickering firelight, Xia Yun observed the usually disheveled shaman appearing particularly composed that night, wielding a white bone staff in place of his usual wooden one. Approaching the massive stone vat, he began to move the staff in a distinct manner, intoning cryptic phrases that resonated in the air. An inexplicable aura emanated from the shaman, causing the once grayish stone vat to gradually turn a vivid red, even overpowering the flames below. As time elapsed, the white bone staff became increasingly translucent, and the beast blood within the vat began to churn violently. Xia Yun could even faintly hear the distant roars of beasts emanating from the depths of the vat, as a pale red mist began to coalesce. The sanguine vapor gathered above the stone vat, resembling a cloud of blood. The shaman glanced back at the crowd, and immediately, several individuals approached, carrying large wooden barrels to the side of the giant vat. As the barrels thudded onto the ground, the shaman waved his staff, and the golden liquid within surged towards the blood mist above. Xia Yun surmised that this golden liquid was likely the honey harvested by the thunder dragons that very day. At the moment the golden liquid met the blood mist, the two began to intertwine, morphing and accelerating in their transformation. With a commanding shout from the shaman, the blood-red fluid was momentarily suspended in midair, instantly transforming into small crimson orbs that hurtled towards him. Witnessing this spectacle, someone quickly placed a stone jar before the shaman, and the crimson orbs, upon reaching him, plummeted directly into the jar. Once the last orb settled into the vessel, Xia Yun realized that the shaman had collapsed, losing consciousness upon the ground. As she instinctively moved to assist, she was halted by a figure, Leader Emojiao. The leader then stepped forward, lifting the shaman onto his back and proceeding towards the cave where the shaman resided. At that moment, others followed suit, carrying the jar brimming with the crimson orbs. Xia Yun was convinced that these red orbs were the blood yuan pills spoken of by the leader. Chapter 34. The Arrival of the Clan, Part 1. After the leader departed with the shaman, the others did not leave. They continued to stoke the flames at the base of the enormous stone vat. Xia Yun, filled with curiosity, pondered why they persisted in adding fuel to the fire, even after acquiring the blood origin pill. Before he could approach, an individual came towards him. It was Uncle Liahu, who, noticing Xia Yun's approach, intended to inquire about the boy's purpose in coming closer. Xia Yun voiced his perplexity, questioning why they continued to stoke the fire after obtaining what they desired. Uncle Liahu elucidated that although the vital essence had been extracted from the beast's blood, the remnants still held considerable value. Once the moisture within the vat evaporated entirely, the remaining powder could be utilized for treating external wounds, boasting excellent hemostatic properties, making it an essential supply for warriors like them. This substance was known as blood remnant powder. After explaining, Uncle Liahu urged Xia Yun to return to rest, noting that there was little of interest left to witness. The warriors needed to remain, continuously feeding the flames to keep the liquid within the vat at a boiling state, until it transformed into blood remnant powder. Reluctantly, Xia Yun turned to leave. However, before retiring for the night, he wished to check on the brothers in the Thunder Dragon's cave. Upon entering, he found the siblings reclining on their bed, visibly improved since their return. The swelling had significantly diminished, and the gaping wounds were showing signs of healing. Though unsure of the nature of the green liquid administered to the Thunder Dragon brothers by the messenger earlier that day, its efficacy was apparent. He resolved to procure more whenever the opportunity arose. After observing that their breathing was steady and they appeared to be in no distress, Xia Yun proceeded to the two armored rhinoceros cubs, who were nestled in their den, occasionally flicking their delicate tongues. Convinced that all was well with the Thunder Dragon, Xia Yun exited the cave, securing the stone door behind him, and made his way back to his own orphan cave. Once inside, he lay down and succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, he once again encountered the beast named Litan, who carried him on its back while speaking intermittently. It was not until Litan soared into the sky and dove towards the ground that he jolted awake. Awakening, Xia Yun felt a sheen of sweat on his back. When he glanced outside the cave, he realized that dawn had broken. Stepping out, he observed the tribe's square, where the people were still diligently adding fuel to the base of the colossal stone vat. Bored and weary, Xia Yun sipped some water while clutching the grinding stone given to him by the Thunder Dragon, and he resumed his task of polishing the bone. The joint ball he was working on was nearly ground down to nothing. Prolonged grinding made his arms ache, and he found himself reminiscing about the labor-saving device he had previously crafted. Although it was not as efficient as manual polishing, It allowed him to simply lie on the ground and pull a cord, conserving considerable effort. As noon approached, the joint ball finally fell to the ground with a resounding crack. Upon closer inspection, he noted a thin layer of bone still connecting it to the leg bone. Xia Yun lifted the leg bone and shook it gently, hearing a liquid slosh within, suggesting the presence of bone marrow. Curiosity piqued. He picked up the fallen joint ball and tapped it lightly, causing the connecting bone to fracture. A pungent, foul odor immediately assaulted his senses. The marrow within had turned dark and spoiled, overwhelming him to the point of nearly stumbling and retching. The stench was unbearable. Gritting his teeth, Xia Yun struggled to carry the leg bone toward the 2 maple trees where he and Thunder Dragon had previously conducted tests. When he was about 10 meters away from the trees, he carefully placed the leg bone on the ground, ensuring that the decayed marrow did not spill out. He then moved between the 2 trees, found a stone shard, and began to dig a pit with great effort. The chief had informed him that these maple trees could efficiently absorb the corrupted substances, and by pouring the spoiled marrow into the pit, he could resolve the issue. Once the pit was sufficiently excavated, Xia Yun returned to retrieve the leg bone, discarding the polished end of the joint ball directly into the pit before swiftly retreating. The noxious odor began to permeate the air. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Xia Yun felt it was time to return to the pit, enduring the stench as he buried the decayed marrow with soil. As he covered the pit, the foul smell in the air diminished significantly. The leg bone remained inserted in the pit he had dug, and Xia Yun decided against removing it for now, planning to return in a few days to check on it. After completing these tasks, Xia Yun intended to retreat into the cave to rest. However, upon entering, he was met with the collective gaze of the children, and to his astonishment, Sangwa led a group of the older children in pushing him back outside. Their reasoning was that he was far too odorous and should wash himself and dispose of his foul-smelling animal skin clothing. Xia Yun felt exasperated. This was the only set of animal skin clothing he had. Where would he find another? Yet, if he refused to discard it, even the filthy children in the cave found him repugnant, leaving him without a place to sleep. Resigned, he decided to seek out Thunder Dragon for assistance in acquiring a new garment. As he walked down the mountain, having only gotten halfway, he heard a shout from the small square. It worked. What had worked? Xia Yun was filled with questions as she observed numerous individuals carrying wooden buckets or stone jars, incessantly pouring water into the enormous stone vat below. It must be the blood sacrifice powder that Uncle Liehu mentioned last night. Eager to join the commotion, she hesitated momentarily, considering the foul odor clinging to her, and decided against it. She hastily sought out Lei Long. Upon approaching Lei Long's cave, Xia Yun spotted the 2 brothers squatting at the entrance, diligently preparing a fish and bone soup for the 2 juvenile armored rhinoceroses. As she drew nearer, the Lei Long brothers intercepted her, pinching their noses and pushing her back a considerable distance before halting. Maintaining a safe distance, Lei Long inquired, "What happened? Why do you smell so bad?" With a wry smile, Xia Yun replied, "I just polished the leg bone that bone armor gifted me, and upon opening it, I discovered the marrow had spoiled and turned black, exuding a terrible stench. I buried the decayed marrow in a pit, leaving the bones stuck in the ground. It was too foul to remove." After hearing Xia Yun's explanation, Lei Long still seemed perplexed. "So what brings you here?" he asked, with a sense of resignation. Xia Yun explained, "I have run out of hides suitable for crafting leather garments. I came to request some from you." Before she could elaborate further, Lei Long interrupted, instructing her to wait while he retrieved some hides from the cave. Shortly thereafter, he returned, tossing a roll of hide to Xia Yun from a distance. "Don't be picky. This is an old hide I wore before. It may be worn, but at least it doesn't carry your stench." Gratefully receiving the hide from Lei Long, Xia Yun dashed towards the thicket by the river. As she passed through the small square, Uncle Liehu attempted to stop her, but upon catching a whiff of her odor, he promptly let her go. Arriving at the riverside thicket, Xia Yun noted the ground was riddled with pits left by villagers drawing water. She quickly shed her hide and discarded it aside, seeking a pit with ample water, and jumped right in. Just as she was enjoying her wash, she overheard a conversation. "Why does the chief insist on having us patrol here?" one voice questioned. "The 3-eyed demon frog and the unicorn snake are severely injured. They won't recover anytime soon. Our daily patrol is a waste of time. You're just stating the obvious." Another replied, "But what if? What if one of those beasts devours the other? What then? Enough of that nonsense. You take the upstream, and I'll handle the downstream. Let us complete our patrol." As one of them walked a short distance, he caught a whiff of a foul odor and turned to his companion, saying, "Pancher, go check what is producing that stench." Xia Yun paid no heed to their conversation. Her sole focus was on washing away the unpleasant smell clinging to her. As he was washing, he suddenly realized that he was shrouded in a dark shadow. Upon raising his gaze, he saw a burly figure standing at the edge of the bathing pit. The man was imposing, towering over 2 meters and weighing no less than 300 pounds. He looked at Xia Yun, who was curled up in the water, and burst into laughter. "I remember you, the little fisherman. I even helped you haul in some fish. Remember, my name is Pancher. I often patrol this stretch of riverbank, so if anything happens, feel free to shout. I will come at once. By the way, child, have you noticed a foul odor? The captain sent me to check it out." Reluctantly, Xia Yun rose, covering his private parts with one hand while gesturing towards the direction with the other, apologetically explaining that the stench emanated from the animal hide he had just discarded. He elaborated that due to an accident involving a broken bone, the rancid marrow had contaminated the hide, necessitating his bath at the riverbank. Pancher advised Xia Yun to dispose of the foul-smelling hide on the riverbank once he finished bathing, cautioning him against leaving it in the thicket, as it might attract scavenging beasts or ferocious predators. After Pancher departed, Xia Yun felt a flush of warmth on his face. Though they were all men, he was still self-conscious about being seen in such a vulnerable state. He submerged his head in the water to cool his face, gently rubbing his still warm cheeks. Emerging from the pool, Xia Yun donned the animal hide that Lei Long had given him, trimming the excess with a bone knife. Once he had arranged the hide on his body, he retrieved the foul-smelling garment he had cast aside, rolling a stone within it. Cautiously, he approached the edge of the thicket and hurled the wrapped hide onto the riverbank. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of something in his peripheral vision. A fleeting white shadow seemed to dart across the surface of the river. Had it not been for the ripples in the water, he would have doubted his own eyesight. Alarmed, Xia Yun called out, fearing that the white figure might be an unknown beast or monster. No sooner had he shouted than Pancher, who had previously observed him bathing, charged over with a group of men. Upon nearing, Pancher bellowed, "What is happening? Why are you shouting?" Xia Yun hurriedly explained that he had seen a white shadow dart across the river, gesturing towards the lingering ripples in the water as proof of his account. In an instant, the warriors accompanying Pancher began to arm themselves, grasping knives and spears. The palpable aura of menace radiating from them left Xia Yun feeling breathless, his complexion paling. The soldiers instinctively formed a protective circle around Xia Yun, while Pancher emitted a sound akin to the chirping of insects. Before long, a rustling sound emerged from the forest, and Xia Yun turned to see 2 or 3 dozen individuals materializing among the trees. They moved with such stealth that scarcely a sound was made. The leader approached, and the boulder whispered something in his ear, as all eyes remained fixed solemnly upon the river's surface. Suddenly, a howl of a wolf echoed from afar. Xia Yun observed keenly as he noticed the tremor in the leader's hand. The howls drew closer, and the group finally discerned the true forms of the wolves, massive creatures akin to the size of Asian elephants, treading upon the riverbank without leaving a single footprint. Each colossal wolf bore a warrior upon its back, wielding bone spears, some of which dripped with fresh blood. A whisper broke the tension, identifying them as the wolf riders of the Tushan clan. Perhaps it was that very whisper that stirred one of the warriors atop a giant wolf, who approached the group, brandishing a spear over 3 meters long. As the figure neared, one of the warriors who had previously conversed with the boulder stepped toward the forest's edge. Upon seeing this, the wolf-riding warrior halted, retrieving a rolled hide from his cloak and tossing it toward the departing warrior. After discarding the hide, the wolf-riding warrior turned his mount toward the river, the giant wolf gliding like a shadow across the water. Once the first wolf crossed the river, the remaining riders followed suit, leaving only faint ripples in their wake, evidence of their passage. Xia Yun even suspected that the wolf's claws remained untouched by the water. Once the last of the wolf riders had departed, Xia Yun sank to the ground, his legs trembling in fear. He was not alone in his embarrassment. Several others shared his plight, yet no one dared to mock them. The approach of the warrior on the giant wolf, spear in hand, quelled any notions of humor. Sitting on the ground, Xia Yun reflected on the vivid scenes from earlier. The giant wolves were indeed the steed of true men, rendering the cubs captured by the tribe as mere weaklings. The only item of note was the egg of the bone armor. As Xia Yun pondered, the individual who had retrieved the hide returned, unfolding it to reveal a message: the Tushan clan would arrive shortly. Chapter 35. The Arrival of the Clan, Part 2. Xiaoyun leaned in to catch a glimpse of the text, but he recognized none of the characters. He mused that he should indeed seek someone to teach him these primitive scripts. After perusing the contents, the bearer of the hide immediately instructed the boulder to return to the tribe with the news. Seeing that he had no further role in the matter, Xiaoyun accompanied the boulder back to the tribe. On their way back, the boulder inquired, "Xiaoyun, do you have time to help me craft a fishing line from leather? I assure you, your efforts will not go unrewarded. I will offer you a short spear as compensation." Xiaoyun gazed at the naive smile of Pan Shi and nodded in agreement. "However, the required animal hides and sinews must be provided by you. I can only assist in crafting when I have the time. I believe you are aware that I recently fashioned a deer snare, and the tribe is currently devoid of animal hides and sinews. Although we returned with some game a few days ago, the hides and sinews were swiftly claimed by others. With the availability of hides and sinews, everyone is more inclined to create deer snares rather than focus on crafting fishing lines. Fortunately, the requirements for the animal hides and sinews needed for fishing lines are not overly stringent." Xiaoyun looked at Pan Shi and asked, "Do you comprehend what I am saying?" Pan Shi vigorously nodded his large head, acknowledging, "I understand all of this. I simply have a penchant for fresh cowhorn fish. Furthermore, with the rainy season approaching, the waters will inundate the maple grove in front of the tribe, at which point the fishing lines may yet prove useful." Although Xiaoyun was aware of the impending floods during the rainy season, Pan Shi's words made him realize that he, too, should prepare a fishing line for himself, ensuring he could catch some fresh fish to enjoy. As they conversed, they arrived at the small square within the tribe. Pan Shi needed to seek the leader to deliver the animal hides in his possession. Before he departed, Xiaoyun instructed him to prepare the hides and sinews when he had the opportunity and deliver them to the orphan cave where he currently resided. He would make the most of his free time to assist Pan Shi in crafting the fishing line. Pan Shi nodded and took his leave. Xiaoyun, however, had no intention of returning to the orphan cave. He wished to linger and observe what directives the leader might issue, especially with the two mountain clan approaching. Before long, the leader arrived at the small square, drawing a horn from his waist and blowing it with vigor. As the horn's blaring echoed, Xiaoyun noticed heads peeking out of their caves, curious about the commotion. Even some warriors hurriedly rushed to the square, brandishing bones, spears, and knives. Xiaoyun recognized a familiar figure, Uncle Shi, who sprinted over from a distance to stand before the leader, Mo Jiao. The bone spear in his hand trembled slightly, revealing his agitation and fury. Pointing a finger at the leader's face, he exclaimed, "Mo Jiao, you fool! Why are you blowing the horn in the tribe? I thought a savage beast or ferocious creature had breached our defenses." The leader stood there, subjected to Uncle Shi's ire, unable to retort. Xiaoyun observed, torn between laughter and restraint. The crowd in the square grew larger, and someone called out, "What has the leader summoned us for?" As this inquiry rang out, silence enveloped the scene. The leader, standing before the throng, recognized this as his moment to address them. With a swift motion, he seized the bone spear from Uncle Shi and raised it high, declaring loudly, "The warriors who were patrolling the riverbank have returned with news. The two mountain clan will arrive shortly. The wealth of the clan is something everyone is aware of. Since they have come, they will undoubtedly leave us with some benefits. I hope everyone seizes this opportunity to ensure that the Tushan clan bestows more advantages upon us. To the one who receives the most benefits, I shall grant additional rewards." Amidst the crowd, someone muttered, "With your character, Mo Jiao, would you truly be willing to part with some benefits?" The remark was not insignificant, yet Chief Mo Jiao chose to ignore it. Chief Mo Jiao continued, "I urge everyone to take swift action to clean our tribe. The stone jars at the entrance must be scrubbed, firewood should be neatly arranged, and the area from the maple forest to the tribe should be thoroughly watered. There must be no stones on the path, nor any traces of waste left by certain individuals. I, Mo Jiao, declare that if anyone hampers our progress this time, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Once the Tushan clan departs, I will deal with them accordingly. The hunting team is responsible for maintaining hygiene and watering the area, while others should ensure cleanliness in front of their own caves. Each person should take a bath and present themselves well. We must not tarnish the reputation of our summer tribe in front of the Tushan clan. Now, everyone disperse and attend to your duties. This evening, I will conduct an inspection." As Xiaoyun was about to leave, Chief Mo Jiao called out to him, Go inform the orphans in the cave that I will send water for them to wash. You are responsible for supervising the children to ensure they are all clean. And also tidy up the orphan cave. To the chief's request, Xia Yun could only nod in agreement. Once the chief had finished his instructions, Xia Yun turned back to the orphan cave. Upon entering, he informed the children, "First, move your bedding and the jerky outside. We must conduct a thorough cleaning. And water will be brought for your baths. This is a directive from the chief. Anyone who refuses will have to answer to me." Xia Yun instructed the children to place the jerky upwind, not wanting dust to settle on it during the cleaning. He joined the effort to move the jerky, secretly relieved that their cave was not too large. Otherwise, it would take ages to relocate everything. After more than 2 hours of hard work, all the jerky had been moved to a suitable place not far from the cave. The remaining tasks were simpler. Move the children's bedding outside, shake off the dust, and replace the old straw with fresh bedding. While tidying up the beds, Xia Yun discovered small poisonous creatures like scorpions and centipedes hiding in the corners. Just as he was about to eliminate these pests, a child rushed over, grabbed one from the ground, and, after removing its head and tail, popped it into their mouth. Seeing the child eating the poisonous creature, Xia Yun was horrified and shouted, "Spit it out. Do not eat that. It is toxic." The child's response was, "These bugs are good for you. Even the shaman has said that eating these can make you stronger." At that moment, several other children passed by and, upon seeing the child consuming the poisonous insect, exhibited expressions of envy, seemingly regretting that it was not they who were indulging in such a delicacy. Just as Xia Yun was in a state of bewilderment, a few more children entered, having heard that others had discovered some small poisonous insects, and they promptly joined the fray in search of these elusive creatures. In an instant, the orphan cave was in disarray, with animal skins and straw flying haphazardly around. Faced with this chaotic scene, Xia Yun found himself at a loss for words. Unable to endure any longer, he bellowed, "Cease this at once. Stop searching and throw all of these things outside the cave." Finally, the children quieted down and began to tidy up the mess on the ground. Xia Yun then gathered some straw and ventured outside to find a wooden stick over 2 meters long, binding the straw to one end with a leather cord. Once the children had cleared the cave of all the clutter, Xia Yun took his makeshift broom and commenced the cleaning. After completing the task, he emerged from the cave, covered in dirt and dust, feeling as though his bath had been in vain. Noticing Xia Yun's discontented expression, Sangguo approached him, urging him not to be upset, explaining that the children were merely excited as they had not consumed those insects in a long time. Xia Yun remained puzzled, questioning whether those insects could truly be so palatable, as the children's expressions did not seem deceitful. Sensing his confusion, Sangguo elaborated. Each child can satiate their hunger with a maximum of 20 of those small poisonous insects, which means they would not feel hungry for an entire day. The challenge lies in finding them. After hearing Sangguo's explanation, Xia Yun still wondered if those small insects were indeed more delectable than fish or meat. Sangguo replied, "It is different. Those small poisonous insects genuinely enhance the strength of ordinary people like us, and they are quite safe, devoid of any side effects or after effects." Finally, Xia Yun comprehended the true value of those insects for the children. As the two finished their conversation, Xia Yun noticed someone approaching, carrying a stone jar towards the orphan cave, led by Uncle Liahu, accompanied by a somewhat familiar face. Upon closer inspection, Xia Yun realized it was a duo, Uncle Liahu's partner, who had also arrived. Behind them trailed several others, holding stone jars and animal skins. Upon reaching the orphan cave, Uncle Liahu greeted Xia Yun with a warm smile and began urging the children to come quickly for a bath and to change into fresh animal skin garments. Some of the children resisted the idea of bathing, but regardless of their protests, they were firmly restrained, forcibly stripped of their animal skins, and pressed into the stone jars, where they were scrubbed vigorously. Xia Yun observed from the side, noting how some children emerged from the scrubbing with red, irritated skin, crying out loudly. Yet the individuals bathing them showed no mercy. Just then, someone approached him, and upon seeing the person coming closer, Xia Yun quickly waved his hands, saying, "I can manage this myself." He had no desire to be stripped and thrown into the water jar for an intense scrubbing session. Almost every slightly older child, like Xia Yun, chooses to bathe independently, while only the younger ones are compelled to take a bath. Once a child has finished bathing, they are presented with a new garment made of animal hide. Any ill-fitting portions are casually trimmed away with a bone knife. Before long, all the children appear refreshed. and those with longer hair have it cut short. The water used for bathing is not wasted. Some individuals even carry stone basins to splash it about. Xia Yun was preparing to organize the children to set up their beds and transport the jerky back into the cave when Uncle Liahu approached him, advising him not to rush. He informed Xia Yun that fresh hay and animal hides would soon arrive, and the bedding should only be arranged after their arrival. Once Uncle Liahu had shared the information, he departed. Just as Uncle Liahu left, Uncle Shirtu returned with a group of individuals who set down their bundles of hay and animal hides before turning to leave. As Uncle Shirtu exited, he told Xia Yun that they had many other tasks to attend to, and the bedding arrangements could be left to the children. Xia Yun began distributing the hay and tree bark, and the children, filled with excitement, took their respective animal hides and hay to prepare their beds. After laying the beds, Xia Yun joined the children in moving the jerky, and by the time all tasks were completed, it was already evening. Sitting at the cave's entrance, Xia Yun gazed at the revitalized tribe, his heart swelling with joy. Who wouldn't wish for a cleaner living environment? As night fell, the members of the Tushan clan had yet to arrive. From his perch at the cave entrance, Xia Yun noticed bonfires illuminating the area at intervals, and the children emerged from the cave, marveling at the rare sight with exclamations of wonder. Following the chorus of gasps, the sound of a gurgling stomach echoed from an unknown child. The children set up a stone basin at the entrance and began to cook the jerky. Once the last child had eaten their fill and returned to the cave, Xia Yun too turned to retire for the night. The following morning, Xia Yun was awakened by the howling of wolves. He soon spotted Thunder Dragon at the cave entrance, anxiously urging him. Thunder Dragon informed Xia Yun that he had been sent by his father to notify him to gather the children and head to the square to welcome the Tushan clan. Seemingly recalling something, Thunder Dragon produced a small stone tablet, no larger than a fingernail, inscribed with symbols, and handed it to Xia Yun, stating that it was a message from the shaman to prevent the Tushan clan from discovering that Xia Yun was an automatic awakener. Xia Yun carefully accepted the stone tablet and concealed it at his waist. He quickly urged the children to rise, dress, and accompany him to the square. When Summer Cloud and the children from the cave arrived at the square, he beheld a colossal wolf at the forefront, guided by a warrior, slowly advancing towards the tribe. Leading the procession were 4 giant wolf riders, among whom Summer Cloud recognized the foremost figure from his encounter by the river. Following closely was an immense fox, adorned with 3 tails, measuring over 6 meters in length and towering more than 2 meters at the shoulder. As the gigantic 3-tailed fox approached, Summer Cloud discerned a figure seated upon it, presumably a woman. Yet, despite his utmost effort to focus his gaze, he could not clearly perceive her features, as if an intangible force obscured her visage. At the forefront of the welcoming party were the shaman and the chief, trailed by a dozen of the most distinguished warriors. Upon nearing the leading giant wolf, they all bowed, clasping their chests with one hand. After the chief and his companions performed their salutations, those beside Summer Cloud followed suit, bowing in unison. Once the formalities concluded, the giant wolf riders began to part, allowing the 3-tailed fox to advance. As the magnificent 3-tailed fox reached the forefront, the figure resembling a woman rose to her feet. A cold voice emanated from the person atop the fox, Summer Shaman. How many years has it been since we last met? Summer Cloud observed the shaman bowing once more. Your Highness Yao Yao. It has been 16 years since we last crossed paths, the last being at your birthday banquet. Chapter 36, The Arrival of the Clan, Part 3, Upon the Shaman's Utterance. The figure atop the 3-tailed fox responded, I did not anticipate that in just 16 years, you would have aged so considerably, Qing Mu. The shaman replied, an old man, cannot compare with the shamans of the clan. There are no wondrous herbs here to prolong life, nor the heart's blood of pure-blooded fierce beasts to enhance my cultivation. Aging is inevitable, and perhaps had you arrived a few years later, I would have already returned to the totem. The shaman continued, I wonder what matter has compelled your highness to make this personal journey? The figure atop the 3-tailed fox replied, this time, I am also here at someone else's behest. I have a cousin who, during a hunting expedition, was unexpectedly saved by the black wolf of your tribe. Following this encounter, he was tasked with delivering a yuanhua fruit and a toothed tiger bone knife to the offspring of that wolf. Upon finishing this statement, a figure from atop the 3-tailed giant fox extracted a stone vial from her embrace, gently cradling it in her hand. A single drop of crimson blood slowly drifted from the vial. As that drop of blood floated forth, It soared directly toward the crown of Xia Yun's head, while the figure on the three-tailed fox gracefully walked through the air, approaching him in tandem with the blood. As the figure advanced, Xia Yun's mouth gaped in disbelief, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. Yet, upon reopening them, the figure remained suspended in midair. Once the figure drew near, the others flanking Xia Yun instinctively stepped aside. The figure, lowering herself before Xia Yun, gazed at the child and spoke softly. "Are you the child of the Black Wolf?" Xia Yun, bewildered, nodded his head. Despite the proximity, he could not discern the figure's features, whether male or female, only a vague silhouette accompanied by a faint floral fragrance in the air. Upon seeing Xia Yun's affirmation, the figure waved her hand languidly in the air, and a fruit radiating a blue glow materialized in her grasp. Before Xia Yun could react, he felt a cool sensation beneath his chin as the glowing fruit soared into his mouth, instantly rendering him icy and paralyzed. A chilling voice resonated beside him. "Focus your mind and calm your thoughts." Following these words, the figure's finger gently pressed against Xia Yun's forehead. A warm current flowed from her fingertip, permeating his limbs and body, alternating between hot and cold sensations that tormented him to the brink of despair. He longed to cry out, but found himself silenced, gradually succumbing to a dizzying haze. It was only after the alternating sensations subsided that Xia Yun regained consciousness, discovering a layer of dark grime on his exposed skin, exuding a faint odor. Realizing his state, he intended to depart for a bath, but the figure before him obstructed his path with a wave of her hand. She regarded Xia Yun with curiosity and inquired, "Have you consumed other exotic herbs? Why are the impurities you expelled so few?" Xia Yun weakly responded, "Does a ziyun fruit count? The chief gave it to me recently." "Oh, I did not expect your tribe to be quite affluent, allowing even a child like you to indulge in ziyun fruits." Before Xia Yun could further explain, the chief and the shaman, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. Upon reaching Xia Yun, the chief promptly pressed down on his head, apologizing to the figure. "Your Highness Yao Yao, this child is quite naive. If he has offended you in any way, please do not hold it against him. Recently, our tribe has suffered from severe water shortages, and this child fortuitously resolved our predicament during the hunt. I happened to acquire a ziyun fruit, which I awarded him." "Is that so? How is the issue of water scarcity resolved?" inquired the esteemed Princess Yao Yao. The leader promptly kicked Xia Yun, urging him to elucidate the method of water extraction. Xia Yun, squatting on the ground, drew 2 lines. He pointed to the foremost line, explaining that it represented a river, and then gestured to the line behind it, which symbolized the riverbank. "When we discover a river in the wilderness, we can dig a deep pit on the riverbank without approaching the water. Once the depth of the pit matches the water level of the river, water will naturally seep forth." After this brief explanation, Xia Yun suddenly rose, feeling as if he had bumped into something. However, upon looking up, he saw nothing obstructing his path. In that fleeting moment, he pondered whether he had inadvertently collided with the esteemed Princess Yao Yao. Alarmed, he immediately bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't see you there." A cool voice resonated, "It's quite all right. I am merely curious about your method of water extraction. It's quite ingenious. Perhaps our Tushan clan's hunting team will employ it in the future." At that moment, the voice of Wu Gong interjected, "Princess Yao Yao, perhaps you should remove the barrier of mystical power to prevent ordinary tribespeople from inadvertently encountering you." As Wu Gong finished speaking, a somewhat domineering voice echoed, "Xiao Wu, you have overstepped. The princess may act as she wishes. It is not for a mere tribal shaman to dictate." "Enough," replied another. "I have just stepped into the realm of earth shamans, and my command of mystical power is still rudimentary. Even the simplest barrier eludes my control." The distressed Princess Yao Yao remarked. Although Xia Yun had previously heard Wu Gong speak of the classifications of shamans, he had never anticipated encountering someone of the legendary Earth Shaman realm. Wasn't it said that such individuals were exceedingly rare? Observing Wu Gong's reaction, he noted the old man sitting vacantly on the ground, muttering, "An Earth Shaman at 17. The one called Bo, reprimanding Wu Gong, glanced at the old man and urged, "Come now, Xiao Wu, rise. The princess has merely recently entered the Earth Shaman realm as well." The warrior named Bo continued, 8 years ago, your clan sent a girl named Fang, whose talent is quite remarkable. If she can endure for another 50 or 60 years, perhaps she too will attain the Earth Shaman realm." Upon hearing that a member of his clan might also reach the Earth Shaman realm, Wu Gong leapt to his feet. Brimming with excitement, and grasped Bo's hands, repeatedly asking, "Is it true?" Bo nodded gently. The esteemed Princess Yao Yao, observing Wu Gong's exhilaration, remarked coolly, "Do you remember your former teacher? He has now reached the pinnacle of the Earth Shaman realm. Fang is currently one of his students, and he holds her in high regard. Perhaps your clan will indeed welcome an Earth Shaman." That is well, that is well." The shaman began to murmur again. Observing his condition, the leader hastily pulled him closer and splashed some water on his face, hoping to rouse him from his stupor. "Your Highness Yao Yao." A warrior named Bo retrieved a bone dagger wrapped in animal hide from his back and presented it. The esteemed Princess Yao Yao accepted the bone dagger from Bo's hands and turned to pass it to Xia Yun. Xia Yun, gazing at the bone dagger, which resembled a mere wooden stick encased in hide, extended his hands to receive it. Yet, at the moment he grasped the dagger, his body buckled under its weight, trembling uncontrollably. It was far too heavy. Xia Yun had never conceived that a bone dagger could bear such enormity. By his estimation, this dagger must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. Observing Xia Yun's quaking form, the warrior Bo exclaimed, "Well done. At your tender age, being able to wield this bone dagger is quite commendable. When you reach the 4th level of combat, I shall await your arrival in the Tushan clan." Nearby, brothers Leilong and Xuanjia felt a wave of dismay wash over them upon hearing this news. This lad had been claimed by the Tushan clan. After Bo had finished his praise, Xia Yun, bearing the bone dagger, plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath, prompting a hearty laugh from the onlookers. Xia Yun's face flushed crimson at that moment. He wished he could vanish into a crevice of the earth, utterly mortified. Amidst the laughter, Xia Yun sensed a gaze fixed upon him. It must be that esteemed Princess Yao Yao. As the laughter subsided, the group witnessed a token materialize in the air, an object that seemed to be made of wood, yet was not. One side of the token bore the image of a 3-tailed fox, while the other inscribed the words Yao Yao. The expressions of those present shifted abruptly to one of solemnity. Though Xia Yun was unaware of the significance of this token, the grave countenance of those around him suggested its immense importance. At that moment, the warrior Bo spoke again. "Your Highness Yao Yao, are you certain you wish to bestow this guardian token upon this child? It is known that every highness possesses only 12 guardian tokens, and this one is your last. Bo, I have great faith in this child. His future should not be confined to this small tribe, but should unfold in a grander realm. Judging by his recent consumption of the transformation fruit, his innate talent appears to surpass even yours." The warrior named Bo hesitated, saying, "But he is still just a child. Even with the aid of the transformation fruit, while he may awaken this year, it will take time for him to reach the rank of a level 4 warrior. You must understand that the Tushan clan requires a level 4 warrior as the threshold for outsiders. We will have to wait at least a decade for this child. Then let us establish a 10-year pact," I suggested. "If, after 10 years, this child has not attained the status of a level 4 warrior, I shall reclaim his token and return it to your brother, Prince Hung." Listening to their conversation, Xia Yun felt ensnared in a troubling power struggle. He longed to refuse, yet found himself powerless against the circumstances. It became evident that this primitive world harbored its own intricate scheming. Upon joining the Tushan clan, he must tread carefully. It would be prudent not to offend this individual named Bo, who was likely an ally of the esteemed Prince Yao. While Xia Yun contemplated this, the warrior Bo continued, "Since your highness is so resolute, I cannot impose my will against you. However, I sincerely hope no misfortune befalls this child before he reaches the Tushan clan." "Is that so? Bo, why do I feel as though you are threatening me? Do not assume that your father, one of the clan's elders, shields you from my wrath," the prince retorted. At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Upon uttering the words, "I dare not kill you," a tremendous force surged through the air, sending several individuals flying. Bo appeared to be lifted by an unseen power, his neck seemingly gripped by an invisible hand, his face turning a deep shade of purple. "What I, Tushan Yao, desire shall never be obstructed by anyone. Those who dare to obstruct my path must prepare for death. Should you defy me again, Bo, you shall cease to exist." Xia Yun watched in horror as Bo was hurled into the distance, crashing into the mountainside with a resounding thud. Fear coursed through him, compelling him to remain motionless on the ground, terrified of being caught in the aftermath. Once the prince had dealt with Bo, he turned his gaze towards Xia Yun. Speaking coolly, "As long as you comply, I, Tushan Yao, can guarantee your survival. The condition is that you must achieve the rank of level 4 warrior within the next 10 years. I can promise you safety for a decade. After that, your fate is no longer my concern." Upon hearing this, Xia Yun eagerly nodded, assuring the prince that he would undoubtedly reach the rank of level 4 warrior within 10 years, perhaps even higher, and that he would not disappoint his expectations. Xia Yun understood the gravity of his situation. He could not turn down such a powerful figure. To refuse would mean losing the protection he desperately needed, and the consequences would be dire. Bo would certainly find a way to ensure his disappearance from this world, paving the way for his brother Hong to claim the token. At that moment, Xia Yun felt a deep sense of despair, pondering the benefits the chief had promised him. At present, the anticipated benefits have eluded us, and instead, we find ourselves entangled in a perilous situation. Whom shall we hold accountable for this? Standing beside the leader, the shaman seemed to have finally regained his composure. Observing the unfolding scenario, he spoke with a tinge of trepidation. "Your Highness Yao Yao, given the tumult of today's events, the resolution seems rather elusive. This child is still quite young. Perhaps you might consider reclaiming the token? Otherwise, it is possible that before he matures into a 4th-level warrior, he may fall victim to unseen threats." "Aoki, I, Tushan Yao Yao, replied, I respect your age and wisdom. Yet I must assert that I have never retracted a word once spoken. Let us not revisit this matter. Since the protective token has already been bestowed, it shall not be withdrawn. This situation presents both peril and opportunity for the child. Should anyone dare to harm him upon seeing my protective token, they would be challenging not only me, Tushan Yao Yao, but also the entire Tushan clan." Chapter 37. The Arrival of the Clan, Part 4. At this moment, Xia Yun could not help but marvel at the formidable presence of Princess Yao Yao. She truly exudes an air of dominance. One can only hope that her assertiveness will serve as a shield, allowing him to navigate the next decade safely. If he survives, he must seek her out. As Xia Yun pondered, the warrior named Bo leaped forth from the opposite mountain, rejoining the fray. Xia Yun could not help but admire the resilience of these warriors. Their toughened skin and remarkable endurance against blows were truly impressive. However, upon the arrival of the warrior named Bo at the scene, he uttered not a single word. Quietly standing behind the esteemed Princess Yao Yao, once more assuming the role of a guardian, the few individuals present fell silent, until the chieftain, Mo Jiao, broke the stillness. "I wonder, Princess Yao Yao, if you have brought the items allocated to our Xia tribe, such as the nourishing blood elixirs? Bo, please present the provisions prepared for the Xia tribe," he instructed. Bo produced a piece of animal hide and began to recite 10 3rd-tier nourishing blood elixirs, 32nd-tier nourishing blood elixirs. Due to the Black Wolf's promotion to a 5th-tier warrior, the Xia tribe is entitled to 1 4th-tier nourishing blood elixir and 1,000 grains of clear spring spirit rice. "Princess Yao Yao, might I inquire if the quantities I mentioned are accurate?" The esteemed princess nodded, affirming the correctness of the numbers. "However, with the addition of the Black Wolf's offspring, let us increase the 2nd-tier nourishing blood elixirs by 10. Bo acquiesced with a nod and returned to his mount, the giant wolf. He retrieved a leather pouch from the wolf's back and tossed it to the waiting chieftain, Mo Jiao, from his own bosom. He then extracted a small stone vial and threw it to the still-seated Xia Yun. Xia Yun caught the vial and cautiously removed the wooden cork, a faint metallic scent wafting forth from within. Just as he intended to pour out a nourishing blood elixir to examine it, he was halted by the chieftain, Mo Jiao. The chieftain snatched the vial from Xia Yun's hands, promptly replacing the cork and regarding Xia Yun with a grave expression. Nourishing blood elixirs must not be exposed to the air for extended periods. Otherwise, their medicinal properties will quickly dissipate. I shall safeguard this vial for you, and when you require it, I will provide it." Xia Yun could only watch helplessly as the chieftain seized the vial from him. He contemplated reclaiming it. Yet with so many witnesses present, it would seem disrespectful to snatch it back from the chieftain. Furthermore, he knew he could not overpower him. After the chieftain took the vial, Xia Yun began to scrutinize the bone knife, known as the toothed tiger, in his grasp. Just as he prepared to unravel the leather wrappings from the knife, the shaman approached. "Child, this knife is not for your use at present. Its malevolent aura is too potent. Allow me to keep it safe for you, and I shall return it when necessary." In that moment, Xia Yun was left speechless. The warrior named Bo had entrusted him with 2 items, one of which was taken by the shaman while the other was snatched by the chieftain. As Xia Yun wallowed in his disappointment, the warrior Bo spoke again. "Your Highness, now that the items have been delivered, shall we proceed to the Zhuyu tribe?" Or would you prefer to rest for a day in the Xia tribe? Princess Yao Yao replied, since we have arrived, we must complete the necessary formalities. Mo Jiao. Has there been any unusual occurrence in the tribe's hunting grounds, or any formidable presence that you find difficult to contend with? Chieftain Mo Jiao responded. All is normal in the hunting grounds. However, recently, a three-eyed demon frog and a single-horned snake clashed in the river before the tribe. But both beasts retreated without further incident. A cold voice resonated once more. Bo, take 2 individuals to investigate the unique horned serpent. Is it the one near the Baima tribe upstream? I shall await your news at the Xia tribe. Just as the warrior named Bo was departing, Chief Ma Jiao hastily instructed. Recently, the unique horned serpent that appeared near the tribe has lost a segment from its tail. Do keep an eye out for that. After the warrior Bo rode off with 2 companions on their giant wolves, the shaman hurriedly approached, gazing at the indistinct figure before Xia Yun, and said, Your Highness Yao Yao. Not long ago, our Xia tribe captured a falling star clam. Upon my observation, it harbors at least 1 falling star pearl. I wonder if it piques your interest? Oh, your Xia tribe has indeed captured a falling star clam, and it bears a falling star pearl. Let us go and take a look. The shaman and the chief led Her Highness Yao Yao toward the entrance of the shaman's cave. Once the group departed, Xia Yun felt an immediate sense of relief. The presence of those individuals had weighed heavily upon him, as he feared that any misstep in his speech might offend. Now that they had finally left, Xia Yun glanced at himself, noticing the layers of black grime on his skin, and resolved to wash it off, feeling quite uncomfortable. He dismissed the water holes by the riverbank, as there were outsiders present, and decided to return to the orphan cave for a proper wash. Before departing, Xia Yun reminded Sanghua and Bai Niao to keep an eye on the children, instructing them not to run about or speak carelessly. After which he hurried back to the orphan cave alone. The entrance of the orphan cave was adorned with 7 or 8 stone jars, transported there earlier that morning by Liehu and his men. The empty jars had been scattered around the orphan cave, while a few contained water left by other children after their baths. Xia Yun arranged several of the empty jars in a circle and squatted down in the middle, shedding his animal hide garments to avoid revealing his bare form. He did not mind using the leftover water, directly scooping it with his hands to splash onto himself. The black grime proved somewhat resistant to removal, prompting Xia Yun to gather some finer sand from the ground and apply it to his skin for scrubbing. However, as he continued to scrub, he felt something was amiss. The skin beneath the black filth was remarkably pale, with pores appearing much finer than before. Such skin, if it were in his past life, would surely elicit envy and admiration from his female classmates. Yet, on the body of a boy in this primitive world, it seemed rather out of place. Yet, leaving the grime unremoved left him feeling uncomfortable and foul. After more than half an hour of diligent scrubbing, Xia Yun finally succeeded in eradicating all the black grime from his body. At that moment, he resembled a perfectly boiled egg, freshly shelled and pristine. After his bath, Xia Yun donned his animal skin attire once more and made his way toward the plaza. Upon returning to the throng of people, he became the center of attention. His skin was so extraordinarily pale that it seemed almost out of place. Originally intending to join the children from the orphan cave, Xia Yun was intercepted midway by the brothers Lei Long and Xianjia. Lei Long approached Xia Yun, his hands playfully pinching and prodding him, exclaiming, "What happened to you? You've turned so incredibly white." Xia Yun quickly explained that it was Princess Yao Yao who had given him a fruit called the transformation fruit, which had caused his body to expel some impurities, resulting in his newfound pallor after bathing. The 2 brothers circled him in awe, with Lei Long murmuring under his breath, "In the future, I should find a partner as fair as you," while Xianjia nodded in fervent agreement. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Xia Yun hastily pushed past them and sprinted toward the children in the orphan cave. Upon seeing Xia Yun, Sanghua's eyes sparkled with wonder as she reached out to touch his arms and face. The other children gathered around, each little hand exploring his smooth skin. Unable to endure the overwhelming attention any longer, Xia Yun forcefully parted the crowd and dashed towards the shaman's cave, hoping that Princess Yao Yao could restore him to his former appearance. From a distance, he spotted several people gathered around the large pit where the giant clam was kept, located at the entrance of the shaman's cave. Just as he was about to rush forward, he was halted by the leader, Mo Jiao, who approached him with a smile. Clearly intrigued by Xia Yun's pristine appearance, alarmed, Xia Yun shouted, "Stay away from me. What do you want?" Realizing his forwardness, Mo Jiao quickly replied, I was merely curious about your fair complexion and wanted to touch it. I mean no harm. The commotion finally attracted the attention of those gathered around the pit, with the shaman being the first to turn and address the somewhat flustered leader. As a leader, what have you done to scare the child? Just as Xia Yun sought refuge with the shaman, a sudden breeze swept by, rendering him momentarily immobile. Princess Yao Yao's cool voice resonated. I didn't expect the children of the tribe to become so fair and lovely after consuming the transformation fruit. Subsequently, Xia Yun felt two hands gently pinching his cheeks, accompanied by a faint floral fragrance wafting to his nose. At that moment, Xia Yun mused to himself, the person pinching his cheeks must be Princess Yao Yao. What is it with the people of this primitive world? Everyone seems compelled to touch him. Could it be that he possesses an unexpectedly adorable appearance? Why had he never noticed before that his face seemed to invite such affectionate gestures? As the owner of those hands finally had their fill, Xia Yun regained mobility. He immediately shouted, Your Highness Yao Yao, could you restore my complexion to its former state? I wish to no longer be pinched. The voice of Princess Yao Yao resonated beside him once more. Little one, the effects of the Huayuan fruit are irreversible. You must fend for yourself and avoid any peculiar uncles. However, with my token to safeguard you, none would dare harbor ill intentions towards you. After all, to harm you would be akin to slapping my Tushan Yao Yao's face, unless, of course, that individual has a death wish. Since you've come here on your own, you might as well observe, the falling star pearl is quite a rarity, even among clans. Though this object bore no other purpose, it emitted an enchanting starlight in the darkness. With no other option, Xia Yun dutifully followed the group to the pit where the giant clam resided. Standing at the edge, Xia Yun meticulously recalled the events of the day he and Liahu had caught the clam, in the small grove by the riverbank. Both had witnessed the white halo emanating from the falling star pearl, pondering what they might observe this time. As Xia Yun was lost in thought, the once bright sky suddenly darkened. The giant clam, lying quietly at the bottom of the pit, began to tremble violently, its shells grinding against one another at an ever-quickening pace. Xia Yun glanced back, noticing that daylight still prevailed outside. Only the space they occupied had dimmed. Looking again at the clam, he recalled that last time, over 40 of them had failed to pry it open. Now, between the clam's shells, a gap as wide as a hand had formed. An invisible force, akin to a long blade, pierced the space between the shells, and a stream of crimson blood flowed forth. Xia Yun understood that it was Princess Yao Yao who had taken action. As the red blood emerged, a pearl, roughly the size of his head, was expelled from the clam's flesh by an unseen power. The pearl was entirely black, adorned with white specks the size of fingernails. Once it was freed from the clam's body, a gentle white light burst forth from those specks, illuminating their surroundings like stars. Xia Yun sank to the ground, entranced by the celestial glow before him. It was breathtaking. He even discerned that the figure of Princess Yao Yao, previously indistinct, had become somewhat clearer. Her long, dark hair cascaded past her cheeks, and the starlight in her eyes rendered them extraordinarily beautiful. Just as Xia Yun was mesmerized, a cold huff interrupted his reverie. Did you see my face? Do not speak. If you have seen it, blink once. If not, do not blink. This message was audible only to him. At that moment, Xia Yun felt a tumult of thoughts racing through his mind. Was this the fabled art of secret communication? He realized that this woman was someone he must not provoke. How terrifying! Xia Yun widened his eyes to their fullest, and even as tears streamed down his cheeks, he dared not blink. At that moment, a wolf's howl echoed from afar, and instantly, the dim space they occupied was illuminated as if it had returned to daylight. That chilling voice once again resonated in Xia Yun's ears. I'll let it slide this time, but should there be a next, I shall pluck out your eyes. Xia Yun felt his heart skip a beat. It was utterly horrifying. Turning his gaze back to the square in front of the tribe, he noticed the warrior named Bo had returned, riding a giant wolf that trailed behind it an elongated object. Xia Yun surmised it must be the unicorn serpent. This time, he refrained from mingling in the square, fearing another face-squeezing encounter, and instead sought refuge in the orphan cave. Chapter 38. A decade's promise. At the entrance of the orphan cave, Xia Yun sprawled on the ground, basking in the sunlight, waiting until sunset when hunger compelled him to venture towards the Thunder Dragon's cave. Finding it empty, he seized a piece of beast meat, intending to return to the orphan cave to roast it. However, as he passed the small square, he spotted a massive white tent erected there and, driven by curiosity, approached it. As he neared the tent, Xia Yun placed the beast meat he had taken from the thunder dragon upon a stone. Stopping less than 30 meters from the tent, he hesitated not out of reluctance to advance, but because the warrior named Bo had intercepted him. Bo regarded Xia Yun with curiosity and approached, reaching out to pinch the boy's face. Xia Yun attempted to evade, but the formidable warrior was beyond his capability to escape. He could only stand still, waiting for Bo to finish his examination. Once Bo had satisfied his curiosity, he looked at the fair-skinned child before him and said, "You must be the child of the Black Wolf. Today, His Highness bestowed upon you a guard token. Are you here seeking His Highness?" Xia Yun's little face turned pale, and he quickly shook his head, thinking, that woman is too terrifying. She either wants to kill or to pluck out one's eyes. He explained, "I merely came to see what materials this white tin is made of. I was just curious. Please do not inform Princess Yao Yao that I was here." After offering his explanation to Bo, Xia Yun prepared to leave. However, as he turned to depart, an invisible force seized him, propelling him towards the white tent. The chilling voice of Princess Yao Yao echoed once more in Xia Yun's ears. "Little one, since you are here, why not come closer and allow me to pinch you a while longer?" Upon entering the tent, Xia Yun was greeted by the sight of a colossal three-tailed fox lying on the ground. As he floated into the tent, the massive fox turned its head and cast a glance at him, its expression seemingly imbued with a sense of amusement at his expense. Xia Yun was taken aback. In this day and age, even the expressions of foxes had become so vividly anthropomorphized. Was it really necessary to be this terrifying? Just then, Princess Yao Yao instructed Yue, "Please step outside for a moment." As summer clouds drifted, Xia Yun observed the immense three-tailed fox rise and stride towards the entrance of the tent. Just before crossing the threshold, it turned back and let out a single call. Inside the tent, only Xia Yun and the indistinct figure of Princess Yao Yao remained. An unseen force lifted Xia Yun off the ground, halting him at a distance of approximately 70 to 80 centimeters. He was then enveloped by a familiar floral fragrance. Suddenly, two hands began to pinch his face, occasionally rubbing it vigorously, causing his visage to contort under their playful manipulation. At that moment, Xia Yun deeply regretted venturing into this place merely to glimpse the white tent. Was it not far more satisfying to return to the orphan cave to savor roasted meat? Alas, he found himself ensnared once more by this formidable enchantress. After enduring several minutes of this torment, the hands finally ceased their incessant activity. Subsequently, an invisible force propelled Xia Yun out of the tent, and he landed rather unceremoniously on the ground. With a resigned sigh, he rose, rubbed his sore face, brushed off the dirt from his backside, and departed, bearing the marks of the ordeal upon his countenance. As he passed by the soldier named Bo, the sight of the imprints on Xia Yun's face elicited an audible laugh from him. The sound pierced Xia Yun's ears, prompting him to cover his face and hasten back towards the orphan cave, forgetting entirely the fierce beast meat he had procured from Lei Long. Seated at the mouth of the orphan cave, Xia Yun gazed at the moon above and the lively crowds in the square. Suddenly feeling a sense of disconnection from the world around him, he repeatedly reassured himself that he was still young. If he soaked up the sun and consumed more meat, he would surely improve. Within Princess Yao Yao's tent, Xia Yun had meticulously observed the fabric of the tent, which seemed to be a type of silk, exceedingly thin. He mused that if fashioned into undergarments, it would offer remarkable comfort. Just as these delightful thoughts danced through his mind, his stomach rumbled audibly. He yearned to retrieve the beast meat, yet he dreaded the prospect of being seen with the telltale marks upon his face. Resigning himself, he reasoned that without the beast meat, the dried fish would suffice. In the orphan cave, he gathered some jerky and kindled a fire outside. Finding a stick of suitable thickness, he sharpened one end with a bone knife, skewered the jerky, and placed it by the flames to roast. Before long, the jerky sizzled, oozing with succulent oils. As he gnawed on the treat, he cast furtive glances at the white tent in the square, muttering, "Ah, you cunning enchantress, await your reckoning. When I grow strong, I shall fashion a little whip to deliver a sound thrashing." While savoring the roasted jerky, he indulged in fantasies of the day he too could playfully pinch the face of this enchantress, who would be powerless to resist his might. Lost in these musings, a wicked smile crept upon Xia Yun's lips. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Princess Yao Yao unconsciously sneezed, her brow furrowing in suspicion as she murmured to herself, "Having entered the realm of the Earth Witch, I should be immune to illness." Why then do I sneeze? The crowd in the square lingered until the moon reached its zenith, and the children from the cave returned. At that moment, Xia Yun lay peacefully in his bed, enveloped in slumber, when he suddenly felt a hand caressing his face. Startled, he awoke and glared at the children before him. If anyone dares to touch me again, they shall find themselves excluded from any future benefits. Under Xia Yun's stern warning, the children, somewhat abashed, withdrew their hands. Once he had reined in the children, Xia Yun prepared to return to his bed for some much-needed rest. However, before he could settle down, Sangwa spoke up. Brother Yun, when I returned, the leader entrusted me with a task. Tomorrow morning, we must all see off the members of the Tushan clan. Let us rise early. Before dawn broke the next day, Xia Yun was roused by Sangwa's call. The children had built a fire at the cave entrance. Their sleepy faces lined up before a stone basin to wash their faces, an unprecedented sight. Since arriving in this primitive world, Xia Yun had never witnessed children washing their faces upon waking. Typically, they only scrubbed their faces with sand when dirt accumulated excessively. Even after the tribe had access to ample water, the children had not adopted the habit of washing their faces in the morning. Clearly, this was yet another directive from the leader. After washing up, Xia Yun led the children toward the square, where others had also gathered, brandishing torches. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the Xia tribe, the giant wolf riders had already prepared their gear and were mounted on their formidable steeds, awaiting the assembly. Everyone was waiting for His Highness, the enigmatic Yao Yao, to rise. When Yao Yao emerged from the tent atop a three-tailed giant fox, the creature turned toward the tent and opened its mouth. A faint, swirling vortex emerged from the fox's maw, and as it enveloped the white tent, the tent visibly shrank, soaring directly into the fox's mouth until it vanished entirely. Xia Yun watched from afar, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, yet the white tent failed to reappear. Could it be that the three-tailed giant fox possessed an internal space? At that moment, the rest of the tribe erupted in jubilant shouts. Bidding farewell to His Highness Yao Yao, Xia Yun pondered. Is it truly time to depart? Perhaps it is for the best. No more will my face be pinched. But what of my trousers? With that thought, he called out urgently, wait a moment. Rushing in front of the three-tailed giant fox, he was swiftly ensnared by one of its tails and placed upon its back. Yao Yao addressed him, Little one, what is it that compels you to stop me? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xia Yun replied, Your Highness Yao Yao, I wish to request a piece of that white fabric from the tent. If you prefer not to part with it, then I shall understand. Ah, so you desire the fabric woven from the threads of the six-faced demon spider. Are you aware of its immense value? Even if you were to sell your entire summer tribe, you would scarcely be able to procure the quantity required for the creation of my tent. Upon hearing this, Xia Yun realized that such a fabric was beyond her reach and promptly shook her head, saying, Since it is so precious, let us abandon the idea. Hearing Xia Yun's words, Princess Yao Yao expressed her discontent, stating, As a guardian of my Tushan Yao Yao, how could one piece of fabric spun from six-faced demon spider threads compare? You heir, present him with a set of inner armor crafted from six-faced demon spider silk. Responding to the princess's command, the three-tailed giant fox opened its mouth and released a spherical object that floated into Xia Yun's hands. The moment the sphere made contact with her palms, it vanished, revealing a white vest and shorts in her grasp. Glancing at the items, Xia Yun quickly clasped her hands over her chest and bowed, expressing her gratitude for the princess's generous gift. Princess Yao Yao continued, Do not be hasty in your thanks. Remember this day, precisely 10 years from now, you must come to the Tushan clan to find me. Should you fail to meet this deadline, I shall send someone to retrieve that guardian token. At that time, regardless of whether you have attained the rank of a level 4 warrior, the one sent for the token will assuredly take your life and reclaim it. Xia Yun, taken aback and drenched in cold sweat, hastily replied, Rest assured, Your Highness. On this very day in 10 years, I shall undoubtedly seek you out within the Tushan clan. I will not disappoint you. Remember your words, little one. Should you let me down, death awaits you, she warned. Soon after, Xia Yun felt a gentle force lifting her away from the back of the three-tailed giant fox. A clear voice resonated through the air, You heir, let us depart. As she spoke, the three-tailed giant fox, with Princess Tushan Yao Yao upon its back, soared into the sky, while the warriors mounted on giant wolves transformed into shadows, racing off into the distance. Xia Yun could only sigh inwardly. This domineering enchantress has finally departed. Chapter 39. Commencing training as she watched the Tushan clan fade into the horizon. Xia Yun couldn't help but ponder when she would reach such heights, able to traverse the world freely, going wherever she wished. Turning back toward her tribe, she approached the gathered members, among whom the most excited were the brothers Lei Long and Xianjia. They scrutinized the vest and shorts in Xia Yun's hands, exclaiming in wonder, truly worthy of the clan. They are so white and lightweight. Wearing them must be exceedingly comfortable. The crowd around her grew, with each onlooker eager to catch a glimpse, quickly replacing the previous viewer. Even the leader was no exception. Just as the excitement reached its peak, Wu Gong spoke up. No need to crowd. Return to your tasks. Xia Yun and Imo Jiao, you too, follow me. Xia Yun and the leader, Imo Jiao, followed Wu Gong into his cave. Upon entering, Wu Gong instructed Imo Jiao to close the stone door. Xia Yun, curious about the purpose of her summons, sensed that the leader had anticipated the reason, pondering that it must pertain to how to train this little one. The shaman gazed at the two individuals before him and spoke with a measured tone. Xia Yun, it appears that Princess Yao Yao, having gifted you the inner armor crafted from the six-faced magic spider silk, harbors suspicions regarding your spontaneously awakened identity. The Huayuan fruit is a unique treasure of the Tushan clan, ripening only once a century, yielding a maximum of 100 fruits at a time. Its primary function is to dissolve the impurities within your body, purifying your battle energy and expelling as many foreign elements as possible, thereby facilitating an early awakening. However, the minimal impurities you expelled that day aroused the princess's doubts. On that occasion, the warrior's battle energy within you was concealed by an ancestral stone talisman, yet she, having already entered the realm of Earth Witch, must have sensed something amiss. Thus, when you requested items made from the six-faced magic spider silk, she exhibited a degree of leniency. Otherwise, you might have perished on the spot. As for the 2 pieces of inner armor bestowed upon you by Princess Yao Yao, it can be said that no one below the rank of a 6th-level warrior can harm you. Coupled with the protection of her guardian token, none within the Falling Star mountain range dare to lay a hand on you. As long as you remain within the confines of the mountain, you are safe from harm. However, a warrior cannot grow stronger without undergoing trials. Thus, upon reaching the 4th level, you must venture outside to hone your skills. Various factors have led to your 10-year pact with Princess Yao Yao. Nevertheless, you need not fret excessively. I estimate that by the time you attain the 4th level, you shall encounter minimal obstacles. After all, you have previously consumed a Ziyun fruit, and together with the potency of the Huayuan fruit, it should sufficiently support your steady progression to the 4th level during your 3rd stage. The purpose of my summons to you and Imo Jiao today is primarily to discuss who will take charge of your training moving forward. As you are destined to become the protector of Princess Yao Yao, and establishing a solid foundation is of utmost importance. The shaman then regarded the leader Imo Jiao and inquired, "What do you think of having Old Stone train Xia Yun?" Leader Imo Jiao responded apprehensively, "Old Stone is quite rigorous in his methods, as you know. If you were to train this lad, he might shed a layer of skin." The shaman replied coolly, "Shedding a layer of skin is inconsequential. The lad possesses inner armor crafted from 6-faced magic spider silk, which will protect his vital organs from severe injury. But what of his limbs? It is far better to endure some hardship now than to risk losing an arm or a leg in the future. Although there are rare plants in this world that can regenerate lost limbs, such resources are beyond the reach of our Xia tribe." Leader Imo Jiao hesitated. "But this child has yet to undergo the cleansing of totemic power. In terms of strength and speed, he may be somewhat weaker than a typical 1st-level warrior. Is it too soon to plunge him into training?" Understanding the leader's concerns, the shaman responded calmly, "His father, the Black Wolf, has already secured for the tribe a 4th-level training blood pill and 1,000 grains of pure spirit rice. We can retain the training blood pill for ourselves, but I intend to allocate half of the spirit rice to this child, as a way to honor his father's efforts. If anyone has an objection, they may come and speak to me, the old man," declared the shaman. After he finished speaking, Xia Yun finally found an opportunity to interject. Looking at the two before him, Xia Yun said, "Shaman, I have no objections to the training. A little hardship is of no consequence. However, as I am now a 1st-level warrior, might I be assigned a private cave? I no longer wish to share living quarters with others, as those children keep bothering me at night." Before Xia Yun could finish, the chief immediately patted his chest and assured him, "You need not worry about the cave. Tomorrow I will have Lei Long and Xianjia dig one beside Lei Long's cave for you. If all goes well, it should be ready by tomorrow evening. However, the freshly dug cave cannot be occupied right away. It must be aired out for a few days due to excessive moisture. If you are in a hurry, you may have Lei Long and the others use fire to dry it out. The shaman regarded Xia Yun and asked, "Do you have any other questions?" Xia Yun looked at the shaman and said, "Regarding the stone talisman that Lei Long entrusted to me, should I return it to you now, or keep it on my person? Now that everyone knows you have consumed the transformation fruit, there is no need for secrecy. You may boldly declare that you are the youngest warrior of the Xia tribe in a millennium. Please return the talisman to me for now. I shall give it back when you are ready to venture out for training, as this talisman has been passed down in our Xia tribe for over 1,000 years." Xia Yun gazed at the two and asked, "Since it has been decided to train me, when shall it commence?" With a smile, the shaman replied, "There is no better day than today. Let us begin immediately. Mo Jiao, go fetch the old stone man. Young one, I advise you to change into your inner armor now and remove that beast skin attire," the shaman said with a chuckle. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xia Yun looked at the two and asked, "Could you step outside for a moment? I need to change." The chief laughed heartily, saying, "I have seen you in your naked form as a child. There is no need for modesty." Blushing, Xia Yun took off his beast skin clothing and donned the vest and shorts that the esteemed Princess Yao Yao had given him. Upon seeing Xia Yun clad in the inner armor, the chief chuckled and turned to leave. The shaman then cautioned Xia Yun, "That man, sure too, is ruthless. Every warrior he has trained has lamented their experience. You must prepare yourself mentally." Before long, a hearty laughter echoed near the entrance of the shaman's cave. "Mo Jiao, which little rascal do you intend for me to train this time? Do not blame me for the intensity of my training. Only those of extraordinary mettle can endure it." The chief replied, "It is the pup from the Black Wolf family. You know, during the water-fetching incident, I gave him a purple cloud fruit, and this time, Princess Yao Yao has bestowed upon him a transformation fruit. Although his power is slightly inferior to that of a first-level warrior, he has already made a 10-year pact with Princess Yao Yao. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, how shall we explain it to the Black Wolf? Thus, the shaman proposed that you take on the responsibility of training him. The 1,000 pieces of the pure spring spirit rice were to be halved by the shaman for his training, so you need not worry. He shall not be left with any hidden ailments." After the two had concluded their discussion, the chief, Mo Jiao, bellowed towards the shaman's cave, "Little one, come forth. Your trainer has arrived." Upon hearing the chief's call, Xia Yun promptly rose and made his way outside. Before him stood a familiar figure. Was this not the kind man who had aided him during the test of the snares? Xia Yun hurried forward to greet him. Observing Xia Yun, the kind man, known as Uncle Stone, declared, "Since the shaman and the chief have entrusted you to me, I shall be your trainer henceforth. We shall train for half a day, and you may allocate the remaining time as you wish. Now, go and hoist that stone upon your back, then commence running around the tribe. You must not cease until I command you to do so." Uncle Stone pointed to a boulder weighing approximately 300 pounds that lay before the shaman's entrance. Without hesitation, Xia Yun lifted the stone onto his shoulders and began to run around the tribe. At first, the weight of 300 pounds was no burden to him, but it was not long before the stone struck his legs with considerable force. Turning back, he spotted Uncle Stone standing not far away, tossing stones at him. Xia Yun estimated that every 10 breaths, his legs would receive another blow. After enduring a barrage of stones, Xia Yun glanced back once more to find Uncle Stone pursuing him with a bone spear in hand. Whenever Xia Yun's speed waned even slightly, Uncle Stone would deliver a sharp jab to his calves with the spear. Before long, Xia Yun's legs were covered in bruises. By this point, he had circled the tribe numerous times, yet Uncle Stone persisted in his relentless training, either hurling stones or closing in with the spear. All the while, he shouted beside Xia Yun, "This is merely training. At your current pace in the jungle, you would have long been devoured by beasts. Run faster." The crowd in the square grew increasingly larger. Many gathered merely to spectate, and some even attempted to trip Xia Yun, occasionally tossing sticks or stones in his path. As noon approached, the sun blazed fiercely overhead, and the weight of the 300-pound stone bore down on Xia Yun, leaving him breathless. Glancing at Uncle Stone, who trailed beside him without a bead of sweat, he pleaded, "Could I possibly have a sip of water?" The face of the stone uncle darkened in an instant. In the depths of the jungle, when pursued by ferocious beasts, there is no respite to pause for a sip of water. "Endure it for now," Xia Yun's pace slowed, and he could feel his throat parched and painful. His legs, battered by the stone uncle, had lost all sensation, and he trudged forward with great difficulty. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and he collapsed. Chapter 40. Training in progress. When Xia Yun awoke again, it was already night. He found himself lying on the shaman's bed, every limb aching, unable to move. Beside the flickering orange flames, the shaman held a stone bowl containing some yellow granules, continuously grinding them with a stone pestle. Noticing Xia Yun's awakening, the shaman spoke gently, "You cannot move just yet. Please wait a moment while I prepare this spring spirit rice to tend to your wounds." Xia Yun could only helplessly lie on the bed, watching the shaman busily at work. After nearly an hour of waiting, the shaman finally paused. He approached Xia Yun's bedside with a bowl of thick yellow paste, and, without hesitation, pried open his mouth to pour it in. From a corner of the cave, he retrieved a stone jar and extracted some black ointment, applying it to the injuries on Xia Yun's legs. As the yellow paste went down his throat, Xia Yun forced himself to endure the dry ache, swallowing with great difficulty. The primary injuries were on his legs, and soon the shaman had covered them with the soothing black ointment, which felt refreshingly cool. Once Xia Yun's wounds were tended to, the shaman whispered in his ear, "Rest easy. No one will disturb you tonight. When you awaken tomorrow morning, your injuries will have healed." After reassuring Xia Yun, the shaman settled down beside the fire. Sitting cross-legged, Xia Yun, with great effort, cast a sidelong glance at the shaman and felt a surge of guilt. Here he was, a mere child, occupying the shaman's bed while the elders sat on the ground. The crackling fire occasionally spat out sparks, yet the old man remained still, undisturbed. Seeing that the shaman showed no signs of movement, Xia Yun closed his eyes and began counting sheep, slowly drifting into slumber. On the following morning, it was the shaman who called Xia Yun to rise. When Xia Yun opened his eyes, the shaman regarded him calmly and said, "Come down and see if your legs still ache, and if there are any other discomforts in your body." Upon hearing this, Xia Yun immediately leaped to the ground, stretching his legs and moving his body to ensure there was no discomfort. Looking at the elder before him, Xia Yun joyfully exclaimed, "What marvelous concoctions did you provide me with last night? Miraculously, all my injuries have healed overnight." Observing the lively child, Master Wu smiled and replied, "The yellow paste you consumed was crafted from the essence of pure spring rice, ground into a fine powder and boiled with water. I also added a selection of other herbs. As for the black ointment, it is perhaps best you remain unaware of its composition, as it pertains to the powers of a shaman." Hearing this, Xia Yun could only suppress his curiosity regarding the ingredients. After elucidating this, Master Wu produced half a bowl of the yellow paste from behind him, smiling as he addressed Xia Yun. "You should drink this half bowl of spirit rice porridge I prepared. Yesterday's training was merely an appetizer. Today's regimen may prove even more arduous." Upon hearing this, Xia Yun's expression immediately soured. He was already sore from yesterday's exertions. How much more could he endure today before that Uncle Shirtu would relent? A shiver involuntarily coursed through him at the thought. Xia Yun hastily took the bowl of yellow paste and consumed its contents. After finishing, he began searching the ground for his shoes, which he had painstakingly crafted from fine vines. After a lengthy search, he still could not find them. Seeing Xia Yun circling the cave in search of his belongings, Master Wu knew precisely what he was looking for. He called out to Xia Yun, advising him to cease his search, as his vine-crafted shoes had been rendered useless yesterday. It would be prudent to find a pair made of animal hide for today's training. Xia Yun recalled the crude animal hide shoes worn by the tribespeople, which made him shudder. They were merely strips of hide wrapped around the feet. Master Wu further cautioned Xia Yun that if he wished to craft his own shoes, he should commence immediately, as the dawn was already beginning to break. Once daylight arrived, Shirtu would come to find him, and there would be no time left for preparation. For Shirtu was not one to show leniency during training. Observing Master Wu sitting leisurely on the ground, Xia Yun quickly inquired, "Do you have any thicker animal hides? Ideally, something robust and durable." Master Wu shook his head, indicating he possessed none of the hides Xia Yun sought. Upon hearing this, Xia Yun dashed out of Master Wu's cave, racing toward Thunder Dragon's dwelling. Upon reaching the entrance, he exerted all his strength to push against the stone slab blocking the door, but after several attempts, it remained unyielding. He stood at the threshold and shouted, "Thunder Dragon, are you there? Hurry and open the door. I am in dire need of your assistance." If you do not open up soon, I shall resort to breaking something. Xia Yun called out for nearly a minute outside the door before the stone gate finally creaked open. Lei Long, rubbing his sleepy eyes, gazed at Xia Yun and inquired, "Why have you come to find me at such an early hour? You mentioned something about needing rescue. What on earth has transpired?" Noticing Lei Long's bewildered expression, Xia hurriedly explained, "It's Wu Gong and the chief. They sought Uncle Shi to train them. The pair of shoes he crafted for me unfortunately became unusable during yesterday's training session. I urgently need materials to make new shoes, particularly some sturdy beast hide. Ideally something durable." Upon hearing that Xia Yun was being trained by Uncle Shi, Lei Long sprang to his feet. "Xia Yun, how could you possibly be trained by that old pervert, Uncle Shi? That old fellow has no regard for human limits. He wouldn't let you stop until he has drained every last ounce of your strength. Do you remember the last time we tested the deer snares? That old man broke several ribs without a flicker of concern." Lei Long scrutinized Xia Yun and asked, "Did he make you carry a stone while running? With him behind you wielding a bone spear?" Xia Yun eagerly nodded. "Yes, exactly. How did you know?" "I didn't see you while I was running laps around the tribe yesterday," Lei Long explained. "I was patrolling the back mountain of the tribe and didn't return to sleep until midnight. As for how I know about Uncle Shi's training methods, it's because my brother Xinjia and I have also undergone that old pervert's training. Now it's somewhat manageable, but just wait. Your turn is coming." As Lei Long reminisced, a few tears escaped the corners of his eyes. The sight of Lei Long's tears filled Xia Yun with trepidation. What kind of training could possibly bring a warrior of the tribe to tears? Xia Yun urged Lei Long to reveal what lay ahead in the training. Lei Long merely shook his head, comforting Xia Yun as he patted his shoulder, encouraging him to hurry and make those shoes. Otherwise, he might not be able to protect his feet today. Realizing the urgency, Xia Yun pressed Lei Long to fetch him the thickest pieces of beast hide available, preferably something more resilient. Lei Long rummaged through his cave and produced the unicorn cowhide he had used during their last honey-gathering expedition, while advising Xia Yun, "It is best to cut the hide from the cow's head. The hide of the horned cattle, subjected to relentless impacts throughout its existence, is remarkably durable and resilient. If fashioned into shoes, it could easily endure for an additional 2 days." Concerned about inadequate lighting, Lei Long kindled a small fire beside the cattle hide. Xia Yun promptly commenced cutting down the hides closest to the cattle's head and instructed Lei Long to assist in crafting a bone needle. Upon hearing Xia Yun's request, Lei Long hurried to a corner, seeking a suitable bone for the needle and a grinding stone to begin his work. Xia Yun placed his foot upon the cattle hide, using a bone knife to draw a line, and began cutting along the marked line. Within approximately 10 minutes, he had successfully shaped the sole of the shoe. Meanwhile, Lei Long squatted on the ground, diligently polishing a slender bone. Once the sole was complete, Xia Yun realized he lacked thread for stitching. He quickly inquired whether Lei Long still possessed the snare cord he had given him previously, intending to extract some sinew from it. Upon hearing Xia Yun's plan to dismantle the snare cord for sinew, Lei Long grew anxious. Xia Yun hastily clarified that he intended to take only a small portion, assuring Lei Long that it would not compromise the cord's functionality. Reassured, Lei Long retrieved the cord from beneath his bed and handed it to Xia Yun. After extracting the necessary sinew from the snare cord, Xia Yun glanced anxiously at the sky outside, realizing time was of the essence. He lacked the luxury to craft a durable pair of shoes and resolved to simply make do for the day. Observing Lei Long still laboring over the bone needle, Xia Yun approached his bedding, selecting a piece of softer hide and cutting it into 2 sections to serve as the shoe's upper. After a few cursory measurements against his foot, he proceeded to make modest adjustments to the 2 pieces of supple hide. By the time Xia Yun finished modifying the hides, Lei Long had approached with the heated bone needle in hand, asking Xia Yun to assess its usability. Taking the freshly sharpened needle, Xia Yun punctured the hide, which yielded easily. Nodding in affirmation, he indicated that the needle was indeed functional. Placing his foot atop the prepared cattle hide, he positioned the softer hide above it and systematically punctured holes every centimeter using the bone needle. Once he had made all the necessary holes for a pair of shoes, he quickly instructed Lei Long to thread the sinew he had extracted from the snare cord through the corresponding holes. Moreover, Xia Yun created 3 matching pairs of holes in the shoe's upper using the bone knife, and cut the softer hide into thin strips to serve as shoelaces. By the time he completed these tasks, dawn had broken. Lei Long, clumsily but determinedly, finally finished threading the sinew required for 1 shoe. Xia Yun raised his gaze towards the village square, where an elder with a stone spear was approaching in his direction. Xia Yun hastily lowered his head and began to weave the threads for the other shoe. By the time Uncle Stone approached him, he had successfully tied the final knot and donned the brand new leather shoes. Uncle Stone, surprised to see Xia Yun at the Thunder Dragon's lair, remarked, "I recall that I carried you to the shaman's cave after you fainted yesterday. I never expected you to rise so early today and come here." Noticing the new shoes on Xia Yun's feet, Uncle Stone nodded approvingly. "These shoes are quite commendable." He then glanced at the Thunder Dragon, who was squatting nearby, and casually inquired, "Little Thunder Dragon, do you wish to join Xia Yun in my training today?" Upon hearing this, the Thunder Dragon immediately scooped up Xia Yun and hurled him out of his cave. Subsequently, he lifted the stone slab blocking the entrance and with a resounding thud, sealed the cave with it. Lying on the ground, Xia Yun couldn't help but marvel at how terrified the Thunder Dragon was of Uncle Stone. Observing Xia Yun sprawled on the ground, Uncle Stone bellowed, "Get up! Head to the entrance of the shaman's cave and lift that stone from yesterday. Start running." Heeding Uncle Stone's command, Xia Yun sprinted toward the shaman's cave. However, instead of immediately lifting the stone, he dashed inside and plunged his head into a water-filled stone vat. Having been parched the previous day, Xia Yun began to drink eagerly as soon as his head reached the vat. Just as he intended to quench his thirst, the seated shaman intervened, warning him that if he drank too much, Uncle Stone would not pause during training to allow him a moment to relieve himself. Reluctantly, Xia Yun approached the cave entrance, hoisting the stone onto his back and began to circle the tribe. This time, Uncle Stone ran alongside him, and any hint of laziness would result in the sharpness of a bone spear. The force was significantly greater than the previous day, and on occasions, Xia Yun found himself brought to his knees by a sudden strike of the spear. After running several laps, the urgent need to relieve himself overwhelmed him. When he informed Uncle Stone of his desire to stop, Uncle Stone shouted back, "In the jungle, when beasts pursue you, they halt for you to relieve yourself. So do it while you run." With a flushed face, Xia Yun had no choice but to comply, relieving himself as he continued to run. Passing the Thunder Dragon's cave, this spectacle did not escape the watchful eyes of the Thunder Dragon, who merely cast Xia Yun a sympathetic glance before closing the stone door to retreat inside, never to emerge again. Exhausted to the point of fainting once more, Xia Yun awoke to find the shaman by his side, preparing a nourishing porridge from spiritual grains. After feeding him, the shaman applied a black ointment to his injuries. As dawn broke once more, Xia Yun stepped out of the shaman's cave and noticed not far from the Thunder Dragon's lair, a new cave had appeared. It must have been excavated by the Thunder Dragon brothers after he collapsed from exhaustion yesterday. The training persisted for an entire 5 days. On the 6th morning, Xia Yun arose from his newly established cave, where Uncle Stone had been waiting at the entrance. As Xia Yun prepared to don his newly crafted leather shoes for training, Uncle Stone directly informed him that today he was to train barefoot. Glancing nervously at Uncle Stone, Xia Yun inquired, "Are you intending for me to train without shoes today?" Uncle Stone nodded, stating, "For the duration of your training, you shall remain barefoot." Chapter 41. Envy with no choice but to train barefoot. Xia Yun hoisted the stone once more and commenced running around the tribe. In the initial laps, he felt relatively unbothered, but as time progressed, the once thick calluses on his feet were worn away, and the pain began to incessantly remind him that his feet were starting to bleed. The agony emanating from the soles of his feet involuntarily caused Xia Yun to slow his pace. Observing him closely, Uncle Stone swiftly swung his bone spear towards Xia Yun's legs, knocking him down to the ground. Lying there, Xia Yun turned his head to see Uncle Stone running alongside him, also barefoot. In that moment, all his grievances dissipated. If Uncle Stone could endure, why couldn't he? Gritting his teeth against the pain, he resumed his run. Each time he slowed, Uncle Stone would strike his legs. It is unclear how long he ran, but eventually, Xia Yun's feet were a bloody mess, leaving crimson footprints with each step. It was only when he fainted from exhaustion that Uncle Stone carried him back to his cave. Initially, Uncle Stone intended to tend to Xia Yun's wounds himself, but upon noticing Lei Long sharpening a bone knife nearby, he called him over with a smile. "Little Lei Long, Xia Yun sustained serious injuries to his feet during training today. Please assist him in cleaning his wounds. I have other matters to attend to." Before departing, Uncle Stone reminded Lei Long to fetch some ointment from the shaman to apply to Xia Yun's feet after tending to his injuries. Once Uncle Stone's figure had vanished, Lei Long set down his bone knife and approached Xia Yun's cave. Upon entering, he was startled by the sight of Xia Yun's mangled feet. Observing the numerous bruised and swollen marks on his legs, Lei Long understood all too well how Xia Yun had sustained such injuries, as he had endured similar ones in the past. Fetching some clean water, Lei Long began to clean Xia Yun's wounds, muttering under his breath about Uncle Stone's cruel methods. That old pervert really knows how to torture someone, yet his training is undeniably effective. After undergoing it, I can confidently say I am among the strongest of my peers. Gazing at the unconscious figure of Xia Yun sprawled upon the bed, Lei Long lamented, "You are merely at the outset. The days ahead will be far more arduous. You can scarcely fathom the myriad torturous methods that Uncle Stone, that perverse individual, is capable of devising." After cleansing the bloodstains from Xia Yun's feet and extracting the small stones embedded in his flesh, Lei Long resolved to seek out the shaman for some medicinal salve. Upon arriving at the entrance of the shaman's cave, Lei Long called out, "Shaman, are you present? Uncle Stone has sent me to procure some ointment for Xia Yun." Just as he was about to peer inside, a small stone jar came hurtling towards him. Upon opening it, he discovered a yellowish paste within. Intrigued, he inhaled its aroma and was immediately overcome with hunger, prompting him to prepare a taste of the paste. The shaman's ancient voice resounded, "Lei Long, do not say I did not warn you. This medicinal porridge, concocted from the essence of the pure spring rice, is intended for Xia Yun. It was fiercely obtained by his father for the tribe. Should you entertain any notions of theft, I shall end you." Startled, Lei Long trembled and quickly replied, "Rest assured, I would never dare to partake." Hearing Lei Long's response, the shaman offered no further elaboration, simply instructing him to ensure that Xia Yun consumed the paste, while indicating that the ointment had already been sufficiently utilized and was no longer necessary. With the paste in hand, Lei Long returned to Xia Yun's dwelling. After gently prying open Xia Yun's mouth, he procured a smaller wooden spoon. Propping Xia Yun up as he filled the spoon with the yellow paste and administered it directly into his mouth. Once the paste from the jar had been entirely fed to Xia Yun and he had swallowed it all, Lei Long carefully laid him back down flat on the bed. Although the paste was fully administered, a few remnants lingered in the jar, prompting Lei Long to succumb to temptation and lick it clean. After savoring the remnants, his eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed the pure spring rice. The treasures of the Tushens were truly remarkable. He had heard of it all his life, but had never tasted it himself. Once he had thoroughly licked the jar clean, he reluctantly set it aside. Gazing at the slumbering Xia Yun with a wistful sigh, "You are truly fortunate, my friend, blessed with a noble father, and now this exquisite pure spring rice. Had I possessed such bounties in my youth, perhaps I would have ascended to the rank of a second-level warrior by now." Though he attempted to convince himself otherwise, Lei Long could not suppress his envy. This fellow had awakened spontaneously, captured the attention of the esteemed Princess Yao Yao of the tribe, and secured a 10-year pact. Now, with Uncle Stone's training and the nourishing pure spring rice, it would be a challenge for him not to grow stronger. Reflecting on his own journey, Lei Long felt a pang of sorrow. He had awakened 4 years ago and had only just reached the pinnacle of a first-level warrior. A stark contrast to the sleeping figure before him, rendering any comparison utterly futile. This winter, prior to the sacrificial rites, after a baptism of totems, this fellow may very well ascend directly to the pinnacle of a first-tier warrior, though it is not guaranteed. Contemplating this, Lei Long's mood soured instantly, leading him to hurl the small stone jar onto the bed before retreating to his cave to continue honing his bone blade. As dawn broke once more, the sound of horns echoed throughout the tribe. Xia Yun bolted upright from his slumber, and upon exiting the cave, he gazed toward the small square where warriors brandished their bone knives and spears, gathering in formation. Xia Yun mused, "It must be that the tribe is preparing for another hunt. At last, I can relish a few days of respite." Just as Xia Yun was reveling in the prospect of extended rest, an untimely voice pierced the air beside him. "You seem to be in good spirits. Since you are already awake today, let us commence training." The voice of Uncle Stone deflated Xia Yun's enthusiasm. Casting a glance at the man before him, Xia Yun felt a flicker of confusion. Given the current mobilization of the tribe, it seemed there would be numerous hunters venturing out, and Uncle Stone, being one of the more formidable members of the tribe, ought to join the other warriors in the hunt. Perhaps sensing Xia Yun's bewilderment, Uncle Stone chuckled. "The chief has instructed me to forego the hunt and focus solely on training you." Left with no choice, Xia Yun silently resumed his task, barefoot. hoisting the stone and beginning to run around the tribe. Once more, Xia Yun's feet became bloodied and raw. When he collapsed again, Uncle Stone paid him no heed, but instead called for Lei Long to carry Xia Yun back to the cave. Lei Long diligently tended to Xia Yun's wounds, and after cleansing them, he proceeded to the shaman, acquiring medicinal porridge brewed from the essence of clear spring rice to feed Xia Yun. However, this time, he exercised a modicum of caution, leaving a thin layer at the bottom of the jar. Ensuring that Xia Yun remained undisturbed in slumber and that no one else was present, Lei Long extended his tongue to lick the remnants of the yellow paste. Muttering as he did so, "Xia Yun, do not blame me for taking advantage. Consider this little indulgence as my reward for caring for you." Once Lei Long had devoured every last morsel of the yellow paste, he turned to the motionless form of Xia Yun on the bed and remarked, "You, my friend, I genuinely envy you. Fortune seems to favor you at every turn. But fret not. By accompanying you, I too shall reap some benefits." With that, Lei Long cradled the small stone jar in his hands, unable to suppress a smile. Chapter 42. The Fox Wielding the Tiger's Might, Part 1. Ever since the tribe's warriors embarked on another hunting expedition, Xia Yun's days unfolded in a manner all too familiar. He would train each morning, exerting himself until he fainted from exhaustion. The responsibility of caring for Xia Yun fell squarely on Lei Long's shoulders, yet true to form, he continued his clandestine habit of leaving remnants at the bottom of the small stone jar whenever he perceived that no one was watching, indulging himself in secret. After feeding Xia Yun her medicinal porridge, Lei Long once again secretly indulged in licking the small stone jar, reveling in his delight. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow within the jar he held in his hands. Turning around, he saw Wu Gong standing behind him, gazing at him with a broad smile. Lei Long was instantly frozen in shock, causing the small stone jar to slip from his grasp and shatter on the ground with a loud crack. Regaining his composure, Lei Long immediately burst into tears, pleading with Wu Gong, "I promise I will never sneakily eat Xia Yun's medicinal porridge again. If there is a next time, you may punish me as you see fit. Over the past few days, I have only licked a little of what was left behind." Wu Gong, observing the weeping Lei Long, gently patted his head and replied, "I harbor no resentment towards you. You are well aware of Xia Yun's circumstances. Only she possesses the ability to lead our tribe to greater heights. The rest of us lack such strength, so I will always prioritize her needs. Here's what we shall do. After you feed Xia Yun each time, you may keep a spoonful for yourself. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Wu Gong's suggestion, Lei Long joyfully jumped up from the ground. That evening, upon awakening, Xia Yun noticed Lei Long sitting in her cave, holding a skewer of roasted meat. The moment she opened her eyes, he promptly offered her the skewer. Xia Yun felt a twinge of curiosity. Could it be that Lei Long had some request of her? After all, he had never before prepared meat for her in her cave. She had always gone to his dwelling to retrieve it after waking. Looking at the beaming Lei Long, Xia Yun finally voiced her thoughts. "Lei Long, do you have something you wish to ask of me?" Lei Long quickly shook his head. "No, not at all. Isn't it only right to treat you well? You are the hope of our Xia tribe." With a sigh, Xia Yun resumed nibbling on the meat skewer. As dusk approached, the sound of horns echoed through the tribe, prompting Xia Yun and Lei Long to rush to the entrance of the cave, where they discovered that the hunters who had ventured out a few days prior had returned. Lei Long hastily grabbed a bone knife, eager to assist. However, when Xia Yun attempted to join him, he stopped her, advising, "Tomorrow, you must continue your training. It is best to conserve your strength. Otherwise, Uncle Shi will surely give you a beating." Reflecting on his words, Xia Yun realized that conserving energy was indeed crucial. For otherwise, Uncle Shi would undoubtedly leave her in a dreadful state the following day. In the nighttime tribal gathering, several bonfires flickered to life, with each individual engrossed in their respective tasks, ceaselessly engaged. Lei Long was in the midst of skinning a unicorn cow when his father approached him. Observing Lei Long's efforts, Chief Mo Jiao chuckled warmly and patted his shoulder, exclaiming, "I have heard from your Uncle Shi that you have taken excellent care of Xia Yun lately. During this hunting expedition, I received word from the chief of the Tianxing tribe that the Shanyu tribe will be hosting a trading fair in a few days. I intend to take you along. Go and inform Xia Yun to prepare. He must accompany us." Lei Long stood frozen, struck by the significance of his father's words. It was the first time his father had taken the initiative to invite him out. As he gazed at his father's rugged visage, tears welled up in his eyes. Laughing and crying simultaneously, He dropped his bone knife and dashed towards Xia Yun's cave. Witnessing his son's mixed emotions, Chief Mo Jiao felt a pang of sorrow. It was not that he was unwilling to take his son out. Rather, this little fellow often spoke without thinking, easily offending others. However, with Xia Yun accompanying them, what did it matter if they ruffled a few feathers? After all, Xia Yun was the one specially chosen by His Highness, and should any issues arise, they could easily place the blame on him. Who would dare to retaliate or chastise him? Lost in thought, Chief Mo Jiao couldn't help but chuckle again. At that moment, Xia Yun lay comfortably in his cave, blissfully unaware of the chief's intentions to use his name as a means for his son to experience the outside world. The sound of knocking on the stone door startled Xia Yun awake. Upon opening it, he found Lei Long standing at the entrance. A look of urgency etched across his face. Seeing Lei Long's anxious expression, Xia Yun quickly inquired, "What's the matter?" With excitement, Lei Long embraced Xia Yun, exclaiming, "My father has promised to take me out, and we're going to the Shanyu tribe. He specifically told me to share this news with you, so you can join us." Xia Yun was taken aback. Wasn't Lei Long supposed to be training? Why were they suddenly going to the Shanyu tribe? He looked at Lei Long and asked, "Did your father mention when we are departing?" Lei Long was momentarily dumbfounded in his haste to relay the news. He had completely forgotten to ask his father about the departure time. He awkwardly chuckled, feeling a bit anxious as he replied, "It should be within the next day or two." Xia Yun regarded Lei Long with a resigned expression and said, "Since you have already informed me of this news, should I accompany you to deal with the beasts and ferocious creatures we've hunted, or shall I return to sleep?" Lei Long fell into deep contemplation, uncertain of when his father had set off. If Uncle Shirtu were to train Xiayun tomorrow, a restless night would leave Xiayun lacking in vigor for training. And should Uncle Shirtu discover this, Lei Long would inevitably face a harsh reprimand. Realizing the crux of the matter, Lei Long promptly informed Xiayun to retire for the night. Should the tribe remain unprepared for their journey to the trading fair, it would adversely affect Xiayun's training. Reluctantly, Xiayun retreated to the cave, secured the stone door, and lay back down to continue his slumber. On the following morning, Xiayun was abruptly awakened by a fervent knocking at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted once more by Lei Long. The moment Lei Long laid eyes on Xiayun, he exclaimed with excitement, "My father has decreed that we set off immediately. He instructed you to wear the token bestowed upon you by Princess Yao Yao around your neck." At this, Xiayun could only rummage beneath his bed to retrieve the token gifted by Princess Yao Yao, fastening it around his neck. The token was affixed with a silvery cord, though it was rather short. Several times, Xiayun contemplated severing the cord to replace it with a longer one, yet after numerous attempts with various tools, he found it unyielding. He had even tried to burn it and strike it with stones, to no avail. Even the bone knife hidden by the shaman was of no assistance. This solitary cord bore testament to the formidable strength of the Tushan clan. Gazing at Lei Long, Xiayun declared, "I have donned the token. Let us proceed." Together, Lei Long and Xiayun made their way to the small square, bustling with people, many laden with burdens. Even as they passed Lei Long's cave, he hoisted a substantial fur bundle upon his shoulders. In stark contrast, Xiayun found himself empty-handed amidst the throng. As the party set forth for the trading fair, the leader and Xiayun occupied the forefront, the distinction being that while the leader bore a load, Xiayun carried nothing at all. They traversed from the tribe until dusk when they encountered the Tianxing tribe, also en route to the trading fair. The leader, Mo Jiao, cast aside his burdens and led Xiayun toward the Tianxing tribe. Upon arriving at the Tianxing tribe's encampment, Mo Jiao called out to the crowd, "Where is your leader, too? Bring him forth at once." Almost immediately, a towering figure, a burly man over 2 meters tall, emerged from the opposing crowd. The leader, too, upon stepping forward, bellowed at Mo Jiao, "Mo Jiao, are you here to stir trouble? I admit, last time by the river, we took advantage of your Xia tribe. But that is all in the past. Moreover, without our Tianxing tribe's assistance, your Xia tribe alone would not have driven off those 2 ferocious beasts." The leader Mo Jiao paid no heed to the other party, directly pushing Xiayun before the leader named Tuesday. Upon seeing the token around Xiayun's neck, too, the leader of the Tianxing tribe was rendered speechless. He glanced at Mo Jiao and, with uncertainty, inquired, "Mo Jiao, is that child's token genuine?" Mo Jiao scoffed. "Do you think I would dare to fabricate a token for this child without His Highness's knowledge? Then what is the origin of this token?" Too pressed, Mo Jiao replied nonchalantly, "Naturally, It was bestowed by His Highness. Tu refrained from further questioning and instead bowed to Xia Yun, whispering something to a companion beside him. When a middle-aged man bowed before him, Xia Yun felt a sense of bewilderment, unsure of how to respond. He glanced at Mo Jiao, who offered no indication. Thus, Xia Yun hastily responded, "Tianqing leader, there is no need for such formalities. I am but a child." Tu, however, did not heed Xia Yun's words, anxiously stating, "Since you are the chosen one of His Highness Yao Yao, it is only right that we pay our respects." Xia Yun had never imagined that such a humble token could wield such influence, compelling a tribal leader to bow before a mere child. Before long, the middle-aged man who had accompanied Tu returned, not empty-handed, but cradling a wooden box in his arms. The Tianqing leader accepted the box, reverently presenting it before Xia Yun. Confused, Xia Yun looked to Mo Jiao for guidance. This time, Mo Jiao gave Xia Yun a knowing glance, encouraging him to accept the wooden box. After receiving it, Mo Jiao led Xia Yun back to the Summer Tribe's encampment, both of them laughing heartily. Meanwhile, the Tianqing leader let out a long sigh of relief upon witnessing their departure, inwardly marveling at how effortlessly he had dismissed them. Had His Highness Yao Yao been present, it would surely have been a far more arduous affair. Compared to the Tianqing tribe, the Xia tribe was bustling with activity. Chief Mo Jiao gazed at the crowd gathered before him, boasting about the recent display of power, recounting how the leader of the Tianqing tribe had immediately bowed in respect upon seeing the token around Xia Yun's neck. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Chief Mo Jiao opened the wooden box to reveal a century-old Tianqing herb, a smile creeping upon his lips. He couldn't help but express his delight. Bringing Xia Yun along had proven to be a wise decision, yielding numerous gifts intended for him. Even if Xia Yun had no immediate use for them, they could prove valuable in the future. The Xia tribe was impoverished, and this was the only strategy he could employ to gather resources for Xia Yun. What might not be useful now could be traded later. Meanwhile, Xia Yun sat by the fire, observing the chief's growing smile, and a few ideas began to take root in his mind. Given the utility of the token bestowed by the esteemed Princess Yao Yao, he realized he could leverage it to gather resources for the future, especially since he had already assumed the risks associated with it. Yes, that was the plan. As this was a trading event, numerous tribes would be participating. If each offered him a token of goodwill, he would surely prosper. Lost in thought, a sly smile crept across Xia Yun's face. Nearby, Lei Long, witnessing the shared amusement of both the Fu and Xia Yun, felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, deciding to keep his distance from the two in the future. Their smiles instilled a sense of dread within him. As night enveloped the jungle, the chief toyed with the century-old Tianqing herb before organizing the night patrols. Xia Yun, having finished the last morsel of beast meat, reclined on the grass near the fire, exhausted from a day's trek through the forest, and soon succumbed to slumber. The following dawn, Xia Yun awoke to the cacophony of birdsong and beast roars. Glancing around, he noted that the other members of the tribe had already shouldered their burdens and armed themselves, preparing for departure. Surveying the scene, Xia Yun realized no one was having breakfast. Just as he was about to inquire about the absence of morning meals, Lei Long approached him, interpreting the confusion in Xia Yun's gaze. To reach the Shenyu tribe, we still have 4 days of travel ahead. If everyone indulges in breakfast now, by the time we arrive at Shenyu, the provisions we brought from our tribe will have been nearly consumed. After explaining, Lei Long produced a piece of jerky from his leather pouch and offered it to Xia Yun. Here, have a bit. It won't raise any eyebrows, after all. You are unlike the rest of us. Xia Yun, wishing to avoid being treated differently, declined the dried meat offered by Lei Long and followed the steps of the tribe as they set off. The tribe moved swiftly through the jungle. Some individuals, seeking convenience, shed their animal skin footwear. Xia Yun, mimicking them, discovered that running barefoot in the forest allowed him to move more swiftly than when he wore shoes. Although he had crafted and improved his own shoes, designed with patterned soles for better grip, even the finest footwear could diminish a portion of his strength. After a while, the soles of Xia Yun's feet were once again blistered, compelling him to pause and don his shoes once more. Lei Long had informed him that they had 4 more days' journey to reach the Mountain Bull tribe, and he could not allow his foot injuries to hinder the tribe's progress. As noon approached, the members of the Tianqing tribe, running at the forefront, halted before a barren stretch of land. Due to his earlier shoe change, Xia Yun found himself at the back of the line. Curiosity piqued. Xia Yun wondered why the Tianqing tribe had stopped, despite it not being mealtime. Driven by intrigue, he pushed through the crowd to move forward. As he advanced, the tribe members parted to make way for him, for they all recognized that this child was favored by the esteemed Princess Yao Yao. At last, Xia Yun reached the front of the group, standing before the towering figure of Chief Mo Jiao. However, the chief's imposing stature obscured his view of the unfolding events ahead. Xia Yun tugged at the chief's garment and inquired, "Why have the tribe members ceased their march?" Chief Mo Jiao offered no elaborate explanation. Instead, he lifted Xia Yun into his arms. Momentarily bewildered by this gesture, Xia Yun gazed into the distance, where a sight that sent chills down his spine awaited him. Before his eyes lay a tangled mass of thorny vines, littered with various fragments of corpses. Some bodies appeared to have been violently torn apart, suspended grotesquely on the spikes. Even more horrifying, the vines writhed and crawled toward them. A voice rang out in alarm, "Bloodthirsty vines. Everyone run." Chief Mo Jiao hoisted Xia Yun onto his shoulder and, parting the crowd, sprinted away, urging Xia Yun not to look back. Although the chieftain had warned against looking back, Xia Yun could not resist casting a glance over his shoulder. When he turned his gaze once more towards the creature known as the bloodthirsty vine by the tribespeople, he realized that it had shed its initial sluggishness. Several tendrils, each stretching 50 to 60 meters, rose from the ground like the legs of a spider, advancing rapidly towards the fleeing tribesmen. It had been more than 10 minutes since the chieftain, Mo Jiao, had begun to run with Xia Yun in his arms. As Xia Yun occasionally glanced back, he noticed that some stragglers had already fallen victim to the bloodthirsty vine. A rough estimation revealed that over a dozen individuals had perished at the hands of this monstrous plant, including members of both the Tianqing and Xia tribes. The bloodthirsty vine showed no signs of relenting. It continued its relentless pursuit of the fleeing tribespeople. Witnessing the continuous loss of life around him filled Xia Yun with sorrow. He had never imagined that the jungle could be so merciless, where even plants would hunt down humans. The casualties among the tribespeople persisted, and some had discarded their burdens in a desperate bid for survival. Xia Yun understood that if they continued to flee, the death toll would only rise. He leaned closer to the chieftain's ear and urged loudly, "Chieftain, we must set fire, just as we did when we burned the barbaric beasts. If we keep running, more lives will be lost." After running a considerable distance, Mo Jiao seemed to have made up his mind and began to shout, "Everyone, if you have the time to start a fire, do it now. I, Mo Jiao, will bear all the blame." Upon hearing these words, the Tianqing chieftain, too, bellowed from nearby, "Mo Jiao, have you lost your mind? If we set the mountain ablaze, we may lose control of the flames. Can you bear the wrath of the Tu clan? Too, you are unworthy of such a grand name. If we continue fleeing, we will all perish. Should the bloodthirsty vine follow the path we took and reach our tribe, who among the old, weak, women, and children could possibly escape?" In the end, Tu was persuaded by Mo Jiao and agreed to join in setting the mountain on fire. The two chieftains shouted in unison, urging their warriors to ignite the flames. Heeding their leader's commands, several warriors risked their lives to start the fire. Some managed to escape safely after setting the blaze, while others were overtaken by the pursuing bloodthirsty vine, which ensnared them with its tendrils and claimed their lives, turning them into sustenance for the vine. While some timid souls fled, a few brave warriors chose to stay behind, risking everything to hinder the advance of the bloodthirsty vine. As the dry season approached its end, the moisture content of the jungle's undergrowth had diminished significantly, and a small spark swiftly transformed into a raging inferno. Once the tribespeople reached a safe distance, they finally had the opportunity to pause and catch their breath. Looking back, one could see the once arrogant and menacing bloodsucker vine now engulfed in flames. The fierce blaze relentlessly scorched its tendrils, which gradually lost their vitality and became motionless. As the bloodsucker vine finally succumbed, the inferno within the jungle spiraled out of control, spreading relentlessly into the distance. The mournful cries of the birds and beasts echoed through the forest, casting a pall over the onlookers who watched the flames devour everything in their path. The two leaders collapsed to the ground, acutely aware that they had unleashed a calamity. Once the inferno subsided, their own demise might soon follow. Xia Yun, witnessing the despondent leader sitting on the ground, rushed to his side and whispered urgently in his ear, "We must have the warriors clear a firebreak. It may not be too late." The leader, Mo Jiao, looked at Xia Yun in confusion and asked, "What is a firebreak?" Xia Yun could only relay the knowledge he had acquired during military training about fire breaks. He explained that this insight had come to him while cooking in daily life, as long as there were no combustible materials in between. Even the fiercest fire could not spread to other areas. Upon hearing Xia Yun's explanation, Mo Jiao sprang to his feet and promptly conveyed the method of creating a fire break to the leader of the Tianqing tribe. After a discussion between the two leaders, each gathered a contingent of warriors and charged into the jungle. Though it was unclear how these warriors managed to create such an extensive fire break and return safely, Xia Yun soon comprehended that they must have been cutting down trees in close proximity to the blaze. For those from his previous life, extinguishing such a fierce fire might seem an insurmountable challenge. However, in this primitive world, the indigenous people possessed immense strength. Trees as thick as a thigh could be felled with just a couple of strikes from a bone knife, and once down, they could be easily lifted to serve as makeshift brooms. Participating in the firefighting effort, Lei Long returned, his face flushed like a monkey's rear. Xia Yun couldn't help but poke at Lei Long's arm, which had been scorched by the flames, causing him to jump up in pain. At that moment, Xia Yun noticed that the people from the Tianqing tribe, despite suffering severe burns, were recovering at a visibly rapid pace after consuming some medicinal herbs. Curious, Xia Yun inquired with Lei Long, who explained that the Tianqing tribe was renowned for their knowledge of medicinal plants. Their tribe was rich in herbs, and as long as one did not perish instantly, they would be saved by the healing properties of these plants. As Xia Yun and Lei Long conversed, the Tianqing tribe had already dispatched someone with herbs, and Lei Long received a share as well. Xia Yun carefully examined the herb, confirming that he had never encountered such a medicinal plant before. Yet, after Lei Long consumed the herb, the visible wounds on his body healed at an astonishing rate. Within less than half an hour, all his burns were completely gone. Xia Yun could not help but marvel at the extraordinary capabilities of herbal remedies in this fantastical primitive world. Such severe burns healed in such a short span of time. If only he had access to such wonders in his past life, his fortunes would have soared, rendering the need for education obsolete. Although the spread of the fire had been halted, none of the gathered individuals dared to leave prematurely. The warriors from both tribes remained at the site for 2 days, waiting until they were certain that no embers lingered in the charred area before deciding to depart. However, before their departure, the warriors from both tribes collected the remains of their fallen comrades, each finding a spot to dig a grave, intending to bring the bones back to their respective tribes after trading with the Mountain Ox tribe, where they would conduct a ritual to honor their return. The recent bloodthirsty vine incident had cost the Xia tribe 17 warriors, while the Tianqing tribe mourned the loss of 21. As Xia Yun observed the somber chief during the burial of the fallen warriors, he found himself at a loss for words. It was the chief who approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and said, "Do not grieve, do not be sad. To die in battle is the noblest fate for a warrior. I too shall meet the same end on the path of combat. All is for the legacy of our tribe." Xia Yun reflected, perhaps for those warriors, the willingness to sacrifice for the tribe epitomized their belief. Their very existence was dedicated to ensuring the safe continuation of their tribal lineage. For all warriors, the concept of legacy served as a fundamental principle. Regardless of the circumstances, should this line be crossed, they would resist with all their might. This was also why, when Xia Yun suggested using fire, the chief hesitated. Yet, under the relentless pursuit of the bloodthirsty vine, the leaders of both tribes simultaneously resolved to set the forest ablaze. They were acutely aware that igniting the fire would invite punishment from the Tushan clan, yet they acted with unwavering determination, all for the sake of their tribes. After completing these tasks, the members of both tribes rested for one more night at the site. The following morning, they set off towards the Mountain Ox tribe. Although they encountered some minor troubles along the remaining journey, the combined efforts of both tribes swiftly resolved them. Originally a 5-day journey, the group was delayed by the bloodthirsty vine, ultimately taking a full 9 days to reach the Mountain Ox tribe. Upon their arrival, Xia Yun spotted a burly man with a dark complexion approaching them from a distance. As the imposing figure drew closer, the leader, Mo Jiao, took Xia Yun and led him to the forefront of the two tribes. Familiar formulas and routines unfolded once more under Mo Jiao's guidance. Upon learning of Xia Yun's identity, the dark-faced man immediately bowed in reverence. Before Xia Yun could fully comprehend the situation, the man produced a horn from his waist and blew into it, emitting a sound akin to a bellowing ox. Shortly thereafter, a battalion of fully armed warriors emerged, carrying a palanquin of sorts. The dark-faced man forcefully placed Xia Yun inside the rudimentary sedan chair, transporting him into the mountain ox tribe. Mo Jiao, who was not far behind, attempted to intervene but was halted by the same imposing figure. Despite having been carried for some distance, Xia Yun could still hear the voice of the dark-faced man. Mo Jiao, I must say, since this young friend has been chosen by Princess Yao Yao, how can we allow him to enter our mountain ox tribe on foot? If Princess Yao Yao were to find out, we might lose a portion of our tribe's resource allocation for the coming year. Chapter 44. The Fox Assuming the Tiger's Might. Part 3. Xia Yun was carried into a stone dwelling constructed from massive stones. The leading warrior informed him that he was to temporarily reside in this stone house, and that food would be brought to him shortly. Inside the stone house, Xia Yun took a careful look around. The walls were approximately 1 meter thick and the space spanned around 30 square meters. In the center stood a sizable stone table about 2 square meters in area, and not far from it was a bed covered with animal hides, which appeared quite comfortable. Within less than 20 minutes, someone arrived with a small jar of milky liquid and some roasted beast meat. The visitor took the time to explain that the white liquid was a specialty of the mountain ox tribe, milk from a 4th-level pure-blood ferocious beast. The Qing Miao, which was a delicacy not easily obtained by the average person. As the visitor prepared to leave, he turned back to inform Xia Yun that a guard would be stationed at his door, and if he required anything, he could simply inform that person. Xia Yun understood that the privileges he enjoyed were bestowed upon him by Princess Yao Yao, without her influence. He could not fathom when he might receive such treatment on his own. Choosing to cast aside his thoughts, Xia Yun sat at the stone table and began to eat. The meat was perfectly roasted, crispy on the outside and tender within. With each bite, he savored the unfamiliar flavor, feeling a warm comfort as the food settled in his stomach. These should be the flesh of beasts of a considerably higher rank, far superior to the wild creatures hunted by their summer tribe. Otherwise, consuming such meat would not evoke that delightful warmth. After finishing the meal, Xia Yun took a sip of milk, which possessed a rich fragrance, entirely devoid of the unpleasant odor typical of milk from his previous life. The milk imparted an even more intense sensation, and after consuming a modest amount, Xia Yun felt an overwhelming heat enveloping his body. Nearly 2 hours later, this sensation of warmth gradually began to fade. Once satiated, Xia Yun felt a wave of drowsiness and reclined upon the fur-covered bed, succumbing to sleep. It was not until dusk that someone entered to awaken him, announcing that the chief of the Mountain Bull tribe had invited him to a banquet. The individual who roused Xia Yun escorted him to a larger stone dwelling, and upon entering, he was greeted by a chorus of hearty laughter. Selecting a vacant table towards the back, Xia Yun settled in. As soon as he took his seat, the robust man with the dark face, who had welcomed them earlier that morning, pointed at Xia Yun and declared, "Everyone, take note. This young friend has been chosen by Her Highness Yao Yao." I inquired with Mo Jiao, and it appears this young friend is just over 10 years old. He will not turn 11 until after this year's sacrificial rite. However, Her Highness has bestowed upon him a transformation fruit, meaning that during this year's ceremony, he shall immediately ascend to the status of a warrior. Since he is the chosen one of Her Highness, I, Man Shan, representing the Mountain Bull tribe, shall present some gifts to this young friend. Bring forth the offerings. As his words concluded, Xia Yun beheld 2 individuals carrying a bull horn over 3 meters long, followed closely by another person bearing a 4-meter-long green bamboo pole, thick as a child's arm. Upon the entrance of these 2 items, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The man named Manshan proceeded to elucidate. This bullhorn was shed by our tribe's celestial azure bull when it advanced to a 5th-level pure-blood beast 300 years ago. The green bamboo is a mutated thunder bamboo that I fortuitously acquired during my last hunt. I now humbly present these 2 items to this young friend, hoping he will serve Her Highness Yao Yao with even greater dedication. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yun noticed his own chief, Mo Jiao, rushing towards him, promptly pulling Xia Yun, who remained seated in astonishment, to bow and express gratitude to the assembled guests. With Mo Jiao's prompting, Xia Yun realized that the man named Manshan was indeed the chief of the Mountain Bull tribe, while many of those present were leaders and captains from various tribes. As one person initiated the gesture, it seemed inappropriate for others not to offer something in return. Immediately, a middle-aged woman stepped forward, bowing to Xia Yun. "I am Zhiru, the chief of the Zhuyu tribe. Due to the haste of our arrival, I have not brought anything of great value. But I do have a century-old embergrass, which holds some worth. Please accept this as a gift for this young friend." Upon concluding her words, the middle-aged woman produced a wooden box measuring approximately 1 meter in length from behind her and extended it forth. Before Xia Yun could reach out to accept it, the leader, Mo Jiao, promptly took it with both hands and graciously nodded his thanks to the woman. Xia Yun, in unison with the leader, expressed his gratitude as well. Just as he was about to return to his seat, another voice resonated from behind him. "Since the leader is so generous today, how can I, Qi Jia, fall behind?" With that, the burly middle-aged man named Qi Jia turned to Xia Yun and proclaimed, "I, from the Bei Mang tribe, possess nothing of great value to bestow upon a young friend. Therefore, I shall present to you this stone knife, crafted from Bei Mang stone, which I use for self-defense." As he spoke, the warrior named Qi Jia drew forth a black stone knife, approximately 50 centimeters in length, from his waist and offered it with both hands. Observing this exchange, Mo Jiao eagerly approached, took the stone knife from Qi Jia, and turned to present it to Xia Yun. Since arriving in this primitive world, Xia Yun had never witnessed the tribespeople wielding stone knives or any other stone tools. Gazing at the obsidian knife in his hand, he curiously placed a finger upon its blade, only to have the skin on his fingertips swiftly sliced open. After consuming the Hua Yuan fruit, Xia Yun had previously attempted to test the bone knife given to him by the Thunder Dragon, which could no longer pierce his skin. In contrast, this stone knife effortlessly cut through, underscoring its remarkable value. Subsequently, others began to present Xia Yun with various gifts. While some expressed their inability to offer suitable items at the moment, promising to send something after the feast concluded, the banquet persisted for nearly 3 hours, and only after everyone had eaten and drank to their satisfaction did they return to their respective lodgings. On the following morning, before dawn had even broken, Xia Yun's stone door was rapped upon. Upon opening it, he found a visitor bearing unfamiliar plants, stating that their leader had sent them to Xia Yun. Reluctantly, he accepted the offering, reasoning that, since it was a gift, it must surely be of good quality. Indeed, these tribespeople were refreshingly genuine. Chapter 45. Return. The Xia tribe spent 3 days in the Shanyo tribe, exchanging all their dried meat for wild fruits and various plant roots, which were urgently needed. Currently, the tribe lacked not for meat, but rather for wild fruits and plant roots. The nearby wild fruits and roots had already been largely depleted by the common folk of the tribe. Xia Yun had accumulated a plethora of gifts, bones, beast meat, and herbs, which he stacked within the stone dwelling he occupied. Each time Mo Jiao visited Xia Yun's stone house, he marveled at the young man's newfound prosperity, declaring Xia Yun to be the wealthiest individual in the Xia tribe. On the morning of the 4th day, the leader, Mo Jiao, approached Xia Yun to inform her that it was time to depart from the Shanyu tribe, as the rainy season was swiftly approaching. As they prepared to leave, numerous individuals gathered to bid farewell to Xia Yun. Among them was a robust man named Man Shan, who, just before her departure, discreetly placed a small wooden bucket and a roasted beast's leg into her arms. The members of Xia's tribe said their goodbyes to the Shanyu tribe, carrying the goods they had traded for, and set off towards their home. This time, the Tianxing tribe did not accompany Xia's tribe. They had completed their transactions on the very first day of their arrival at the Shanyu tribe, exchanging all the medicinal herbs they had brought for the supplies they required, and subsequently departed. During their stay at the Shanyu tribe, a few minor incidents occurred. On one occasion, Lei Long, while attempting to barter dried meat for wild fruit, felt that the quantity offered was insufficient, leading to a heated argument. Unable to reach an agreement, Lei Long resorted to violence. As the situation escalated, the Shanyu tribe's patrolling members intervened just as the opposing party was about to retaliate. Upon learning that Lei Long belonged to Xia's tribe, the patrollers promptly released him, while the individual he had traded with was detained. The outcome of that punishment remains unknown. On their journey back, the gifts received by Xia Yun required 2 warriors to carry. The leader jested, "Xia Yun, you have become the wealthiest individual in our tribe. When we return, if you have any items you do not require, feel free to share some with me." With a smile, Xia Yun replied, "The offerings from those individuals are truly abundant. There are some items I have no idea how to use. I will select what I can utilize and plan to give the rest to those who can benefit from them." The return journey was relatively smooth, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. It was not until the evening of the third day that the members of Xia's tribe finally reached the site where they had buried their fallen warriors. After resting for a night, the following morning, led by the chief, they unearthed the remains of the buried soldiers, wrapping them in animal skins, which the leader carried at the forefront of the group. Xia Yun noticed that as the chief lifted the soldiers' remains, a profound silence enveloped everyone. No one spoke, but they all moved forward towards their tribe. By dusk, the returning group finally arrived back at Xia's tribe. Upon their return, members of the tribe rushed to greet them. The first to approach the chief trembled as he inquired, "Is my wooden owl still alive?" Chief Mo Jiao shook his head, revealing that it had perished in service to the tribe, remarking that many had sacrificed their lives as they had encountered the bloodthirsty vine. Upon hearing that travelers had encountered the bloodthirsty vine, the faces of those who came to greet them turned ashen, for everyone was acutely aware that such a creature was nearly impossible to vanquish, save for the cleansing flame. However, igniting the forest was strictly forbidden by the Tushan clan, and the tribe's people relied on the mountains and forests for their sustenance. To set the forest ablaze would signify the loss of their food source. No tribesman would willingly jeopardize their survival for such an act. The leader, looking at the gathered crowd, expressed his remorse. "It is I, Mo Jiao, who has let you down. I failed to make the decisive choice to set fire to destroy the bloodthirsty vine immediately, instead leading you all in flight. Yet, that vine relentlessly pursued us, leaving me no choice but to collaborate with the chief of Tianqing to resort to flames in order to eradicate it. Although the bloodthirsty vine was ultimately consumed by the fire, it had already begun to spread. Fortunately, Xia Yun proposed a method of creating fire breaks. Otherwise, our tribe would have been deemed the perpetrators of calamity in the Falling Star mountain range. Upon hearing that the inferno had been extinguished, the gathered crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, the Tushan clan would have exacted their wrath, and all would have been doomed. At that moment, the shaman appeared, leaning on his staff. Addressing the leader before him, the shaman spoke calmly. "Have the remains of the fallen warriors been brought back?" Leader Mo Jiao nodded, affirming, "They have all been returned." The shaman replied, "In that case, let us first properly lay to rest these warriors before discussing other matters." He then added, "Everyone, summon those who have not yet arrived. We will soon depart for the forbidden grounds, allowing these warriors' remains to return to the totem." The warriors who had ventured to the Mountain Ox tribe were instructed to place their belongings in a cave. Those items belonging to Xia Yun were set aside in his designated space. Once Xia Yun selected his desired possessions, the remaining items would be distributed between the leader and the shaman. Xia Yun possessed nothing of his own and chose to remain behind with the shaman and the leader while awaiting the others. Approximately 20 minutes later, Xia Yun observed that even the children from the orphan cave had been summoned. Once everyone had gathered, the shaman cried out, "Warriors of our tribe who have fallen in battle, you have returned home." Subsequently, the crowd followed the shaman's lead towards the rear mountains, passing through the fruit grove along the way. Xia Yun had previously wondered why this grove was frequented by the ordinary folk of the tribe. It was because of its proximity to the totem. Having been in this primitive world for quite some time, Xia Yun had yet to behold the totem of the Xia tribe, only hearing whispers that it was a tree known as the Xia tree. They traversed the fruit grove and entered a narrow canyon, a place unfamiliar to Xia Yun, for he had never ventured here before. At the entrance of the canyon stood two elderly warriors as sentinels. As the shaman led the group through the canyon, the two aged warriors followed closely behind. Xia Yun discovered that along each stretch of the path, two elderly warriors stood guard, two of whom he recognized from the time of the fiery onslaught against the beast horde. At the end of the canyon lay a vast, level valley, at the heart of which stood a tree towering over 30 meters high, its trunk broad enough for 5 people to encircle. Upon sighting that magnificent tree, Xia Yun felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if it were a long-lost relative. The moment he stood beneath its boughs, a warm sensation enveloped him entirely. Before Xia Yun could fully savor this comforting feeling, the shaman appeared beneath the tree, chanting in a cryptic and esoteric tone. With the resonance of his voice, the ground began to tremble, and a gaping fissure, nearly 3 meters wide, opened at the roots of the great tree. Following the emergence of the crack, Chief Mo Jiao, burdened with a bundle containing the remains of fallen warriors, approached the fissure. Chapter 46. Preparations before the rainy season, Part 1. Chief Mo Jiao ventured into the crevice, and it was not until over 20 minutes had elapsed that he emerged once more. The shaman resumed his enigmatic chant, and the fissure beneath the great tree began to gradually mend, until it vanished from sight entirely. Subsequently, the chief led the others in bowing before the tree, performing a series of movements that Xia Yun could not comprehend. Standing at the rear, Xia Yun mimicked their gestures, transitioning from clumsiness to a gradual ease. In his understanding, this resembled a ritualistic dance akin to those of certain ethnic minorities. He also observed the children standing at the back, who danced awkwardly, each straining to replicate the movements of the nearest adults. As the dance concluded, the gathering began to disperse. Before they had exited the canyon, Xia Yun spotted the children from the orphan cave rushing toward him. The eldest among them, Sanghua, called out, "Brother Yun, we heard that during your trading venture, the people from other tribes gifted you many items. May we see them?" Seeing the eager anticipation in the children's eyes, Xia Yun nodded in agreement. Upon receiving his consent, the children erupted into joyful exuberance, racing toward the mouth of the canyon while shouting, "Brother Yun has promised us we can see the treasures from the outside tribes." Exiting the canyon and traversing the orchard once more, the group finally reached the tribe. Observing the throngs of people still gathered, Chief Mo Jiao ascended a large boulder and proclaimed loudly, "The families of the fallen warriors are invited to visit the shaman this evening to receive a vial of the sacred spring rice." Upon hearing this proclamation, Xia Yun noticed a shift in the crowd's expressions, some filled with excitement, others steeped in sorrow. Chief Mo Jiao continued, "According to the wise predictions of the shaman, the rainy season is but 5 or 6 days away. Warriors and common folk alike must assist one another, gathering wood and preparing provisions for the young beastlings that require sustenance." After the leader finished speaking, everyone began to disperse. Almost immediately, groups of warriors formed, followed by some commoners. Armed with their tools, they set off toward the outskirts of the tribe. Xia Yun understood that these individuals were likely heading out to gather wood. Upon returning to his dwelling, Xia Yun tidied his tools and prepared to venture outside to collect some wood as well. However, before he could even don his equipment, the brothers Lei Long and Xian Jia rushed over to him, looking dejected. They explained that their juvenile armored rhinoceroses, apart from consuming fish and bone broth, had begun to eat tender grass. While the rainy season was manageable, the impending winter would leave the two little creatures without any grass to sustain them. Xia Yun stared at them, astonished, and said, "Why are you two seeking my help? I cannot assist you in gathering grass for your juvenile armored rhinoceroses. Uncle sure might come by tomorrow to train me." Noticing Xia Yun's evident displeasure, Lei Long hesitantly suggested, "Xia Yun, you are quite familiar with the orphans in the cave. Perhaps you could ask them to help us collect some grass for the juvenile armored rhinoceroses." Seeing the pleading expression on Lei Long's face, Xia Yun knew he could not refuse this time. He replied, "I can ask those children for assistance, but you must offer them some form of compensation. They should not work for nothing." "What kind of compensation?" Lei Long inquired. Xia Yun responded, "I'll go see what the children desire." As Xia Yun stepped out of his dwelling, he soon encountered Sanghua leading a group of children from the cave, heading in his direction. Xia Yun realized that these children had come to admire the gifts he had received. He hurried back into his dwelling and enlisted the help of Lei Long and Xian Jia to unpack the two large beast skins and display the contents, as he had promised the children a chance to see his treasures. Soon, Sanghua arrived at Xia Yun's dwelling with the group of children. Upon seeing the array of unfamiliar objects laid out on the ground, they erupted in awe. A child named Bai Niao gently touched a vibrant green bamboo pole, exclaiming, "What kind of bamboo is this? It seems to have been cut down long ago, yet it remains so green." After expressing his wonder, Bai Niao extended his tongue and licked the bamboo pole. Xia Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. What was wrong with this child, licking bamboo? Each child explored the space with curiosity, touching and examining various items. The most outrageous behavior came from a child who embraced a bone as thick as a person's waist and began gnawing on it. Xia Yun could not help but laugh at the sight. How could such a small child manage to chew on such a large bone, especially when there was hardly any meat left on it? The child, with a peculiar response, expressed his curiosity about the enormous bone, having never encountered such a size before, and wished to take a bite to experience the sensation. As the children engaged in their playful antics, Summer Cloud presented a request to them regarding the Thunder Dragon, asking for their assistance in gathering edible grass for the young armored rhinoceros, offering compensation for their efforts. Upon hearing of the reward, the children began chattering excitedly. Ultimately, The older children unanimously decided that the Thunder Dragon would craft a bone knife for each child present, not requiring particularly fine materials, merely suitable for cutting wood and meat. Upon hearing their request, the Thunder Dragon readily consented, promising that by the following evening, each of the 16 children would receive a bone knife. And should the blades dull with use, he would assist in sharpening them. Summer Cloud instructed the children to return to the orphan cave and wait, assuring them that in the afternoon, he would have the Thunder Dragon brothers bring samples of the grass consumed by the young armored rhinoceros for the children to gather. Once the children departed, only Summer Cloud and the Thunder Dragon brothers remained in the cave, observing the items scattered on the ground. Summer Cloud ultimately decided to keep the bamboo and the cow horn. He instructed the Thunder Dragon brothers to pack up everything else and deliver it to the shaman for distribution. As they surveyed the remaining items, the Thunder Dragon remarked to Summer Cloud that keeping only these two seemed rather scant and suggested that he should also retain the stone knife. Although Summer Cloud was inclined to keep the stone knife, he understood that its edge would dull with time, and he lacked the skill to sharpen it, whereas he could manage to hone a bone knife. Ultimately, Summer Cloud declined the Thunder Dragon's suggestion, citing his inability to sharpen a stone knife. Chapter 47, Preparations Before the Rainy Season, Part 2. The Thunder Dragon and the Spinning Armor brothers packed the remaining items and set off towards the shaman's cave. Before they left, Summer Cloud specifically urged them to deliver the items promptly and then gather samples of the edible grass for the young armored rhinoceros to bring back to the children in the cave, enabling them to replicate the collection. Having sent off the brothers and the children in the cave, Summer Cloud once again equipped himself, preparing to leave the tribe in search of wood. As he secured the door and readied himself to depart, a massive figure blocked his path. Looking up, Summer Cloud was confronted by a vaguely familiar silhouette, momentarily unable to recall who it was. Upon noticing Summer Cloud's apparent failure to recognize him, the individual exhibited a hint of disappointment. Just as the figure was about to turn away, Summer Cloud suddenly remembered. This was the warrior named Pancher, whom he had encountered while bathing by the river, to whom he had promised to assist in crafting fishing lines. Summer Cloud called out, "Is it Pancher? Have you come to see me for something?" A person approached Xia Yun, expressing anxiety as he spoke. "I understand that you have been quite busy lately, and may not have the time to assist me in crafting fishing lines. I visited the orphan cave and learned that you had relocated here. I have brought some animal hides and tendons. I shall leave them with you, and when time permits, please help me in their creation." After speaking, the warrior named Pancher thrust the animal hides and tendons into Xia Yun's arms. Just as he was about to turn and leave, as if recalling something, he drew a short spear from his back and handed it to Xia Yun, saying, "Do not disdain it. I fashioned this spear myself. Though it may not be of the finest quality, it suffices for practice." Xia Yun accepted the spear, turning to place the hides, tendons, and spear into his dwelling. After bidding farewell to the warrior Pancher, Xia Yun intended to leave once more, but before he could go far, he encountered Uncle Shirtu. Upon seeing Xia Yun, Uncle Shirtu's eyes crinkled into a smile. Observing the elderly man's expression, Xia Yun mused, "Uncle Shirtu's smile today seems particularly special. I wonder if he has concocted some new scheme to torment me." Noticing Xia Yun's dazed demeanor, Uncle Shirtu remarked, "Since you have returned, and the day is still young, let us resume training. As for the woodcutting, you need not worry. Others will assist with that." Xia Yun promptly removed his shoes and returned to the stone he had previously lifted, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he began to run around the tribe. Upon completing the third lap, he spotted Lei Long and Xian Jia emerging from the shaman's cave. Upon seeing Xia Yun running with the stone, the two darted back to their own dwelling, each clutching their young armored rhinoceros, and dashed out of the tribe, shouting, "Once we return with the samples, we will take care of you." After running over 30 laps, Xia Yun gradually began to tire, yet he persevered, gritting his teeth. During his recent journey, he observed many warriors removing their shoes to run barefoot when faced with danger. Intrigued by this practice, he had consulted Chief Mo Jiao, who explained that running barefoot maximizes the foot's ability to sense the earth, thereby enhancing a warrior's reaction speed. Inspired by the chief's insights, Xia Yun resolved to train diligently upon his return. Although he did not fully grasp the chief's notion of sensing the earth with his feet, he found he could run faster barefoot than shod. Consequently, when Uncle Shirtu proposed further training, he offered no resistance and immediately hoisted the stone again, sprinting at full speed until his body could withstand no more. Today, Uncle Shirtu did not pursue him with a beating but stood at a distance, quietly observing. When Xia Yun collapsed, he did not lose consciousness. Gazing at the young man lying on the ground, Uncle Shirtu said, "Little one, I have high hopes for you." Far superior to that young man Lei Long. After Uncle Shirtu departed, Xia Yun struggled to rise from the ground, limping towards his cave. After resting for 2 hours on his bed, he grew somewhat bored upon noticing that Lei Long and Xianjia had yet to return. He promptly retrieved the animal hide brought to him by Pan Shi today. Once he unfurled the hide, Xia Yun commenced the process of cutting it. The hide that Pan Shi had procured was neither exceptionally good nor particularly poor. In Xia Yun's estimation, once crafted into a rope, it would easily lift around 1,000 pounds of fish. After diligently finishing the cutting of all the hides, Xia Yun realized that there was no suitable stone vat in his cave for soaking the hides, compelling him to rise and fetch one from Lei Long's cave. While there, he also sliced off a piece of the preserved meat stored by Lei Long, preparing it for roasting. After satisfying his hunger, Xia Yun proceeded to process the tendons. Just as he completed the task, Lei Long and Xianjia returned, cradling a young armored rhinoceros. Upon witnessing Xia Yun's energy to handle the hides and tendons after his training, Lei Long was astounded, leaping from the ground in surprise. Once confirming that Xia Yun's injuries were not severe, Lei Long hurried to Wugong to fetch the medicinal porridge made from the spirit rice for Xia Yun. Carefully presenting the porridge to Xia Yun, once he had finished eating, Lei Long slyly retreated to a secluded spot, added some water to the small stone jar containing the porridge, stirred it, and drank it himself. As he made his way back to return the small jar to Wugong, Lei Long couldn't help but grumble internally about why Xia Yun had tea fainted today, lamenting that his spirit rice porridge had gone to waste. After Lei Long departed, Xia Yun rose, limping towards Uncle Lai Hu's cave. Upon Xia Yun's arrival, Uncle Lai Hu expressed surprise and inquired, "Xia Yun, weren't you supposed to be training today? What brings you here?" Xia Yun promptly explained, "Uncle Lai Hu, I have come to ask for your assistance in organizing a group to capture some Jurassic beasts to refine beast oil." Uncle Lai Hu looked at Xia Yun, puzzled, and asked, "Do you wish to consume beast oil? I have some. I can provide you with a portion." Hearing Uncle Lai Hu's words, Xia Yun explained with resignation, "I seek your help to capture a batch of Jurassic beasts, aiming to refine as much beast oil as possible. I believe that during the harsh winter, our tribe will find it invaluable." Upon hearing Xia Yun's request, Uncle Lai Hu sighed and clarified, "Currently, most of our manpower has been dispatched by the chief to gather wood, and the Jurassic beasts around the tribe have been mostly captured during the last fire incident. To catch more, we would have to venture further afield, which only the warriors can do." After listening to Uncle Lai Hu's explanation, Xia Yun could only leave with a small amount of beast oil he had obtained from him, knowing he must seek the chief, Imo Jiao, for further assistance. Chapter 48, Preparations Before the Rainy Season, Part 3. Upon returning from Uncle Liahu, Xia Yun placed the beast oil back in his cave and sought out Lei Long. Given his limping gait, it would be rather inconvenient to approach the leader directly. It would be easier for his son to seek him out. As soon as he stepped into Lei Long's cave, Xia Yun observed Lei Long squatting on the ground, diligently honing a bone knife. Without lifting his gaze, Lei Long continued to work, conversing with Xia Yun. "Today, Xianjia and I have located the kind of grass favored by the juvenile armored rhinoceros and collected some samples, which we sent to the orphan cave. The children have promised to explore the area around the tribe tomorrow morning. By the way, is there something you need at this late hour?" Watching Lei Long remain absorbed in his task, Xia Yun replied, "This evening, I visited Uncle Liahu to request his assistance in capturing some Jurassic beasts to render beast oil. However, he informed me that most of the warriors and others in the tribe have been dispatched by your father to gather wood. Lei Long, could you ask your father to send someone to capture some Jurassic beasts? I believe the benefits of the beast oil for the tribe will be just as significant as that of the wood." You witnessed the enduring flames of the beast oil during the fire against the barbaric beasts. At the mention of the fire against the barbaric beasts, Lei Long immediately set down the bone knife he had been sharpening, sprang to his feet, and, his face flushed, looked intently at Xia Yun. He thumped his chest and assured, "Rest assured, Xia Yun, I will take care of the beast oil matter, even if my father does not assist. Xianjia and I can lead a team to capture some Jurassic beasts for oil extraction." Taken aback by Lei Long's fervor, Xia Yun was momentarily perplexed about what had stirred such excitement in him. With Lei Long's promise secured, Xia Yun returned to his cave to rest, for he had training to resume the following day. On the next morning, without any prompt, Xia Yun rose early. After drinking a bit of water, he stepped outside his cave, hoisting stones and commencing his run around the tribe. After completing several laps, he finally spotted the tardy Uncle Shirtu. Noticing Xia Yun already engaged in his labor, Uncle Shirtu said nothing, merely paused to observe for a moment before turning and departing. Unfazed by Uncle Shirtu's exit, Xia Yun persevered, gritting his teeth until every last ounce of his strength was exhausted, at which point he set down the stones and returned to his cave, collapsing onto his bed to rest. Feeling sufficiently recuperated, Xia Yun sat up and retrieved the animal hides that had been soaking in the stone basin since yesterday. He took out his bone knife and began to clean the hides. Once he had finished preparing all the hides and laid them out on the stones outside to dry, he felt a pang of hunger. Normally, this would be the time when Lei Long would bring him medicinal porridge. While contemplating why Lei Long had yet to arrive, Xia Yun prepared to venture outside for a glimpse. As soon as he emerged from the cave, he spotted Lei Long, who was stealthily hiding in a corner, cradling a small stone jar. With furtive movements, he opened the jar's lid, extracted a diminutive wooden container from his bosom, and carefully scooped a small portion of medicinal porridge from the stone jar with a tiny wooden spoon, transferring it into his own container. He then secured the lid and discreetly concealed it within his garments. The wooden spoon Lei Long used for the porridge was quite diminutive, holding just a single mouthful. Xia Yun merely observed from a distance, choosing not to expose Lei Long's secretive actions. Returning to his own cave, he settled leisurely on his bed, eagerly anticipating Lei Long's arrival with the medicinal porridge, curious to see how this character would behave. Before long, Lei Long entered with the stone jar containing the porridge. Carefully removing its lid, he cautiously offered the jar to Xia Yun, urging him to drink promptly. After consuming the porridge, Xia Yun did not hastily return the jar, but instead maintained a cheerful gaze fixed upon Lei Long's concealed treasures. Under Xia Yun's prolonged scrutiny, Lei Long felt a twinge of embarrassment, lowering his gaze and fidgeting with his toes upon the ground. After a considerable pause, Lei Long mustered the courage to lift his head and confessed, "Indeed, I have been secretly sipping your porridge, but only ever a mouthful at a time, never more. What do you wish to do about it? Speak, and I shall accept whatever consequences you deem fit." Xia Yun regarded Lei Long thoughtfully, reflecting on the fact that since arriving in this primitive world, Lei Long had treated him rather well. He then replied, "I can share a portion of the porridge with you each time. No need for furtive measures henceforth." Upon hearing Xia Yun's words, Lei Long's face lit up with surprise. "Is this truly the case? How much do you intend to share with me each time?" Xia Yun responded, "Since you have been taking one spoonful each time, I shall allocate you 3 spoonfuls from now on." Although Xia Yun wished to be more generous, he realized that he himself only received a maximum of 10 spoonfuls, and sharing too much would leave him insufficient. Upon hearing that he would receive 3 spoonfuls, Lei Long joyfully embraced the stone jar and dashed out in exhilaration. Not long after Lei Long's departure, Xia Yun heard a cacophony of shouts emanating from the plaza outside the cave. Upon stepping out, he discovered that the individuals returning with wood were predominantly warriors, each shouldering a withered tree trunk, roughly 20 meters long and thick enough to require 2 individuals to embrace. Once the warriors cast their logs onto the ground, they swiftly turned and sprinted towards the outskirts of the tribe, showing little sign of hesitation. Shortly thereafter, the warriors left behind in the tribe approached the discarded trunks, wielding massive bone axes and advancing towards the logs. The sound of the bone axes striking the wood echoed with a dull thud. Xia Yun felt compelled to assist. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he soon realized that he possessed no tools to sever the withered trees. As twilight approached, Xia Yun finally caught sight of Lei Long once more. He earnestly requested Lei Long to craft a colossal axe capable of felling trees. The resonant sound of the axe cleaving through wood persisted until the late hours of the night, gradually fading away. Given the scant number of warriors remaining in the tribe and the abundance of withered tree trunks to be transported, the task was indeed formidable. When sunlight once again illuminated the Xia tribe, Lei Long, bearing the burden of dark circles under his eyes, rapped upon Xia Yun's stone door. As Xia Yun opened it, Lei Long promptly presented him with the finely crafted bone axe. Just as Xia Yun intended to express his gratitude, he was interrupted by Lei Long, who pointed at his own tired eyes and, with a rueful smile, remarked, "In my haste to forge the bone axe you requested, I sacrificed a night's sleep. Xia Yun could only urge Lei Long to return and rest. After Lei Long departed, Xia Yun hoisted the bone axe and made his way toward the small square. Chapter 49, Preparations Before the Rainy Season, Part 4. Upon arriving at the square with the new axe fashioned by Lei Long, Xia Yun noticed other warriors also arriving with their own axes. Without uttering a word, they commenced their task, swinging their axes against the withered tree trunks. Mimicking the other warriors, Xia Yun struck down a segment of the trunk every meter or so. However, each of the other warriors managed to fell at least 3 segments, if not more, with each swing. Doubt began to creep into Xia Yun's mind regarding the efficacy of the axe Lei Long had crafted for him. Driven by curiosity, he exchanged axes with one of the warriors, only to find that the disparity remained unchanged. Xia Yun could fell 1 segment, while the warrior effortlessly cleaved 3. Unperturbed, Xia Yun approached the warrior with whom he had exchanged axes and inquired, "Are you a level 2 warrior? Why is it that you can fell trees so much faster than I?" The warrior chuckled and explained, "Though I am currently a level 1 warrior, my mastery of strength application far surpasses yours. Do not let our current standings deceive you. In a true combat scenario, you would be hard-pressed to endure 3 rounds against me. As for tree felling, you simply lack experience. You have not observed the grain of the wood, nor have you adapted your axe's angle to align with the wood's texture. Young man, you must fell more trees. It will serve you well in the future." Xia Yun did not question the warrior's insights. These primitives had spent years battling ferocious beasts, and in terms of combat prowess, it was likely that even 10 of them bound together could not match a single one of them. Yet, in the task of chopping wood, he felt that his strength was comparable to that of the warrior. Nevertheless, the latter's speed was undeniable, leading Xia Yun to consider that perhaps the warrior was indeed correct. He simply needed to practice more. Xia Yun could only bury himself in chopping wood. Perhaps in the midst of his labor, he would come to comprehend the words spoken by that soldier. Time slipped away as he continued his toil. When he finally felt the urge to pause, he turned around to find Uncle Stone behind him, gazing at him with a warm smile. Xia Yun intended to greet him, but before he could rise, Uncle Stone approached him. Standing before Xia Yun, Uncle Stone offered no elaborate words, merely patting Xia Yun on the shoulder, urging him to persist with his woodcutting before turning to leave. This entire exchange was fortuitously witnessed by Lei Long. Once Uncle Stone had distanced himself, Lei Long rushed to Xia Yun's side and whispered in his ear, "It is quite peculiar. Why did that old eccentric not train you today, but rather, upon seeing you chop wood, he left with a smile?" In response to Lei Long's curiosity, Xia Yun could only explain, "Uncle Stone merely came over to pat my shoulder, telling me to continue chopping wood, and then he departed." As for the reason Xia Yun had not undergone training today, Lei Long did not dwell on it. He merely informed Xia Yun that he and Xian Jia were soon to seek individuals to capture the Jurassic beast, and that the medicinal porridge for today would need to be requested from Wu Gong by Xia Yun himself. After conveying this, Lei Long turned and left. Xia Yun resumed his earnest woodcutting, continuing until hunger gnawed at his stomach, prompting him to stop. Setting down his axe, he made his way to Wu Gong's cave. Upon entering, the aged voice of Wu Gong resonated, "Child, the porridge is by the fire. Drink it promptly and return to your woodcutting. Uncle Stone visited me earlier and spoke very highly of you. He mentioned that among all the individuals he has trained, you are the first to proactively seek training. After this, you may pursue whatever you wish. If you have questions, feel free to ask others or come to me." Upon hearing these words, Xia Yun approached the fire, lifted the medicinal porridge from the stone jar, and gulped it down in several swift swallows. After finishing the porridge, he bid farewell to Wu Gong and returned to the square to resume chopping wood. Xia Yun continued his labor until evening, feeling his arms could bear no more, at which point he finally paused. As he lifted his gaze once more, he spotted women and children in the distance, carrying bundles of chopped wood towards a massive cave nestled halfway up the mountain. The wood they bore was bound with rudimentary leather strips, and some individuals, upon reaching a certain point, found the strips had snapped, causing their firewood to scatter. Xia Yun stepped closer to observe, noting that the strips were unrefined, simply cut from animal hides without any treatment. Xia Yun instructed the 2 warriors still laboriously chopping wood to gather all the women and children together. Standing atop a high pile of firewood, he addressed the gathered individuals below, saying, "Listen to me, everyone. The leather cords we previously used for fishing and the snares for deer were crafted by my own hands. Now, The leather cords you are using to bundle firewood can be softened by soaking them in water. Once you remove the hair and bits of flesh, allow them to dry to a semi-damp state, and then apply beast oil repeatedly. These cords will become less prone to breaking. For those without leather cords, you may also choose flexible dry grass to make cordage. In haste, Xia Yun requested a warrior to bring him a small handful of dry grass. And before the women and children at the base of the woodpile, he began to twist the grass into a rope. Upon hearing Xia Yun's explanation, the women and children dispersed, and from a distance, Xia Yun could see some of them returning to their shelters, retrieving dry grass, and squatting on the ground, mimicking his earlier actions to craft their own grass ropes. As night fell, Lei Long and Xian Jia finally returned with the team, carrying a raucous Jurassic beast. Xia Yun quickly stowed away his axe and retreated to his cave, shutting the stone door behind him. The scent of the Jurassic beast was overpowering before it was transformed into beast oil. Inside his cave, Xia Yun kindled a small fire, and illuminated by its glow, he sat by his bed, beginning to weave leather cords for fishing, an undertaking he had promised to Pan Shi, striving to complete them before the rainy season. He recalled Pan Shi mentioning his fondness for fresh fish. After 4 consecutive days of chopping wood, Xia Yun noticed a shift. Initially, he could only fell 1 log, while others managed 3 or 4, but now he could chop 2 logs while others still hewed 3 or 4. In his eyes, he had made significant progress in the art of woodcutting. In the tribe square, the last batch of wood had returned the previous night, and the warriors and common folk who had ventured out in search of timber had all come back. He felt compelled to hasten his efforts to chop more, for the leader had announced that all wood piled in the square was to be taken back to their caves, eliminating the need to transport it to the storage cave halfway up the mountain. That morning, as Xia Yun opened the stone door and stepped outside, he was greeted by a gloomy sky devoid of sunlight. No wonder the leader had spoken as he did the previous night. Xia Yun rushed, axe in hand, towards the stack of wood returned the night before. This time, he did not chop a section every meter as before. Instead, he directly cut 4-meter lengths, intending to transport the wood back to his cave for further division. Many shared Xia Yun's intent, and within 3 hours, the once towering pile of wood in the square had been entirely claimed by the tribe. In the cave of Xia Yun, aside from the bed designated for sleep, every corner was crammed with wood, leaving only a small area at the entrance for the fire. Although he remained uncertain about the duration of the rainy season in this primitive world, or how long winter would linger, it was always prudent to stockpile materials for burning. After finishing his medicinal porridge in the shaman's cave, Xia Yun stepped outside, only to find the sky adorned with raindrops the size of soybeans. He realized that the rainy season, as foretold by the tribespeople, had indeed arrived. Chapter 50, Fishing in the Rainy Season, Part 1. Upon reaching his own cave, the rain had intensified. After sitting on his bed for a while, he retrieved the fishing line crafted from leather that he had previously made for the boulder. This line measured approximately 80 meters in length, and the main body was already completed. All that remained was to attach the fishing hook. Xia Yun located the hook that had been sent to him by the boulder and meticulously secured it to one end of the line. Having accomplished this, Xia Yun lay on his bed, lost in thought. After lying there for over 3 hours, boredom began to set in, prompting him to sit up and gaze at the cave filled to the brim with wood. He resolved to create some wooden bowls and basins for himself. Without hesitation, he retrieved the axe he had previously used for chopping wood, determined the length of wood he required, and began to chop. Xia Yun cut down 10 wooden stumps, each approximately 30 centimeters thick, and decided to start with the first one to make a basin. He first used the axe to flatten both sides of the stump, and then he began to kindle a fire on the newly cut flat surface, intending to burn it into a rough shape before meticulously carving it with a bone knife. Although he considered directly using the bone knife for carving, he realized that certain areas required curvature, which the straight bone knife could not achieve. As the fire began to blaze on the first stump, Xia Yun proceeded to flatten the sides of the second stump, continuing this process until he reached the 5th stump before pausing. It was not due to a lack of desire to continue, but rather that managing 5 stumps simultaneously had reached his limit. The flames on the stumps would not burn indefinitely. He had to constantly blow air to ensure the fire remained alive. By the time darkness enveloped the cave, Xia Yun, covered in soot, finally ceased his labors. The cave was filled with smoke, and the insides of the stumps were nearly charred. The finer details could be attended to the following day. Xia Yun had never anticipated that crafting wooden bowls and basins would prove so challenging. Fortunately, He had only made a few. Had he made more? The cave smoke would have lingered far longer than he could bear. After approximately 2 hours, the smoke within the cave gradually dissipated. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable from the smoke, Xiaoyun stripped off his clothing and took a bath in the rain outside. Upon returning to the cave and donning his animal skin attire, he noticed a figure in the distance, shrouded by the curtain of rain, approaching his cave while cradling something in its arms. As the figure drew nearer to the cave entrance, Xiaoyun recognized it to be Bone Armor, who was intermittently producing a series of curious sounds. Eagerly, Xiaoyun invited Bone Armor into the cave. With astonishment etched across his face, Xiaoyun exclaimed, "Bone Armor, you truly managed to hatch that egg. Do show me what it is." At that moment, Xiaoyun remained oblivious to the fact that Bone Armor's face had darkened considerably, resembling the bottom of a pot. Unconsciously, his hand reached towards Bone Armor's embrace. As Xiaoyun's hand penetrated Bone Armor's hold, he felt a tiny creature latch onto his finger, eliciting a slight sting. The curious sounds emanated once more from Bone Armor's grasp. Xiaoyun withdrew his hand, yet the little creature stubbornly clung to his finger, eventually being pulled out along with him. Upon closer examination of the small creature, Xiaoyun discerned that it was likely a carnivorous dinosaur. Sitting on the bed, he cautiously pried open the tiny dinosaur's mouth, extracting his finger. With nothing left to bite, the little dinosaur leapt back into Bone Armor's arms and burrowed into his animal skin attire, peeking out with its round, glistening eyes fixed on Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun was instantly amused by this little being. Bone Armor, observing Xiaoyun's delight, quickly adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "This little fellow hatched this morning. Upon emerging from the shell, it devoured its own placenta and eggshell, and has yet to consume anything else." Initially, he had consulted others, who advised him that the hatchlings they had raised were all fed fish and bone broth. However, after preparing such a broth at home, this little creature refused to take a single sip and also ignored dried meat. In desperation, he sought Xiaoyun's counsel, hoping for alternative solutions. After investing so much time in hatching this egg, it was imperative to find a way to sustain it. Once Bone Armor finished speaking, Xiaoyun inquired, "Have you attempted to feed this little one fresh meat directly?" Earlier, when the creature bit his finger, he felt a slight pain, indicating that it was now capable of consuming meat. Bone Armor, looking troubled, replied, "Currently, there is scarcely any fresh meat in the tribe. Everything has been dried into jerky. To procure fresh meat, one must venture out to capture wild beasts or ferocious creatures, but with the onset of the rainy season, those beasts have retreated into their lairs and are not emerging." Xiaoyun pondered for a moment. Upon returning from the cave of the shaman today, he observed that even the venerable shaman had begun to indulge in dried meat, with a desire for fresh meat. The only option was to venture to the riverbank for fishing, which posed a certain risk. The mere thought of fishing reminded Xiaoyun that he had yet to retrieve the leather rope he had made for Pan Sure. He turned to Bone Armor with a serious expression and said, "Acquiring fresh meat is not impossible. It simply depends on your willingness to take the risk. I still have a leather rope for fishing here, but to feast on fresh meat, we must brave the river." Bone Armor, looking apprehensive, replied, "Is that feasible? Although today marks the first day of the rainy season, dusk is fast approaching. The river's water must have risen. Could fishing at this time be perilous?" Xiaoyun could only shrug helplessly, gesturing towards the young creature nestled in Bone Armor's embrace. With calmness, he stated, "What if this little one requires fresh meat? Can you bear to watch it perish of hunger right after hatching, especially when it is so close to you?" Upon hearing Xiaoyun's words, Bone Armor instinctively reached into his embrace and gently stroked the little creature hiding within. Xiaoyun then observed Bone Armor's expression shifting continuously. Ultimately, Bone Armor glanced at the tiny head peeking out from his arms and clenched his teeth resolutely. For its sake, he was willing to risk it all. Without delay, Bone Armor prepared to head to the riverbank with the fishing rope. Seeing Bone Armor's determination, Xiaoyun immediately stopped him, reassuringly saying, "We cannot manage this alone. At the very least, we need to find a few helpers. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, additional hands would be invaluable." Chapter 51. Fishing in the Rainy Season, Part 2. Bone Armor looked at Xiaoyun, still somewhat anxious, and said, "But it's the rainy season now. Who can we enlist for help? Everyone is holed up in their caves, and no one is inclined to venture out in the rain." Noticing Bone Armor's unease, Xiaoyun smiled and replied, "Have you forgotten about the two brothers, Lei Long? If they hear we're going fishing, they would likely be willing to join us. Let us ask them first, If they can't help, we'll go by ourselves. With that, Xia Yun and Bone Armor set off towards Lei Long's cave. The stone door at the cave's entrance was ajar, and Lei Long sat at the entrance, cradling a young armored rhinoceros in his arms. Lei Long was animatedly conversing with the little rhinoceros, saying, "Bun Bun, look how heavily it's raining outside. Soon, when the water rises to the village, you'll be able to play in the water. Isn't that exciting?" The young armored rhinoceros, affectionately named Bun Bun, responded with a few enthusiastic cries. Hearing his pet's response, Lei Long became even more animated. Before Xia Yun and Bone Armor reached the entrance of Lei Long's cave, they could already hear his incessant chatter. Xia Yun couldn't help but marvel at how talkative Lei Long truly was. Upon witnessing the arrival of Xia Yun and Bone Armor at his cave entrance, Lei Long swiftly cleared the way for the two to enter. As they crossed the threshold into Lei Long's lair, a young armored rhinoceros, nestled in his embrace, leapt forth and stood on the ground, vociferously calling out to Bone Armor. At that moment, the small dinosaur nestled within Bone Armor's grasp emitted a series of chirps, perfectly timed to the cries of the young armored rhino. Upon hearing the sound from Bone Armor's pet, the young rhino was provoked into a fit of fury. Xia Yun observed with clarity as two wisps of pale yellow gas erupted from the young rhino's nostrils. Subsequently, its diminutive form radiated an earthy yellow glow as it charged angrily towards Bone Armor. To Bone Armor, this young rhino seemed merely a creature still nursing, a mere infant incapable of posing any threat to a seasoned second-level warrior like himself. Thus, he stood resolutely, awaiting the inevitable collision. With a resounding thud, Bone Armor found himself seated upon the ground, while the young rhino was sent tumbling backward, legs flailing in the air as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Bone Armor was taken aback. How could such a small creature possess such overwhelming strength? Even he, a second-level warrior, had been knocked over. Was it possible that the cry of the small dinosaur in Bone Armor's arms had incited such wrath from the young rhino? Yet, one must remember that adult armored rhinos were at least fourth-level beasts. As Bone Armor cradled his small dinosaur, he scrutinized its frail physique, unable to discern its species. The fact that it could provoke the fury of the young armored rhino suggested it was at least comparable to the armored rhino in ferocity. However, despite years of hunting, he had never encountered such a species. Meanwhile, Lei Long, who had been spectating, was equally perplexed. He had never imagined that his pet, clumsily named Bun Bun, could, at such a tender age, topple a second-level warrior. Moreover, during the impact, it had emitted that distinct earthy glow, a characteristic typically possessed only by adult armored rhinos. Reflecting on this revelation, Lei Long could not help but burst into laughter, hurriedly gathering the overturned young rhino and placing it back in its nest. After completing this task, Lei Long, filled with curiosity, approached Bone Armor, gazing at the small dinosaur cradled in his hands with awe. "Though I know not what kind of creature you are, little one, you have contributed to our household by allowing Bun Bun to manifest the unique yellow glow of an adult armored rhino at such an early stage." Once Lei Long finished his exclamations of wonder, he turned his attention to Bone Armor and Xia Yun, cheerfully inquiring, "Have you come to see me for a specific purpose?" Before Xia Yun could respond, Bone Armor, in a state of urgency, interjected, "Xia Yun and I have come to invite you to join us for a fishing expedition by the river." Fishing with Lei Long? The tribe's supply of leather strings has been exhausted, and now, as I yearn to go fishing, I find myself without the necessary fishing line. Upon hearing Lei Long's words, Xia Yun casually removed a leather string intended for the gift to Pan Shi from behind her and held it in front of her, waving it before Lei Long's eyes. "Behold, I have one right here," she remarked. "I just crafted it today. Originally, this was meant for Pan Shi, but then Guokai came to me, explaining that the egg he hatched, this little dinosaur you see before you, has not eaten anything since it hatched this morning. In despair, I could only think to try feeding it fresh meat." After Xia Yun finished speaking, Lei Long appeared utterly astonished, his eyes fixed intently on Guokai. "You actually hatched a dinosaur from an egg? How did you manage that? Next time, I shall venture into the forest to find an egg to hatch myself." Lei Long's peculiar thought process left Xia Yun momentarily speechless. She then said, "Lei Long, Guokai and I intend to go fishing. Are you joining us or not?" Turning to glance at the young armored rhinoceros pup, who was soundly asleep in its nest, Lei Long pounded his chest confidently. "The little dinosaur hatched by Guokai has already aided my dear Ben Ben today. It is only right that I help him catch some fish." With that, Lei Long strode towards the cave entrance, and Xia Yun hurriedly called out, "Aren't you going to invite Xinjia?" Without turning back, Lei Long waved his hand dismissively. "No need to call Xinjia. We are sufficient as we are." Reluctantly, Xia Yun left the cave and hurried after Lei Long. Once she caught up with him, she said, "This leather string only has a single hook, and we lack bait for fishing. I will first head over to the orphan cave to retrieve the wolf-toothed fish hook I used previously. Lei Long, you should check your own cave for any dried meat you might not fancy. We can use it as bait." Having said this, Xia Yun dashed towards the orphan cave. Upon arriving, she noticed the children tending to the fire, roasting dried meat. She instructed them to set aside their work and assist in searching for the wolf-toothed fish hook that she had previously discarded from the black-scaled python leather string. Xia Yun assured the children, "If you find the wolf-toothed fish hook, you will have the chance to enjoy fresh fish tonight." Encouraged by Xia Yun's promise, the children promptly set down their roasting meat and began searching. To them, Xia Yun's words always materialized. If she claimed there would be fresh fish, it was certain to come to pass. Before long, the children in the cave discovered the wolf-toothed fish hook, which Xia Yun had abandoned and hidden away in a corner. With the hook in hand, Xia Yun hurried back to Lei Long's cave. Upon entering, she saw Lei Long and Guokai playfully teasing the little dinosaur with their fingers. Upon the sight of Xia Yun's return, the two promptly rose to their feet. Bone Armor cradled the small dinosaur in his embrace, while Thunder Dragon seized a leather pouch filled with jerky. Xia Yun resecured the leather strap he had previously woven, fastening it behind him. The trio departed from Thunder Dragon's cave, swiftly navigating through the rain-soaked landscape. The droplets splashed upon the ground, creating a mist, yet their pace remained unimpeded. Before long, Xia Yun, Bone Armor, and Thunder Dragon arrived at a small grove by the riverside. A glance around revealed that the area near the riverbank was shrouded in mist, with visibility reduced to less than 20 meters. For safety's sake, Xia Yun ascended a large tree, meticulously surveying the surroundings from its summit. Unobstructed by the fog, he could clearly discern that the once crystal-clear waters of the river had turned murky, having risen about 5 meters. Debris, including deadwood and the remains of various beasts, floated downstream. To Xia Yun, the current state of the river was wholly unsuitable for fishing. However, Bone Armor's small dinosaur had not consumed anything since hatching, and Bone Armor himself had attempted various means to provide sustenance, leaving only fresh meat untried. Descending from the tree, Xia Yun resolved to confer with Thunder Dragon and Bone Armor regarding whether to continue fishing or return to the tribe. Upon finding Bone Armor and Thunder Dragon, Xia Yun recounted the unsettling scenes he had witnessed. Thunder Dragon expressed indifference, stating he was amenable to any decision. In contrast, Bone Armor furrowed his brow, advocating for a return to the tribe. He felt a sense of reluctance to abandon the pursuit of fishing, but was acutely aware of the dangers posed by the obscured visibility, fearing they might be oblivious to any formidable beasts that could emerge from the river. Observing Bone Armor's troubled expression, Xia Yun approached him, offering a comforting pat on his shoulder and casually suggesting, "If it comes to it, we could fish from the trees, elevated and with a broader view. It would be safer." Bone Armor nodded silently in agreement. Hastily, Xia Yun urged both Bone Armor and Thunder Dragon to ascend the tree. Once atop, they secured one end of the leather strap to the thickest trunk. Thunder Dragon retrieved a piece of jerky from his leather pouch and handed it to Xia Yun, signaling him to hastily attach it and cast it into the water. Xia Yun examined the dried jerky in his hand, furrowing his brow. It was undeniably tough. He harbored doubts about whether the aquatic creatures and fish would be enticed by such desiccated fare, lacking both the aroma of meat and the scent of blood. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Yun drew forth his bone knife, sliced his fingertip, and smeared his blood upon the jerky, hoping that the scent would attract the piranhas lurking in the river. Witnessing Xia Yun's actions, Thunder Dragon appeared utterly bewildered and inquired, "Why are you smearing your blood on that?" In response to Thunder Dragon's puzzled expression, Xia Yun explained, "This jerky is so dry that it lacks any enticing scent. Without the allure of blood or meat, do you really believe the creatures in the river would take a bite?" After uttering these words, Xia Yun directly cast the bloodied piece of jerky, which had been affixed to the fishing hook, into the murky waters of the river, leaving the remainder to the passage of time. As moments trickled by, the leather cord tethered to the tree trunk remained loosely suspended in the air, while Thunder Dragon settled onto a branch, dozing off. Xia Yun began to regret his decision to fish by the riverbank. The sky gradually darkened, and Xia Yun knew that dusk was approaching. If the leather cord remained still, they would have to return. After another 10 minutes, Xia Yun prepared to untie the leather cord from the tree trunk. Just as he loosened the first knot, the cord suddenly tightened. The creaking sound of the taut cord jolted the sleeping thunder dragon awake, and in his excitement, he tumbled down from the tree. Xia Yun in bone armor promptly seized the leather cord and began to pull it back, until it was completely drawn from the water, revealing a gargantuan crocodile measuring 7 or 8 meters in length. The crocodile thrashed violently in the water. Yet this did not deter Xia Yun and bone armor from pulling it ashore. For Xia Yun and bone armor, the colossal crocodile posed little challenge. The creature surged towards the thicket with remarkable speed, leaving a long trail of dragged sand along the riverbank. Upon reaching the great tree under which the group stood, Thunder Dragon unsheathed his bone knife without hesitation and charged at the crocodile. Xia Yun, perched atop the tree, urgently called out, "Thunder Dragon, spare the crocodile. Do not kill it just yet." Meanwhile, the eagerly awaited bone armor leapt from the tree, drew his bone knife, and deftly sliced a palm-sized piece of flesh from the crocodile's tail. Subsequently, Xia Yun observed as bone armor cautiously retrieved a small dinosaur from his bosom and offered the freshly severed crocodile meat to its eager mouth. The little dinosaur, which typically refused to eat, began to devour the bloodied crocodile flesh voraciously, not pausing until every morsel was consumed. Satisfied, the little creature nestled back into bone armor's arms. Witnessing this scene, Thunder Dragon, who was pressing down on the crocodile, felt a pang of envy and began to grumble. "Next time we venture into the jungle to hunt, I must bring back an egg to incubate. This little creature is simply too affectionate." From his vantage point in the tree, Xia Yun called out with urgency, "Thunder Dragon, extract the fishing hook from the crocodile's mouth and cut a piece of meat from its tail to hang on the hook. I promised the children in the cave that I would bring back some fresh meat." Upon hearing this, Thunder Dragon hastily removed the fishing hook from the crocodile's mouth and sliced a piece of flesh from its tail to attach to the hook. As Thunder Dragon cut into the crocodile's tail, he noticed bone armor watching him with a grim expression. Instantly, Thunder Dragon's mood soured. "Bone armor, this crocodile does not belong solely to you. Xia Yun and I have our share too. What harm is there in cutting a piece of meat? We are not slaughtering it right now. Who are you making that face for?" After expressing his disdain for the bone armor, Lei Long hurriedly urged Xia Yun to pull up the fish hook baited with meat and cast it back into the river. As Xia Yun once again cast the meat-laden hook into the water, Lei Long climbed back up the tree. Upon reaching the top, he began to complain to Xia Yun, saying, "Just look at that bone armor fellow. That giant crocodile isn't solely his. He acts all high and mighty just for a few cuts of meat." While Lei Long was lamenting, the leather line tightened once more. Chapter 53. Fishing in the Rainy Season, Part 4. Seeing the leather line taut again. Both Xia Yun and Lei Long swiftly grasped it and began to pull back. This time, the creature in the river struggled fiercely, and it took nearly 5 minutes for them to finally bring it to the surface. At the moment the water beast broke the surface, Lei Long joyfully leapt on the tree, exclaiming that it was a particularly large horned fish. Xia Yun knew well that the horned fish caught on the leather line was a significant catch. However, upon seeing the fish's head, Xia Yun could not help but loosen his grip on the leather line. The struggling horned fish was so enormous that even its head was larger than the entrance of the cave where Xia Yun resided, not to mention its yet submerged body. Observing the exuberant Lei Long, Xia Yun quickly called for him to be quiet. Noting Lei Long's excitement, Xia Yun urgently inquired, "Do you have any hunting spears or bone spears? Any weapon that can kill the horned fish from a distance will do." Lei Long, realizing Xia Yun's anxiety, immediately ceased his loud exclamations and sheepishly replied, "I only brought a bone knife when I came. I didn't bring anything else." Seeing that Lei Long was not in a hurry, Xia Yun exclaimed, "This leather line is crafted from the beast skin that Panshur provided, and it is incomparable to the leather line made from the black-scaled python they used to catch the large fish before." Xia Yun continued, "If this horned fish keeps struggling, the leather line may not withstand the strain. We must find a way to kill it first if we hope to pull this enormous horned fish up and bring it back to the tribe." Upon hearing Xia Yun's explanation, Lei Long immediately responded, "You hold steady. I will go fetch some wooden spears to try." Upon concluding his words, Lei Long immediately leaped down from the tree. Xia Yun, perched on a branch, carefully steadied the leather rope in her hands, ensuring that the bullhorn fish would not slip free. Below, after jumping down, Lei Long approached the massive crocodile without hesitation and knocked it unconscious with a single punch. Observing the bewildered bone armor, he urged, "We have caught a substantial bullhorn fish, and the leather rope will not hold for long. We must hasten to craft some rudimentary wooden spears to slay it." From her vantage point in the tree, Xia Yun maintained her grip on the fishing line while glancing down at Lei Long and bone armor. The two men on the ground broke off tree trunks as thick as their arms with their bare hands, hastily processed them with a bone knife, and tossed them toward the base of the tree where Xia Yun waited. Seeing that a sufficient number of makeshift wooden spears had accumulated below, Xia Yun quickly urged Lei Long and bone armor to ascend the tree and find a way to kill the bullhorn fish. Responding to her prompt, Lei Long and bone armor promptly abandoned their spear making and dashed towards the tree. Upon reaching the base of the tree, Lei Long immediately shed his animal skin shirt and used it as a binding to secure several wooden spears, hoisting the bundled spears and leaping back up into the tree. As he turned around, he saw bone armor effortlessly hurling the makeshift spears one by one toward the trunk. With a series of thuds, the wooden spears lodged themselves into the trunk. Once Lei Long and bone armor returned to Xia Yun's side, bone armor drew one of the spears he had embedded in the trunk and launched it toward the bullhorn fish in the water. Meanwhile, Lei Long, having untied the leather shirt that bound the spears, seized one of the makeshift spears and hurled it fiercely at the bullhorn fish. In that moment, the spears held by Lei Long and bone armor flew through the air like shadows before Xia Yun's eyes. Some spears slid off the fish's scales upon contact, while others pierced its flesh. After a relentless barrage of wooden spears, the bullhorn fish in the water was rendered nearly lifeless, its body punctured with spears, particularly around the head, where they were densely packed. After casting their spears, Lei Long and bone armor joined Xia Yun to pull on the leather rope. As the bullhorn fish was drawn from the water, they could distinctly see piranhas starting to gnaw at its tail, to prevent further loss of the fish's flesh. The trio hastened their efforts, pulling the rope with renewed urgency. As the horned fish was finally pulled out of the water, the group felt a sense of relief and began to leisurely drag the fish towards the thicket. Once the horned fish was drawn into the grove, Lei Long promptly jumped down from the tree and dashed towards it. Following Lei Long's descent, bone armor also leaped down. Xia Yun glanced at the sky and, without hesitation, untied the leather rope bound to the tree trunk and tossed it to the ground. Lei Long reached the horned fish first, observing the tail section, which had been gnawed beyond recognition by piranhas. With a heavy heart, he unsheathed his bone knife and excised the damaged parts. As Xia Yun descended from the tree, he grasped the leather rope and walked towards the horned fish, tidying the rope as he moved. Upon arriving at the fish, he witnessed Lei Long discarding the chewed portions into the river. Bone armor then used his bone knife to slice open the belly of the horned fish, extracting its innards and dragging them outside the thicket. The viscera, washed by the rain, gradually slid into the river. Watching the innards being washed away, Xia Yun felt a pang of regret. The fish intestines were quite delectable, although he could not fathom why bone armor chose to dispose of the innards. He knew there must be a compelling reason behind the decision. Once everything was taken care of, bone armor hoisted the now unconscious giant crocodile, while Xia Yun and Lei Long each grasped a horn of the horned fish, slowly making their way back to the tribe. In the pitch-black rain-soaked night, the trio trudged for nearly half an hour before returning to the village. They first arrived at Lei Long's cave, where they unceremoniously dropped the giant crocodile and horned fish at the entrance. Upon entering, Lei Long busied himself with starting a fire. Once the flames were kindled, he fetched an empty stone jar from outside, waiting for it to fill with rainwater before returning it to the fire and securing it with stones around its base. Lei Long then went back outside and decisively severed the head of the horned fish, tossing it into the jar. Chapter 54, Teaching to Fish, Part 1. Xia Yun and bone armor observed Lei Long's flurry of activity. When Lei Long finally paused, Xia Yun, brimming with curiosity, inquired why they didn't simply cook the fish meat. Lei Long explained that he wasn't particularly hungry and desired only some broth, believing that the soup made from the fish head would be more flavorful. Upon hearing Lei Long's reasoning, Xia Yun felt unsurprised, as he too was not very hungry. Standing near the cave entrance, he gazed at the nearly 15-meter-long carcass of the horned fish and uncertainly asked whether the meat would spoil if left outside overnight. In response to Xia Yun's question, both Lei Long and bone armor nodded in agreement. Bone armor then remarked that regardless of the beast, the flesh would inevitably spoil after death. Thus, One must either consume it swiftly, or dry it under the sun, or roast it over a fire. Once Bone Armor had finished speaking, Xia Yun regarded the two with a serious expression and inquired, "How shall we divide this bullhorn fish among the three of us? Should we share some with others?" Lei Long casually remarked, "I'll just take a piece for myself, enough for tomorrow. The rest is up to you two. The fish in the river one tea flee. We can always fish again when we desire." After Lei Long concluded, Xia Yun stepped outside the cave and harvested approximately 300 pounds of fish, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he made his way towards the orphan cave. Upon entering the orphan cave, he discovered that the fire had long extinguished and the children were fast asleep. Reluctantly, Xia Yun had to awaken the eldest among them, Sanghua. As he departed from the orphan cave, Xia Yun reminded Sanghua that the fish must be cooked tonight. If left until tomorrow, it would spoil and cause illness. After imparting this crucial advice, he proceeded towards Lei Long's cave. As he neared the entrance, he glanced back towards the orphan cave, where flames had reignited once more. Upon returning to Lei Long's cave, Xia Yun found only Lei Long present. Lei Long informed him that Bone Armor had taken the giant crocodile back, carrying away nearly half of the bullhorn fish meat. The rationale was that he intended to raise the crocodile, so that when his precious terror beast grew hungry, he could procure meat from it at any time. Lei Long began to lament. "Tell me, Xia Yun, how can Bone Armor be so cruel? If he needs meat, he should hunt it. Why raise that crocodile merely to use it as a storehouse for flesh? In all these years within the tribe, such an act has never occurred. When we hunt, we aim for a swift kill, ensuring our prey suffers as little as possible. We have already obtained its skin and meat. We should not torment them further." Lei Long continued, "Should my father learn of this, Bone Armor would surely face severe consequences." Seeing that Lei Long was about to continue, Xia Yun promptly interrupted him, gesturing towards the stone jar containing fish soup that had turned a milky white. He casually remarked, "The fish soup is ready to drink. Do you have a smaller stone jar? I would like to take some soup back with me." Shaking his head, Lei Long replied, "I truly have no smaller stone jars, but I do have a wooden barrel used for storing wild fruits." Upon hearing this, Xia Yun immediately requested Lei Long to bring the wooden barrel over. Lei Long moved away and returned with a barrel from beside his bed, which still contained some scattered wild fruits. At the sight of the fruits, Xia Yun lost all interest in using the barrel for the soup. It was far too unsanitary. He clearly saw insects crawling over the fruits, and remnants of Lei Long's discarded fruit pits littered the inside. Hastily, Xia Yun waved his hand, informing Lei Long that he no longer intended to drink the fish soup. He would instead cut a piece of fish to cook for himself, and regarding the leftovers, he suggested Lei Long could give them to whomever he pleased. With that, Xia Yun quickly stood up and made his way outside, arriving back at the carcass of the bullhorn fish, where he chopped off approximately 100 pounds of fish meat and returned to his own cave, burdened with the catch. Upon returning to his cave, Xia Yun commenced the task of kindling a fire. He transported the stone tank, previously utilized for soaking the leather cords, outside to cleanse it thoroughly. Afterward, he brought the tank, now filled with half a tank of rainwater, back inside the cave, placing it atop the fire. He secured it with several stones and directly tossed the fish meat into the tank, adding a small piece of salt rock for flavor. Beside the fire, Xia Yun employed a bone knife to process the wooden stumps he had charred earlier that morning. As the delectable aroma of the fish meat wafted from the tank, he fashioned a rudimentary bowl, albeit one adorned with splinters both inside and out. In exasperation, Xia Yun scoured the cave entrance for a suitable stone, which he then used to smooth the edges of the wooden bowl. After savoring a generous bowl of fish soup and a few pieces of fish meat, Xia Yun reclined on his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. The following dawn, he was roused by a frantic knocking at the door. Upon opening the stone threshold, he discovered Bone Armor, who bore a substantial bundle of animal hides and sinews in his arms. Recognizing Bone Armor, Xia Yun welcomed him inside, offering a wry smile as he inquired whether he had come seeking assistance in crafting fishing lines. Bone Armor nodded vigorously, explaining, "After reflecting last night, I've realized the rainy season will linger, and I cannot keep troubling you every time I run low on fresh meat. It is far more convenient for me to have you create a fishing line. Next time I need meat, I can simply fish for it myself." Reluctantly, Xia Yun allowed Bone Armor to deposit the hides and sinews, promising to return for them in a few days. Once Bone Armor departed, Xia Yun resumed processing the charred wooden stumps. However, as he scraped away with his bone knife, darkness suddenly enveloped him. Looking up, he was greeted by the presence of Uncle Liu. Uncle Liu wasted no time, tossing the animal hides and sinews he carried directly to Xia Yun, requesting his assistance in crafting a fishing line as well. He explained, the beefhorn fish meat brought by Thunder Dragon last night was delightful. Once the flood fully reaches the tribe, I intend to use a fishing line to catch some fresh fish. Dried meat simply cannot compare. Having shared his thoughts, Uncle Liu turned and departed. What could Xia Yun do? With the hides and sinews unceremoniously left in his care, he had no choice but to comply. He set aside the wooden bowl he had been working on and began treating the animal hides with his bone knife, laboring diligently until dusk. Finally, he completed the processing of the hides brought by Bone Armor and Uncle Liu. Rubbing his weary fingers, Xia Yun reheated the fish meat he had prepared the previous night. After satisfying his hunger, he lay down on his bed, listening to the soothing sound of rain outside the cave, and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 55, Teaching One to Fish, Part 2. Ever since accepting the orders for fishing lines from Uncle Liu and Bone Armor, Xia Yun found each day increasingly exhausting. From dawn until dusk, he toiled relentlessly, only allowing his fatigued fingers to relax under the cover of night. The crafting of 2 fishing lines consumed an entire week of Xia Yun's laborious efforts, culminating in a meager completion. During the period when Xia Yun was crafting leather straps, other events unfolded within the tribe. The day after discovering a change in his armored rhinoceros calf, Lei Long cradled the young creature and sought out Xianjia, who was similarly nurturing his own calf. Upon arriving at Xianjia's cave, Lei Long placed his calf on the ground and began to tease Xianjia's armored rhinoceros calf. While playfully provoking it, he remarked, "Look here, egg, it's been so long, yet your owner Xianjia hasn't allowed you to grow much. Meanwhile, my clumsy one has already managed to topple a level 2 warrior." Meanwhile, Xianjia, who was seated on his bed sharpening a bone knife, leaped up upon hearing his brother Lei Long boast about his calf's ability to knock down a level 2 warrior. He hurriedly approached Lei Long, gripping the fur of his brother's garment, his eyes narrowing with intensity as he demanded, "Are you truly saying that your clumsy one can indeed topple a level 2 warrior? Or are you merely trying to deceive me?" Seeing the fiery gaze of Xianjia, Lei Long quickly felt intimidated and stammered, "It's true. My clumsy one really did knock down the level 2 warrior's bone armor, and when it did, a yellow aura unique to adult armored rhinoceroses emanated from its body. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with the bone armor itself." Though Lei Long's sincerity shone through his eyes, Xianjia remained somewhat skeptical and immediately pulled Lei Long along to seek confirmation from the bone armor. As the 2 brothers dashed out of the cave, Lei Long's calf began to call out behind them, its little legs scurrying to catch up. Upon hearing its cries, Lei Long halted, bending down to scoop the little creature into his arms. As the calf nuzzled affectionately against Lei Long, Xianjia rushed back to his cave, retrieving his own calf to pursue Lei Long. The brothers swiftly arrived at the cave of the bone armor, where they observed it feeding a small dinosaur with fresh meat. At that moment, the calf in Lei Long's embrace erupted with energy. It broke free, leaping to the ground and radiating a soft yellow glow before charging towards the bone armor with a mighty roar. The bone armor, well aware of the strength possessed by Lei Long's calf, quickly grasped the little dinosaur that was leaping about on the ground, bracing itself for the impending collision. With a resounding crash, the bone armor stumbled backward, while the young armored rhinoceros was rebounded by its own force, landing on its back, legs flailing in the air. Lei Long rushed forward, lifting the little creature from the ground and cradling it in his arms, carefully inspecting it for injuries. Once he confirmed it had not sustained any serious harm, he let out a sigh of relief. The bone armor, observing the calf in Lei Long's embrace, remarked, "It has only been a few days since we last met, yet this little one has grown remarkably strong." All of this was witnessed clearly by Xianjia, who stood nearby. Xianjia was taken aback. A mere juvenile armored rhinoceros could actually move a second-level warrior. Noticing Xianjia's bewildered state, Lei Long hurriedly waved his hand in front of him, asking, "Are you all right?" Xianjia quickly swatted away Lei Long's hand and glanced at the unconscious juvenile in Lei Long's arms. He began to murmur to himself, "Is this all truly real?" Regaining his composure, Xianjia promptly roused the drowsy armored rhinoceros cub in his embrace, placing it on the ground while commanding, "Dandan, charge at him." With that, Xianjia pointed towards Gujia, indicating that his cub should collide in that direction. The cub looked up at Xianjia, let out a couple of yelps, and then dashed towards Gujia. On the other side, Gujia, seeing Xianjia's juvenile armored rhinoceros cub charging towards him, immediately prepared for its approach. However, when the cub was about 5 meters away, the small dinosaur cradled in Gujia's arms emitted a series of playful sounds. Upon hearing the delightful noises, Xianjia's cub immediately turned tail and scurried back towards Xianjia, taking refuge behind him, its 4 tiny legs trembling incessantly. This scene elicited laughter from both Lei Long and Gujia, their amusement reverberating in Xianjia's ears. Frustrated, Xianjia turned and ran back to his cave, clutching his juvenile tightly. As he ran, he scolded, "Dandan, you have truly embarrassed me today." With a light slap to the cub's rear, he expressed his displeasure. That night, Xianjia stealthily entered Lei Long's cave and gave him a beating, all the while chiding, "You rascally Lei Long, how dare you mock me? If you dare to ridicule me again, I shall break your legs." After venting his frustrations, Xianjia departed. Later that evening, Lei Long, with a bruised and battered face, knocked on Xia Yun's stone door. As soon as he entered, he began to pour out his grievances to Xia Yun. "Xia Yun, despite Xianjia being my elder brother, he beat me just because his cub cannot match mine. What sort of elder brother behaves like this? He doesn't help me on ordinary days, and yet bullies me for no reason." Lei Long lingered in Xia Yun's cave until midnight, only leaving when Xia Yun could no longer tolerate his incessant complaints and pushed him out. Following the rivalry between the two brothers, a few days later, Gujia and Uncle Lai, who came to collect their respective leather straps. Just when Xia Yun thought he could finally relax and focus on crafting wooden bowls and basins, he was interrupted once more by an unexpected visitor, Cheng Huang, someone he was not very familiar with. The individual seeking out Xia Yun had a clear objective: to enlist his assistance in crafting fishing lines from leather. Reluctantly, Xia Yun acquiesced. However, just as he was preparing to cut the hide, another visitor arrived, echoing the same request for fishing lines. Subsequently, over a dozen more individuals brought hides to Xia Yun, imploring him to create fishing lines once again. This time, Xia Yun chose to decline. Instead, he sought out Lei Long, contemplating that rather than shouldering the entire burden of crafting all the fishing lines himself, it would be far more beneficial to instruct these primitive folk in the art of production. He had much to learn himself and could not afford to squander his time solely on the creation of fishing lines. Xia Yun informed Lei Long to gather those who wished to learn the craft, as he was willing to teach them the techniques of making fishing lines from leather.